Shen Tian, you can't be so selfish. You must learn to consider the bigger picture. Inside the principal's office, the air conditioning was cranked up so high that it seemed merely opening the door could solve global warming. On the leather sofa, the principal, with his hair meticulously combed, picked up his teacup and gently blew on the floating leaves. Your parents are heroes, martyrs. The school has never denied that. Precisely because of that, we want you to live an uneventful, peaceful life. The principal set down the teacup, his gaze through the gold-rimmed spectacles carrying a condescending pity. The martial path is a constant struggle, a road paved with blood. Your talent rating is only average. Holding on to that martial resource exemption quota will do nothing but make you a target of jealousy and hostility at school. Shen Tian stood before the desk, his back straight as a rod. He wore a faded school uniform, his eyes calm as dead water, staring at the middle-aged man spouting noble platitudes. Just 10 minutes ago, the principal had made a suggestion. He asked Shen Tian to sign a transfer agreement donating the resource exemption granted by the state to children of martyrs to Li Zihao from the next class. Li Zihao was the principal's nephew. Shen Tian, you're young and prone to impulsive decisions. Seeing Shen Tian silent, the principal leaned forward, tapping his fingers on the desk in a dull rhythmic beat. We must be scientific and efficient. Li Zihao is already a quasi-martial artist. His talent is superior. Resources only realize their full value in his hands. This isn't just for the school's admission rate, it's for humanity's fight against the beast tides. With that, the principal sighed, as if deeply pained by Shen Tian's stubbornness. If you give up the quota, the school will offer you a nutritional allowance of 20,000 yuan. Take the money, start a small business, or work as an ordinary clerk. Isn't a stable life better? Do you have to go to the front lines and die disturbing even your parents' rest in their graves? Finally, Shen Tian spoke. My parents died in the beast tide, their bodies never found. This compensation is from the country. It was earned with their lives. Shen Tian lifted his eyelids, a trace of cold light flashing in his black pupils. Why should it go to Li Zihao? Because his surname is Li. Because he's your nephew. The office fell into an instant silence. The air seemed to freeze. The mask of gentleness on the principal's face peeled away like cracked plaster bit by bit. He withdrew his tapping hand, leaned back into the chair, and the pity in his eyes vanished, replaced by a condescending coldness and disgust. It seems you won't take the easy road when offered. The principal opened a drawer and pulled out a pre-printed document, tossing it onto the corner of the desk. Since you have no sense of collective honor and are so selfish, no. 3 high school can't accommodate a great figure like you. On the document, 5 bold black characters read expulsion, notice glaringly harsh. The reason column contained a sanctimonious line, moral character, corrupted insolence toward teachers, severe violation of school regulations. Sign it and get out. They'll keep your records. Without them, no high school in Jiangxing will accept you. Since you refuse to be graceful, it'll make you graceful. Shen Tian looked at the notice. No angry roar, no hysterical questioning. He simply reached out, picked up the thin sheet, glanced at it, and tore it to shreds right in front of the principal. Snowflake-like shreds scattered on the polished floor. You'll regret this. Leaving those words, Shen Tian turned and pushed open the door to leave. Behind him came the sharp crash of a teacup shattering on the floor. Jiangxing West District Slaughterhouse. This was the city's underbelly. The air was thick with the stench of blood mixed with the reek of feces, rust, and rotting entrails. An ordinary person would have their stomach churning within a minute. Huge exhaust fans rumbled, churning the murky air. Is this my new beginning? Shen Tian stood at the grimy entrance, raising his head to look at the rusted sign. Jiangxing Exotic Beast Slaughterhouse. Beast meat containing violent energy was inedible for ordinary people, but a tonic for martial artists. Jiangxing was a major martial arts city, the exotic beast industry its backbone. And the slaughterhouse was the lowest, dirtiest, and most grueling link in the chain. The pay here was decent. And Shen Tian needed money. He needed to survive. And handling those semi-beasts carried enormous risk. Even a dying semi-beast could easily snap an ordinary person's neck in its final struggle. That's why the wage here was 5 times that of normal jobs outside. Creak. A screeching sound, and a world of blood unfolded before him. The interior was vast, with rows of pale lamps hanging from the high ceiling. A dozen workers in waterproof rubber suits were going about their duties, numbly busy at their stations. Some used high-pressure hoses to wash away blood, others wielded massive cleavers to dismantle beast carcasses the size of small hills. The dull thud of cleavers hitting flesh, the screech of bone being sawed reverberated in the ears. As Shen Tian stepped in, all the noise in the factory ceased instantly. A dozen gazes from every corner of the factory floor locked onto Shen Tian. Shen Tian, in his clean t-shirt and jeans, looked utterly out of place in this world of blood. He was like a white sheet of paper dropped into an ink pool. A burly man standing at a dissection table put down his giant bone saw. He grabbed a boning knife hanging at his waist and walked toward Shen Tian. The man was enormous, a full head taller than Shen Tian, his muscles bulging under the waterproof suit. The boning knife was still dripping blood. The man stopped 3 paces in front of Shen Tian, a strong smell of sweat and blood washing over him. Yo, where'd this schoolboy come from? The man was called Brother Xiong, the boss of this slaughterhouse zone. He looked Shen Tian up and down. Pale thin as a monkey, the uniform might have had its logos removed, but the bookish aura was unmistakable. Lost your way. Brother Xiong wiped blood off his face, his voice gruff. This isn't an internet cafe or a library. Get lost. Don't piss yourself in fear and make me clean up after you. I'm here to apply for a job. Shen Tian walked up to Brother Xiong, his gaze going past him to the restless semi-beasts in cages behind. Apply a. Someone started laughing first. Soft and delicate, don't look like you can handle real work. You sure you want to stay? People get carried out of here on stretchers every day. Ha, look at him. Skinny as a twig, a gust of wind could knock him over, and he wants to work in a slaughterhouse. Young man, why do you wander into a place like this? I bet he won't last half a day. He'll puke just from the smell and run out. The jeers were unrestrained. Brother Xiong chuckled, plunging his boning knife into the chopping block with a loud thump. Do you even know what we do here? We kill pigs. And these ain't farm pigs. They're man-eating ironhide pigs. I know. Shen Tian's expression stayed unchanged. But I need the money. Brother Xiong was silent for a long moment. All right, you need money, huh? He sighed, pointing to a pile of clutter in the corner. You look like you've had some schooling. Must be in trouble. Over there's a hose and a brush. You'll be in charge of cleaning the intestines. It's dirty but safe. 200 a day, paid daily. Shen Tian understood clearly. This was Brother Xiong looking out for him. He appreciated the kindness. Away from danger, still getting paid. For a newcomer with no options, this was nearly the best arrangement. Just as Shen Tian was about to speak, a voice rang out in his mind without warning. Ding. Beast detected. Kill system activated. Kill system, kill beasts to earn kill points. Kill points can be used to improve martial realm, martial skill cultivation level, and acquire beast talents, among others. Shen Tian's whole body stiffened. System. The golden finger every time traveler dreams of, finally arrived. A flash of joy sped across Shen Tian's eyes. I want to butcher the beasts. The coarse flesh on Brother Xiong's face twitched. He dug in his ear, suspecting he had misheard. What did you say? The workers around him stopped laughing, staring at Shen Tian as if he were a fool. I said I want to go slaughter exotic beasts. Shen Tian repeated, his voice not loud, but clear throughout the clamorous workshop. This time, everyone heard clearly. After a brief silence, an even more violent burst of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. This kid is crazy. Does he even know what he's saying? His brain must be rotted by the stench. What a waste of a pretty face. Brother Xiong's expression turned impatient. Kid, do I look like I'm joking? His voice dropped low, laced with a hint of warning. In the slaughterhouse, accidents happened every day. Although the exotic beasts here were all semi-beasts domesticated for slaughter, the wildness and bloodlust in their bloodlines could hardly be erased. Plenty of workers had been gored through the belly by a dying beast's final counterattack, or had their arms twisted off by bone saws. Letting Shen Tian drive a forklift was already an act of kindness. Brother Xiong Im from Wu Gao. Wu Gao? The moment those 2 words were uttered, the jeering around came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's gaze changed. Mockery and contempt faded, replaced by scrutiny and astonishment. In Jiang City, who didn't know Wu Gao? It was the cradle of martial arts prodigies. Even an ordinary graduate from there was far beyond the laboring workers here who sold their strength. Brother Xiong was also dumbfounded. He sized Shen Tian up and down again, his eyes much sharper. A student from Wu Gao, why would you come here? Dropped out. Shen Tian answered bluntly, without a trace of embarrassment. Dropped out. The crowd stirred again. Wu Gao was a place countless people fought to enter, yet someone actually dropped out. Brother Xiong was silent for a while. Everyone has their own past, including himself. It must have been a sorrowful story. He didn't ask further. All right. A gurgling sound came from Brother Xiong's throat. He casually shoved the boning knife back into its sheath on his waist with a clang. He turned around, his heavy boots splashing blood water as he strode toward another area of the workshop. Follow me. Shen Tian said nothing and followed. The other workers exchanged glances. They made way, but their gazes clung to Shen Tian. Shen Tian changed into a waterproof suit. Brother Xiong stopped in front of a metal fence. Inside the fence, a creature lay convulsing on the ground. Its body was covered in coarse black short hair, and on its head grew 2 thick horns curving upward, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Even in its unconscious convulsions, hot white steam spurted from its nostrils and mouth. This thing is called a brute ox, a semi-beast. Brother Xiong's voice sounded beside him. Stunned by a 30,000-volt electric shock, not dead, yet could wake up at any time. He pointed with his chin at the brute ox's thick neck. Your job is to bleed it, then skin it, and finally disassemble it. Remember, cut between the third and fourth cervical vertebrae. That's the weakest spot. One clean slash severs the throat. If the blood isn't drained clean, the meat is ruined. If you're slow and it wakes up, you'll be ruined. Brother Xiong's tone was calm. He took a uniquely shaped short knife from a row of tools hanging on the wall. The blade was thick, but the edge was very thin. Catched. He tossed it backward without looking. The short knife traced an arc through the air. He wanted to test how much real skill this young man from Wugao possessed. Some workers let out low gasps. Shen Tian didn't even raise his eyelids. He casually reached out. Snap. He grabbed the handle, steadily flicking his wrist to absorb the force. The entire movement was fluid and seamless without any hesitation. Though Shen Tian was from Wugao and not yet a first-rank martial artist, his knife skills and physique far surpassed ordinary men. Catching Brother Xiong's knife was naturally no challenge. Brother Xiong turned around, his pupils contracting. He saw the way Shen Tian held the knife. It was the standard grip of someone who had spent years wielding a blade, tiger's mouth, tightly clamped index finger resting on the back of the knife, steady and powerful. A kid from Wugao? Interesting. Go ahead. Shen Tian didn't reply. Knife in hand, he walked over and unlatched the metal fence. Damn it, he's actually going in. Is he crazy? That's a brute ox. If it goes berserk, it can punch through walls. The distant workers whispered again, all eyes fixed on Shen Tian. Shen Tian was oblivious to their chatter. He entered the fence and closed the door behind him. A stench mixed with burnt odor and strong gamey smell hit him, more pungent than the blood outside. He walked to the side of the brute ox and crouched down. He reached out and pressed his hand against its thick neck, feeling the scalding heat beneath the hide and the slight tremors of its muscles. He closed his eyes, recalling Brother Xiong's instructions. The gap between the third and fourth cervical vertebrae. Right here. He twisted his wrist, the blade pointing downward. Chhh. The thick blade sank without resistance into the gap between the vertebrae, perfectly placed. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Shen Tian didn't pause. He yanked the handle sideways. A wound deep enough to see bone instantly formed. Moo. The brute ox let out a final mournful cry. Scorching hot blood, not spurting but gushing like a dam burst, flooded from the massive wound, instantly staining the ground red. The brute ox's massive body convulsed violently, the light in its beastly pupils rapidly fading, finally losing all luster. Ding. Killed semi-beast brute ox successfully. Earned kill value 0. 5 points. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Shen Tian slowly stood up, pulling the short knife out of the ox's neck. Blood dripped from the blade, splashing into small blossoms on the ground. The entire workshop fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the young man, drenched in blood, standing beside the ox carcass. Deathly silence. In the whole workshop, apart from the faint sizzle of the high-voltage electric grid, there was no sound at all. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The sound was especially clear in the empty workshop. Everyone was frozen, as if spellbound, rooted to the spot, their gazes fixed on the blood-soaked young man. The young man they had just mocked as a pretty boy. Am I seeing things? A worker rubbed his eyes. His technique is even smoother than Brother Xiong's. It feels like he's done it countless times. Does that mean he's killed exotic beasts? Or people, eh? The murmurs spread like a lit fuse, exploding instantly. But this time there was no mockery or contempt. Instead, an unfathomable shock took over. Shen Tian acted as if he hadn't heard any of it. He had never killed an exotic beast. Even less could he have killed a person. It was just his knife technique, which he had practiced thousands of times at Wugao. He slowly turned around. A pale blue translucent attribute panel quietly floated in his consciousness. Host Shen Tian, mental strength 10, martial realm, mortal body kill value 0. 5, martial arts basic blade mastery 55, basic body tempering 38, talent knife proficiency white. Shen Tian gazed at his panel, piecing together the memories of his predecessor. His predecessor had mediocre talent, neither particularly outstanding nor terribly lacking. Overall, he could be considered average. With some effort before the college entrance exams, leveraging his talent and blade proficiency, there was still a decent chance he could get into an ordinary martial arts university. But for Shen Tian, now, even if he could attend a martial arts university, he would refuse. With the slaughter system, who would still go to school? He would go straight to the frontier to slay aberrant beasts. But only if he had the strength to protect his own life. Shen Tian withdrew his thoughts and swept his gaze across his surroundings. This slaughterhouse was the perfect place to be. He could earn slaughter points with minimal risk, ideal for his early stage of stable development. First, he would grind his strength up. Shen Tian ignored the complex gazes of the onlookers. He lifted his blade, blood dripping from its tip, onto the ground. He turned to look at the high-voltage electric shock console. The worker in charge of the electric shock stood with his mouth agape, hands still frozen in the position of pressing the button, completely dumbfounded. Shen Tian said calmly next. For him, as long as he mentally accepted the sensation of killing dispatching some half-aberrant beasts that had been stunned by electricity was no challenge at all. The worker shuddered his soul, nearly fleeing in terror. He hastily averted his gaze, not daring to look at Shen Tian again, and tremblingly fiddled with the complex buttons and switches on the console. ZZZT. A blinding electric light flared up again. At the other end of the factory, the heavy metallic door rumbled open. Another wild ox was dragged in and sent to the high-voltage electric shock zone. Boom. The heavy metal gate slammed shut. ZZZT. A violent electric current instantly coursed through the wild ox's body, making its massive frame stiffen abruptly before crashing heavily to the ground. Shen Tian licked his dry lips. A glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. He saw not just a half-aberrant beast, but a pile of walking slaughter points. With enough slaughter points, he could grow stronger at the fastest speed. Gulp. Brother Xiong swallowed hard. He stared fixedly at Shen Tian's back, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had adapted so quickly. This young man had just killed a wild ox. The bloody scene would give ordinary people nightmares just from a glance. But him, instead of any discomfort, he was excited. Brother Xiong had worked in this slaughterhouse for over a decade and seen all kinds of people. Some wet their pants in fear during their first kill. Others put on a brave face, but then vomited uncontrollably. But he had never seen anyone like Shen Tian. It wasn't numbness, nor was it coldness. It was the hunger of a hunter spotting its prey. What a talent. The worker pressed the button to open the gate. The metal fence door slowly rose. Shen Tian moved. He walked to the side of the wild ox, lowered his stance, and drove the short knife upward in a tricky arc. Thud. The blade precisely entered the gap between the cervical vertebrae, then twisted sharply. A pull. The motion was fluid without any superfluous movement. Moo. The wild ox, just awakening from the electric shock paralysis without even opening its eyes, let out only a brief agonized bellow before falling completely still. Warm blood gushed out, splattering all over Shen Tian. He paid it no mind. Ding. Successfully killed half-aberrant beast wild ox. Obtained slaughter points 0. 5 points. Host Shen Tian spirit power 10 martial realm mortal fetus 520 slaughter points 1. 0 martial arts basic blade technique 55 basic body tempering method 38 talent blade proficiency white. Shen Tian looked at the numbers on the panel, the curve of his lips growing wider. He turned and looked toward the console. Next. Hurry up. The third wild ox was dragged in. A flash of the blade. Thud. A dull sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Ding. Successfully killed half-aberrant beast wild ox. Obtained slaughter points 0. 5 points. Slaughter points 1. 5. Shen Tian flicked the blood droplets off his blade, his gaze calm as he looked toward the console. Next. 3 beasts. In total it took less than 5 minutes. 3 wild ox carcasses lay on the ground, still steaming. What are you all standing around for? Brother Xiong bellowed, his voice echoing through the empty factory. Move it. Everyone move. A few veteran workers responded first, grabbing tools and charging toward the wild ox carcasses. With someone taking the lead, the rest hesitated no longer. The entire slaughterhouse became noisy and busy. The iron chains dragging the carcasses scraped harshly across the floor. The clatter of cutting tools. The shouts of the workers. Everything began to fall into order. Shen Tian stood still. He was only responsible for killing. Someone delivered the stunned wild ox before him. He struck with his blade. Then someone immediately dragged away the warm carcass for dismemberment, deadening, and freezing. Division of labor was clear, efficiency astonishing. ZZZT. The fourth wild ox fell. Thud. Shen Tian withdrew his blade. Slaughter points 2. 0. The 5th. The 6th. The 7th. Thud. When the 10th wild ox carcass was dragged away, the atmosphere in the entire slaughterhouse had completely changed. Fast. Faster. The dismemberers keep up. Deboners. Move your hands quicker. Brother Xiong's roar echoed continuously through the factory, his voice carrying an irrepressible excitement. In the past, processing a single wild ox took him at least over 10 minutes. But now, Shen Tian killed one in less than a minute. Blade up, blade down. He single-handedly pushed the entire slaughterhouse assembly line to its limit. Damn, my hands are about to cramp. A deboning worker grimaced, barely able to hold his knife. Holy shit, I can't take it. Either we're finishing a whole day's work in one morning. Another worker shouted back, but his hands never stopped moving. ZZZT. Another wild ox fell under the electric shock. Thud. Shen Tian expressionlessly pulled out his short knife. Ding. Successfully killed half-aberrant beast wild ox. Obtained slaughter points 0. 5 points. The panel in his consciousness steadily ticked upward. The worker at the electric shock console shouted. Brother Xiong. That's it. We've processed all our wild oxen for today. This was the last one. Brother Xiong glanced at the clock on the wall. 11:30. One morning. They had finished a whole day's work. After the frantic bustle, a brief silence finally descended upon the factory. The workers collapsed on the ground, exhausted, panting heavily, unwilling to move even a finger. Shen Tian stood where he was, also somewhat out of breath, but his face still showed a hint of reluctance to stop. He opened his attribute panel. Host Shen Tian, Spirit Power 10, Martial Realm, Mortal Fetus 520, Slaughter Points 5. 0, Martial Arts, Basic Blade Technique 55, Basic Body Tempering Method 38, Talent Blade Proficiency. White, having devoured countless web novels in his past life, he naturally knew how slaughter points were used. System stat allocation. Of course I understand. The whistle for lunch echoed through the factory. The workers collapsed to the ground as if their bones had been removed, lacking even the strength to rise. Time to eat. Xionggu patted the nearest worker beside him, then supported his own back as he grimaced and stood up. He looked at Shen Tian. That young man still stood in place, his body stained with dark red blood. His chest rose and fell slightly, his breath a bit ragged. But his eyes were terrifyingly clear. There was no fatigue, only a hunger-driven intensity like a wolf that hadn't been fed enough. Xionggu's heart skipped a beat. This kid was a true ruthless one. Shen Tian ignored everyone else, walking to the faucet and turning on the valve. The cold tap water rushed down, washing his face and arms. Blood flowed with the water, staining the ground. He washed for a long time until his skin turned pale before turning off the faucet. Shaking off the water droplets from his hands, he headed toward the cafeteria. Inside, the atmosphere was strange. The usually noisy lunchtime was now so quiet that the sound of chopsticks hitting bowls could be heard. Everyone had arrived. They kept a tacit distance from Shen Tian. Wherever he walked, a vacuum of space automatically opened up around him. No one dared to meet his gaze. These veterans who had spent half their lives in slaughter now looked at Shen Tian with eyes full of awe and an indescribable fear. A teenager like this, killing those wild cattle as if they were chicks. Shen Tian didn't care. He took his tray and found an empty seat. On the tray was the standard cafeteria, fare, heavy oil and salt-laden food with white rice. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, a massive shadow loomed over him. Xionggu placed a large stainless steel basin on the table in front of Shen Tian. Bang! Everyone's eyes immediately focused on them. Inside the basin was a mountain of wild cattle meat. The chunks were large, stewed tender with the simplest spices, steaming hot, with a rich, aggressive aroma that invaded everyone's nostrils. This was made from the freshest wild cattle loin, usually only enjoyed when bonuses were distributed. But today's portion was absurdly large. Xionggu pulled out a chair and sat down across from Shen Tian, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. He exhaled a smoke ring. Yours. You killed the most cattle today. According to our unwritten rule here, you deserve the best. Here, let me tell you something. There's always enough wild cattle meat. The entire cafeteria fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the basin of meat, then at the expressionless Shen Tian. Their eyes held envy, jealousy, and hatred, a mix of emotions. But no one dared to object, because Xionggu was right. The capable work more, and the capable get more. This was the simplest and most damn fair principle. Shen Tian lifted his eyelids and glanced at Xionggu. He didn't speak, just silently pushed his own tray aside. Then he picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a large chunk of steaming beef, and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat was delicious. Fat and lean intermingled, stewed to perfection. The aroma of fat and the freshness of the meat exploded in his mouth. Shen Tian chewed his atoms, apple bobbing, as he swallowed the large piece. A warm current slid down his esophagus into his stomach, then burst forth, surging through his limbs and bones. His muscles, sore from the intense labor, absorbed this sudden energy like a dry sponge soaking up water. As a semi-beast, the wild cattle had thick skin and tough flesh. Slaughtering them was extremely physically demanding. Killing them with a single blow like Shen Tian did was even more difficult. The fatigue from swinging the blade all morning was being washed away and dispelled by this warm current. Shen Tian's eyes lit up slightly. This wild cattle meat was indeed no ordinary fare. In his past life on Blue Star, there was no such meat that could replenish blood and qi or even strengthen the body. For a martial artist, it could restore blood and qi. For ordinary people, it had the miraculous effect of strengthening the body. Realizing this, Shen Tian didn't hold back. His eating speed suddenly increased. One piece. Another piece. They watched as Shen Tian devoured the food, the mountain of meat visibly diminishing. Shen Tian pushed the empty stainless steel basin to the center of the table with a dull thud. He burped, his mouth full of meat fragrance. His morning's depleted energy was now fully restored. Not only that, but he felt his body brimming with strength, his vitality at its peak. He clenched his fist, and his joints emitted a series of crisp, crackling sounds. His power had grown stronger. Xionggu's cigarette in mouth squinted as he appraised Shen Tian. This kid had devoured the entire basin of meat, not even leaving a drop of broth. Shen Tian picked up a napkin from the table and wiped his mouth leisurely. Then he crumpled the napkin into a ball and casually tossed it into the empty basin. He looked up, his gaze calmly landing on Xiong Guest's face. Brother Xiong, could we bring in more exotic beasts tomorrow? Shen Tian asked. Xiong Guest's fingers holding the cigarette paused, and he grinned. What didn't get enough killing today? There's more this afternoon still on the way. Hearing this, the workers around couldn't help but twitch their faces. Boss, please stop. We really can't take it anymore. This kid is insane. He's addicted to killing. Xiong Gu was speechless. We're all current martial arts high school students like this freak. His nephew, also a martial arts student, had come to the slaughterhouse once. Head run off, clutching his stomach. Not like Shen Tian. In just one morning, Head transformed from a harmless, handsome youth into a twisted butcher. After eating, Shen Tian found a spot to sit alone. He closed his eyes. System. Before him, a pale blue virtual panel appeared. Host, Shen Tian, spirit power 10, martial realm, mortal body 520, kill value 5. 0. Martial arts basic blade technique 55, basic body tempering method 38, talent blade proficiency white. Shen Tian looked at the kill value 5. 0 and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Without any hesitation. What was all the morning's work for? Wasn't it for this? System, add points. All of it to the martial realm. The moment his thought landed. Ding. Kill value 5. 0. Martial realm 5. Almost instantly, as the system notification sounded, a completely different surge of heat exploded from the center of his heart. This power was more domineering and pure than the blood and chi energy from eating the meat. The heat rushed through his limbs and bones, every inch of his skeleton, every meridian and muscle. Crack, crack, crack. A series of dense bean-popping sounds came from within Shen Tian's body. His bones vibrated, his muscles writhed in tiny increments, greedily absorbing this sudden power. After a few seconds, that violent surge of heat fully converged into his body. Shen Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. He could clearly feel a noticeable improvement in his strength, speed, and even his 5 senses. He called up the panel again. Host, Shen Tian, spirit power 10, martial realm, mortal body 1020, kill value 0. 0. Martial arts basic blade technique 55, basic body tempering method 38, talent blade proficiency white. The kill value was cleared. But the progress of the martial realm had already reached halfway. Wouldn't this make the killing efficiency even higher? 200 p.m. A shrill whistle pierced the brief calm once more. Workers groaned as they staggered to their feet, massaging their aching lower backs, feeling as though their very skeletons were coming apart. Outside the factory, a heavy truck rumbled to a halt, its engine growling like a caged beast. Works back. Xiong Ji's bellow cut through the air, more commanding than any whistle. Several workers cursed under their breath as they grabbed their tools, their steps unsteady and weak. Again, do they even see us as human beings? I swear my arms don't belong to me anymore. Shen Tian opened his eyes and rose slowly from the concrete floor. The invigorating surge of enhanced strength flooded every fiber of his body. The exhaustion of the morning had vanished entirely, replaced by a far sharper, hungrier craving. He rotated his wrists, a crisp series of cracks echoed. The truck's rear gate slammed down with a thunderous clang. This time what tumbled out was no longer the hulking ox beasts. Instead, 10 smaller jet-black swine-like aberrations emerged, each coated in metallic armor-like hide. Ironhide boars. Their hides were thick and resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, far more difficult to process than the ox beasts. 10 in total. They paced restlessly inside their cage, slamming against the bars with low guttural grunts. Shen Tian flicked his tongue across his lips. His gaze burned, fierce, luminous, unnerving. Oldly, snap out of it. Xionggu roared toward the control booth. Li, the veteran electrician, stood pale-faced, his enamel cup trembling violently in his grip. The morning's grueling labor had drained him utterly. Understood, Brother Xiong. His voice was hollow, barely audible, yet he forced himself upright, steeling his resolve. Boom. The first ironhide boar was dragged into the electrocution zone. Li rubbed his bleary eyes, his mind fogged, operating solely on decades of ingrained muscle memory. He pressed the activation button. Zzz. Arcs of electricity flared. Without glancing at the monitor, he slammed the gate release switch. The entire sequence unfolded with eerie, unnatural speed. The heavy metal barrier rose slowly, grinding on its hinges. Shen Tian tightened his grip on the short blade and stepped forward, just as he prepared to dispatch the beast with the same clean efficiency he'd shown that morning. Chaos erupted. The boar, supposed to lie motionless, stunned, jolted violently. Its tiny eyes, squeezed shut by folds of fat, snapped wide open. Blood red, brutal, mad. A shriek, sharp and inhuman, nothing like a pig's cry, ripped through the entire factory hall. It hadn't been stunned. Shit. Xiong Ji's eyes bulged, the cigarette dropped from his lips and fell unnoticed to the floor. What the hell did you do, old Li? Pandemonium exploded. Run! Get out! Damn it, scatter! Tools clattered to the ground as workers scrambled wildly, fleeing to every corner like startled rats. The ironhide boar shook its massive head and lumbered upright. Its crimson gaze locked, unwavering, onto the nearest living thing. Shen Tian. Thick white steam hissed from its flared nostrils, its hooves scraped furiously against the concrete, screeching like metal on stone. In the next instant, it launched itself, a black roaring projectile, barreling straight toward Shen Tian, trailing a stench of raw, fetid gore. That sheer savage momentum could punch clean through a brick wall. We're doomed. Xiong Ji's face turned ashen, his heart skipped a beat. All over. His skull buzzed, empty, hollow. An icy tide of remorse drowned him whole. God damn it. What rotten luck. Now he'd have to watch a teenage Martial Academy dropout, crushed to death right here in his own factory. He could already picture the gory aftermath. Yet, facing that fatal charge, Shen Tian didn't move. Not a single step backward. Before the horrified eyes of everyone present, his pupils reflected, perfectly chillingly, the boar's snarling maw and the twin gleaming tusks rushing ever closer. His stance lowered, fluid, precise, textbook perfect for a decisive strike. His hand gripping the blade remained utterly still, unervingly steady. Freshly amplified strength surged through his limbs, igniting an unshakable, blazing confidence. Perfect. The foul, rancid wind struck his face full in, whipping his fringe into wild disarray. Xiong Gu closed his eyes, in despair. He couldn't bear to watch. He couldn't intervene. It was all happening too fast. He couldn't bear to watch. He couldn't intervene. It was all happening too fast. A flash of steel, lightning swift. Shen Tian's blade cleaved precisely into the boar's side neck. SSSHHK. His newly elevated 5-point martial realm manifested instantly in devastating effect. Raw power channeled down the blade, erupting into the boar's frame. Its hardened hide split open, revealing dark, crimson muscle beneath. The boar's colossal body lurched to a violent halt, a choked, guttural scream choked in its throat. But it did not stop. Momentum carried it forward, still charging. A glint of cold fury flashed in Shen Tian's eyes. He dropped lower, blade following the wound upward in one brutal upward thrust. Thwip! Its throat severed cleanly. Hot blood gushed forth, splattering Shen Tian head to toe. The boar's massive head slumped lifelessly, its body crashed onto the floor, raising a thick cloud of dust. It twitched thrice, then lay still. The entire sequence lasted less than 3 seconds. From charge to collapse, silence surgical absolute. Silence swallowed the factory whole. Every worker stood frozen, staring slack-jawed. Even those who'd fled now stood rooted in place, breath held. Xiong Ji's eyes snapped open, mouth agape. This kid hadn't been this formidable before lunch. How had a single meal transformed him so utterly? He'd slain an ironhide boar outright. No hesitation, no wasted motion. Only trained martial cultivators could pull off such a feat. Was this boy a cultivator? Li collapsed into his chair, his trousers soaked through. If Shen Tian died because of his mistake, his life would be ruined. And if he went to prison, who would feed his elderly parents and young children? Thank the heavens. Shen Tian flicked blood from his blade and gazed calmly at the fallen beast. Ding. Aberration slaughter successful, ironhide boar half-beast. Slaughter points gained 1. 0. Shen Tian watched the number flicker on his stat interface, rising from 0 to 1. 0. Stunning and slaughtering ox beasts earned only 0. 5 points each. This boar, fully alert, ferocious, had yielded a full point for a single decisive blow. Yet earlier the larger stunned ox beasts had granted only half a point. Did live conscious aberrations yield higher slaughter points? The ironhide boar's immense body struck the floor with a thunderous thud, kicking up dust. The factory hung in utter suffocating silence. Workers who'd scattered in terror now stood rigid, eyes riveted on the fallen beast, and Shen Tian beside it, drenched in blood, calm as still water. Xiong Gu rubbed his eyes, unaware his cigarette but had tumbled to the floor. His earlier rage at Li had vanished, doused like embers under ice water. He stared at Shen Tian, as if seeing a ghost. This kid. This morning he'd dispatched the ox beasts swiftly, but they'd been paralyzed, helpless. But this boar had charged, alive and raged, unstoppable. Xiong Gu had braced for catastrophe. And yet, 3 seconds. Shen Tian had ended it with a single flawless stroke. Was this even human? Nearby workers instinctively retreated half a step, tightening their grips on tools. Their gaze no longer saw a high school student. It saw all. It saw dread. It saw disbelief. Xiong Gu drew a slow, steadying breath, quelling the storm inside. He approached Shen Tian and halted a respectful distance away. His voice, rarely softened, lowered almost imperceptibly. Kid. He paused, throat dry. You really are that Martial Academy dropout? The question sounded foolish, even absurd. Shen Tian merely glanced up, gave a quiet nod, and resumed wiping blood from his blade. Dropped out of Shifeng Martial Academy. Xiong Gu studied Shen Tian's composure, blood-splattered breathing even and deep. He swallowed hard. This wasn't a teenager. He believed without hesitation that Shen Tian was a seasoned aberration hunter. Had the Shifeng martial examiners gone blind to let such a prodigy leave school? With this level of prowess, admission to a top-tier martial university was guaranteed. Xiong Gu clicked his tongue, glanced again at the boar's corpse, then turned sharply toward the dazed Li. Old Li, move fast. Clear this carcass. We've got work waiting. His order carried a subtle, unconscious deference. Even he failed to notice it. Li jolted upright, bowing profusely as he rallied the others into frantic motion. Workers lifted the boar's corpse with trembling hands. None dared approach Shen Tian too closely. After that heart-stopping interlude, the factory resumed its rhythm. Yet nothing would ever be the same. For everyone present, Shen Tian's image had irrevocably transformed. The workers, their hands trembling, dealt with the carcass of the iron-skinned pig, not daring to breathe too loudly. Shen Tian stood still, wiping the blood off his blade with a rag. He lifted his head, his gaze landing on Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong shuddered and quickly responded. Hey brother, speak your mind. Shen Tian's eyes were calm, but his words sent chills down everyone's spines. Can you stop electrocuting the rest? Just let them out. As his words fell, the air in the entire factory froze. Several workers dragging the carcasses slipped and nearly fell. They stared at Shen Tian as if he were a madman. Stop electrocuting. Just let them out. If that one they hadn't stunned had gotten loose, someone would have died already. Brother Xiong's mouth opened and closed, unable to form words for a long moment. He looked at Shen Tian's face, smeared with blood, yet eerily earnest, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Was this kid serious? Brother Xiong took a deep drag of his cigarette until the burning tip singed his fingers, snapping him back to reality. He stubbed it out and confirmed in a hoarse voice. You mean the remaining 9, none of them electrocuted, just let out for you to kill, eh? Shen Tian nodded. One word, crisp and decisive. Brother Xiong's heart pounded wildly. But the strength Shen Tian had just displayed made him dare not defy him. In his eyes, Shen Tian possessed the power of a true martial artist. In this society, who would dare cross a martial artist? Old Li, Brother Xiong bellowed. Go turn off the main switch. Old Li trembled violently, his voice shaking as he cried out. Brother Xiong, this breaks all the rules. Something terrible will happen. Just do as Brother Shen says. Brother Xiong cursed loudly. With Brother Shen here, what could go wrong? I told you to do it, so stop with the nonsense. Brother Xiong had already changed his address from kid to Brother Shen. It was clearly an attempt to curry favor. Old Li dared not talk back, tremblingly pressing the switch. With a rumble, the heavy iron gate slowly rose. No electric arcs. The iron-skinned pig dug its hooves into the ground and charged forward in a storm of foul wind. Shen Tian sidestepped precisely, dodging the tusks. The short blade in his hand traced an icy arc through the air. With a wet thud, the blade sank into the pig's eye socket, piercing straight into its brain. The immense momentum carried the beast several meters before it crashed to the ground. It twitched twice and lay still. Another kill in a single strike. Next, Shen Tian's voice rang out. Brother Xiong snapped back to attention. Open it. Keep going. With another rumble, the third one came. A wet thud. It fell. Another rumble. The fourth. A wet thud. It fell. Another rumble. The fifth. This time Shen Tian didn't strike immediately. In the instant the beast reached him, he twisted his body at an impossibly odd angle, sliding past its metallic hide. The bristles scraped against his clothes with a tearing sound. But in that fleeting moment, he reversed his grip and thrust the blade backward. It plunged precisely into the soft belly, then he slashed, cutting it open. The massive creature staggered forward a dozen meters, its entrails spilling across the floor, before collapsing in defeat. Ding. Successfully killed semi-beast, iron-skinned pig. Kill value gained 1. 0 points. Another point of kill value was credited. The expression on his face was one of pure exhilaration. He licked his lips, a grin spreading across his face. Fuck yes. So damn satisfying. This scene was etched into the eyes of everyone in the factory. They saw it. They saw that blood-soaked youth, after slaughtering a ferocious beast, reveal a look of contentment, one that could only be described as pleasure. A chill ran down everyone's spine. A worker swallowed hard, his iron hook slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. He's smiling. Is he some kind of psycho? Getting addicted to killing beasts. Damn, I've been in the slaughterhouse for 20 years and never seen anyone like this. Brother Xiong's hand holding his cigarette trembled slightly. He took a deep drag. This man could only be appeased, never offended. With a rumble, Shen Tian's movements grew faster and more economical. No more unnecessary probing. Every strike aimed for the most fatal weak spot. The eye socket, the throat, the heart. The blade rose and fell. One after another, the rampaging iron-skinned pigs turned into cold corpses and a string of scrolling numbers on the system panel. Kill value 6. 4 more remained. Shen Tian flicked the blood off his blade, standing still and breathing slightly heavily. Oldly. Shen Tian's voice was soft, yet it made Oldly jump. Yes, Brother Shen, your orders. Shen Tian sheathed his knife and flexed his wrist. Let the rest out. All at once. As his words fell, everyone's eyes widened in terror, yet no one dared to contradict him. Oldly gritted his teeth, his hand trembling so much he could barely grip the lever. He closed his eyes and yanked it down. With a thunderous rumble, the final gate swung open. For long-imprisoned iron-skinned pigs, their crimson eyes blazing with savage fury, charged out with ear-splitting roars. The ground shook. For black shadows from 4 different directions converged on the lone living being in the center with overwhelming force. All escape routes were sealed. It was a perfect kill. Brother Xiong's heart was in his throat, his eyes bulging as if they might split. Shen Tian stepped forward, facing the beast charging straight at him. Man and beast brushed past each other. In that instant, his butcher knife traced a perfect arc from bottom to top. With a wet thud, the blade sliced cleanly through the beast's throat. Blood sprayed. The creature didn't even have time to scream before its momentum carried it a dozen meters, crashing to the ground. One down. In the blink of an eye, the second beast from the left was already upon him, its sharp tusks aimed at his flank. Shen Tian didn't even look. He reversed his grip and thrust the blade backward. The tip sank into the beast's eye, piercing straight into its brain. Another one crashed to the ground. The remaining 2 had already formed a pincer. A violent gale came from both front and back. Shen Tian stomped hard, launching himself into the air. Midair, he twisted impossibly, planting 1 foot on the head of each charging beast. Bam! Bam! The 2 rampaging beasts, forced off balance by his immense strength, smashed into each other with a thunderous crash that echoed through the factory. The moment Shen Tian landed, he didn't even glance at the dazed pigs. He simply crouched, coiling his body. His blade became a blur. With 2 wet thuds, he plunged the knife into their hearts. 4. All dead. From the moment the gate opened to the fall of the last beast, no more than 10 seconds had passed. The factory was deathly silent. Only Shen Tian's slightly ragged breaths and the dripping of blood from his blade onto the concrete floor could be heard. Everyone was frozen. Their mouths agape, eyes wide, they stared at the blood-soaked youth standing amidst 4 massive carcasses. The scene was like an Azura crawling out of hell. With a clatter, a worker's hook slipped from his hand, hitting the floor with a piercing sound. The noise shattered the frozen air. The half-smoked cigarette dangling from Brother Xiong's lips fell to his feet. A martial artist. Brother Xiong's mind was utterly certain of Shen Tian's identity. A martial artist working in his own slaughterhouse. He never dared to dream of such a scene. He looked at Shen Tian, his eyes filled only with reverence. Shen Tian flicked the blood off his blade with a clean, crisp motion. He turned his gaze to Brother Xiong. Any more for today? Brother Xiong snapped back to reality and quickly waved his hands. No more, Brother Shen. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. All today's orders are done. Shen Tian nodded, sheathing the knife at his waist. I'm off work then. With that, he turned and walked away. Brother Xiong dared not stop him, not even daring to breathe loud. He wore a fawning smile, hunched over, and followed Shen Tian's retreating figure all the way to the factory gate. Take care, Brother Shen. You worked hard. His shout was laced with a clear tremor. The workers in the factory remained frozen in place, staring in the direction Shen Tian had left, not daring to breathe. Only when Shen Tian's silhouette completely vanished from the factory entrance did the suffocating pressure slowly dissipate. Phew. Brother Xiong let out a long, heavy sigh. He looked down at the half-smoked cigarette at his feet and ground it out viciously with his toe. Don't just stand there like idiots. Brother Xiong whirled around and roared at the stunned workers. Get to work. Can't you see all these pigs waiting to be processed? The workers jolted collectively at his shout, snapping back to their senses. They exchanged glances, the lingering terror still evident in each of their eyes. Move it. Hurry up. Oldly was the first to react, shouting orders at the top of his lungs. Hooks. Trolleys. Get the hell moving. The entire factory instantly shifted from dead silence to chaos. The workers scrambled to grab their tools and began processing the massive carcasses strewn across the floor. But their movements were far more clumsy than usual. A young worker hooked a leg of one iron-hide pig and pulled with all his might, but the carcass didn't budge. He couldn't help but look at the fatal wounds on the body. The eye socket, the throat, the heart. Every strike was a perfectly aimed vital point. Holy Mother. Is he even human? He muttered to himself. Shut your damn mouth. An older worker nearby hissed. If you want to die, don't drag us with you. From now on, that man is Master Shen, not someone you can gossip about. Brother Xiong walked over to the 4 carcasses that had crashed together, his eyelids twitching wildly at the sight of the twisted, deformed boar heads. He took a deep breath, walked over to Old Li, and lowered his voice. Old Li. Yes, Brother Xiong. From now on, whenever Brother Shen comes and goes, let him do as he pleases. Brother Xiong's tone was unprecedentedly serious. Pay him the highest rate. No, double the highest rate. Old Li was taken aback for a moment, then nodded emphatically. I understand, Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong looked at the mess all around, his expression complex. Shen Tian wove through a few old alleys and returned to his home. The room was small. A bed, a table, and a wardrobe were all it contained. He peeled off his t-shirt stained with blood and torn. He stepped into the cramped bathroom and turned on the shower. The warm water streamed over his body, washing away the smell of blood and the day's fatigue. Deep within his muscles, a dull ache throbbed, the after effect of pushing his limits in a short burst. But under the flow of water, his taut nerves gradually relaxed. He closed his eyes, replaying the day's events in his mind. The sensation of the blade slicing through flesh and sinew. That power of walking the edge between life and death, of total control, made every cell in his body tremble and cheer. After more than 10 minutes, Shen Tian dried himself and changed into clean, fresh clothes. He sat on the edge of the bed. The room was very quiet. Faint sounds of the bustling city drifted in from the window. He focused his mind. A pale blue virtual panel visible only to him slowly unfurled before his eyes. Host Shen Tian Spirit 10 Martial Realm Mortal Body 1020 Kill Value 10 Martial Arts Basic Blade Art 55 Basic Body Tempering Art 38 Talent Blade Proficiency White. Shen Tian's gaze settled on the line reading Kill Value 10. This was earned with his life. 10 Ironhide Pigs 10 kill points. He didn't hesitate for a moment. Get stronger. Add points. All on Martial Realm. The moment the thought landed, the numbers on the pale blue panel began to shift. Kill Value 0 Martial Realm Mortal Body 2020 Boom. A surge of warmth exploded without warning from the center of his chest, instantly flooding through his limbs and bones. The muscle soreness from pushing his limits earlier was swept away by the impact of this warm current. In its place was an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Shen Tian could clearly feel his bones becoming denser, his muscle fibers twisting into a tougher cord. He slowly clenched his fist. The air in his palm let out a faint compressed squeak. Power. An overflowing sense of strength gave him the illusion that he could punch through a steel plate. The mortal body realm had reached perfection. He could sense that his body had hit a limit. A thin, invisible barrier lay just ahead. Piercing it would open up a whole new world. That was the true realm of a martial artist. Just one step away. Just then, a new line of small text quietly appeared on the system panel. Note: Mortal Body Realm Perfected. To break through to first-class martial artist, you must cultivate an advanced body tempering art. Shen Tian's pupils contracted slightly. The art he had been practicing was nothing but the common basic body tempering art. It was promoted in all high schools across Dragon Nation. 3 years of high school practicing the basic body tempering art, honing one's chi and blood to the peak of an ordinary human. This was what they called mortal body perfection. Achieving it by senior year granted one entry into an ordinary martial arts university. After entering university, one could study an advanced body tempering art, and then break through to become a martial artist. An advanced body tempering art. Shen Tian stared at the prompt on the panel. Of course he knew. For 3 years in high school, the teachers had drilled this into them until they were blue in the face. To train desperately to hone the body, all to reach mortal body perfection by the college entrance exam and earn a ticket into a martial arts university. Shen Tian lowered his head and looked at his clenched fist. He thought of the so-called top students at school. Those whose chi and blood were far above ordinary people upon enrollment, coddled by teachers and given the best resources. But even they had taken a full 3 years to reach mortal body perfection. And him, one day, no, strictly speaking, less than half a day. In that bloody slaughterhouse, killing 10 half-formed mutant beasts. He had walked the path that took others 3 years. Why even go to university? His system was the kill value system, not a learning system. Could he grow stronger by staying in an ivory tower? Only slaughter. Endless slaughter was the only way for him to climb to the peak at the fastest speed. This world was overrun with mutant beasts fraught with danger. Comfort itself was a sin. He had to go outside the city, to the wilderness, to the places where the true, bloodthirsty mutant beasts roamed. Only there was his paradise. Shen Tian weighed the slaughtering knife in his hand. He lifted his head and looked at Old Li, who was about to pull the gate lever not far away. Old Li's hand rested on the control rod, ready to release a semi-beast, as usual. Uncle Li. Shen Tian suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but cutting clearly through the clamorous roars of the beasts. Old Li paused mid-motion and turned back with a puzzled look. Pull the main switch over there and let out about a dozen at once. Old Li's eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? A dozen? Old Li thought he had misheard. Xionggu, standing nearby, was startled, the fat on his face trembling violently. He rushed over, spittle flying. Brother Shen, what kind of joke is this? These are wild bulls. Thick-skinned, immensely strong wild bulls. Though they're only semi-beasts, when they charge madly, they can flip a small car. A dozen charging together is like a wall crashing down. You won't even have a place to dodge. Xionggu slapped his thigh in panic. Shen Tian's expression remained calm, his eyes as still as an ancient well. He showed no ripple of emotion from Xionggu's anxiety. Xionggu, I know what I'm doing. After this batch, I need to get back to training. Don't waste time. With that, he looked at Old Li and gave a slight chin lift. Open the gate. That undeniable authority made Old Li swallow involuntarily. This kid's killing intent was heavier than those beasts in the cages. Old Li glanced at Xionggu. Xionggu gritted his teeth, looked into Shen Tian's fearless eyes, and steeled himself. Old Li, open it. If something goes wrong, you'll take the blame. If this kid can't hold up, shut the door quickly. Old Li tremblingly grasped the red main gate handle. He pressed down hard. Clang. The heavy iron gate rose slowly under the push of hydraulic rods. Roar. The long-suppressed savage howls exploded instantly. 10 wild bulls as massive as tanks with red eyes and snorting thick breaths charged out of the cages, scrambling over one another. The ground began to tremble. Dust flew up. 10 bulls charging side by side created a scene like a small earthquake. The stench of blood and the oppressive force rushed toward them. Xionggu's heart was in his throat, his palms drenched in cold sweat. Shen Tian stepped forward to meet the rolling tide of beasts. That step was as swift as lightning. The wild bulls, which yesterday required his full concentration, now moved in slow motion, as if played at double speed. Mortal body perfection. It brought not only enhanced strength, but also a qualitative leap in neural reaction speed. The first bull lowered its head, its thick horns aimed straight at Shen Tian's abdomen. Shen Tian sidestepped slightly. The horn brushed past his clothes. In the instant they passed each other, the slaughtering knife in Shen Tian's hand turned into a gray blur. The sound of a blade cutting into flesh was so faint it was nearly drowned out by the hoofbeats. The bull kept charging, but a line of blood sprayed from its neck. It ran 3 or 4 meters before its massive body crashed to the ground, sliding far across the marble floor. A single fatal blow. No one even saw how he struck. But this was only the beginning. The remaining 9 bulls were already upon him. Instead of retreating, Shen Tian advanced, moving like a fish weaving through raging waves. Sidestep slash. Duck upward thrust. Turn horizontal cut. Shen Tian's movements were simple yet efficient. Throat-size hearts. Every strike was lethal. Blood splattered across the slaughterhouse floor. The knife in Shen Tian's hand seemed alive. With each flash, another bull fell. Shen Tian reversed his grip and severed the last bull's carotid artery. Hot beast blood sprayed across his cheek. He didn't even blink. Bang. The last bull's massive corpse hit the ground, twitched a couple of times, and lay still. The entire process took less than a minute. The slaughterhouse fell silent again, leaving only the thick smell of blood and bodies strewn everywhere. Shen Tian flicked the blood droplets off his knife, his chest barely heaving. He wasn't even out of breath. For him, now this intensity of battle wasn't even a warm-up. Next batch. Shen Tian turned to look at the 2 men who stood dumbfounded. At the entrance, Xionggu stared wide-eyed at the youth standing amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. His mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist. It was like slicing vegetables. 10 wild bulls. Even a formal martial artist wouldn't dare claim to win so effortlessly, would they? Only 1 night had passed. Just 1 night. How had this kid's strength grown again? Xionggu swallowed hard, his throat dry. He looked at Shen Tian's calm young face, and a storm raged in his heart. This rate of progress was simply unreasonable. Could he be a martial arts prodigy from the outside world? A top candidate for the martial arts university? Don't just stand there. Shen Tian's voice was soft, but it snapped the 2 lost souls back to reality. Listen to him. Rumble. The iron gate rose. The enraged bulls, like a burst dam, charged with overwhelming fury toward that tiny human figure. The ground shook violently. The hanging lamps swayed fiercely, while Shen Tian battled the bulls on the path outside the slaughterhouse. 3 boys in flashy school uniforms were swaggering toward the place. The leader, with slicked back hair and an arrogant demeanor, was Li Zihao. Behind him, 2 lackeys followed with sycophantic smiles. Brother, how is it certain? Is Shen Tian really slaughtering pigs here? The lackey on the left wrinkled his nose in disgust at the stench. Li Zihao snorted with contempt. No doubt. The school has expelled him. Where else could this stray dog go but to some lowly place to sell his strength? I heard Xionggu here took him in as a butcher to earn a meal. The lackey on the right chimed in dramatically. Oh, a butcher. The once promising university candidate now dealing with beasts. How laughable. That's what you call mud that can't be plastered on a wall. The three burst into laughter. Li Zihao adjusted his cuff, his face radiating confidence. I planned to slowly ruin him at school, but he was too stubborn, refusing to give up the privileged spot. But it's fine. At school, I had to be somewhat careful about appearances. Now that he's out, if soft words don't work, well, use force. Li Zihao stopped and clenched his fist. Crack, crack. The joints popped. A formidable surge of blood energy emanated from his body, making the surrounding air feel hotter. Congratulations, Brother Hao. The lackey on the left brightened and immediately flattered him. This aura. Brother, how have you broken through to mortal body mastery? Li Zihao raised his chin, smugly basking in their praise. Broke through last night. Now I can crush the old Shen Tian with one hand. Mortal body mastery. Among high school students, this was top-tier combat power. It already qualified him to aim for a martial arts university. Unfortunately, getting into a martial arts university was just the beginning. He'd need countless cultivation resources afterward. That's why he coveted Shen Tian's privileged spot. Li Zihao looked at the half-open iron door in the distance, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. If Shen Tian knows what's good for him, he'll hand it over and kowtow 3 times, and maybe you'll spare him a meal. If he refuses a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He sneered and stepped forward. Then don't blame me for being ruthless and leaving him bedridden for life. Let's go. Let's see how our great genius Shen Tian's butchering skills are coming along. Li Zihao kicked open the half-closed side door. Bang! The iron door slammed against the wall with a loud crash. But the sound was instantly swallowed by the scene inside. Li Zihao's sneer froze on his face. The 2 lackeys were so terrified their legs went weak, nearly collapsing. The thick, cloying stench of blood hit them straight in the face. As far as the eye could see, there were only corpses. The bodies of wild bulls were piled into a small mountain. Above that mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a figure drenched in gore stood with his back to them, holding a still dripping, slaughtering knife. Hearing the noise, the figure slowly turned around. A pair of pitch-black eyes coldly swept over them. That gaze was too cold, exuding a chill that held all life in contempt. Li Zihao's heart clenched violently. In his memory, Shen Tian never had such eyes, did he? But he quickly snapped out of it, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It must be anger, resentment at being forced into the slaughterhouse. What was there to fear? He himself had achieved the mortal body perfection. Who are you trying to fool? Li Zihao didn't spare another glance at the corpses strewn across the floor. In his view, this was undoubtedly the slaughterhouse owner's handiwork. As for Shen Tian, he was merely a fox borrowing the tiger's might, posing with a knife. Did you kill all these beasts? Li Zihao kicked a nearby bull's head, his tone dripping with mockery. With your pitiful bit of blood energy, you couldn't even scratch the hide. The 2 lackeys snapped back to reality and joined in the jeers. Boss Li's right, this guy's probably just here to mop the floor. Who are you trying to scare with that knife? Do you really think you're a martial artist? Shen Tian ignored these buzzing flies. He meticulously wiped the bloodstains from the blade, his movements deliberate and focused. He treated the trio as if they were thin air. This utter disregard felt like a profound insult to Li Zihao. Back at school, this kid always kept his head down when he saw me. Now that he's expelled, he's suddenly got guts. I'm talking to you. Li Zihao's face darkened as he strode across the bloody puddles to stand before Shen Tian. The aura of his mortal body perfection surged forth undisguised. The pressure was immense. Shen Tian, I don't have all day to waste on you. Li Zihao extended a hand palm open in front of Shen Tian. His eyes were haughty, as if bestowing a favor. Hand over the preferential admission transfer document. If you cooperate, I'll let bygones be bygones. I might even put in a word with the principal to let you back in school. The 2 lackeys chimed in immediately. Better thank Boss Li. He's being merciful, giving you a way out. Shen Tian paused his wiping. He slowly lifted his eyelids to gaze at the impeccably manicured hand before him. A faint smile curled at his lips. And if I refuse? Li Zihao's eye twitched, his patience exhausted. You ungrateful wretch. Do you think just because you're out of school I can't touch you? Today I'll show you the might of mortal body perfection. Brother Xiong, standing in the corner, wore an expression of sheer incredulity. Having watched for a moment, he understood. This Li Zihao was likely some spoiled brat. Shen Tian's expulsion probably had something to do with him. But was this rich kid's head filled with mush? Mortal body perfection. Yes, it was strong. To an ordinary high schooler, it was indeed a realm to be revered. But was he blind? Couldn't he see the shredded flesh and bovine bones? Those were genuine wild oxen. Even a true ranked martial artist wouldn't claim to have slaughtered them all so quickly. This kid actually thought he could challenge a blood-soaked butcher with mere mortal body perfection. Brother Xiong shook his head, stubbing out his cigarette under his heel. He silently lit a virtual candle for this clueless young master. There were easier ways to die. In the arena, Li Zihao, seeing Shen Tian's silence, assumed he was intimidated. His smugness grew. Scared. Too late. Li Zihao bellowed, stomping his foot on the ground. Cracks spiderwebbed across the concrete floor. He launched himself forward, right fist clenched, aiming a whistling punch straight at Shen Tian's face. This punch carried his full force, no holds barred. He intended to cripple Shen Tian. Crushing rock fist. The two lackeys cheered, waving their arms. Boss Li is mighty. Smash this brat's skull. The fierce wind of the punch ruffled the hair on Shen Tian's forehead. Facing this powerful blow, Shen Tian didn't even raise an eyelid. In his eyes, Li Zihao's attack posed less threat than the wild oxen who had at least fought for their lives. Just as the fist was inches from his nose, Shen Tian raised his left hand, fingers spread. Slap. A crisp, dull sound echoed in the empty slaughterhouse. That punch, strong enough to shatter stone, was caught with effortless grace. It was as steady as a mountain, utterly unmoved. That slender, pale hand was like an insurmountable chasm blocking his path. The air fell silent. The sneers on the lackeys' faces froze instantly. Their mouths, still open in shouts, emitted no sound. Li Zihao's pupils contracted violently. How was this possible? He was at mortal body perfection. This punch could dent a steel plate. How could a waste like Shen Tian catch it? And with such ease. Is this your trump card? Shen Tian's voice was calm, a tranquility that was deeply unsettling. He looked at the stunned Li Zihao, a cold smile curving his lips. Mortal body perfection. It's nothing special. As his words fell, Shen Tian's fingers abruptly tightened. Crack. The sound of bones splintering was sharp and piercing. Oh! A blood-curdling scream tore through the slaughterhouse. Li Zihao's face contorted in agony, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. His hand bones had been crushed by Shen Tian. The excruciating pain not only robbed him of his ability to fight, but also made his legs buckle uncontrollably. Thud! Li Zihao knelt before Shen Tian, his knees hitting the blood-soaked ground. His once pristine school uniform was instantly stained with gore. The once arrogant Master Li was now like a stray dog with a broken spine. Let go. My hand. It's broken. It's broken. Li Zihao was a mess of tears and snot, all his earlier swagger gone. Shen Tian's expression was blank as he lightly twisted his wrist. The still dripping butcher knife, its cold steel blade, slapped against Li Zihao's face. Slap. Slap. Two resounding blows. Struck with the flat of the blade. Li Zihao's cheeks instantly swelled, and a few bloody teeth flew out with a spray of blood. Didn't you say you'd put me in bed? Shen Tian looked down at him, his eyes deep and unfathomable. It was the gaze one reserved for the dead. Li Zihao's head was ringing. His cheeks burned with a fiery pain, the humiliating mark of the blade. Yet compared to the pain on his face, the agony of his shattered hand bones was suffocating. He knelt in a pool of blood, trembling uncontrollably. Why? Just days ago he was a pushover you could knead at will. How had he become a demon who devoured men without spitting out their bones? He was at mortal body perfection. Though not yet ranked, he was a dominant force at school. How could he not even withstand a single move from Shen Tian? He hadn't even seen the move before his hand was crippled. Li Zihao struggled to lift his head, his gaze passing over Shen Tian's blood-caked shoes to the scene behind him. There, the mountain of wild ox carcasses was a horrifying sight. Earlier he had mocked Shen Tian for posing, for borrowing the tiger's might. But now, watching Shen Tian effortlessly dominate him, a terrifying thought crept into his mind. Could it be that he really did kill all these beasts? Li Zihao's heart seemed to skip a beat. Fear like a tidal wave surged forth, drowning all his pride and arrogance in an instant. Boss Li, shit, let him go. The two lackeys finally snapped out of their stupor. Seeing their leader being ground into the dirt, their instincts honed by years of bullying kicked in despite the creeping dread. They pulled weapons from their belts, yelling as they charged forward. Kid, you're asking for it. Lay a hand on Boss Li and he'll kill you. They bet Shen Tian wouldn't dare to actually kill. Without even turning his head, Shen Tian merely cast a sidelong glance, his peripheral vision sweeping over them. That look held no emotion, no anger, no killing intent. It didn't even register them as living beings. Only a profound indifference. It was the overwhelming bloodlust of someone who had just butchered dozens of wild oxen, a murderous aura that still clung to him. The two lackeys felt a chill shoot straight to their brains. It was as if a bloodthirsty beast had its fangs at their throats. Their steps, already taken, froze midair. The sensation was too terrifying. One more step forward and they would truly die? Without a doubt. Clatter. One of them dropped his weapon on the concrete floor. Then a stench of urine filled the air. The two lackeys who had been so boisterous moments before were now pale as ghosts, their pants soaked through. Yellow liquid dripped down their pant legs onto the ground. They had wet themselves. With just a single glance, Shen Tian had frightened two hardened thugs into losing control of their bladders. Brother Xiong in the corner gasped sharply, the cigarette pack in his hand crumpled. This was presence. A true hardened one who had seen blood and taken lives didn't need to lift a finger. A single glance was enough to make cowards scatter in terror. Shen Tian withdrew his gaze as if merely shooing away two annoying flies. He turned his attention back to the trembling Li Zihao before him. His right hand exerted slight force. The blade pressed down. The sharp edge instantly sliced through Li Zihao's facial skin, oozing a trail of blood beads. Was that question so hard to answer? Shen Tian's voice was soft, yet clearly pierced Li Zihao's ears. Weren't you going to cripple me? Come on, I'm standing right here. Li Zihao had no bravado left. The excruciating pain and sheer terror had utterly broken him. Tears and mucus streamed down his face, mingling with the blood, creating a nauseating sight. No, I dare not. Brother Shun, I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. Please don't kill me. Li Zihao frantically knocked his head against the ground, not daring to stop, even as the skin of his forehead broke. All he wanted now was to survive. Shen Tian looked down at this groveling broken cur at his feet, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. So this was the so-called school bully. So this was the so-called mortal body mastery. Stripped of that veneer of bravado, inside was nothing but a disgusting heap of decay. Which hand offered it? Shen Tian suddenly spoke. Li Zihao was stunned, not yet comprehending. Shen Tian's butcher knife suddenly flipped, and the spine of the blade came crashing down with force. Crack. This time it was the left hand. Ah! Li Zihao's scream once again echoed through the slaughterhouse. He curled up in agony like a shrimp writhing wildly in the pool of blood. Since this hand can't handle things, either there's no need to keep it. Shen Tian's tone was flat. Get lost. The simple word was like a pardon. The two terrified lackeys, ignoring the filth in their pants, scrambled over, hoisted up the half-dead Li Zihao, and fled. They didn't even dare pick up the weapons on the ground, afraid that a second's delay would turn them into corpses in the slaughterhouse. With so many beast carcasses around, disposing of a human body seemed easy enough. The slaughterhouse fell silent once more. Only the thick smell of blood in the air bore witness to what had just transpired. Brother Xiong swallowed hard, his throat dry. So ruthless. This kid was definitely going to be someone important. Shen Tian ignored Brother Xiong's stare and continued speaking to old Li in the distance. Next batch. The sun had reached its zenith. The stifling air was filled with the stench of blood and offal. Clang. Shen Tian casually tossed the blunted butcher knife into an iron bucket. Blood splattered onto the concrete floor. Shen Tian rolled his stiff neck. Old Li still clutched the iron hook. Staring at the floor covered in brute ox carcasses, his gaze was vacant. He swallowed and stammered, Brother Shun. That's all. Shen Tian frowned slightly. It's not even late yet. Old Li pointed to the clock on the wall, and then to the mountain of carcasses behind him. It's noon. The 40 brute oxen delivered this morning. They're all here. All slaughtered. The entire workshop was dead silent. Every worker had stopped. They stared at Shen Tian like he was a monster. Normally, a skilled worker could only manage 5 or 6 in a morning, and that required teamwork. Shen Tian alone. One morning, 40 head, and each one was killed with a single clean stroke, a technique so clean it made one's skin crawl. This wasn't slaughter. This was art. Even the brood oxen hadn't had time to let out a loud cry as they died. Shen Tian glanced at the system panel. Kill count 40, he wore a satisfied expression. The entire morning he had been immersed in slaughter, almost losing track of time and quantity. All right. Shen Tian walked to the faucet. He turned it on. The cold water washed the bloodstains from his hands. The crimson water swirled down the drain. He took off the blood-soaked apron and hung it on the wall. Time to eat. Brother Xiong promptly reminded. Only then did the workers dare to breathe freely. They watched Shen Tian's retreating figure, their eyes filled with reverence. The strong, wherever they are always treated favorably. The cafeteria was buzzing with noise. The moment Shen Tian stepped into the cafeteria, the clamor near the entrance fell silent instantly. A few workers carrying trays instinctively stepped aside to make way. Even the usually shaking lunch lady, whose hands trembled like someone with Parkinson's, broke into a wrinkled smile when she saw Shen Tian. Chef Shun is here. The lattice ladle was as steady as a mountain. A heaping scoop of braised brood ox meat. This was specially arranged by Brother Xiong in the kitchen. The meat was glossy red and fragrant. The workers queuing nearby stared with bulging eyes. Their bowls contained only bland cabbage, tofu, and ordinary pork. But no one dared to complain. Shen Tian carried his overflowing tray and sat by a window. He ate voraciously. The beast meat entered his stomach, turning into rolling heat that nourished his parched meridians. This feeling was incredible. Every bite brought a surge of power. Brother Shun, a burly figure, blocked the light. Brother Xiong set his tray down and sat opposite Shen Tian. He pulled out an unopened pack of premium cigarettes and slid it across the table. His movements were light, tinged with a hint of testing and ingratiation. Shen Tian didn't even look up. His chopsticks continued to swiftly pick up meat and bring it to his mouth. I don't smoke. Brother Xiong wasn't embarrassed. He chuckled, put the cigarettes away, and lit one for himself. He took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, Brother Xiong's brutish face grew somber. I won't pry into your grudge with that kid today. But it seems that kid has considerable backing. You crippled his hand. This enmity is sealed for good. Brother Xiong spoke while observing Shen Tian's expression. But apart from his focus on the food, Shen Tian's face revealed nothing. I know. Shen Tian finally spoke, his mouth still full of meat, his tone muffled. Yet it carried an air of utter indifference. Brother Xiong stared at Shen Tian's utterly calm face. The ash from his cigarette had burned along while falling onto his grease-stained pants. He didn't brush it off. This kid was too composed. His calmness was unnerving. Shen Tian stuffed the last piece of beef into his mouth. He chewed. He swallowed. He even used a piece of bread to soak up every last drop of sauce on the plate. Not a trace remained. Clang. The empty tray was tossed onto the table. Shen Tian picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth leisurely. Brother Xiong, speak your mind. Shen Tian lifted his eyelids, his gaze cold and clear. Brother Xiong gave a dry laugh and stubbed out his cigarette in the tray. Sizzle. A wisp of smoke rose. Brother Shen is a man who understands. Brother Xiong leaned forward, lowering his voice. This slaughterhouse is just a place to make a living for those without real talent. Your knife skills and the ruthlessness you showed dealing with that kid. That's not something an ordinary person could develop. Brother Shen, don't mind me being blunt. This place can't hold a dragon like you. Brother Xiong spoke while observing Shen Tian's reaction. Having navigated the streets for years, his judgment of people was razor sharp. The scent of blood and violence emanating from Shen Tian was even more potent than the stench accumulated over a decade in this slaughterhouse. How could such a man be content to slaughter cattle here for a lifetime? Shen Tian remained silent. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the workers in the canteen who were bickering over scraps of fatty meat. His eyes were indifferent. Indeed, this place was far too comfortable. I just wanted to ask, what are your plans for the future? Seeing that Shen Tian wasn't repulsed, Brother Xiong grew slightly bolder. If you have nowhere to go, I can set you up with a path. You could become a guard for one of the big families in the city. Good pay, little work, and respectable. In his view, this was the best way out. With Shen Tian's skills, becoming a captain of the guards would be a trivial feat. Shen Tian casually flicked the crumpled paper ball in his hand. The paper ball traced an arc through the air, landing with precision into a trash can several meters away. No need. Shen Tian's refusal was decisive. Become a dog for a family. No interest. He stood up, straightening his collar. I'm going to enlist. Brother Xiong's hand, holding a cigarette, trembled violently. What? You want to enlist? Brother Xiong's voice suddenly rose sharply, causing several nearby workers to turn their heads. He quickly lowered his voice, leaning forward, the flesh on his face quivering with urgency. Brother, are you insane? Do you know what kind of place that is, eh? The front line is a meat grinder. Countless go in and don't even leave a bone behind. You'd be fighting real aberrant beasts. With your talents, you could live a life of luxury anywhere. Why go seek death? Brother Xiong genuinely didn't understand. In this era, a disgraceful life was better than a glorious death. Enlist. That meant putting your life on the line, never knowing if you'd see the next dawn. The mortality rate was as high as 90%. It was a death sentence. Shen Tian looked at the agitated brother Xiong, his expression still terrifyingly calm. He understood these truths, but he knew even more clearly what he wanted. In this world where martial arts reigned supreme, it was astronomically difficult for commoners to rise up. Resources, cultivation techniques, and elixirs were all tightly monopolized by the noble clans. A waste like Li Zihao, merely because he had a good father, could be piled with elixirs to reach the mortal realm's grand completion. But for commoners like him, no matter how great their talent, without a cultivation technique to guide them, they would be stuck in the mortal realm for life, merely becoming a laborer with more strength. He refused to accept this. The system could only grant him kill value and enhance his attributes. But to break through the shackles of cultivation realms and master true martial skills, he needed a technique. Only the military. It was the most dangerous place, yet also the place of greatest opportunity. It was the only place that didn't look at background, only at military merit. As long as you dared to kill, as long as you were tough enough, you could trade for everything you desired. I know it's a meat grinder, but it's the only place that has what I want. Brother Xiong was stunned. What do you want? A technique. Shen Tian uttered 2 words. I want a cultivation technique. To break through to the martial warrior realm. Brother Xiong's mouth fell open, unable to close for a long time. It was as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. A martial warrior. For people at the bottom, like them, a martial warrior was like an immortal in the heavens. They dared not even dream of it. Yet this young man before him spoke of it so matter-of-factly, as if it weren't some unattainable dream but a commodity sitting on a shelf ready for him to reach out and take. This confidence, or rather this arrogance, sent a shiver down Brother Xiong's spine. He looked into Shen Tian's eyes. Brother Xiong took a deep breath through the cigarette, but that had burned to the end on the ground, and stomped it out fiercely. All right, you've got guts. Brother Xiong spoke these 3 words with great weight. But then, he changed his tone. The Federation's conscription has an iron rule. Must be 18 years of age. Brother Xiong looked Shen Tian up and down. Brother, judging by your face you're 17, at most, right? If you go to the recruitment office, they'll take one look at your ID and kick you right out. Forget enlisting, you won't even get past the gate of the military station. Shen Tian frowned slightly. Brother Xiong had been watching Shen Tian all along. Seeing the gloom in Shen Tian's eyes, he knew the moment was ripe. This kid, he was a wolf cub. A man like this, give him a piece of meat, and he could bite off a piece of the sky. But Brother Xiong suddenly lowered his voice. His fleshy face scrunched together, looking somewhat mysterious. You can't join the regular army. That doesn't mean there's nowhere to go. He tapped the table lightly with his finger. Thump thump. The sound was muffled. Brother Shen, I can see you're a ruthless man. You dropped out of martial arts high school and dared to come to my factory. The way you handled that kid earlier really impressed me. Shen Tian looked up. His gaze was like a blade, piercing straight through Brother Xiong's face. Brother Xiong, just say it directly. Brother Xiong wasn't annoyed. Instead, he let out a sly chuckle, revealing a mouthful of yellowed, smoke-stained teeth. Mercenaries, or rather wilderness hunters. The moment these 3 words were uttered, Shen Tian's eyes flickered. Seeing this, Brother Xiong became even more animated. He leaned forward, almost lying on the table. His voice dropped even lower, audible only to the 2 of them. Outside the city, that's the territory of aberrant beasts. It's also a lawless land. There's a group of people there who make a living by putting their lives on the line. Hunting aberrant beasts, searching for relics, escorting black market goods. As long as you pay, they'll sell their lives. Brother Xiong licked his dry, cracked lips. A glint of greed and fear intertwined flashed in his eyes. They don't check IDs there. They don't ask how old you are. They don't care who your father is. They only look at one thing. Brother Xiong raised his hand and made a chopping motion across his neck. They look at whether your blade is sharp enough, whether your heart is ruthless enough. Shen Tian didn't speak. He just listened quietly. But Brother Xiong could feel the change in the young man's aura. You want a cultivation technique. In the military, to get an ordinary martial warrior technique, you'd have to trade your life for military merits. Without 3 to 5 years, don't even think about it. But with those mercenaries, haha. Brother Xiong gave a dry chuckle. Things taken from the dead are ownerless. Shen Tian narrowed his eyes. Ownerless goods. Those 4 words were very appealing. In this cannibalistic world, the law only protected the strong. In the wilderness, if you died, you died. No one would investigate a dead man. As long as you kept your hands clean, who would know if you killed for loot or scavenged a corpse? Sounds good. Shen Tian put down the chopsticks in his hand. The stainless steel chopsticks made a crisp sound as they hit the table. But this line of work isn't for just anyone, is it? Since it was a lawless land, it must have its own thresholds. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry could go to the wilderness and get rich, the city would be empty. Brother Xiong chuckled slyly. His face jiggled with fat. He pulled out another cigarette, didn't light it, just sniffed it greedily at the tip of his nose. Brother Shen is a man who understands. In a place like that, without someone to guide you, you wouldn't even find a supply point. A fresh face would most likely be seen as a fat sheep. You'd be butchered by your own kind before you even saw an aberrant beast. Brother Xiong tucked the cigarette behind his ear and leaned in closer. His shrewd little eyes were fixed on Shen Tian. He was gambling. Gambling that this powerful outsider Shen Tian could stir up a storm. By doing him a favor now, it might save his life later. I have connections. Brother Xiong lowered his voice. A few years back, I spent some time outside too. Didn't make a name for myself, but I made a few friends who deal in black market goods. There's an old fox among them who works as a middleman. If he nods, getting you a temporary hunter's ID won't be a problem. Shen Tian looked at him. He didn't speak. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Even a 3-year-old knows that. Brother Xiong felt a little creeped out by Shen Tian's stare. That gaze was too cold. It felt like being stared down by a hungry wolf, its eyes fixed on your throat. He gave a dry laugh and rubbed the grease and grime on his hands. Of course, I'm not doing this for nothing. If Brother Shen makes it big in the future, just don't forget your old pal here. In these times, more friends mean more paths. Shen Tian withdrew his gaze. This reason was credible enough. No one gets up early without profit. If Brother Xiong had said something like, I like your face, or for justice, he would have suspected this fatty was trying to sell him out. This kind of naked exchange of interest was actually reassuring. When can it be arranged? Shen Tian asked directly. He wasn't one for beating around the bush. Since he had decided to take this path, the sooner the better. Every day wasted was another day he was further from the martial warrior realm. Seeing Shen Tian relent, Brother Xiong was overjoyed. This investment was solid. In Brother Xiong's view, as long as Shen Tian got a suitable technique, he could break through to martial warrior. He was now forging a bond with a future martial warrior. Of course, if Shen Tian died in the wilderness, it was his own choice. Give me 3. No, 2 days. Brother Xiong held up 2 fingers as thick as carrots and waved them in front of Shen Tian. In 2 days I'll have the path paved for you. Then you go see that old fox directly. As for whether you can catch his eye, that depends on your own skills. Shen Tian stood up. The chair scraped against the floor with a harsh sound. All right, 2 days. I'll wait for your news. In these 2 days, get me some more semi-aberrant beasts. I need to practice. With that, he turned and left, without a single superfluous word. His back was straight, exuding a cold, untouchable aura. Brother Xiong watched Shen Tian's silhouette disappear through the canteen door, then let out a long breath. A layer of cold sweat had broken out on his back. This kid, his aura was too strong. He was just an underage brat, so why did he feel more dangerous than a real martial warrior? Brother Xiong fumbled for his lighter and clicked it several times before lighting the cigarette. He took a deep drag. The acrid smoke swirled in his lungs, calming him down a little. Damn, what a monster, he muttered under his breath. But deep in his eyes a flicker of excitement shone. He felt he had made the right bet this time. Outside the slaughterhouse, Shen Tian took a deep breath. A wilderness hunter. A mercenary. It truly sounded like a life-risking endeavor. But he had no choice. Li Zihao had already come knocking. This failure would not be taken lightly, especially after he had thoroughly humiliated him. He had to become stronger. At the very least, he needed to break through to the martial disciple realm. To grow stronger, he had to kill. He returned to that rented room, less than 10 square meters in size. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and cheap instant noodles. Shen Tian locked the door behind him and threw himself onto the creaky hardboard bed. Every bone in his body ached as if it had been dismantled and reassembled, yet his spirit was strangely exhilarated. This was the aftermath of killing. The emptiness after an adrenaline rush was enough to drive anyone mad. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his heart. System. With a thought, the pale blue panel that only he could see materialized before him. Host, Shen Tian Spirit, 10 Martial Realm Mortal Fetus, 2020, Kill Value 40 Martial Arts Basic Blade Mastery, 55, Basic Body, Tempering Method 38 Talent Blade Proficiency, White 40 points of kill value. This was the blood money he had earned by swinging his blade day and night in the slaughterhouse. It was also his capital to turn his life around. In this damned world, only by holding power in your hands could you truly be alive. Add all points to Basic Body Tempering Method. Shen Tian didn't hesitate for a moment. As his will descended, the numbers on the panel began to jump wildly. The kill value decreased rapidly. The number behind Basic Body Tempering Method shot up like a rocket. 48, 58, 88, boom. A scorching stream of air exploded within his body out of nowhere. It wasn't like the lukewarm feeling during usual cultivation. This current was overwhelmingly domineering, like boiling magma surging madly through his blood vessels. Shen Tian grunted. Every muscle in his body tensed, and his veins bulged like hideous earthworms writhing beneath his skin. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds like popping beans came from within his body. His bones were reshaping, his fascia strengthening. His originally frail frame visibly began to fill out. They weren't the dead muscles built in a gym. They were sleek, explosive muscle lines, each one containing astonishing power. After a long while, the burning sensation gradually faded. Shen Tian panted, heavily drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the water. He slowly sat up and clenched his fist. The air was crushed, emitting a sharp pop. This strength was more than double what it was before. Shen Tian stood up and casually performed a set of basic punches. The sound of wind echoed in the cramped room. His movements were fluid and smooth without any hesitation. Qi and blood surged within him, the feeling of fullness intoxicating. Basic Body Tempering Method complete. Over the next 2 days, the slaughterhouse became an abattoir. Brother Xiong was a man of his word. Since he said he would invest, he went all out. Using connections unknown to Shen Tian, he had managed to bring in a large number of semi-beasts from several surrounding farms. In the backyard of the slaughterhouse, the roars of beasts shook the heavens. The stench of blood was thick and unyielding. The workers kept their distance, afraid of being hurt by the frenzied creatures. Only a single figure moved through that sea of blood. Shen Tian held his ever-present boning knife. The blade had been chipped, but was sharpened again to a gleaming edge. Killed Semi-Beast, Ironhide Bull kill value 1. Killed Semi-Beast, Ironhide Pig kill value 1. Killed Semi-Beast, Silverhorn Goat kill value 1. Just as the system's kill value broke through 100 points. Ding. Kill value accumulated to 100 points. Current talent is eligible for upgrade. Talent upgrade. Shen Tian's hand gripping the knife tightened suddenly. Open panel. Whoosh. The pale blue light screen unfolded on his retina. Host Shen Tian Spirit 10 Martial Realm Mortal Fetus 2020 Kill Value 100 Martial Arts Basic Blade Mastery 55 Complete Basic Body Tempering Method 88 Complete Talent Blade Proficiency White Upgradable Talent was the foundation. Only by laying a solid foundation could the path ahead be broad and long. Moreover, he was about to become a wilderness hunter. He needed a trump card for survival. Shen Tian's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, Upgrade Talent. The moment his will took effect, the kill value on the panel instantly reset to 0. Immediately after, a flood of information poured into Shen Tian's sea of consciousness. Countless images of blade swings flashed rapidly through his mind. Chop/lift thrust. Tens of thousands of strikes. Each one was more perfect than the last. Each one was more lethal than the last. The original clumsy muscle memory was forcibly erased. In its place was an instinct forged through 1,000 refinements. The boning knife in his hand seemed to come alive. It was no longer a cold piece of iron. It had become an extension of his arm, a part of his body. His blood vessels connected with the hilt. His breath synchronized with the blade's edge. This feeling was too marvelous. The mysterious sensation gradually settled within him. Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes. In his originally clear eyes, there was now a faint, heart-stopping sharpness. He focused his gaze. The text on the panel had undergone a radical transformation. Talent, innate blade bone green description, the spine dragon and arm bones of your body emit a faint cyan luster. When you stretch your limbs, your joints produce a crisp sound, like metal striking metal. An old grandmaster passing by happened to feel your arm bone, and was so shocked that he accidentally crushed the dragon pattern walnuts in his hand. Trembling, he said, "This is no human bone. This is clearly a peerless blade hidden beneath flesh and skin. This child must not be buried." Effect mighty strength. When using a blade-type weapon, arm strength increases by 100 and attack power from swings increases by 100. Blade tremor. When attacking with a blade-type weapon, it can unleash a powerful vibrational force. Sigh. He expelled a mouthful of turbid air, and it seemed to form a white streak in the air. Shen Tian slowly straightened up. Crackle. His spine dragon arched abruptly, and a series of explosive sounds came from within his body. Unlike the earlier crisp bone sounds, this was clear and bright. It sounded like two peerless legendary blades colliding, a ringing of metal. This was the innate blade bone. Shen Tian looked down at his hands. The skin was still the same, but beneath the membrane the bones of his arms faintly glowed with a cold cyan light. When he slightly clenched his fist, the feeling of power was almost overflowing. Let's test its quality. Shen Tian casually picked up the boning knife. The once well-balanced tool now felt as light as a straw in his hand. Light and insubstantial. In the distance, an iron-hide bull that hadn't been processed yet was restless. The bull glared with bloodshot eyes, snorting fiercely. It smelled the blood of its kind. Frenzy. Fury. Moo. The bull dug its hooves into the ground, lowered its head, aimed its two sharp horns at Shen Tian, and charged madly. A mountain of flesh weighing several hundred gene, the ground trembled as it ran. Shen Tian held the knife in one hand and casually slashed down at the bull's iron-hard skull. Mighty strength activated. Arm strength doubled. Attack power from the swing doubled. The air was torn instantly. Before the blade even arrived, the terrifying pressure made the bull's fur stand on end. There was no earth-shattering collision. The boning knife cut through like it was slicing into tender tofu. Without any resistance, the blade sliced through the hide, severed the skull, and followed through, plunging directly into the bull's neck. Crack. The bull's forward momentum stopped abruptly. The immense inertia lifted its hindquarters, crashing heavily to the ground. Before the blood could even gush out, Shen Tian flicked his wrist. Blade tremor. A visible ripple traveled from the hilt to the blade, then instantly surged into the bull's body. The still twitching bull carcass stiffened suddenly. Then poof, poof, poof. A series of muffled explosions came from within the bull, like a string of firecrackers going off in its belly. Its 5 viscera and 6 bowels, all its internal organs, were shattered in an instant by that terrifying vibrational force. The bull collapsed limply, soft as a pile of mud. Shen Tian pulled out the knife. The blade was unstained by blood, still humming faintly. Such a domineering power. A sharp light flashed in Shen Tian's eyes. This was the power of a green talent. The simple doubling of strength was already terrifying enough. Combined with this blade tremor effect, it was practically an armor-piercing divine skill. Of course, Shen Tian was here for slaughter. The internal organs of this bull were certainly unusable now. Next, Shen Tian held back his strength, refraining from activating the blade tremor. He slaughtered all the remaining half-beasts. Brother Bear stood by the railing on the second floor. What the hell? He swallowed hard, his throat feeling parched. The blood-soaked youth below sent a deep chill through him. This was no man. This was clearly a beast cloaked in human skin. 2 days. Over 100 half-beasts in total. All butchered by this one kid. And judging by his appearance, not only was he not tired, but he grew more excited with each kill. Those eyes. Even from a distance, Brother Bear could sense the ferocious gleam within them. Thank goodness. Brother Bear wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself. Thank goodness I didn't burn that bridge with him. A man like this. As long as he didn't die, he would soar to the heavens sooner or later. Crossing him was asking for a short life. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow, dyeing the entire slaughterhouse a vivid scarlet. Shen Tian casually flicked the blood droplets from his blade. At his feet, corpses piled up like a mountain. The thick stench of blood attracted a few recklessly bold crows circling in the air with grating cries. He looked up, meeting the window on the second floor. His gaze locked precisely with Brother Bear's terror-stricken eyes. Shen Tian grinned, revealing a row of stark white teeth. Against the grime and blood on his face, it looked exceptionally ferocious. Brother Bear. He didn't shout, merely moved his lips. But Brother Bear understood. The goods are cleared. Shen Tian sheathed his blade. He opened the system panel. The kill count, which had been emptied, had surged once more. Kill count 42. This efficiency was simply terrifying. Shen Tian felt the restless power within him, a sharp glint flashing in the depths of his eyes. With a green-grade talent, he would have much more confidence for this trip into the wilderness. He turned and walked toward the changing room, his back straight as a spear. When he emerged in fresh clothes, Brother Bear was already waiting at the door. That face covered in thick, fierce features was now plastered with a fawning smile. In his hands, he held a black document bag. Brother Shen, the thing you wanted is done. Brother Bear handed over the bag, his demeanor even more respectful than before, tinged with a hint of caution. Shen Tian's performance over the past 2 days had thoroughly awed him. Shen Tian took the document bag, but didn't open it immediately. He just weighed it in his hand. It was substantial. Thanks. He uttered the 2 words flatly. That old ghost is waiting for you at the abandoned repair shop in the north of the city. Oh, and if you don't have a weapon yet, take this boning knife as a gift. North of the city. The abandoned repair shop. The rolling shutter door was half open, revealing a dim yellowish light inside. The air was thick with the smell of machine oil and rust, mingled with an indescribable burnt odor. This was the entrance to the lawless zone. Shen Tian tightened the single-strap bag on his shoulder, which contained only the boning knife. He bent down and slipped through the rolling door. A sharp, grating sound of welding pierced his ears. Sparks flew everywhere. An old man clad in oil-stained work overalls was facing away from the door, fiddling with a thick metal pipe. The thing looked like an exhaust pipe, but Shen Tian recognized it at a glance. It was a modified homemade cannon, the kind that could blast a full-grown wild bull to pieces. Close the door. The old man didn't turn around, his voice raspy like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. No walk-in business. For car repairs, go next door. Shen Tian didn't move. He stood still, his gaze calmly sweeping the surroundings. The walls were covered with various modified parts, along with a few wanted posters riddled with holes from thrown knives. Brother Bear sent me. Shen Tian spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the noise of the repair shop with startling clarity. The welding sound abruptly stopped. The old man's movements halted. He slowly turned around. A withered face with a monocle magnifying lens over his left eye and a murky yellowed right eye. This was Old Ghost, the most notorious black market broker in the area. Old Ghost pulled off his greasy glove and tossed it carelessly onto the workbench. With a soft thud, he looked Shen Tian up and down. His gaze lingered on Shen Tian's slightly youthful face for a full 3 seconds. Then, his eyes swept over Shen Tian's cheap sportswear, which he hadn't had time to change out of. Finally, they landed on the bulging school bag. Huh, Old Ghost laughed. The laugh was filled with absurdity and mockery. He fished a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and put it between his lips. He didn't light it, just squinted, looking at Shen Tian like he was an idiot. Has that dumb bear got maggots in his brain? Old Ghost spat the gob, landing precisely at Shen Tian's feet. Is this a slaughterhouse? Or a daycare? What's he doing sending a diaper-wearing brat to me? Shen Tian ignored the spit at his feet. He pulled the black document bag from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, the bag flew in a straight line, landing steadily on the oil-covered table in front of Old Ghost. I need a permit. A hunter's permit. Old Ghost didn't rush to grab the bag. He narrowed his murky right eye into a slit, re-evaluating the youth before him. Too green. So green he could be squeezed for water. A piece of meat like this thrown into the wilderness wouldn't even be enough to fill a beast's teeth. People really are regressing. Old Ghost sneered. His oily fingers tapped a rhythmic beat on the table. A permit. Do you even know what that place is? It's a man-eating realm. It's not a playground for schoolboys like you. Shen Tian's face was expressionless. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Old Ghost. Without a trace of retreat. He didn't even blink. That kind of look. Old Ghost was taken aback. It didn't belong to a greenhorn. It was more like an old butcher with blood on his hands. Interesting. Old Ghost reached out and grabbed the document bag. With a sharp rip, the seal was torn open violently. A thick stack of federal notes tumbled out, landing on the table with a thud. This was Brother Bear's bribe. Looking at the colorful bills, the old man's withered face finally shifted. The corner of his mouth twisted into an ugly grin. Well, the money's generous enough. He stuffed the cash carelessly into a drawer, then lit the cigarette that had been dangling from his lips. He took a deep drag. The acrid sting of cheap tobacco instantly filled the air. All right. Old Ghost slapped the stack of bills in his palm with a sharp crack. Those murky eyes rolled around twice, finally, settling on Shen Tian's overly young face. He shook his head as if looking at a fool about to jump into a pit of fire. Fine for the money. Old Ghost stuffed the cash into his pocket with a speed like magic. He turned and began rummaging through a pile of oil-stained waste paper. Normally this job wouldn't fall to you. There's a makeshift wild team called Hyena, a common name for a common bunch of scum. Their original blade hand got drunk on horse piss yesterday, harassed some women, and got both hands chopped off. Now they're desperate for someone to fill the gap. Old Ghost pulled a crumpled map from the pile of waste paper and tossed it carelessly onto the table. The map was stained with unidentified brown splotches. Tomorrow at 5, assemble at the north checkpoint. They don't care who you are, how old you are. As long as you've got a blade and you're willing to take a swing at the beast, they'll take you. Shen Tian reached out and placed his hand on the map. His fingertips touched the cold paper. The pay, eh? He asked bluntly. Old Ghost let out a sneer, revealing a row of uneven yellowed teeth. Pay, eh? Come back alive first, then we'll talk about pay. That bunch are all desperados. They'll eat you alive without spitting out the bones. A greenhorn like you will probably end up as a scout's stone or bait to lure the beasts. Old Ghost picked up the welding torch again. A blue flame shot up, casting flickering shadows across his aged face. He'll lay it on the line. I just make the connection and take my finder's fee. Once you walk out that door, whether you live or die, get chewed by beasts, or get backstabbed by your team, it's got nothing to do with me. Don't come knocking on my door as a ghost in the middle of the night. Shen Tian remained silent, quietly putting away the map and tucking it into his chest. His indifferent attitude left the old ghost somewhat displeased. Are the young people today so reckless? Shen Tian moved his neck slightly. The talent he had just upgraded last night, the innate blade bones, were undergoing subtle changes within his body. With his movement, the spine dragon trembled violently. A sharp sound suddenly rang out in the air. It was not the dull noise of bones grinding. It was like two unparalleled blades clashing in their sheaths, producing a sound of metal striking metal. Crisp, piercing, imbued with a sharpness that made one's scalp tingle. The old ghost, ready to work, trembled his hand. The flame of the welding torch almost singed his eyebrows. He quickly turned around, his murky single eye filled with suspicion. His gaze swept around the cramped room before fixing firmly on Shen Tian. What have you brought? The earlier sound had sounded like a high-quality alloy battle knife being unsheathed. But this kid's hands were clearly empty. The blunted bone cleaver was still lying quietly in his bag. Shen Tian's expression remained unchanged. He felt the power surging through the bones of his arms. It felt as if two blades were buried in his flesh, becoming a part of his body. As long as he wished, this body would be the sharpest weapon. Nothing. Shen Tian replied lightly, turning to walk towards the roll-up door. His steps were steady. With each footfall, his thigh muscles tightened like bowstrings. The old ghost stared at his back, his brows knitted together. That earlier sound was truly bizarre. Hey, the old ghost called out almost unconsciously. Those hyenas may be useless, but the one-eyed leader has some real skill. If you want to live, say less and swing your knife more. Shen Tian did not stop, merely waved his hand at the old ghost, as if acknowledging he had heard. His figure quickly vanished into the dim night. The old ghost withdrew his gaze and spat on the ground. Freak, he muttered, putting on his goggles again. This is easy. The glaring welding sparks flared up once more. Morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The air was filled with a damp, rusty smell. Outside the north outpost, several heavily modified off-road vehicles were parked by the roadside. Their bodies were welded with steel plates and spikes resembling steel monsters. A few rough-looking men were squatting by the vehicles, smoking. They wore an assortment of combat uniforms, some adorned with bones of unknown exotic beasts. Each of them had fierce looks, exuding a menacing aura. Where's the new guy? The old ghost mentioned. A bald man spat out his cigarette, but glancing impatiently at his wristwatch. Damn it, if he doesn't show up soon, I'm leaving. The rookies today sure have a big attitude. A nearby man, skinny as a monkey, chuckled a few times, playing with a dagger in his hand. What's the rush? Without some meat bait, it's hard to lure that armored lizard. Hope we get a tough one, don't want one that gets bitten to death in 2 hits. As they were talking about crude jokes, a figure emerged from the morning mist. slim gaunt, carrying a faded shoulder bag. In his hand was a bone cleaver with no sheath. Shen Tian walked up to the group and stood still, calmly scanning the faces of the thuggish group. 9,527. He announced his number, his voice icy. Joining the team. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Then a burst of unrestrained laughter erupted. Ta! The monkey-like man laughed so hard he nearly fell over. He almost lost his grip on the dagger, nearly stabbing himself in the thigh. 9,527. I think it's 250. The monkey exaggeratedly wiped away tears of laughter from his eyes. He leaped in front of Shen Tian, his bloodshot eyes scanning him like a scanner, top to bottom, scrutinizing him with malicious intent. Is this the meat bait the old ghost found? Tender and delicate. With those skinny arms and legs, it would be a shame to feed it to the armored lizard. The monkey extended his filthy finger, attempting to poke Shen Tian's cheek, his movements frivolous, completely disregarding the young man before him. The bald man next to him also wore a face of disdain. He spat a thick phlegm onto the ground. Damn it, the old ghost is really losing it. This kid still drinking milk, bringing him into the wilderness, is just a burden. I'll have to worry about collecting his corpse later. The bald man's face was trembling with anger and contempt. In his eyes, Shen Tian was merely a dead man. A dead man who hadn't yet breathed his last. Hey kid. The monkey's finger hovered half an inch from Shen Tian's face with dirt lodged under his nails, exuding a nauseating stench. Is that a cleaver? The monkey's gaze fell on the old knife in Shen Tian's hand, which lacked even a sheath. The sarcasm in his tone was almost overflowing. Are you planning to give the exotic beasts a pedicure? Or are you intending to cut yourself up and serve yourself to the beasts? Another round of laughter erupted around, filled with a lively atmosphere, a wicked pleasure belonging to desperate outlaws, as they watched the rookie tremble. Watching the newbie wet his pants was one of the few joys in their monotonous lives. However, throughout it all, Shen Tian showed no sign of expression. His gaze was lowered. Deep within his eyes, a hint of azure light flickered as the spine dragon slightly heated up, and within the depths of his arm bones, a faint tremor pulsed through. It was the blade bones yearning for action. If that finger were to stretch forward another inch, Shen Tian was confident. Within 0.1 seconds, he could sever that finger along with the filthy hand. Even if he was just a mere mortal now, the innate blade bones endowed him with an absolute sharpness. Just as the monkey's finger was about to touch Shen Tian's skin, a raspy, deep voice abruptly rang out. Enough. It was not loud, yet carried an undeniable pressure. The onlookers who were preparing for a good show suddenly fell silent. Even the arrogant monkey retracted his hand as if shocked. The malicious grin on his face instantly morphed into flattery. Boss. A man emerged from the shadow of the off-road vehicle, one eye. A sinister scar ran like a centipede across his face, and in his remaining left eye gleamed a cold, beast-like light. This man was the one-eyed leader, the captain of the hyena squad, a true warrior. The one-eyed leader ignored the monkey, striding heavily towards Shen Tian. That single eye fixated on Shen Tian, as if trying to see through the young man's innards. The atmosphere instantly turned oppressive. The monkey and the bald man exchanged glances. They were all waiting for the boss to explode, to drive away this audacious rookie, or to directly break his limbs and throw him out. However, the one-eyed leader's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Something was off, very off. As a warrior who had crawled through the edges of life and death for years, he possessed a beast-like intuition for danger. Just in that instant when the monkey reached out, he distinctly felt a chill. It was not killing intent, but a pure sharpness, as if someone had placed an unparalleled blade against his throat. His skin even experienced a phantom pain of being sliced. That feeling he had only encountered in the crew from the Break Army. Those guys were truly terrifying. The one-eyed leader's gaze fell on Shen Tian's arms. Those arms did not appear robust, indeed somewhat frail, yet in the one-eyed leader's perception, those were not flesh and blood bodies at all, but two deadly weapons hidden beneath the skin, sharp and ready to strike. Was it an illusion? The one-eyed leader squinted his eyes, examining closely. Shen Tian remained expressionless. That indifference was not a facade of calm, but a genuine lack of concern, like a blade completely unconcerned with how the meat on the cutting board screams. What's your name? The one-eyed leader suddenly spoke, breaking the suffocating silence. The monkey was stunned. The bald man was also taken aback. When did the boss become interested in the bait? 9,527. Shen Tian stated, the cold number devoid of a name, only a code. The one-eyed leader stared into Shen Tian's eyes. He stared for a full 3 seconds. The piercing sharpness of his gaze did not fade, but rather intensified as the distance closed. This kid was a bit peculiar. The one-eyed leader withdrew his gaze, suppressing the inexplicable surprise in his heart. No matter what freak he was. In the wilderness, one must coil like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. Get in the car. The one-eyed leader uttered 2 words and turned to board the spiked, off-road vehicle. The monkey stared in disbelief. "Boss, are you really taking this kid? Isn't he just—" "Shut up." A cold reprimand came from inside the vehicle. "Drive." The monkey was left speechless, his face flushed red with embarrassment. He glared fiercely at Shen Tian. His eyes were filled with resentment. "You're lucky this time. If you wet your pants later, don't expect me to help you." The monkey grumbled as he opened the car door and sat down heavily. Shen Tian ignored the barking of this defeated dog and reached for the door handle. The bones in his palm trembled slightly, producing a faint crackling sound. It felt as if a sword was returning to its sheath. He lifted his leg and got into the car. He sat in the farthest corner. The door slammed shut, the engine roared, and the steel monster belched out a cloud of black smoke, carrying a car full of malice and killing intent. Jiangxing Central Hospital, a special care ward. Li Zihao lay on the hospital bed, his right arm encased in a thick plaster cast suspended high in the air. His face was swollen like an over-fermented dough, his originally handsome features now squeezed together, appearing both grotesque and comical. This was the result of Shen Tian's blade slapping him. Despite receiving the best treatment and expensive cell repair fluids, the searing, stinging pain, like a branding iron, constantly reminded him of his humiliation. "Young master," the master said, "you should focus on recovering." A middle-aged butler in a black suit sat at the ward door, his tone respectful but tinged with detachment. "As for the martial arts university, the master said to let it go this year and have you repeat a year. He'll send someone to deal with Shen Tian and avenge you." Li Zihao remained silent. He stared fixedly at the ceiling, his eyes bloodshot. "Let it go? Repeat a year? What a joke. Who did Li Zihao think he was? The pride of Jiangxing? No. One high school, the heir of the Li family. If he failed the martial arts university exam this year and had to endure people pointing fingers at him like a held-back student, that shame would be worse than death. And having his family deal with Shen Tian. What was that? An admission that he, Li Zihao, was a failure, unable to handle even a disgraced waste, reduced to crying to his daddy. "Get out," Li Zihao hissed through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. The butler paused, offered no further persuasion, bowed slightly, and retreated, gently closing the door. The ward fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the monotonous beep-beep of the cardiac monitor. Li Zihao slowly turned his head to look at the fruit basket on the bedside table. Hidden beneath the pile of expensive fruits was an inconspicuous black iron box. His breathing quickened. It was something he had acquired from the black market 6 months ago. The seller, a rambling old man, claimed it was a divine object from the Forbidden Zone, capable of transforming one and granting power beyond the mortal realm. At the time, he bought it on a whim, thinking it was just a curiosity. Later, he had it appraised. It wasn't a divine object. It was the flesh of an abyssal demon. Abyssal demons, beings far more terrifying and malevolent than abyssal beasts. They possessed intelligence, bizarre abilities, and were steeped in corruption and madness. Human martial artists regarded abyssal demons as mortal enemies. Anyone tainted by their power was deemed a heretic, hunted by all of humanity. Li Zihao had once scoffed at the idea. He was a martial prodigy with a boundless future. Why would he touch such filth? But now, Shen Tian's cold, knife-like eyes resurfaced in his mind. That contempt, that look as if he were trash, and that palm that had easily crushed his hand bones. "Oh!" Li Zihao suddenly let out a stifled roar. With his uninjured left hand, he frantically grabbed the black iron box. That feeling of powerlessness, the humiliation of being trampled underfoot, it was driving him mad. "Shen Tian, you forced my hand. You forced my hand." His face twisted with fury. Li Zihao's trembling fingers opened the iron box. A nauseating, sweet-scented odor instantly filled the air. Inside the box lay a thumb-sized black piece of flesh. It wasn't lifeless. It was faintly writhing, its surface oozing viscous black liquid, contracting and expanding as if alive. This was the flesh of an abyssal demon. Consuming it would grant power. But the price was the risk of becoming a monster, a mindless killing machine, or even death. Li Zihao stared at the flesh, a flicker of fear in his eyes. But soon his thoughts returned to Shen Tian, to his crippled right hand. He thought of the mockery and disdain he would face if he failed the martial arts university exam. "As long as I can kill you, what does it matter if I become a ghost?" A gleam of madness flashed in Li Zihao's eyes. He grabbed the writhing black flesh and shoved it into his mouth. Gulp! There was no need to chew. The flesh seemed conscious, sliding down his throat and into his stomach. A piercing cold, a bone-chilling cold exploded instantly, as if he had swallowed a piece of eternal ice. Then came a searing pain, as if his internal organs were being incinerated. Ugh! Li Zihao's eyes bulged, his entire body arching off the bed like a boiled shrimp. The pain, it was unbearable. Countless knives seemed to churn in his stomach, shredding his organs. Countless worms appeared to burrow into his veins, devouring his flesh. Thud! Li Zihao rolled off the bed. He writhed in agony on the floor, clawing at his throat with both hands, his nails digging deep into his skin, leaving bloody gashes. Help! He tried to scream, but only beastly roars escaped his throat. The dark force rampaged through his body, violently destroying his physical structure before reconstructing it in a bizarre manner. Crack! Crack! The sickening sound of bones snapping filled the air. Li Zihao's right arm, still in its cast, began to swell grotesquely. The thick plaster was covered in cracks. Bang! The cast exploded, shards flying everywhere. His broken arm had now swelled to twice its size, the skin turning a dark cyan and covered in fine scales. His nails grew sharp and elongated like the claws of a beast. The excruciating pain of bones regrowing nearly made him faint, but he didn't lose consciousness. A violent, bloodthirsty will invaded his mind, keeping him in a state of hyper-aware madness. Time passed. The commotion in the ward gradually subsided. Li Zihao lay on the floor, gasping for breath. Sweat and blood mingled, forming a puddle beneath him. He slowly lifted his head. His eyes, once clear and bright, had transformed into eerie vertical pupils glowing with a faint green light. He rose stiffly from the ground, his movements filled with latent power. He raised his right hand. It could no longer be called a hand. It was a claw covered in dark cyan scales, muscles, bulging veins protruding, exuding a sinister aura that chilled the heart. Li Zihao tried to clench his fist. Crack! The sound of air being crushed. An unprecedented surge of power flooded his body. Peak mortal realm. No. He felt he could tear apart a true initiate realm martial artist. The sensation of power surging through his veins intoxicated him, enthralled him. So this is the power of an abyssal demon. Li Zihao looked at himself in the mirror. The swelling on his face had receded, but his skin was deathly pale, devoid of color. His vertical pupils no longer held any human emotion, only boundless greed and murderous intent. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. His smile was twisted and cruel. Shen Tian. Li Zihao extended his mutated claw and lightly scraped it across the window made of special tempered glass. Sizzle! The incredibly hard tempered glass was sliced open like tofu, leaving 5 deep grooves with edges as smooth as a mirror. The pain you gave me, I'll return it tenfold, 100-fold. Just wait. I'll crush your bones one by one. I'll tear the flesh from your body piece by piece. Li Zihao muttered, his voice no longer hoarse, but carrying a metallic timbre that sent chills down the spine. He walked to the wardrobe, changed into a black tracksuit, and pulled up the hood to hide his eerie eyes. Then he approached the window and pushed open the scratched pane. This was the 12th floor, but he didn't hesitate. He leaped out. The wind howled past his ears. Li Zihao's figure slid down the building's exterior like a phantom. His claw easily pierced the wall, using it as a brake. In a few bounds, he vanished into the vast night. The off-road vehicle roared away from the slaughtering district, reeking of oil and blood. The scenery outside the window rapidly turned desolate. The once dense clusters of buildings seemed to have been erased by some force, replaced by vast expanses of ruins and wildly overgrown mutant plants. We're almost at the wall. The one-eyed man's voice came from the front. Shen Tian looked up. At the edge of his vision, a towering steel great wall stretched across the horizon, like a pitch-black giant serpent, completely isolating the world of human civilization from that mad wilderness. The wall stood 100 meters high, its surface clad in heavy alloy armor, bristling with laser turrets and automated machine gun posts. The oppressive presence was palpable. This was the cliff, humanity's last line of defense. Heh! Monkey let out a disdainful snort beside him, still toying with his dagger, his sidelong gaze constantly drifting toward Shen Tian. Kid never seen anything like this. Don't piss your pants. Shen Tian ignored him. His gaze fell upon the checkpoint ahead. The usually bustling city exit was now eerily quiet. Several heavy armored vehicles were parked across the road, completely blocking all passages. Red and blue strobe lights flashed harshly. Stop! An icy warning came through the loudspeaker. Submit to inspection. The one-eyed man slammed on the brakes. The tires left 2 black skid marks on the ground, screeching to a halt outside the cordon. What's going on? Bald head scratched his scalp irritably, the veins on it writhing like earthworms. Isn't it usually just a QR code scan at this hour? Why the roadblock today? The one-eyed man said nothing. His single eye was fixed on the emblem on the armored vehicles. It was a silver wolf's head set against a broken longsword. The Pajuan Division. The one-eyed man's voice carried a hint of wariness along with poorly concealed tension. Why are these killing gods here? The Pajuan Division. The Federation's most elite special operations unit. They only handled the highest-level mutant beast threats and purged traitors within humanity. In the circle of wilderness hunters, the name Pajuan Division represented absolute power and death. No one wanted to provoke them. The car door opened. The one-eyed man led his squad members out. Shen Tian also got out. The air was thick with a murderous aura. Several figures in black combat uniforms stood by the armored vehicles. They didn't shout like ordinary guards, nor did they even spare a glance their way. They just stood there casually, their backs straight as spears. Each wore an identical alloy longsword at their waist, the black scabbards engraved with intricate patterns. Their demeanor was like a pack of lone wolves crawling out of a sea of blood and corpses. Cold, arrogant, and lethal. Even from dozens of meters away, Shen Tian could feel the oppressive force radiating from their very bones. Looks like our luck is bad today. The one-eyed man muttered a curse, but a flattering smile quickly spread across his face as he strode forward. Esteemed officers, this is. The leader was a woman. She was tall, her black form-fitting combat uniform accentuating startling curves, yet no one dared to stare. She had a neat, ear-length bob, and her skin was pale to the point of being sickly. Her face was stunningly beautiful, yet equally stunningly cold. Hearing the one-eyed man's voice, the woman didn't even turn her head. She merely lifted her chin slightly. A young man beside her who looked like an adjutant stepped forward and blocked the one-eyed man. Pajuan Division business. Routine inspection. His voice was flat with no desire to explain. The smile on the one-eyed man's face froze for a moment, but quickly returned to its obsequious form. Yes, thank you for your hard work, officer. We're from the Hyena Squad. We took a mission to the north. Shut up. The adjutant cut him off coldly. No one cares where you're going. Identification. The one-eyed man hurriedly handed over his electronic ID. The adjutant picked up a scanner and swept it over him. Beep. A green light flashed. Pass. The one-eyed man breathed a sigh of relief and signaled to Monkey and the others. Monkey and Bald Head quickly stepped forward, all smiles like mice before a cat. Beep. Beep. All green lights. These old veterans had been roaming the wilderness for years, so their identities were clean. Finally, it was Shen Tian's turn. Shen Tian walked up to the adjutant. His youthful face stood out starkly among the thugs with their fierce expressions. The adjutant glanced at him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. But only for an instant. To the people of the Pajuan Division, wilderness hunters were expendable. Whether old or young, once they stepped beyond that wall, they were reserves for the dead. Shen Tian pulled out the ID forged by Old Ghost and handed it over. The adjutant took it and casually swiped it across the scanner. Beep. A piercing long alarm suddenly blared. A red light flashed wildly. The previously quiet atmosphere shattered instantly. Everyone's gaze focused on Shen Tian. Monkey and Bald Head's faces turned deathly pale. The one-eyed man's single eye was filled with terror and fury. Damn it. Old Ghost had set them up. The fake IDs that usually fooled the gate guards were as fragile as paper before this level of scrutiny. The adjutant's face darkened. His hand was already on the hilt of his sword. The surrounding Pajuan Division members instantly entered combat readiness, their cold gazes locking onto Shen Tian like blades. Forged identification. The adjutant's voice seemed squeezed through his teeth. Quite a nerve. Just then the woman who had been facing away slowly turned around. Her beautiful eyes were calm and unfathomable as she swept a faint glance over Shen Tian. What's the matter? Her voice was clear and cold like pearls falling on jade. The adjutant immediately bowed, his attitude extremely respectful. Captain, we've found someone with forged ID. Probably an unqualified black market citizen trying to sneak out of the city to die. The woman strode over on her long legs. Her black combat boots made rhythmic crisp sounds on the ground. Each step seemed to land on everyone's heartbeat. She stopped before Shen Tian, looking down at him from her height. At this distance, Shen Tian could even catch a faint cool fragrance from her. It was pleasant, and also very dangerous. Are you a student? The woman suddenly spoke. Her gaze fell on his faded school uniform pants. Though he had changed into a casual top, the pants were still the standard issue trousers from middle school. Shen Tian looked up, meeting the woman's eyes. No fear. No panic. Calm as a stagnant pool. I used to be, Shen Tian replied. Used to be. The woman raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement finally appearing on her icy, beautiful face. Expelled. I dropped out, Shen Tian corrected. I want to be a hunter. Simple and direct. Monkey beside him was nearly pissing himself. Was this kid insane? Talking back to a Pajuan Division big shot like that. Did he have a death wish? Yet the woman didn't get angry. Instead, she looked as if she had found an amusing toy, the faintest hint of a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes, which seemed to see through people's souls, reevaluated the boy before her. Thin, frail. Aside from his eyes, which were a bit too bright, there was nothing special about him. Just a reckless greenhorn, his head full of hot blood, thinking the wilderness was some kind of playground. She had seen too many like him. Most would end up as a pile of residue and mutant beast excrement within the first hour outside the city. Want to be a hunter? The woman's voice carried a hint of faint mockery, but more so an almost imperceptible trace of pity. The kind of pity the strong have for the weak. Do you know what's out there? She pointed to the barren world behind her. That's hell. A little brat like you still wet behind the ears will only be a snack out there. Shen Tian didn't retort. He just gripped the strap of his backpack tighter. It held his boning knife. That's my business, he said. The air froze again. Even the one-eyed man felt like covering the kid's mouth. You really don't want to live, do you? But against all expectations, the woman didn't get angry. Instead, she let out a soft laugh. Interesting. She reached out and took the fake ID from the adjutant. Her slender fingers flicked it lightly. The ID card arced through the air and landed precisely back in Shen Tian's arms. Let him through. The adjutant was stunned. Captain, this. I said let him through. The woman's voice instantly turned cold. The adjutant shuddered and immediately lowered his head. Yes. The woman didn't look at Shen Tian again, turning and walking back to the armored vehicle. Just as she passed the one-eyed man, she stopped. Without looking at him, she stared into the void ahead and spoke calmly. There have been disturbances in the wilderness area recently. Some things have awakened. If you don't want to die, don't go deep. Especially. Her gaze swept over Shen Tian's battered off-road vehicle. When you're dragging along a burden like that. With that, she got into the car without looking back. That arrogance. That disdain for everything. As if those few words were already a great favor. The one-eyed man kept bowing and scraping. Thank you for the warning, officer. Thank you. Only when the Pujuan division convoy rumbled away, disappearing from sight, did everyone feel the weight lifted from their chests. Monkey plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, his back soaked with cold sweat. Damn. That scared the shit out of me. Those monsters. The one-eyed man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glared viciously at Shen Tian. You kid. Must have some damn dumb luck. That woman actually let you off. He turned to look at the massive gate slowly creaking open. Beyond the gate lay the endless wilderness. Chaos. Death. Get in the car, the one-eyed man roared. Stop dawdling. Since you didn't die inside the wall, let's go see who's tougher out there. Shen Tian silently picked up the ID from his chest and stuffed it into his pocket. He glanced in the direction the woman had left. Pujuan division, huh? If he could join the Pujuan division, maybe he could find a way to break through to a martial artist technique. He pulled open the car door and climbed into that steel cage filled with the stench of sweat and motor oil. This time no one spoke. The wheels rolled forward, charging into that unknown darkness. The off-road vehicle halted before a half-collapsed entrance to an underground garage. Tires crunched over shattered glass and weathered concrete, emitting a grating screech that set one's teeth on edge. One Eye killed the engine and pulled out the key. Get out. He lowered his voice as if afraid of awakening some slumbering monster. Any further, and we'd be sitting ducks. The mutant beasts around here have hearing sharper than radar. Monkey and Baldy swiftly jumped out of the vehicle. The two of them expertly dragged out several camouflage nets thick with dust and mildew from the trunk. In a few swift moves, they covered the rugged off-roader completely. They had performed this routine countless times. In the wasteland, the vehicle was life itself. If they returned to find it torn to pieces by mutant beasts, they'd be left to trek dozens of kilometers on foot, becoming another creature's dinner. Shen Tian stood to the side, a single shoulder bag slung over him. He didn't help. Not because he was unwilling, but because it was unnecessary. Interfering in such specialized work would only cause trouble. Monkey dusted off his hands and cast a sidelong glance at Shen Tian. Oh, look at the young master putting on airs already. If your legs turn to jelly later, remember not to crawl under the car. This chassis is too low to hide your precious behind. The surrounding light was dim. Only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the cracks overhead illuminated the floating dust. Shen Tian ignored Monkey's sarcastic remarks. His gaze swept across the walls, taking in the horrifying claw marks. Some were as wide as a finger, others shallow, but still gouged deep into the concrete. They were left by some large mutant beast. Enough chatter. One Eye finished checking the vehicle's camouflage and turned around, his single eye gleaming coldly in the dim light. The target is in the abandoned commercial district 3 kilometers away. An ironhide lizard, late first order. That beast has thick skin and tough hide. Regular bullets can't penetrate it. We'll need heavy weapons to smash it. As One Eye spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Shen Tian. When we get there, Monkey will stand watch. Baldy and I will lead the attack. As for you, 95-27. One Eye paused, his tone grim. Your task is simple. We'll drop you at the edge of its territory. All you need to do is make some noise. Yell, scream. Lure it out, then run back towards us. If you're too slow and get eaten, don't blame me for not saving you. This was the bait, the meat shield. The most despised, most dangerous role with the highest mortality rate. Shen Tian nodded. Understood. He reached into his single shoulder bag. His fingertips touched the cold handle of the boning knife. A strange pulse traveled from his fingertips straight up his spine. The bones within his body seemed to cheer. The group began to march on foot. The silence of the wasteland was a torment. There were no chirping insects, no singing birds. only the mournful wail of wind passing through the ruins like countless vengeful spirits weeping. The road beneath their feet had long been broken apart by weeds. Giant vines like pythons coiled around the tilting buildings. The air was thick with the stench of decay. One Eye led the way carrying a heavy alloy battle blade. Baldy, shouldering a modified spiked club, walked on the left. Monkey, clutching a dagger and hunched over, walked on the right, vigilantly scanning the surrounding shadows. Shen Tian brought up the rear like a forgotten shadow. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the bushes ahead and to the side. The noise was soft, but in this dead silence it struck like a thunderclap. Halt! One Eye raised his hand, sharply signaling them to stop. Everyone tensed instantly. Monkey, like a startled wildcat, shrank back against the wall, his shifty eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. Baldy also lowered his spiked club from his shoulder, his face full of tough flesh taut. Whoosh! A gray shadow burst out from the bushes. It was incredibly fast, carrying a nauseating bloody wind. It's a wind wolf. Monkey growled, his voice trembling slightly. It was a massive wolf the size of a calf. Its fur was a grayish-white, stiff as needles, and its emerald eyes were filled with cruelty and bloodlust. Bits of internal organs from some unknown creature still hung from the corners of its mouth. It was clearly hunting. One Eye's expression darkened. Damn it. Of all the rotten luck. We haven't even seen the main target yet, and we run into this troublesome bastard. Although a windblade wolf was only early first order, its incredible speed made it extremely difficult to kill. Once entangled by it, the commotion would easily attract other mutant beasts nearby. Baldy, hold the line. Monkey cut off its escape. One Eye issued the orders swiftly, but even he felt uncertain. The wolf was clearly in a state of extreme hunger, making it several times more aggressive than usual. Baldy cursed under his breath as he raised his club, just about to charge forward. The wind wolf moved. It didn't pounce on the seemingly strongest Baldy, nor did it pay any attention to Monkey cowering in the corner. Its gaze locked onto the weakest, most appetizing-looking prey at the very back of the group. Shen Tian. Roar. A deep guttural growl. The wind wolf's hind legs kicked off the ground with such force that the concrete shattered. It transformed into a streak of gray lightning, leaping over One Eye and Baldy in the front ranks. It opened its massive blood-drenched maw, aiming for Shen Tian's throat. Too fast. Monkey didn't even have time to sneer. One Eye wanted to turn back, but the distance was far too great. It was over. A single thought flashed through One Eye's mind. The bait was going to be wasted before they even reached the site. This job was a loss. A glint of schadenfreude, mixed with disgust for the impending bloody scene, flickered in Baldy's eyes. That student. He was dead meat. Just as the stinking maw was less than half a meter from Shen Tian's neck. Shen Tian raised his head. Those eyes, once calm as dead water, held no fear. Only a sudden sharp glint. It was the excitement of a hunter spotting its prey. It was walking kill value. Shen Tian moved. His right hand, with an unimaginable speed, drew the boning knife from his bag. At the same time, the great dragon spine within his body vibrated violently. Clang. In the air, a crisp, piercing ring sounded abruptly. It wasn't the sound of a blade leaving its sheath. It was the collision of bones. The noise was like a great bell or striking metal, carrying a shuddering overtone that instantly drowned out the wolf's roar. Talent. Innate blade bone. Effect activated might. Blade vibration. The muscles in Shen Tian's right arm swelled instantly, a faint cyan luster shimmering beneath his skin. It wasn't the power of flesh and blood. It was the power of bone. The boning knife traced a barely perceptible afterimage through the air. There was no technique or form. Only extreme speed and extreme force. The moment the blade touched the wind wolf's skull. Hum. A high-frequency shockwave erupted along the edge of the knife. Thud. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. There was no resistance. The wolf's skull, hard as iron, was as fragile as a piece of tofu before this strike. The blade entered through the brow and exited through the back of the head. Even its dying howl was choked in its throat. Shen Tian flicked his wrist. The immense vibrational force instantly churned the wolf's brain into a pulp. Thud. The massive wolf carcass crashed heavily to the ground, still maintaining its pouncing posture. Inertia dragged its corpse 2 meters across the ground, stopping right at One Eye's feet. Blood gushed from the clean cut, staining the concrete red. Silence. A deathly stillness. Even the wind among the ruins seemed to freeze. Monkey's jaw dropped, his mouth wide open. The dagger in his hand had slipped out unnoticed, stuck in the dirt. Baldy stood frozen, his club raised mid-charge like a comical statue. One Eye looked down at the wolf carcass at his feet. His single eye contracted violently, filled with unconcealable shock. One strike. Just one strike. This was an early first-order windblade wolf. Even going all out, it would take him considerable effort to take down this beast. And he could never do it so cleanly. What had happened in that instant? What was that strange sharp sound? Was that a sound a human could make? Everyone's gaze stiffly turned to the youth standing in the shadows. Shen Tian expressionlessly flicked the blood droplets off his boning knife. His movements were as casual as if he had just slaughtered a chicken. He glanced down at the system notification flashing on his retina. Killed early first-order wind blade wolf. Kill value gained 20. Shen Tian frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the reward. He looked up, meeting their stunned gazes. "What's the matter?" Shen Tian asked calmly. His voice was not loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears. "Are we moving on? Or?" He pointed at the corpse on the ground. "Who does this belong to?" The wind ceased. Dust still settled slowly in the air among the ruins. One Eye felt his throat go dry. He swallowed involuntarily, his atoms, apple bobbing with difficulty. The sound was especially jarring in the dead silence. As the captain of the hyena squad and a first-stage mid-level martial artist, One Eye had roamed the wilderness for a full decade. He had seen too many corpses, but he had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. It was a wind blade wolf, the speed king among first-stage early-level beasts, renowned for its cunning and lightning-fast movements. Even a fully armed regular army squad would have a headache dealing with this thing and might even suffer a few casualties. But now, it lay right at his feet. Its head was sliced cleanly open without even time to let out a final howl. One strike. Just one strike. One Eye stared intently at the cut on the wolf's corpse. It was as smooth as a mirror with no jagged bone fragments, like a hot knife slicing through tender tofu. This required not only an extremely sharp blade, but also a terrifying level of explosive power and control. One Eye frantically replayed the image of that moment in his mind. If he had put himself in Shen Tian's position facing the charging windblade wolf, could he have done it? The answer was no. Even as a first-stage mid-level martial artist who had spent years in the bone-tempering realm, he could not have executed it with such effortless ease. He might have killed the wolf, but it would rely on rich experience and desperate ferocity, even risking a bite to drive his blade into the beast's belly. That was a fight for survival. What Shen Tian had just done was an execution. The difference was clear. One Eye felt a chill crawl up his spine to the top of his head. Earlier in the vehicle, when the female officer from the Pujuan division had favored Shen Tian, he had thought the boy was just lucky or had won her over with his fair face. Even earlier, when he had sensed that faint, dangerous aura from Shen Tian, he had chalked it up to a hallucination from a poor night's sleep. Now it seemed that was no hallucination. It was a frantic warning from his beastly instincts. This harmless-looking high school student in a uniform was no lamb to the slaughter. Perhaps his strength even surpassed his own. One Eye took a deep breath, forcing down the storm in his heart. He looked up at Shen Tian. The young man's face remained expressionless, without the relief of a narrow escape or the excitement of a first kill. His calmness was frightening. "Captain," Shen Tian asked again when no one spoke. "How is this counted?" One Eye snapped back to reality. The flesh on his face twitched, and his previous arrogance vanished instantly. In its place was a complex mix of wariness and flattery. "It's yours," One Eye said, his voice hoarse. "That's the rule. Whoever kills it gets it." In the past, if another bait had killed a beast, One Eye would have used excuses like borrowed team equipment or provided protection to claim most of the loot, or even outright steal it. But in the wilderness, rules were for the weak. The strong were the rules themselves. Facing a man who could kill a windblade wolf with one strike, One Eye would have to be brainless to covet such a small gain. "Good." Shen Tian nodded. He crouched down and skillfully used a boning knife to open the wolf's chest cavity. His movements were fluid, as natural as gutting fish at a market. He was searching for a beast core. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, Shen Tian stood up in disappointment. No beast core. Low-level beasts rarely produced cores anyway, and this wolf was clearly poor. Still, the pelt and claws could fetch some money. "Baldy, lend a hand." Shen Tian suddenly spoke. The stunned Baldy jolted. "Huh. Oh, coming. This 2-meter tall, muscular brute now scampered over like an obedient schoolboy. That single strike had completely awed him, even frightened him. He wondered what would have happened if that blade had been aimed at his own neck. Baldy rubbed his thick neck, feeling a chill. That was a speed his spiked club could never block. As the two handled the wolf carcass in a corner, Monkey remained frozen in that stiff posture. His face was pale as paper, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The dagger that had fallen lay stuck in the dirt, as if mocking its owner's incompetence. Monkey's heart pounded wildly in his chest, threatening to burst. Fear. Real fear. Just minutes ago, he had been sarcastically mocking Shen Tian in the vehicle, calling him young master, saying he would wet his pants, even hoping to see him wail in the beast's jaws. But reality had dealt him a resounding slap. No, it was more than a slap. It was a blade at his throat. Monkey glanced up furtively at Shen Tian, who was wiping his blade. The young man's profile was strikingly stern in the shadows. Recalling his attitude toward Shen Tian throughout the journey, all the taunts, sarcasm, even malicious pranks, Monkey felt his legs tremble. Would that kid hold a grudge, possessing such strength, yet hiding it until the critical moment to reveal his fangs? Such a person had a mind as deep and terrifying as an abyss. He surely remembered everything. Monkey grew more terrified the more he thought. In this lawless wilderness a death came too easily. If Shen Tian wished, he could easily stab him in the chaos and blame it on a beast. No one would suspect. No one would investigate a dead thug's fate. Even One Eye would probably turn a blind eye after all who would offend a strong man for a worthless nobody. A feeling of despair spread through Monkey's heart. But soon that despair began to fester. It fermented in the soil of fear, twisted, and turned into something darker, more insane. Murderous intent. Monkey's gaze grew cold. Then he must not return alive. Before Shen Tian made a move against him before he knew of the killing intent. Strike first. In a direct fight, Monkey knew he was no match for Shen Tian. But in the wilderness, killing didn't always require strength. Traps, poison, luring beast packs. There were plenty of ways. Once they reached that abandoned commercial district, the iron-armored lizard's territory. Once chaos erupted, an opportunity would arise. Monkey stared fixedly at Shen Tian's back, a cruel, twisted smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A genius. Humph. A dead genius was just a pile of rotting flesh. All packed. One Eye's voice interrupted Monkey's thoughts. Done. Shen Tian stood up. The most valuable fangs and intact pieces of wolf hide had been cut off and stuffed into his backpack. As for the wolf meat, it was too heavy to carry, so it would have to feed the scavengers. Let's move then. One Eye shot Shen Tian a deep glance. His tone carried less command and more consultation. The target is still 3 kilometers away. Since you have this skill, the original plan is scrapped. One Eye paused before continuing. You don't need to be bait anymore. Using you as bait would be a waste of talent. When we get there, you and I will take the lead. Baldy provides cover. As for the pay, One Eye gritted his teeth. The original 10%, he'll raise it to 30%. How about it? This was a major concession, a gesture of goodwill. Greedy as One Eye was, he knew better. To survive long in the wilderness, one must read the situation. Winning over a promising young powerhouse was worth more than an extra 20%. Shen Tian didn't refuse. Agreed, he said flatly. Kill count was the main prize, money was just a bonus. As long as he could slay beasts, taking the lead was exactly what he wanted. Then let's go. One Eye waved his hand. The team set off again, but this time the formation shifted subtly. Shen Tian was no longer at the rear. One Eye had deliberately placed him on the flank, a position for both offense and defense. Meanwhile, Monkey, who had been guarding the right flank, was pushed to the back. Monkey kept his head down, silently trailing the group. His eyes never left Shen Tian's back. Like a venomous snake lurking in a sewer, patiently waiting for its prey to show a weakness. The wind grew stronger. From deep within the ruins came muffled, beastly roars. As if welcoming these reckless intruders. Shen Tian tightened his grip on the boning knife. On the system panel, kill count 62. The wind and sand began to rise. The abandoned highway stretched ahead like a broken spine winding into the gray distance. Shen Tian followed beside One Eye, his steps steady and resolute. His attention was entirely focused on the faint blue light screen only he could see hovering before his retina. Host Shen Tian. Spiritual power 10. Martial realm mortal body, 2020. Killing value 62. Martial arts basic blade technique, 55 perfect. Basic body tempering, 88 perfect. Talent innate blade bone green. 62 points of killing value. This was a considerable fortune. The Windblade Wolf just now had contributed a full 20 points. Combined with his previous accumulation, Shen Tian's killing value reserve was now unprecedentedly abundant. Yet with this blessing came a dilemma. How should he spend it? His gaze swept across the panel. The basic blade technique was already perfected, grayed out, and unable to receive further points. The basic body tempering had also reached the mortal bonus limit. To break through, a more advanced cultivation method or some sort of opportunity would be required. As for the martial realm stuck at 2020, it was clear he had encountered a bottleneck. The only remaining choice was one. Shen Tian's gaze fell upon the spiritual power section. Spiritual power 10. This was the standard value of an ordinary adult. At the early stages of martial cultivation, spiritual power's role was not obvious and was often neglected by many lower-tier warriors. They preferred to refine their bodies, pursuing the extremes of strength and speed. In this perilous wilderness, only formidable spiritual power could bring keen insight, the very essence of survival. All in. Shen Tian silently chanted within. Without any hesitation. Retaining killing value would yield no dividends. In this godforsaken place, every increment of strength meant an increased chance of survival. System allocate all points to spiritual power. Boom. As the command was given, the 62 points of killing value instantly vanished. Immediately afterward, an indescribable cool current suddenly emerged deep within Shen Tian's mind. If allocating points to the body was like tearing pain, then investing in spiritual power was a shiver surging straight to the crown of his head. Cold. Utterly cold. As if someone had poured a bucket of ice water over his cerebral cortex. Shen Tian's steps faltered slightly, his pupils contracting sharply. The world had changed. Dust floating in the air, shadows cast by ruins afar, every detail in the interplay of light and shadow was magnified countless times, as if under a high-definition lens. Terrifyingly clear. Spiritual power 72. The number on the panel leapt dramatically from 10 to 72. This was a qualitative leap. An ordinary person's spiritual power was 10, but Shen Tian's mental calculation and perception had now multiplied sevenfold. The sensation was extraordinary, like having installed a nuclear engine in his brain. Shen Tian took a deep breath. The once murky air now inhaled into his lungs gave him an unprecedented sense of control. Within a 50-meter radius, every movement did not require his eyes to see. Like a radar scan, it was vividly reflected in his mind. This was more than just enhanced senses. It was a sixth sense. Just as Shen Tian reveled in the exhilarating surge of power, suddenly a sharp tension gripped his back. A stabbing pain like needles pricking pierced his nerves without warning. Malice. Pure and chilling malice. In the past, Shen Tian might have thought it was just the cold wind in the wilderness or a hallucination. But now, with spiritual power soaring to 72, his emotional sensitivity was at its peak. That malice clung to his back like an invisible thread, filled with jealousy, fear, and a madness intent on destruction. Shen Tian did not look back. His expression remained calm and his steps unshaken. The source of the malice was unmistakable. It was not One-Eyed walking ahead, though greedy One-Eyed still needed Shen Tian's combat strength. That malice was calculation, not pure killing intent. Nor was it the bald man beside him. The bald man had been terrified by the previous slash, and now held only reverence for Shen Tian. The malice came from behind. At the rear of the group, the figure who kept his head lowered, quietly making his way. The monkey. Shen Tian's lips twitched slightly, his gaze instantly turning icy cold. So it was. With a little thought, Shen Tian unraveled the logic. The monkey was afraid. Earlier on the vehicle, the monkey had mocked him relentlessly, treating him like a soft target, a joke. But now the soft target had turned into a killing god. This drastic contrast shattered the monkey's fragile psychological defense. He feared Shen Tian's retaliation. Measuring others with a petty heart, in the monkey's worldview, arrogance when empowered was the norm and vindictiveness was instinct. Therefore, he firmly believed Shen Tian would find an opportunity to kill him. Extreme fear transformed into a frenzied urge to strike first. This was the monkey's current mindset. Want to kill me? Shen Tian sneered inwardly. He had never taken this petty clown seriously. After all, to him, now the monkey was not even worth a whetstone. As long as he did not provoke him, Shen Tian was too lazy to waste time on him. Killing him would even soil his blade. But now that the opponent harbored murderous intent, the nature of their relationship changed. In the wilderness, mercy to enemies was cruelty to oneself. Keeping a venomous snake ready to bite at any moment behind one's back was courting death. Shen Tian lightly caressed the handle of his bone-stripping blade. The coarse texture intensified the killing intent in his heart. The heightened perception from his surging spiritual power even allowed him to see the monkey's expression at this moment. He was waiting for an opportunity, for the battle to erupt, for chaos to ensue, so he could deliver a fatal strike from behind. Since you want to play? A cold gleam flashed in Shen Tian's eyes. Then I'll play with you. But the price will be your life. The group pressed deeper into the ruins. Here the debris was denser than the outskirts. Collapsed skyscrapers stood like massive tombstones, fracturing the sky into shattered fragments. Stay alert, One-Eye's voice drifted in the wind. This area was once a commercial center. The terrain is complex and prone to conceal threats. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Tian quickened his pace. Without a hint, he sidestepped 2 meters to the left, his bone-stripping blade carving a pale crescent in the air. A sharp sound. A black shadow that had just half emerged from behind a broken wall was cleanly slid across the throat before it could even roar. Blood sprayed onto the gray-brown concrete wall, a gruesome sight. Killed a first-stage early mutant beast, rotten corpse dog, gained killing value 20. Shen Tian did not even glance at the corpse, flicked the blood droplets off his blade, and returned to the group's flank. His movements were fluid, as if casually swatting a fly. One-Eyed was stunned. He had not even detected the rotten corpse dog's presence moments before. This guy's perception. One-Eyed was secretly alarmed. If the previous swift strike on the Windblade Wolf was explosive power, this preternatural reaction speed was downright frightening. The group pressed on. 10 minutes later. Hiss. 2 speckled pythons shot out from the gaps in a sewer manhole, cover their venomous fangs gleaming with a ghostly blue light, lunging at the bald man in the center. The bald man barely raised his iron rod. Swish. Two cold lights flashed. Shen Tian had already sheathed his blade. The two pythons were severed midair into 4 pieces, falling noisily to the ground, still twitching nervously. Killed a first stage early mutant beast twin-headed speckled python. Gained killing value 20. Killed a first stage early mutant beast twin-headed speckled python. Gained killing value 20. The bald man's arm holding the iron rod froze midair, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. Is that it? He glanced at the snake corpses on the ground, then at Shen Tian's calm face, swallowing nervously. Was this really the same seemingly weak high school student? Along the way, every mutant beast Shen Tian appeared before was slain instantly. What was most eerie to everyone was that Shen Tian always seemed to strike before the mutant beasts even moved. It was as if he had full map vision, or as soon as the beast spawned, his blade was already at their necks. This is Ruthless. The bald man looked a bit spooked. Does this guy have some kind of twisted hobby? I noticed when he killed those beasts he didn't even blink. He even seemed excited. Indeed excited. Shen Tian observed the ever-jumping numbers on the panel, his mood soaring. Killing value 60. In just half an hour he had amassed 60 points of killing value. Moreover, as the battle progressed, he grew increasingly adept at utilizing his surged spiritual power. That 50-meter radius radar scan enabled him to accurately capture every subtle movement. No need to rely on eyesight. As long as something entered his perception range, it was their death sentence. Something's off. One-eyed suddenly halted, his brows furrowed deeply. He crouched and dipped his finger into a bloodstain on the ground. What's wrong, boss? The bald man approached to ask. Too frequent. One-eyed stood up, his gaze warily scanning the dark ruins around them. We've just entered the edge of Zone C. While first-stage mutant beasts exist, they shouldn't be this dense. Within a mere 3 kilometers, we've faced several waves of attacks. And these mutant beasts. The one-eyed man paused, his tone turning grave. They are restless. A chill ran down everyone's spine. The bald man's face shifted color. The Pajuan division has sealed off the depths. The one-eyed man gazed toward the mist-shrouded depths of the ruins. No wonder they've mobilized the Pajuan division. Something truly catastrophic might be brewing inside. So do we still proceed? Fortune favors the bold. The one-eyed man gritted his teeth, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Well, skim the edges, not venture deep. As long as we don't run into second-tier beasts or higher with our firepower and that kid's blade skills. The one-eyed man glanced at Shen Tian. Shen Tian stood on a fractured cement slab, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with indifference. His face betrayed no emotion. The youth's profile was fair and delicate, carrying an almost scholarly air. Yet everyone present looking at him now felt a shiver crawl up their spines. This was no high school student. This was a little demon king cloaked in human skin. Keep moving. The one-eyed man made his decision. Keep your eyes sharp. The moment something's off, we retreat immediately. The group set off once more. But this time the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Shen Tian still walked on the flank. Yet he could sense that the gaze behind him had become more fervent and manic. Monkey brought up the rear. Watching Shen Tian's clean, ruthless kills time, and again Monkey's heart pounded violently. Not from excitement, but from fear. Too strong. This kid whom he had mocked all along was terrifyingly powerful. If that blade were to fall on him. Monkey shuddered. He didn't want to die, but he knew Shen Tian must already hold a grudge against him. Several times earlier after killing beasts, Shen Tian hadn't turned around, yet Monkey could feel that icy killing intent brushing past him. He can't be allowed to leave alive. Monkey's eyes were bloodshot. When we hit a tough spot, or in the chaos of battle. He frantically plotted scenarios in his mind. Only the dead are truly safe. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved at the corner of Shen Tian's mouth. The moment Monkey dared to raise his hand, Shen Tian's blade would surely slit his throat first. The group moved through the rubble, gravel crunching underfoot. Walking on the flank, Shen Tian sank his consciousness into the system panel. Host Shen Tian, mental strength 72, martial realm, mortal body 2020, kill value 60, martial arts, basic blade technique 55, mastered, basic body forging 88, mastered talent, innate blade bone green, system allocate points. Shen Tian murmured inwardly. He focused his will on the mental strength category. The kill value began to plummet, flowing out like water. 73, 78, 85. As the numbers climbed, Shen Tian felt a faint sting deep within his brain, like countless fine needles pricking him. But the pain vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable coolness. As if downing an ice-cold Sprite on a scorching day, a chill that reached the soul. 90, 95, 99. Boom. The moment the number hit 100. Something seemed to shatter within Shen Tian's mind. It was the sound of a shackle breaking. The mental strength that had been diffused like mist now began to contract and condense. From a gaseous state, it transformed into a liquid, An invisible ripple radiated outward from Shen Tian. Mental strength 100 first-rank mentalist. The text on the panel had changed. Shen Tian's steps faltered slightly. The world had changed. If his previous perception was like a radar scan, picking up only vague blips, now it was as if he possessed a panoramic high-definition camera. Closing his eyes, everything within 100 meters was crystal clear. He could see a pebble wedged in the sole of the one-eyed man's combat boot. He could see the cold sweat seeping from the pores on the bald man's back. He could even see a mutated rat gnawing on a decayed cable 100 meters away, the tremor of its whiskers distinct. This sensation was too marvelous. A god's perspective. Absolute control. Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes, a faint, elusive glint swirling in the depths of his black pupils. So this is a mentalist. He had read about mentalists in books. They were rarer and more terrifying than martial artists. Unrivaled at the same rank. Killing those above their level like slaughtering dogs. Because they needed no physical action, a mere thought could slay invisibly. Shen Tian looked down at his feet. There lay a rusty nut about the size of a thumb. Rise. He willed it. No movement, no sound. The nut defied physics, wobbling into the air as if held by an invisible hand. A surge of ecstasy welled up in Shen Tian, but his face remained a mask of stoic indifference. He tried to increase his mental output. Whoosh. The nut turned into a blur, zipping in a circle around him. Its speed was so great it stirred a faint whisper in the air. The bald man ahead twitched his ears and turned back suspiciously. What was that noise? Shen Tian retracted his will. The nut froze instantly, falling silently back into the grass. The wind, Shen Tian said flatly. The bald man scratched his head, found nothing amiss, and grumbled as he turned back to lead the way. Jumping at shadows, you scared the hell out of me. Shen Tian watched the bald man's back, a hint of amusement in his eyes. In that instant, if he had wanted, the nut could have easily pierced the back of the bald man's skull. Even as a first-tier martial artist caught off guard by such a bizarre attack, he would have had no escape. Because they could never anticipate it. That was the terror of a mentalist. Uncanny. Stealthy. Impossible to defend against. The group pressed on. Shen Tian didn't idle. Like a child with a new toy, he amused himself during the monotonous trek. Of course, in secret, he practiced telekinesis, starting with one nut, then two pebbles, and later a palm-sized chunk of concrete. Shen Tian discovered that lighter objects moved faster and consumed less mental energy. At his current level as a newly broken first-rank mentalist, his limit was roughly lifting 100 kilograms. But for combat seeking maximum speed and lethality, it was best to wield light, sharp weapons like throwing knives. Pity I only have a boning knife. Shen Tian touched his waist. Though sharp, it was too heavy for a psionic weapon with poor aerodynamics and high wind resistance. Had need to get a set of specialized throwing knives back at base. Shen Tian suddenly glanced at Monkey at the rear. Monkey was staring at his back with a sinister glare. Suddenly Monkey felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if an icy finger had lightly traced his carotid artery. Who? Monkey whipped around, screaming in terror. Behind him was empty air, only the moan of wind through broken windows. What the hell are you screaming about? The one-eyed man growled impatiently. Want to draw every beast around here. No boss, something touched me. Monkey's face was pale, drenched in cold sweat. The sensation was too real. So real he felt death breathing down his neck. Psycho, the bald man sneered. Don't tell me you've already wet your pants. Monkey opened his mouth to retort, but found no words. He looked around uneasily, feeling as if a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows fixed on him. Shen Tian walked ahead expressionless. Too weak. Shen Tian judged inwardly. Such a mere mortal was nothing but a sitting duck before a mentalist. Even though Shen Tian's martial cultivation was only at the mortal body stage, his first-rank mentalist abilities meant killing scum like Monkey required no blade. He didn't even need to turn around. A single thought sufficed. We're here. At the center of the abandoned commercial plaza, once a fountain pool, crouched a colossal ink-black shadow. The air hung thick with a pungent coppery stench, the musk of reptiles mingled with the sour fermentation of rotting flesh. That's the iron-scale lizard. With his single eye gleaming with avarice, Du Yin lowered his voice. Look at its size. The dorsal plates are fully blackened. Prime quality. This hide alone could fetch 500,000 credits. 500,000 credits. To hunters who wore their lives like loose change on their belts, it was a fortune capable of shattering reason. Guangtou swallowed hard, palms slick with sweat as he gripped his iron rod. Hosey crouched behind the other's, eyes darting, calculating, uncertain. Shen Tian stood cloaked in shadow, his spiritual sense unfolding like a tide. Within his perception, the slumbering beast pulsed with violent qi circulation, a dormant volcano trembling on the edge of eruption. And yet, its aura far surpassed the recorded Tier 1 late classification. Prepare to engage. Standard formation, Du Yin signaled sharply. He'll draw its frontline attention, with Shen Tian, and Guangtou strikes left, Hosey right. Target the soft underbelly when the opening appears. Remember, no overextending. Its carapace is impenetrable. Grind it down, not rush it. All nodded in unison. Du Yan drew a heavy-backed greatsword from his back, coiled his legs, and launched forward like a cannonball. Kill! A thunderous roar shattered the silence. The iron-scale lizard snapped its eyes open, slitted pupils burning with cold amber malice. It bore no grogginess, only the incandescent fury of prey daring to provoke a predator. Roar! It surged upright, shaking the earth beneath its feet. A thick, scaly tail lashed sideways, howling through the air like a whip of doom. Du Yan's face paled. He raised his sword in desperate block. Clang! A deafening impact hurled him backward, skidding 8 meters across cracked concrete, carving twin furrows with his boots. Shit! His palms split wide open, blood streaming freely. Terror flooded his gaze. Something's wrong. That force. It's Tier 1 Apex. Tier 1 Apex. Guangtou and Hosey turned ashen. Though only a hair's breadth above Tier 1 late, the gulf between them was chasm deep, unbridgeable by mere numbers. The former they might hunt in concert. The latter, a slaughterhouse for their entire squad. The intel was flawed. Retreat. No, we can't retreat now. It's locked onto us. Du Yan's snarled jaw clenched, watching the lizard's unblinking gaze fix upon them all. It's faster than we are. Fleeing would expose our backs. That's suicide. Then we fight. Shen Tian, hold the line. Du Yan bellowed, charging again. In that moment, if no one stood firm to absorb the blows, none would survive. Shen Tian did not retreat. He stepped forward, one deliberate stride. Ordinary martial artists at the mortal body realm would have crumbled in terror before a Tier 1 apex beast, but his eyes burned brighter, hotter with exhilaration. Perfect. Let me test this blade on you. Shing. The bone-carving knife cleared its sheath. Shen Tian advanced, not away, but into the descending claw of the iron-scale lizard. Talent activated innate blade bone. Effect triggered Titan's might. His arm bones cracked like dry bamboo. Faint cerulean light shimmered beneath his skin, pulsing with raw power. In that instant, his spine, the great dragon, transformed into an unsheathed, world-shaking saber. 100% arm strength amplification. 100% strike power amplification. Get back. Shen Tian's low command carried the weight of cleaving mountains and splitting stone. Boom. The blade met claw in cataclysmic collision. No one witnessed the expected carnage, the pulverization of flesh and bone. Instead, a shockwave erupted from the blade's edge, violent and absolute. Vibrant strike. Even the iron-scale lizard's iron-hard talons trembled with sudden numbness. Its massive frame recoiled, thrown off balance by sheer resonance. Now, Du Yan's elation was electric. He had never imagined that this seemingly frail high schooler possessed such terrifying explosive power, capable of trading blows heat-in with a Tier 1 apex monstrosity. Is this the legendary innate strength? Strike now. Du Yan roared, seizing the beast's momentary rigidity. His greatsword arced toward its throat with lethal precision. Guangtou lunged, two iron rod raised high, aiming a crushing blow at the lizard's left knee joint. The battle flared into white-hot intensity. Shen Tian and Du Yan became the unshakable core of the assault, especially Shen Tian. Guided by his spiritual sense, he anticipated every attack with uncanny precision, slipping through openings like eel-slick oil. Each counterstrike drove his bone-carving knife deep into the narrow gaps between armored scales, spraying crimson mist with surgical lethality. The iron-scale lizard roared in mounting fury, yet could neither corner nor shake this maddening human. Its full attention, now utterly consumed, fixed solely upon Shen Tian. At that very moment, Hosey, who had been circling warily along the right flank, moved. But he did not target the lizard. His gaze locked unblinking onto Shen Tian's exposed back. Shen Tian had just completed a sweeping cut, caught mid-transition where momentum bled into stillness. And the lizard's deafening roar drowned out even the whisper of steel. This was the perfect chance. The only chance. Die. Hosey's face twisted. Jealousy and fear fused into pure ravenous murder. His dagger glinted with venomous indigo light, slipping forward in utter silence, aimed straight for Shen Tian's heart. Swift. Precise. Ruthless. If it struck home, even a god would fall dead on the spot. Hosey, what the hell are you doing? You're insane, eh? He's holding the monster. If he dies, we all die. Guangtou's scream tore from his throat, raw and disbelieving. He couldn't fathom what he saw. In this crucible of life and death, when every breath was borrowed time, Hosey had betrayed their strongest weapon. Was he courting oblivion? Du Yan spun at the shout, his pupils contracting into needle-thin points of horror. Too late. Hosey's dagger hovered less than half a meter from Shen Tian's back. At that range, even a Tier 2 martial artist caught unaware could not evade. It was over. Ice flooded Du Yan's veins. If Shen Tian fell, no one could withstand the iron scale lizard, and they would all perish with him. A cruel smile split Hosey's lips. He already savored the wet kiss of steel-piercing flesh, the glorious collapse of the genius who haunted his nightmares. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Hosey's grin froze. For Shen Tian's back revealed not a flicker of panic, not even a tremor, as if he'd known, long before the first step was taken. An invisible wave descended. Time itself seemed to thicken, slowing to syrup. Hosey watched in dawning horror as his dagger sank into resistance. Not air, not flesh, but something viscous, immovable, like striking hardened resin. What in the name of? Before thought could catch up, Feiyish, a faint shrill whistle pierced the air. A rusted hex nut. Thumb's eyes caked in grime and grease, the kind of refuse littering every ruin. Yet now, it hung motionless before Hosey's brow, spinning violently, shrieking like a banshee's teeth. Hosey's own dilated pupils reflected the nut, and behind it Shen Tian's back, still turned away, yet somehow gazing. Cold, unblinking, omnipresent. Spiritual mind force. Omniscient field of vision. Next life, grow some sense. A voice calm and hollow as a tune detonated inside Hosey's skull. Thwip. The nut became a streak of light, piercing Hosey's forehead clean through, erupting from the back of his skull in a spray of crimson and gray, then embedding itself deep into the distant wall with a final metallic ring. Clang. The dagger clattered to the ground. Hosey stood rigid, eyes bulging, mouth slack, his face still locked in that grotesque mask of murderous glee and frozen disbelief. Thud. His corpse collapsed stiff and lifeless. Only then did Shen Tian fail to turn. His bone-carving knife swept again, vibrant strike activated, deflecting the lizard's sweeping tail with contemptuous ease. The sequence flowed like water, effortless, inevitable, killing as casual as swatting a fly. Silence. Graveyard silence. Only the iron scale lizard's ragged, guttural breathing broke the hush. Guangtou stood, frozen iron rod raised, mouth agape wide enough to swallow a fist, forgetting entirely he stood on a battlefield. Du Yan shuddered violently, a glacial dread surging from his soles to his crown. What was that? A projectile? No weapon bent midair. No weapon flew without hands. That was a spiritual mind weaver. Impossible. Du Yan's voice cracked like breaking ice, as though staring into the maw of a specter. A legendary 1 in 10,000 vocation, awakening with peerless dominance, slaying unseen, revered beyond measure. This quiet high schooler, who trailed obediently behind him like a shadow, was a spiritual mind weaver. Du Yan felt his entire worldview fracture and collapse. He had nearly deployed a spiritual mind weaver as disposable cannon fodder. Now his terror of Shen Tian eclipsed even that of the Tier 1 apex lizard looming before him. What are you staring at? Move or die. That lizard belongs to me. Move or die. That lizard belongs to me. The iron lizard's vertical pupils suddenly contracted. On that human youth it sensed an aura that made its very soul tremble. It was the pressure of a superior being. Roar. The iron lizard let out a piercing howl. Instead of retreating, its colossal body lunged forward, knowing escape was futile and only a desperate fight remained. Its massive claw, capable of crushing a heavy tank, sliced through the air with a shrill screech, aiming directly for Shen Tian's head. If that claw landed, even a solid steel ingot would be flattened into a pancake, let alone flesh and blood. Shen Tian remained expressionless. The great dragon of his spine undulated slightly, and beneath his skin the faint cyan luster grew denser. Between his joints came the crisp sound of metal clashing. It was the resonance of his innate blade bones. Shen Tian tightened his grip on the boning knife. At that moment the bones of his arm seemed to merge with the blade in his hand. Great strength activated. Blade vibration activated. The edge of the boning knife began to vibrate at a frequency imperceptible to the naked eye. The air shattered, emitting a series of piercing hums. The concrete floor beneath Shen Tian's feet exploded. He transformed into a blur, charging heat toward the sky-obscuring giant claw. Chop! Shen Tian uttered a single icy word. Splurt! The once impenetrable iron armor now crumbled like tofu. Vibration. The high-frequency tremor endowed the blade with unparalleled cutting power. A flash of light swept past. The iron lizard's thick, massive claw was severed cleanly at the root. Gushes of foul, reeking blood spurted out like a rain of gore. The iron lizard let out a miserable howl, its colossal body swaying violently. Shen Tian did not stop. His figure performed an uncanny midair reversal. His psychic force had propelled him from behind. He became a cyan bolt of lightning, instantly appearing at the iron lizard's neck. The boning knife swung again. Still that same unremarkable slash. But this one precisely sliced into the weakest gap between the iron lizard's scales. Crack! That was the sound of bone breaking. Shen Tian's psychic energy erupted, transforming into an invisible spike that plunged directly into the iron lizard's brain. Attacked from within and without, the iron lizard's howl ceased abruptly. Its massive body stiffened in place, then crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A peak first-tier beast, a terror capable of annihilating an entire veteran hunter squad, had fallen to the blade of a high school student. It died swiftly and cleanly without even a chance to fight back. Amid the ruins, a deathly silence reigned. One Eye and Baldy stared blankly at the giant beast's corpse, then at Shen Tian, who stood beside it leisurely wiping his blade. Their minds went blank. They even forgot to breathe. What had just happened? One slash. Just one slash. That terrifying vibration, even from over a dozen meters away, made their bones feel numb. Even more frightening was Shen Tian's composure in killing. Killing the monkey, he didn't look back. Killing the iron lizard, his expression never changed. This youth was nothing less than a born killing machine. Shen Tian sheathed his knife and turned around. His gaze was as calm as a stagnant pool. This iron lizard is a peak first tier. His voice echoed across the empty square. According to our earlier agreement, how do we divide it? One Eye shuddered and snapped back to reality. Divide. He looked at the monkey on the ground, then at the iron lizard's corpse. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Before, he might have entertained crooked thoughts over materials worth $500,000. But now, even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. A psychic master, a profession invincible upon awakening, was a god in the wilderness. Offending a future psychic master was tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, Shen Tian's blade skills were absurdly powerful. That explosive force was beyond human capability. One Eye even suspected that Shen Tian's earlier slash could harm a second-tier beast. Shun, Mr. Shen, you're joking. One Eye's voice carried obvious flattery and reverence. He didn't even dare use Shen Tian's name directly, opting instead for an honorific. This beast was entirely slain by you alone. We didn't contribute at all. Besides, if it weren't for you, we might have been ambushed by that bastard monkey. One Eye spoke while covertly watching Shen Tian's expression. Seeing no anger, he wiped his sweat and continued, this iron lizard should be entirely yours. All the materials, all the profits are yours. Just surviving is already your great mercy, Mr. Shen. Baldy, who had also come to his senses, nodded frantically like a bobblehead. Yes, Mr. Shen, that beast was too fierce. Without you, I'd be dead. We wouldn't dare ask for any share. If you see fit, let us be your laborers and help dismantle this beast's materials. Baldy spoke with utmost sincerity. In the wilderness, strength was everything. The power Shen Tian had displayed had thoroughly conquered them. More importantly, they were terrified. The monkey's corpse hadn't even cooled yet. They feared Shen Tian might silence them to monopolize the spoils. After all, this was the wilderness. Hunters dying was perfectly normal. Shen Tian looked at the two men, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He knew exactly what they were thinking. If he were just an ordinary mortal realm martial artist, One Eye would surely scheme to take the lion's share. But now he had displayed the power of a psychic master. That deterrent was more effective than any contract. Since you insist, I won't be polite. Shen Tian said calmly. Material dismantling is your expertise. Get to work. One Eye and Baldy felt as if pardoned. Right away. You rest, leave this rough work to us. One Eye shouted excitedly as if receiving a reward. He deftly pulled a full set of professional skinning knives and specialized serrated tools from his backpack. Baldy, ignoring his injuries, scurried over to help. The two busied themselves around the iron lizard's corpse with fervor. Shen Tian sat on a broken stone pillar, closing his eyes to rest. In truth, he was sensing the changes within his body. That brief battle had been immensely significant to him. It was his first time fully unleashing innate blade bones and blade vibration. The sensation was exhilarating. It felt as though his entire being had become a sharp blade, invincible. Moreover, his control over psychic force was growing smoother. If combined with throwing knives, Shen Tian was already planning his next equipment purchase. Mr. Shen, look. One Eye's voice interrupted his thoughts. One Eye, drenched in sweat, held up a massive black scale, his face brimming with joy. This is the iron lizard's heartguard plate, the most intact piece. This alone can fetch 80,000 on the black market. And these 4 claws are top-tier materials for crafting armor-piercing arrows. Shen Tian walked over and surveyed the dismembered corpse. He had to admit their technique was seasoned. Skin was skin, bone was bone, with nothing wasted. And this? One Eye carefully extracted a blood-stained flesh sac from the iron lizard's abdomen. He gently pried it open with his knife. A thumb-sized crystal emitting a dim yellow glow rolled out. A beast core, Baldy exclaimed, envy evident in his eyes. The chance of a peak first-tier beast producing a core was not high. This was hard currency usable for cultivation or fetching a sky-high price. This single core is worth at least 200,000. One Eye swallowed hard, suppressing his greed, and presented it to Shen Tian with both hands. Shen Tian took the core. It was cold to the touch, yet he could feel a violent energy contained within. Not bad. He pocketed the core. Continue. Take everything that can be carried. For the next hour, One Eye and Baldy became expert butchers. They stripped every valuable part from the iron lizard, packing them into specialized alloy backpacks. They filled 3 large bags. Shen Tian weighed them. The total value easily exceeded 600,000. In the past, that was a fortune he dared not dream of. Mr. Shen, we're all set. One Eye, carrying a heavy pack, smiled ingratiatingly. Shall we head back to the city, or? Shen Tian was about to speak. Suddenly his brow furrowed sharply. In his psychic perception, a profoundly violent aura was rapidly approaching from deep within the ruins. It was moving extremely fast. Let's go. Shen Tian barked, his eyes turning fierce. One Eye and Baldy were startled. Mr. Shen, what's wrong? Something is coming. Something's there. One Eye froze the skinning knife, halting midair. He instinctively glanced around. The ruins remained deathly still, save for the mournful wail of wind threading through hollow structures. Mr. Shen, are you perhaps too tense? One Eye forced a smile, gesturing at their surroundings. The higher beasts around here have mostly been cleared. That ironhide lizard we just took down was likely the local alpha. Silence. Shen Tian cut him off. His expression was graver than ever. That aura was too fast. Unreasonably fast. Moments ago it had been kilometers away, or in the span of a few words it had half the distance. 3rd tier. It was definitely a 3rd tier beast. A monster of that caliber, even wounded, was beyond his ability to contend with. Though he could now slay peak 1st tier beasts. Facing a 3rd tier one meant certain death. Unless you want to die, drop your haul and move. Now. Shen Tian offered no explanation, turning to sprint back the way they came. One Eye and Baldy exchanged a glance. Though their hearts bled for the unharvested materials, seeing Shen Tian so alarmed spurred them into action without hesitation. Clatter. Baldy reluctantly dropped the heavy beast bones. 10 kilometers away, atop the ruins, several dark figures moved at high speed among the building remnants. Their movements were eerily graceful, each step landing precisely on rebar or rubble, as if on flat ground. Captain, that beast is pretty fast. The adjutant's voice rang out. It's a 3rd tier wind demon wolf. If it couldn't flee, it'd have gone extinct in the wild long ago. Another team member chimed in, toying with a high-explosive grenade as if it were an apple. At the forefront, Lin Qingyi moved like a black swallow. The fierce wind tousled her short hair, revealing a pale, slender neck. Her expression remained cool. I severed the tendon in its right hind leg. It's gravely wounded now. Lin Qingyi stated flatly. It won't get far. Her gaze locked onto the blur of cyan furiously darting through the ruins ahead. It was a massive wolf-type beast. Its body was covered in cyan scales with visible wind blades swirling around it. Wherever it passed, concrete walls were sliced like paper. Yet now this once dominant alpha seemed beleaguered. Its hind leg trailed a long streak of blood, each stride spraying fresh gore. Lately, more and more big ones like this are showing up. The adjutant followed behind Lin Qingyi, his tone carrying a note of gravity. Not fear, but a professional assessment of the situation. Yesterday, a 3rd tier ironback bear was spotted in the northern sector. It nearly broke through the 2nd line of defense. Seems the rumors are true. Lin Qingyi didn't look back, her toe tapping on a protruding steel beam as she vaulted higher. The magnetic fields deep in the wilderness are in chaos. The old monsters that have been sleeping are waking up. Her voice was soft, yet carried clearly to every team member's ear. This isn't just a precursor to a beast tide. It might well be an all-out war. At the words, all-out war, the group fell silent for a moment. War, huh? The grenade-tossing member chuckled. Fine by me. My military merits haven't been enough for a new weapon lately. I was just looking for a place to rack up points. Cut the chatter. The adjutant scolded with a laugh. Let's deal with this one first. If we let a wounded 3rd tier beast escape, our squad's reputation will be shot. Lin Qingyi didn't join the banter. Her eyes flickered. At the edge of her vision, the wind demon wolf seemed to sense the killing intent behind it and abruptly changed direction. Instead of fleeing deeper into the wild, it veered southeast, toward an open plaza of ruins. The very area they had just passed through. Is it looking for cover? The adjutant asked. No. Lin Qingyi narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing within. It smells blood. There are people there. It wants to feed and regain strength. The team's speed had reached its limit. Shen Tian's physique, enhanced by a maxed-out basic body tempering technique, barely met the standard of a martial artist. He was already panting, yet the suffocating pressure not only persisted but grew ever closer. Like a sword of Damocles hanging overhead, ready to fall at any moment. Mr. Shen. One Eye's voice trembled. What is it? Shen Tian gripped the handle of his boning knife tightly. His spiritual perception was pushed to the maximum. That presence was approaching with terrifying speed. Too fast. At this speed, they couldn't outrun it. Stop. Shen Tian suddenly spoke. What a... One I thought he had misheard. I said stop. Shen Tian barked. Running only makes us easy targets. It's coming for us. Almost simultaneously, a gust of rancid wind swept over them. Boom. A cyan shadow crashed like a meteor onto the path ahead. The hard concrete road exploded on impact. Debris flew. As the dust settled, a wolf beast the size of a truck came into view. It was drenched in blood, its cyan scales curled back, revealing raw red muscle beneath. Especially its right hind leg, a wound deep enough to show bones still oozed blood. Yet even so, its vertical pupils glowing with an eerie green light still burned with chilling brutality and greed. A third-tier beast. Wind demon wolf. Gulp. Baldy swallowed hard, unable to move a finger. The pressure from a high-level life form filled an ordinary man like him with instinctive despair. It's over. This time it's truly over. The wind demon wolf didn't attack immediately. It lowered its head, nostrils flaring greedily, sniffing the lingering scent of ironhide lizard blood in the air, and the fresh scent of 3 living humans. To its wounded self, these were a perfect tonic delivered to its doorstep. Roar! The wind demon wolf let out a deep growl, crouching slightly as it prepared to pounce. Shen Tian gripped his knife tightly, standing solemnly before the group. Mr. Shun, One Eye shouted in terror. Shen Tian paid no heed. His slender figure seemed minuscule before the giant beast, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But he didn't retreat. There was no escape. Turning his back to a beast renowned for speed was suicide. Fight was the only option. Even if he died, he would shatter its teeth. Shen Tian took a deep breath and a series of sharp cracks sounded from his bones. His spiritual energy surged wildly, and the boning knife began to vibrate once more. A flicker of human-like mockery gleamed in the wind demon wolf's eyes. A mere fledgling bug dared to bare its claws at it. A kilometer away, atop the ruins, several dark figures leaped through the broken walls like specters. The gale howled, swirling dust and sand, yet it did not hinder the speed of this elite squad in the slightest. Thunder Ghost, how much farther? A young soldier casually tossed a high-explosive grenade in his hand. The adjutant called Thunder Ghost raised his wrist, glancing at the blinking red dot on his watch. Less than 2 kilometers. That beast is slowing down. Thunder Ghost's voice remained utterly flat. Seems the captain's soul-severing blade took effect, its tendons are severed, and it can't run anymore. TCH. The young soldier curled his lip and tucked the grenade back into his belt. How dull. I thought we'd get to play cat and mouse a little longer, but it turns out to be a short-lived wretch. Just then, Thunder Ghost's step suddenly faltered. He stared at the thermal imaging feedback on his watch, his brow furrowing slightly. Something's wrong. What is it? Lin Xingyi, who had been charging at the forefront, slowed her pace, her cold, clear voice cutting through. People. Thunder Ghost swiftly adjusted the detection frequency. 3 humans. They're converging on the wind demon wolf's target. The air fell silent for a second. Then came the young soldier's exaggerated laughter. Huh. Talk about rotten luck. Out of the whole vast wilderness, they just had to run into a fleeing third-rank beast. This is like winning the lottery, except the prize is an invitation from the king of hell. Thunder Ghost didn't laugh. He zoomed in the image, and the blurry thermal feedback gradually sharpened. Though he couldn't make out their faces, the battered off-road vehicle and the 3 figures of varying heights instantly sparked a memory. It's that squad from earlier, Thunder Ghost said flatly. That student with the forged documents and the one-eyed man. Hearing this, Lin Xingyi's form froze for an instant. She halted atop a towering broken wall. The view was perfect here, allowing her to overlook the open plaza of ruins below. No instruments were needed. With her vision far surpassing ordinary people, she spotted that tiny figure at once. That youth. He now stood alone at the very front of his team. In his hand, he gripped a somewhat laughable boning knife, facing the wind demon wolf that bore down like a mountain. It really is that kid. The young soldier caught up, standing behind Lin Xingyi and clicking his tongue in wonder. Is he scared stiff? Why isn't he running? At that distance, running is useless. Thunder Ghost analyzed calmly. The wind demon wolf may have a broken leg, but its burst speed can still reach subsonic. For an ordinary martial artist, turning to flee only offers your back to death. This kid has some sense. He knows that facing it heat-in might be his only chance. A chance. The young soldier let out a sneer, as if hearing the greatest joke. Thunder Ghost, since when did you become so humorous? That's a third-rank beast. Even wounded, it's still third rank. Forget a greenhorn student whose down hasn't even grown. Even a fully armed veteran hunter squad would be annihilated facing a wind demon wolf in this state. He extended a finger, aiming at the distant black dot. He'll bet 100 contribution points. He won't last a second. Thunder Ghost didn't reply. It was the truth. The chasm in strength couldn't be bridged by courage or wit. In this brutal wilderness, weakness was the original sin. Lin Xingyi stood on the height the gale, tangling her hair. Her clear, cold eyes silently watched that frail figure in the distance. For some reason, a strange emotion stirred within her. A touch of pity, a deep regret. That youth had left a strong impression on her back at the checkpoint. Among a crowd of cowering wilderness hunters, their eyes filled with greed and fear. Only his gaze was pure. That calmness, that serene defiance in the face of a stronger being. It reminded her of herself many years ago, before she had seen too much blood, before the world's cruelty had worn down her edges. Wanting to be a hunter, Lin Xingyi murmured softly. Those were the words the youth had said to her. Back then she thought it was just a naive child's prattle, unaware of the world's vastness. But now it seemed, this kid truly had guts. Facing death, he didn't collapse like the one-eyed man, nor tremble like the bald one. Instead, he drew his blade. Even if that knife before the wind demon wolf was nothing but a toothpick. But this spirit, this metal, it couldn't be faked. If given time, if allowed to grow, perhaps he could truly become a fine warrior. Maybe even earn a place in the Pujuan division. A pity. There were no ifs. Reality never dealt in fairy tales. Captain, we can't save him. Thunder Ghost seemed to read Lin Xingyi's thoughts, his voice a low warning. Too far. 1,500 meters. Even at full burst, it would take us at least 10 seconds to reach them. And the wind demon wolf would kill them in two. Lin Xingyi knew this full well. As captain of the Pujuan division, she understood better than anyone what time and distance meant on the battlefield. That 10-second gap was the chasm between life and death. Even as a high-rank martial artist, she couldn't cross space to save a doomed man. Her hand clenched the hilt of her blade, knuckles whitening from the pressure. In the end, she slowly let go. It was a powerless surrender. Prepare for battle. Lin Xingyi's voice returned to its usual icy tone, betraying no emotion. Once the wind demon wolf finishes its meal, its vigilance will drop to its lowest. That's our best chance to kill it. Don't let it escape. Understood. Thunder Ghost and the young soldier answered in unison. There was no pity in their eyes. In the wilderness, such scenes were all too common. Every day, countless dreamers left the city only to become scraps in a beast's droppings. Such was fate. Those unlucky fools could only blame their bad luck for not checking the almanac. The young soldier had already knocked an arrow, his aim not on Shen Tian, but locked onto an empty space behind him. He was waiting for that youth to be torn apart. For the moment the wind demon wolf began to feed, that was when he would loose his arrow. Goodbye, kid. The young soldier chewed his gum, peering through the scope at the blurry figure, his tone flippant. In your next life, remember to stay far from the wilderness. This place isn't a playground for good little boys like you. The wind seemed to stop. The entire world appeared to press pause at this moment. In the distance, the massive wind demon wolf finally moved. Without hesitation, it transformed into a cyan blur, carrying the unique, terrifying pressure of a third-rank beast lunging toward that puny human. Its bloody maw gaped open. A stench of gore rushed forth. A bite force capable of crushing steel. Lin Xingyi shut her eyes briefly. She didn't want to see that youth with the clear gaze reduced to a pulp of flesh and bone. It was her final act of mercy as a strong one. It was over. Everyone thought so, including Thunder Ghost, including that young soldier. In their understanding, this was a slaughter with no suspense. Like using a hydraulic press to crush an ant. The outcome was already sealed. Yet, just as Lin Xingyi closed her eyes, just as the young soldier's finger brushed the trigger, an anomaly struck. Without any warning, that youth deemed doomed by all, that ridiculous student with the boning knife, suddenly moved, not to flee, nor to await death with closed eyes. He actually charged straight at that third-rank beast. The wind, a stench-laden wind. Accompanying the blue silhouette rushing towards him was the system's prompt sound. Target Tier 3 Wind Demon Wolf. Plunderable talent, agile body green. Acquisition condition, kill the target and consume 100 points of kill value. Shen Tian's pupils suddenly constricted. A green talent. His current innate talent, innate blade bone, is also a green talent, which has greatly benefited him with its terrifying enhancement to his swordsmanship. And now this beast before him also possessed a green talent. Moreover, it was the rarest agility type. If he could obtain it. Shen Tian's mind raced at that moment, though he currently only had 60 points of kill value. But once he slayed this Tier 3 exotic beast, the kill value he would gain would definitely exceed 40 points. He could even become instantly wealthy. Roar! The wind demon wolf looked at the human who was willingly walking to his death, its eyes filled with malice. It opened its massive maw. Deep within its throat, a blue light gathered frantically. This was not a bite. It was a wind blade. The Tier 3 exotic beast had already developed an initial ability to project energy. Even in a severely injured state, this gust of wind could slice an armored vehicle in half. Die! Shen Tian growled, the concrete ground beneath him erupting with a loud blast. The power of his perfected mortal realm exploded without reservation. But he did not charge directly. At the moment the wind demon wolf opened its mouth, a buzzing sound echoed. Shen Tian felt a throbbing in the center of his forehead. The mental energy of a first-tier mental master surged forth like a flood, instantly enveloping the surrounding space. The world slowed down. Even the forming blue wind blade became clear in Shen Tian's perception. That was the attack trajectory of the Tier 3 exotic beast. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even a Tier 2 warrior would have to endure such a sudden wind blade, because it was too fast. The eyes could see it, but the body couldn't react. But Shen Tian was different. His mental energy far surpassed his physical realm. Just before the wind blade that could cut gold and jade burst forth, Shen Tian's body twisted in an incredibly bizarre manner, like a piece of paper being torn by a fierce wind. He pushed off the ground with his left foot, his waist and abdomen exerting force, and his entire body nearly skimmed the ground as he moved sideways half a meter. Swish! A crescent-shaped blue wind blade grazed past Shen Tian's scalp. Several strands of black hair were neatly severed, drifting in the air. Immediately after, a loud crash sounded behind him. The concrete slab was sliced in half like tofu by the wind blade with a smooth cut like a mirror. Boom! Half of the concrete slab crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He avoided it. Shen Tian could even feel the lingering coolness on his scalp. But he did not pause for a moment. Seizing the window while the wind demon wolf's old strength had waned and new strength had yet to emerge, he exerted force again, his body shooting toward the right side of the wind demon wolf like a cannonball. There was its injured right hind leg. That was its only weakness. 1,000 meters away, on the ruins of a skyscraper, the young team member who was originally prepared to watch the show nearly dropped his chewing gum. He held the bowstring taut, his eyes wide as saucers. What the hell? A phrase of disbelief slipped out. Did he dodge? The young team member stared incredulously at the scene in his scope. In that brief moment he had thought that the kid was doomed. Although the wind demon wolf's wind blade was not a guaranteed kill, it was incredibly fast and well concealed. Let alone a student who wasn't even a martial artist. Even a Tier 2 warrior in their team wouldn't dare claim they could dodge it at such a distance. But that kid, it was as if he had anticipated the landing point of the wind blade. The timing of his evasive maneuver was simply astonishingly precise. A moment too early, and he would be bitten to death by the wind demon wolf. A moment too late, and he would be cleaved in two by the wind blade. It happened to be that very instant. Luck. Although there was a hint of fluctuation in Lei Gui's voice, he still maintained a rational judgment. It was definitely luck. When a person is in extreme fear, adrenaline surges, and they may occasionally perform actions that exceed their physical limits. This kid has a strong fate, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Lei Gui shook his head, seemingly searching for evidence to support his conclusion. Moreover, look at his movements. They are utterly chaotic, purely driven by the instinct to survive in a desperate struggle. Such luck cannot be replicated. In the next attack, he will surely die. The young team member nodded in agreement at these words. Indeed, if any random student could evade a Tier 3 exotic beast attack with their agility, what would people like us in the Broken Army Division be doing? He adjusted his breathing and placed his fingers back on the bowstring. But if this kid can survive a few more seconds, it gives us a better environment for output. Captain, should we make a move now? The young team member turned to Lin Qingyi, who had been silent. But he found something off about the captain's expression. Lin Qingyi ignored the team member's inquiry. Her cold gaze was fixated on the figure that was rapidly approaching the wind demon wolf. Luck. Was it really luck? As the person with the highest mental talent in the team, although her mental energy wasn't at the level of a master, her perception far exceeded that of ordinary people. In that brief moment, she distinctly sensed an extremely obscure mental fluctuation. Though it was weak and crude, the timing of that fluctuation coincided perfectly with the moment the wind blade erupted. That was prediction. How could that be possible? A quasi-martial artist who hadn't fully transformed their vitality couldn't possibly possess such powerful mental energy. Even a naturally gifted mental power user would not be able to execute such fine maneuvers without having practiced meditation through a system. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Lin Qingyi furrowed her brows slightly. In her line of sight, the young man's figure had already dashed under the wind demon wolf. He was like a nimble flea weaving through the giant beast's claws. Each movement was fraught with danger. Each landing felt like dancing on a tightrope. What is he trying to do? Lin Qingyi murmured softly. The next second she saw the young man's intent. At that moment a hint of emotion finally appeared on Lin Qingyi's eternally icy face. This kid, has he gone mad? In the center of the battlefield, Shen Tian was unaware that someone was commenting on his actions from afar. Right now his mind was consumed by a single thought. Get closer, closer. The immense burden of unleashing his full mental power made his temples throb as if they would explode at any moment. But he couldn't care less. The wind demon wolf was evidently enraged by this tiny insect's provocation. It roared, and its massive paw swept towards him, with a piercing sound that could shatter rocks. To the left, this thought flashed through Shen Tian's mind. His body reacted before his consciousness could. The perfected basic swordsmanship brought not only killing techniques, but also an ultimate enhancement in bodily control. He suddenly executed a sliding sweep. His entire body skimmed the ground, sliding past the wind demon wolf's stinking belly. Above him, the wolf's paw howled past. The fierce wind stung his cheeks painfully. Now's the time. A cold glint flashed in Shen Tian's eyes. At the moment he halted his slide, he found himself right beside the wind demon wolf's broken right hind leg. The wound inflicted by Lin Xingyi was deep enough to see bone gushing with blood, and even the pale bone stubs were visible. This was the breakthrough point. Open up for me. Shen Tian gripped the bone knife tightly. All his strength along with indomitable killing intent was poured into this strike. Thud! The bone knife plunged viciously into the gaping wound. Until the hilt. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. The wind demon wolf convulsed in pain, its enormous body shuddering violently. It never expected that this human who appeared as insignificant as an ant in its eyes could truly harm it. And moreover, pouring salt into the wound. The excruciating pain drove the wind demon wolf into a frenzy. It thrashed its rear leg wildly, trying to shake off this annoying insect. At the same time, its intact left hind leg kicked off the ground, and its gigantic body leaped into the air, attempting to crush Shen Tian into a pulp with overwhelming force. Mr. Shen, the one-eyed individual nearby, let out a desperate cry. It's over. It had completely enraged it. At this distance, there was nowhere to hide. Shen Tian gripped the knife handle tightly, his body being flung into the air. His palms split open, blood flowing through his fingers. But he did not let go. Instead, he revealed a ferocious smile. You want to crush me? I'll take you down first. Shen Tian, using the inertia of being thrown, twisted his wrist violently. The bone knife lodged in the cleft of the bone, spun madly. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The tendons, which were merely connected by a layer of flesh, were utterly severed with that brutal twist. In the distance, Lei Gui nearly dropped the thermal imaging device in his hand. The young team member gaped, forgetting to draw back the bowstring. Is this also luck? Lei Gui's voice was slightly hoarse. If dodging the wind blade was luck, then this seamless combination of sliding sweeps, assassination, and butchery was simply textbook-level exploitation of weaknesses. This was no ordinary student. This was clearly a battle-hardened butcher. Is he really just immortal? The young team member muttered, feeling his worldview shaken. This kid is a bit eerie. Moved? Lin Xingyi's voice lost its calm, carrying an undeniable urgency. She flickered the broken wall beneath her feet, collapsing instantly and transformed into a streak of black lightning racing toward the battlefield. Huh. The young team member froze for a moment, but his hands kept moving. As the squad's long-range sniper, his muscle memory reacted faster than his mind. The bowstring was already drawn taut. At the tip of the custom alloy arrow, a cold, sinister gleam shimmered. Target locked, the eye socket of the wind demon wolf. Trajectory prediction flawless. Wind speed correction complete. Even if this arrow failed to slay the severely injured third-rank beast, it would utterly blind it, buying a sliver of hope for the youth struggling beneath its claws. Afei, stop. Lin Xingyi's sharp shout exploded through the earpiece. Don't shoot. You'll hit him. The young member called. Afei's fingers trembled as he forcibly held back the arrow on the verge of release. He was bewildered. Hit him. Captain, you know my archery. I aim for the wolf's eye, half a meter from the kid at least. He's moving. His movements are completely erratic. Your prediction will likely miss. Lin Xingyi's voice carried a hint of anxiety. If you miss, the wolf won't die first. He will. Afei froze. He looked again through the high-powered scope. Indeed, that youth was like a slippery loach clinging to the wind demon wolf in close-quarters combat. Such a style of grappling was unheard of. Too reckless. But damn, it was thrilling. Everyone. Lei Gui's voice followed, steady with a hint of grim resolve. Melee assault. Target the wind demon wolf. Whoosh. 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 Several figures burst forth simultaneously, leaping from the high points of the ruins like hunting leopards, charging madly toward the battlefield a kilometer away. At the center of the battlefield, Shen Tian's situation was far less optimistic than it appeared from a distance. Though he had crippled one of the wind demon wolf's legs, the third-rank beast had gone completely berserk. Terrifying wind pressure raged around it. Countless tiny wind blades, like a meat grinder, indiscriminately sliced everything nearby. Shen Tian's clothes were shredded into strips, his body covered in fine bloody cuts. But he felt no pain. Adrenaline surged wildly, coupled with the heightened euphoria of his fully unleashed spiritual power, placing him in an extraordinarily mystical state. Just then, the spiritual radar in his mind suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Several powerful auras were approaching at high speed. They were the auras of martial artists, and very strong ones. Shen Tian jerked his head up, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust to glimpse several dark figures racing in the distance. Were those the ones he encountered at the checkpoint? The team from Pujuan Division. Shen Tian's eyes instantly turned cold. What do they want? To save me? Or? Shen Tian's gaze fell on the wind demon wolf's mangled body. To a wilderness hunter, a dying third-rank beast was a mobile mountain of gold. Just its materials alone were worth millions, not to mention the possible beast core. Kill stealing. The word popped into Shen Tian's mind. No, absolutely not. This wasn't just about money. This was about kill points. A full 100 kill points. It was the key to plundering the green talent light body. If they landed the finishing blow, wouldn't all his injuries be for nothing? The system's judgment of a kill required the fatal blow to be his. Mine. Shen Tian stared intently at the roaring wind demon wolf, a wild possessiveness flashing in his eyes. This monster is mine. No one's taking it. Time was running out. Those people were incredibly fast. They'd arrive in 10 seconds at most. He had to finish the fight within 10 seconds. But how? The boning knife was sharp, but it was only mortal steel. Against the third-rank beast's iron-hard skull and sternum, it couldn't pierce through. Unless... Shen Tian took a deep breath. The spine within him suddenly emitted a crisp crack. Talent. Innate blade bone activate. Now. Shake. Shen Tian gripped the knife with both hands, his entire skeleton beginning to tremble wildly. That tremor wasn't just muscle contraction, it was a high-frequency vibration erupting from the marrow's depths. Buzz. The boning knife in his hand let out a mournful shriek. The blade visibly twisted and shuddered. A terrifying, oscillating force traveled from the handle to the edge. The wind demon wolf seemed to sense the lethal threat. It stopped its futile roars, its jade-green pupils locked onto the knife in Shen Tian's hand. Roar. It opened its massive maw, and a cyan light gathered again. This time it wasn't a probing wind blade, but a highly compressed wind pressure bomb. Die. Shen Tian didn't dodge. He couldn't. This strike was an all-or-nothing gamble. He stepped forward fiercely, the boning knife carrying that teeth-grinding high-frequency vibration, slashing heavily at the wind demon wolf's old wound. Yet, just as the blade pierced in, crack, a crisp sound. The boning knife that had accompanied Shen Tian for so long finally couldn't withstand the terrifying oscillating force from innate blade bone. It shattered, exploding into dozens of tiny fragments. The blade broke, but Shen Tian's motion didn't stop. His eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging at his brow. Spiritual power poured out without reserve. Die. Now. Shen Tian roared inwardly. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The blade fragments inside the wind demon wolf were seized by invisible hands. A first-rank spiritual mind master telekinesis. Though Shen Tian's spiritual power couldn't yet manipulate heavy objects, these fragments were each the size of a fingernail. Light as a feather. Kill. Shen Tian clenched his fist and thrust it forward. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of blade fragments carrying terrifying kinetic energy became a metal storm. The wind pressure bomb in the wind demon wolf's mouth hadn't yet been fired when the countless sharp fragments severed its energy circuit. Then, guided by spiritual power, those fragments, like countless microscalpels, drilled into its throat and rushed into its esophagus. And inside its body, they churned wildly. Thud, thud, thud. The wind demon wolf's impenetrable scales could block external attacks, but not destruction from within. Its heart, lungs, even its brain, in that instant were shredded to pulp. Whimper. The wind demon wolf let out a choked whine. The light in its brutal vertical pupils dimmed rapidly. Its massive body stiffened for a moment. Then, it crashed to the ground. Like a toppled hill kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding. Killed third-rank beast wind demon wolf. Gained kill points 200. Current kill points 260. Detected plunderable talent light body green. Plunder. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Shen Tian exhaled a heavy breath. His head throbbed as if pierced by needles, the aftermath of spiritual power depletion. But he still grinned. Phew. Didn't get my kill stolen. He swayed, nearly falling. Only a bare hilt remained in his hand. Yet he gripped it tightly, his gaze wary as he looked ahead. There. Lin Xingyi and the others had just arrived. Several of them maintained their charging stances, but stood frozen, as if petrified. A-Fei's Bao hung limp, his mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg. Lei Gui's ever-stoic face was now twitching uncontrollably. Even Lin Qingyi, who had seen much, stared with wide, beautiful eyes, utterly incredulous. A deathly silence. The wild wind carrying sand and gravel lashed against the ruined walls, producing a crackling sound. Apart from that, there was no other noise. The Pajuan squad, which had been racing towards them from a kilometer away, now stood frozen, like statues hit by a pause button. That third-tier wind demon wolf capable of annihilating an entire standard martial squad had simply fallen. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no flashy ultimate technique. It was just that mortal realm student wielding a broken boning knife, giving it a single stab. What the hell? Afei's compound bow hung completely limp, and his alloy arrow clattered to the ground. He swallowed hard, feeling his throat parched and raw. Was this wolf made of paper? Or did it want to commit suicide and just happen to run into that kid's blade? No one answered his grim joke, because everyone had seen it clearly. That was a third-tier aberrant beast. Even a gravely wounded, dying third-tier beast possessed a physical resilience capable of withstanding bombardment from ordinary firearms. Its muscle density was dozens of times that of a human, and its bone hardness rivaled that of alloy, let alone a boning knife meant for slaughtering pigs and sheep. Even the alloy battle-axe in Lei Gui's hands couldn't be said to deliver a fatal blow in one strike. But now the truth lay before their eyes. The wolf was dead. Dead as a doornail. Lei Gui's poker face was now dark enough to drip water. He strode forward, his battle-axe still held at the ready, maintaining a vigilant stance. He walked up to the massive corpse of the wind demon wolf and nudged the huge wolf's head with his toe. No response. Only foul, bloody froth oozed from the corner of its mouth. Dead. Lei Gui looked up, his gaze complex at the swaying figure a few meters away. A single fatal blow. The heart and lungs are shattered, and the brain is destroyed. But this is impossible. Lei Gui's voice was thick with profound confusion. As a veteran of the Pajuan squad who had scrounged and struggled in the wilderness for over a decade, his experience told him this defied all common sense. His strength is only at the peak of the mortal realm, roughly 300 kilograms. With that force, even factoring in the blade's sharpness, it could at most pierce the skin and get stuck in the muscle layer. How could it cause this kind of penetrating internal damage? It was like using a toothpick to pierce through a steel plate. It completely defied the laws of physics. Shen Tian gasped for air heavily. He had no time to care about their astonishment. The stabbing pain in his head made his vision darken in waves, a sign of severe mental energy depletion. But he dared not faint. These people were from the Pajuan squad. Although they were nominally an official organization in this desolate wilderness, murder and robbery were not unheard of. Especially this wind demon wolf, which was worth a fortune. Mine. Shen Tian's voice was hoarse as he stared fixedly at Lei Gui like a cub guarding its food. I killed it. Lei Gui was stunned for a moment, then chuckled dryly. He put away his battle-axe and waved his hand. Don't worry, the Pajuan squad has discipline. Since you killed it, it's your trophy. We wouldn't stoop to robbing a student's prey. Hearing this, Shen Tian's taut nerves relaxed slightly. But he still didn't let go of the bare knife handle in his hand. Lin Qingyi walked over. Her cold, clear eyes didn't look at the wolf corpse on the ground, but were fixed intently on Shen Tian's hand. Or rather on the boning knife handle that was all that remained. Where is the blade? Lin Qingyi suddenly spoke, her voice crisp, but carrying an undeniable pressure. Shen Tian frowned. It broke. Where did it break? Lin Qingyi stepped forward, her gaze passing over Shen Tian's shoulder to land on the gruesome wound on the wind demon wolf's hind leg. There the flesh was a bloody mess. But within the dark crimson pool of blood, a few glimmers of cold starlight were faintly visible. It was the reflection of metal fragments. Lin Qingyi's pupils constricted sharply. She crouched down, ignoring the blood on the ground, and swept her hand through the wound. Her fingertips touched a hard fragment. It was very small, only the size of a fingernail. But this fragment wasn't embedded in the surface muscle, it had burrowed deep into the crevices of the bone. Lin Qingyi followed the blood trail upward. The chest cavity of the wind demon wolf was slightly collapsed. If one were to cut it open, the internal organs inside were likely churned into a pulp. So that's it. Lin Qingyi stood up and took a deep breath. That perpetually icy face revealed an expression of profound shock for the first time. She turned around, her gaze towards Shen Tian, completely changed. Captain, what's going on? Afei leaned in, looking completely bewildered. Isn't it normal for a knife to break? That kind of ordinary iron would definitely shatter against a third-tier beast. Lin Qingyi's voice trembled slightly. Look at the wound yourself. Those blade fragments aren't shattered on the surface of the wound. They burrowed in. Afei scratched his head, still not understanding. Burrowed in. Inertia. Inertia, my ass. Lin Qingyi pointed at the massive body of the wind demon wolf, her tone becoming urgent. If it were inertia, the fragments would only scatter outward. But these fragments, as if they had eyes, followed the blood vessels and muscle fibers all the way into its internal organs. They turned inside the wolf's body. What? Ah Fei and Lei Gui were both shaken. Turn. The broken blade fragments turned inside the body. Was this a fantasy story? And Lin Xingyi stared fixedly at Shen Tian, speaking each word deliberately. At that moment, I sensed a mental fluctuation. Though it was faint and wild, but it was a tangible burst of mental energy. Saying this, Lin Xingyi paused. That speculation was too shocking, so much so that even she didn't dare believe it. But having eliminated all impossibilities, whatever remained, no matter how absurd, had to be the truth. Telekinesis. Lin Xingyi uttered these two words. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Ah Fei's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, his eyes nearly popping out. Oh, Ly. See, Captain, you're joking, right? Telekinesis. Isn't that an ability exclusive to psychic masters? In this world, while martial artists were respected, they were not few in number. As long as one was willing to spend money and endure hardship, most could become a martial artist. But psychic masters were different. That was a 1 in 10,000 talent. It was a gift from the heavens. Every psychic master was a strategic national resource, a treasure eagerly sought after by major powers. Are you saying? Lei Gui's voice was dry as he pointed at the blood-soaked youth before him, who could barely stand. This kid is a psychic master. Lin Xingyi nodded, but then added, it's not certain yet. It could also be that he possesses some special technique. Whether he is a psychic master or not needs to be verified through appraisal. Her gaze was incredibly complex. Moreover, being able to control dozens of fragments for a precise kill inside a living body. That level of control is at least the threshold of a first-grade psychic master. This is just too absurd. Ah Fei looked at Shen Tian, feeling his worldview shatter into pieces. Just then, Du Yin, who had been in a daze all along, finally snapped out of it. He scrambled to Shen Tian's side, wanting to help, but afraid to touch, stuttering incoherently in his excitement. MMR. Shen. Amazing. Freaking amazing. This is a third-tier wind demon wolf. We're rich. We're made. Du Yin's voice broke the eerie silence. Shen Tian glanced at him, a weak smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Enough talk. Hurry up and gather the materials. The one-eyed man scurried off to handle the wind demon wolf's corpse. As a seasoned wilderness hunter, skinning and dismembering was something he could do with his eyes closed. Shen Tian leaned against a broken concrete wall, breathing heavily, the air tainted with the smell of rust. The stabbing pain in his head had eased slightly. Yet he remained on guard. The bare knife handle in his hand was clenched so tightly it turned white. Then a shadow fell over him. Shen Tian looked up. Lin Xingyi stood before him. Backlit, her expression was unreadable. He could only see her tall, slender figure and the ponytail swaying in the wind. Catch! A cold, clear voice fell. A dark shadow shot through the air. Shen Tian instinctively reached out and caught it. It was heavy in his hand, bitingly cold. It was a blade. A sheathed warblade. Entirely black, the scabbard engraved with intricate dark patterns, faintly revealing two golden characters. Pajun. Shen Tian was stunned. He tried to draw it partially. Clang. A clear, resonant ring instantly sounded. A flash of cold light. A fine blade. Far superior to the boning knife he used for slaughtering pigs and sheep. This is a... Shen Tian looked at Lin Xingyi, puzzled. Lin Xingyi didn't explain. She just cast him an indifferent glance, turned and walked aside to wipe the blood off her hands. Hey kid, stop staring like an idiot. Ah Fei sidled over, eyeing the blade in Shen Tian's hand with envy. This is the Captain's spare Warblade Black Gold series, custom made by Military Factory No. 3. One of these could buy you a house in the city center on the black market. Shen Tian's hand trembled, nearly dropping it. A house. Something so precious given away just like that. What does this mean? Shen Tian sheathed the blade, his expression wary. Nothing comes for free, especially in the wilderness. It's called the blade offering right. Ah Fei dropped his playful demeanor, pointing at the blade in Shen Tian's hand, then at the Pajun emblem on Lin Xingyi's back. In the Pajun division, only those at the captain level have the authority to grant a blade. Accepting the blade means the doors of the Pajun division are open to you. Kid, congratulations. The captain has taken a liking to you, wants to bring you into the fold. Shen Tian looked down at the black gold war blade in his hand. Join the Pajun division. He had wanted to enlist before, but was too young. Pajun division. Shen Tian murmured. It was the special forces of the border army. The elite of the elite. It was said only the best among martial artists could enter, each one a hardened survivor, forged in death. What's the matter? Too excited to speak. Ah Fei grinned, flashing a set of white teeth. Don't play hard to get. Countless people would kill for a chance to join our division. You're just lucky to have run into our captain. Our squad happens to be shorthanded. Shen Tian was silent for a few seconds. He looked up, his gaze clear, lacking the ecstasy Ah Fei had expected. What's in it for me? The air suddenly grew still. Ah Fei's smile froze on his face. Lin Qingyi, who was wiping her hands, paused in her movements. Even Lei Gui, who had been brooding silently nearby, looked over in surprise. What? Ah Fei cupped his ear, thinking he had misheard. I said, what benefits are there in joining the Peijun division? Shen Tian repeated, his tone as calm as haggling at a vegetable market. I'm a simple man. I don't talk about ideals, only interests. If it's about defending the nation, I can kill beasts anywhere. But if you want my life, you have to name a price, don't you? Ah Fei opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. This wasn't how the script went. Shouldn't a normal person bow in gratitude, tears streaming down their face? Why was this kid so mercenary? Interesting. Lei Gui walked over. His poker face finally showed a hint of expression. A wry smile. You want benefits? Fine, I'll tell you. Lei Gui pointed at the wind demon wolf corpse on the ground. This kind of third-tier aberrant beast is just low-grade fare on the Peijun division's hunting list. What we face are beast tides, high-tier aberrant beasts, and even those unspeakable horrors. As long as you have military merit, the division's resource vault is yours to choose from. Top-tier martial arts, heavenly treasures. Lei Gui paused, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing Shen Tian's eyes. And what you lack most right now? The high-tier body refinement method to break through the mortal realm and advance to a first-rank martial artist. The Great Sun Body Refinement Art. Shen Tian's pupils contracted sharply. His heart pounded uncontrollably a couple of times. This was his current weakness. In this world, martial arts training was extremely rigorous. The mortal realm was just the foundation, tempering physical strength. To truly become a martial artist, one must cultivate higher-tier body refinement methods to temper the skin, bones, and internal organs. But such methods were strictly controlled by the authorities and major corporations. For an ordinary person to obtain one, they had to either pass the martial arts university entrance exam, join the military, and earn merit, or pay a fortune on the black market. Shen Tian had been stuck at the peak of the mortal realm for a long time. His strength had reached the limit of 300 kilograms. Without a guiding technique, he would never break through that thin barrier in this lifetime. Great Sun Body Refinement Art. Shen Tian took a deep breath. This was the military's most orthodox and solid foundation-building technique. Far superior to the incomplete makeshift methods on the black market. Just for joining, it's given. Shen Tian stared at Lei Gui. Given. Ah Fei chimed in from the side. Once you're officially inducted, these are standard issue. And our division's benefits are famously good. There's a fixed monthly cultivation allowance, the best medical pods for injuries, and a hefty pension for the fallen. Stop. Lei Gui cut off Ah Fei's sales pitch. He walked up to Shen Tian, looking down at the youth from his height. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he was like an iron tower, his shadow completely enveloping Shen Tian. A fierce, bloody aura emanated from him. It was the kind of presence accumulated only by someone who had truly slain tens of thousands of aberrant beasts. Kid, don't just listen to the good parts. Lei Gui's voice turned low and hoarse with a hint of intimidation. The Peijun division gives resources, martial arts, and status. But all of this is bought with your life. We are the tip of the spear, the expendable ones. Wherever the danger is greatest, we go. Wherever aberrant beasts are thickest, we charge. Lei Gui pointed at Lin Qingyi, then at himself. Look at us. Every single one of us bears dozens of scars. Killing this wind demon wolf today was just an appetizer. In the Peijun division, we fight aberrant beasts every single day. Every day we walk the line between life and death. We kill while eating, we kill while sleeping, we even have to watch out for mutated rats crawling out of the sewers when we're using the toilet. Your life will be nothing but blood, slaughter, and endless battle. Lei Gui leaned down, his oppressive eyes boring into Shen Tian. He tried to find fear, hesitation, or reluctance on the youth's face. He had seen too many hot-headed young men get riled up at the mention of special forces. But the moment they saw intestines spilling onto the battlefield, they'd wet their pants in terror. He wanted to see what this kid was really made of. If he was a coward, even with talent, the Peijun division wouldn't take him. The air seemed to solidify. Ah Fei looked at Shen Tian with concern. The vice-captain's words were too harsh. He might scare the kid senseless. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds. Shen Tian's face didn't show the fear Lei Gui expected. On the contrary, his eyes grew brighter. That light wasn't passion nor impulsiveness. It was an intense hunger. Like a beggar who hadn't eaten for 3 days, suddenly seeing a feast laid out before him. Shen Tian licked his dry, cracked lips. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. You mean? Shen Tian's voice trembled, trembling with excitement. Joining the Peijun division means there are endless aberrant beasts to kill every day. I don't have to scour the wilderness myself. The organization will actively send us right into the thick of the monsters. Lei Gui was taken aback. Wasn't his focus a bit off? But he still nodded instinctively. That's right. When a beast tide hits, you won't get a break, even if you want one. You'll kill until your hands go numb, until you want to vomit. Excellent. Shen Tian slapped his thigh hard, nearly jumping up. He grabbed Lei Gui's thick arm, his eyes burning with an alarming intensity. There's such a good thing. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm in. Do we sign the contract now? Or just a thumbprint? Say, are there any missions today? I want to go kill a few more to get in the mood. Lei Gui. Ah Fei. Lin Qingyi, who was cleaning her blade, flinched and nearly cut herself. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the youth before them, full of mania, itching to charge into a horde of beasts and wreak havoc. Lei Gui's perpetually unchanging poker face cracked for the first time. He had intended to scare the kid, make him back off, or at least learn some respect. But what was this reaction? Did this kid have a self-harm tendency, or was he a born killer? Shouldn't a normal person's legs go weak hearing walking the line between life and death every day? How did he sound like? Shen Tian at this moment couldn't care less about their expressions. In his mind, the long-dormant system panel was flashing wildly. Kill points. All walking kill points. Before, as a wilderness hunter, finding an aberrant beast meant staking out for days with an abysmally low efficiency. But now, joining the Peijun division was like walking into a buffet. All you can eat. And they even pay you and give you cultivation techniques. What kind of divine workplace was this? This was heaven. Shen Tian gripped the black gold war blade tightly, looking at Lei Gui with eyes full of gratitude. Vice Captain Lei, you're a really good person. In the future, if there are any of these tough missions, please be sure to send me first. I'm not afraid of hardship or fatigue. I just love killing aberrant beasts. I feel terrible if I don't kill one for a day. Lei Gui's mouth twitched. He turned to look at Lin Qingyi, his eyes full of bewilderment. Captain, did we just recruit a madman? While Thunder Ghost was still questioning his existence, Lin Qingyi's voice rang out at the perfect moment, like a basin of ice water precisely dousing Shen Tian's restless heart. Don't get too excited too soon. Lin Qingyi sheathed her blade with movements as crisp as a perfectly edited film frame. She turned around, her cold gaze falling upon Shen Tian. Who told you that joining the Peijun division means you can immediately go on field missions to kill aberrant beasts? Lin Qingyi walked up to Shen Tian, her tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. The Peijun division is a sharp blade, not a babysitting service. Our missions often involve facing beast tides or high-tier aberrant beasts. On such battlefields, even first-tier martial artists are nothing but cannon fodder. Only those who have reached the second-tier martial artist level or demonstrated second-tier combat prowess are qualified to be assigned to combat units and perform field missions. Lin Qingyi extended a finger and waved it in front of Shen Tian. As for you, mortal realm perfection. You have a good blade, some talent and combat instincts, but that's only relative to ordinary hunters. Throw you into a beast tide and you wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between those beasts' teeth. Then what am I supposed to do? Shen Tian asked. Cultivate. Lin Qingyi uttered 2 words. Until you break through to the first-tier martial artist level, you're not going anywhere. Stay put in the base and cultivate the great sun body tempering art. Only when you break through can we talk about killing aberrant beasts. Shen Tian opened his mouth to retort, but meeting Lin Qingyi's emotionless eyes, he swallowed his words. This woman was not to be trifled with. Besides, she was right. His current strength was indeed somewhat lacking. Relying on sneak attacks and system enhancements, he had barely managed to kill a third-tier wind demon wolf, and that was only because the wolf had been injured earlier and worn down by Thunder Ghost and his team. If he were to face a fully powered third-tier aberrant beast, he would probably be done for. All right then. Shen Tian sighed, his face a picture of utter resignation. Let's get going then. The sooner I report for duty, the sooner I get the cultivation technique. I can't wait to go into seclusion and cultivate. For the slaughter value. Just then One Eye and Baldy, who had been hiding in the distance, shuffled over hesitantly. Neither the Wind Demon Wolf nor the big shots from the Peijun division were people they could afford to provoke, especially seeing that Shen Tian was actually about to join the Peijun division. One Eye's mind immediately began to race. This was the Peijun division, the most elite enforcement body in the Dragon Kingdom. If he could latch onto this powerful connection, who wouldn't show him some respect out in the wilderness? Young Master Shen. One Eye rubbed his hands together, his face plastered with a fawning smile. His originally fierce-looking face was now wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, looking somewhat comical. Shen Tian glanced at him. Something wrong. He held no particular animosity toward these 2 opportunists, but neither did he feel any goodwill. This was simply the law of survival in the wilderness. Whoever had the bigger fist made the rules. One Eye pointed at the massive corpse of the Wind Demon Wolf lying on the ground. The fur bones, claws, and fangs were still a considerable fortune. Materials from a third-tier aberrant beast were hot commodities on the black market. Young Master Shen, you're moving up in the world, now heading to the Peijun division for a life of luxury. But these spoils, it wouldn't be convenient to carry them to report for duty, would it? One Eye probed cautiously. Shen Tian was taken aback. He was right. The wind demon wolf was enormous and he had no storage space. He couldn't exactly drag a bloody corpse into the city, could he? The attention it would draw would be immense and He'd probably be arrested by the city guard as a lunatic. You have connections? Shen Tian asked. I do. Absolutely. One Eye thumped his chest in assurance. Baldy and I have been in this trade for over a decade. We may not have many skills, but when it comes to moving goods, ahem sales channels we know them like the back of our hands. Leave the processing of this wind demon wolf's materials to us. I guarantee we'll get you a great price. Shen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he sized up One Eye. What's your commission? If it was business, they had to talk money. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. One Eye waved his hands, frantically shaking his head like a rattledrum. No money. Not a single cent. Being able to do a favor for young Master Shen is our honor. Besides, once you rise through the ranks in the Pajuan division, a little help for us brothers would be a tremendous kindness. Baldy chimed in from the side. That's right, free service guaranteed satisfaction. The two of them were clearly calculating their own gains. What was a little commission fee worth? If they could establish a connection with a rising star in the Pajuan division, that would be a long-term investment. Shen Tian stroked his chin. Free labor. That sounded great. But he wasn't naive enough to be taken advantage of. Fine. Shen Tian nodded, pulling out his cracked old phone. But let me make one thing clear. The market prices for these materials are available online. They'll be checking. One Eye and Baldy broke out in a cold sweat. How is this kid sharper than the most cunning merchants? We wouldn't dare? Absolutely not. One Eye thumped his chest loudly. Rest assured, young Master Shen. If I embezzle even a single cent, may lightning strike me dead. They'll transfer the money to your account the moment it's sold. Shen Tian nodded with satisfaction. Good. All right, these materials are yours to handle. With that, Shen Tian handed over all the materials he had obtained from killing the aberrant beasts. Then he turned and walked toward Lin Qingyi. Watching One Eye and Baldy disappear into the bushes carrying large bundles of materials like foxes that had stolen a chicken, Shen Tian finally withdrew his gaze. Free porters were not to be wasted. As for whether they would abscond with the goods, Shen Tian wasn't worried at all. In this wilderness, offending someone from the Pajuan division was worse than jumping straight into a beast tide. Unless they wanted to make their home in an aberrant beast's stomach. Shen Tian brushed the dust off his hands and turned back to face Lin Qingyi. By now the atmosphere on the scene was slightly peculiar. All done? Lin Qingyi asked indifferently. She didn't seem to disapprove of Shen Tian's habit of skimming a bit off the top. In fact, there was even a hint of approval in her eyes. In the wilderness, wasting resources was shameful. Knowing how to use everything at one's disposal was a basic quality of a qualified warrior. All done. Shen Tian grinned, flashing a set of white teeth. Lin Qingyi raised her wrist and glanced at the intricately designed tactical watch. The mission is complete. We need to return to headquarters immediately to report. The procedures for your induction also need to be processed back at the base. With that, Lin Qingyi pointed to a massive shadow looming in the distance, stretching between heaven and earth. At the edge of the horizon beneath the gray sky stood a towering wall. That was the cliff. A super fortification built by humanity over a century, forged with countless steel and blood to resist the invasion of aberrant beasts. There's a supply point at the base of the cliff where military transport vehicles pass by. Lin Qingyi continued. We need to head back at full speed. Well, go ahead. We'll wait for you at Outpost No. 3 under the cliff. Lin Qingyi's tone was very calm, merely stating a fact. In her mind, there was an insurmountable gap between martial artists and those at the mortal realm. Not just in terms of strength, but a complete domination in physical function, endurance, and speed. When she went all out, she could easily exceed 80 kilometers per hour and maintain it for a long time. Thunder Ghost and Afei were a bit slower than her, but at least they wouldn't hold her back. All right. Shen Tian shrugged, offering no argument. It's settled then. Lin Qingyi nodded. The next second, her figure blurred. Boom. The ground trembled slightly. Shen Tian only saw a flash before his eyes as Lin Qingyi shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. No running start, no build-up. Pure explosive power. In the blink of an eye, she was already 100 meters away, leaving only a cool, aloof silhouette. Haha, kid, take your time running, don't cough up blood. Afei winked at Shen Tian with a teasing laugh. Then his legs exploded with force. Thud. He stamped a shallow pit into the ground. Similarly, Thunder Ghost, that iron tower of a man, ran with the momentum of a charging tank, kicking up a trail of dust as he rumbled after Lin Qingyi. The three of them were astonishingly fast, leaving 2 long trails of dust across the wilderness as they rapidly disappeared into the distance. Hey, who said we couldn't catch up to you? As the wind swept away the last clouds, Shen Tian watched the 3 figures vanish into the distance, their dust trailing behind them. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a barely concealed excitement. Who says a mortal body has to be slow? Shen Tian took a deep breath. With a mere thought, the pale blue system panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Host Shen Tian Spirit Power 101st Rank Spirit Master Martial Realm Mortal Body 2020 Kill Value 260 Talent Innate Blade Bone Green Currently Plunderable Ethereal Body Green Requires 100 Kill Value without a moment's hesitation. Shen Tian silently commanded in his mind, Plunder. Boom. The previously stable kill value plummeted, dropping from 260 to 160 in an instant. At the same time, an intensely cool current of air materialized within Shen Tian's limbs and bones. If the innate blade bone felt heavy, domineering, and indestructible, then this newfound power was lightness itself, an ethereal lightness. Shen Tian felt as if his bones had become hollow like a bird's, his muscles elongating and tightening. His once heavy body now felt as light as a feather. Even a gentle rise onto his tiptoes gave him the illusion of floating. Ding. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new talent, Ethereal Body Green. Shen Tian immediately opened the description. A few lines of pale gold text appeared. Talent, Ethereal Body Grade Green. Description: your weight hasn't changed, but the feeling of heaviness is gone. You can weave through the densest traffic without a single leaf touching you. Run fast enough and death can't catch up. Passive effect: light as a swallow. Increases the host's base movement speed by 100 and agility by 100. Greatly enhances body flexibility. Doubles jump height. Active effect: wind riding. Consumes stamina to forcibly control surrounding air currents. Temporarily boosts movement speed by 100 and allows for short distance low altitude gliding and double jumps. Holy shit. Shen Tian couldn't help but curse. This effect was absurd. A 100 passive speed boost was one thing, but the active skill wind riding doubled it again. And a double jump. Wasn't this basically real-life Qigong? No wonder that Wind Demon Wolf could unleash such terrifying speed even with a broken leg. It was all thanks to this talent. These 100 kill value points were totally worth it. Shen Tian clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. He looked into the distance. The 3 dust trails were nearly out of sight. Let's see just how powerful this green talent really is. Shen Tian crouched slightly. His starting stance was casual. The next second his thigh muscles tensed. Thump. The ground beneath his feet didn't explode like before. Instead, Shen Tian shot forward like a bird released from a sling, gliding silently. Yes, gliding. His toes touched the ground as his form flickered like lightning. The wind in his ears was no longer a resistance, but invisible hands pushing him forward. Scenery blurred past. The world before Shen Tian's eyes became a haze. This speed, at least 100 kilometers per hour. And he wasn't even tired. Before, sprinting at full speed was a brute force effort, each step a heavy slam. Now it was different. With every stride, his body naturally borrowed momentum, gliding along the wind's current. It was as smooth as skating on ice. Awesome. Shen Tian let out a low roar. Active skill, wind riding activate. Hum. The air currents around him seemed to come alive instantly. Shen Tian's speed skyrocketed again. His entire form became a blur of cyan, carving a straight line across the wilderness. 5 kilometers ahead. Afei maintained a steady pace, glancing back. Behind him was only empty desert and swirling sand. TCH. Afei chewed his gum, saying boredly, Captain, aren't we running a bit too fast? That kid is strange, sure, but he hasn't even entered the ranks yet. The max speed for a mortal body is 30 kilometers per hour tops. We're pushing 70 here. By the time we get there, he'll probably be choking on our dust. Lei Gui, running beside him, rumbled like a subwoofer. It's the captain's orders. We need to get back before the cliff gate closes. Afei pouted. We're bullying a kid here. How about we slow down a bit? Even to 60. Otherwise, by the time we reach the outpost, he'll probably have to crawl there, and we'll need to call an ambulance. Lin Qingyi, running at the front, didn't look back. Her breathing was steady and long, showing no signs of strain. No need. Lin Qingyi's voice carried on the wind, still cold and clear. The Pejuan division doesn't keep dead weight. If he lacks even this much endurance, he'll have to reassess his eligibility to join. Besides, letting him suffer a bit will do him good. It'll stop him from thinking he's invincible just because he killed a wind demon wolf. Young people with too much pride isn't a good thing. Afei shrugged. All right, you're the captain. He was about to turn and continue running. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught a strange blur. On the horizon behind them, a plume of cyan smoke was approaching at a terrifying speed. What was that? A sandstorm? Or some reckless beast? Afei squinted, trying to get a clearer look. But the next second, his pupils contracted to pinpricks. Holy shit. A strange cry escaped his lips. Lei Gui ahead frowned. What's with the fuss? Behind. Someone's behind us. Afei pointed, his finger trembling. Lei Gui instinctively turned his head. Then he froze too. That wasn't a plume of smoke. It was a person sprinting at full tilt. Was that Shen Tian? How was that even possible? Lei Gui glanced at the speed reading on his tactical watch, 72 km/h. At this speed, even a second-rank martial artist would have to go all out to maintain it. But that kid behind them. As the two stood there stunned. The figure had closed to within 100 meters. Fast. Too fast. The visual impact of that speed was like a runaway sports car bearing down on them. This is a mortal body. The gum fell out of Afei's mouth. Before he could close his jaw, whoosh. A fierce gale swept by. The figure didn't slow down, but shot right past them. The sheer speed created a draft that messed up Afei's hair. Then the figure came to an abrupt halt. There were no clumsy skid marks, no stumbling from inertia. He stopped lightly beside Lin Qingyi as gracefully as a falling leaf landing precisely in its intended spot. Silence. A deathly silence. Only the wind continued to howl across the wilderness. Lin Qingyi, who had been sprinting at full speed, stopped abruptly. She turned her head, and in her perpetually icy, beautiful eyes was now a look of utter astonishment. Beside her, Shen Tian stood with his hands in his pockets looking at her with ease. His face was not flushed, nor was he out of breath. Lin Qingyi's iconic high ponytail was still swaying slightly from inertia, but she had already frozen completely in place. She stared at Shen Tian. At this moment, Shen Tian stood less than half a meter away from her. Hands in his pockets, his posture was relaxed. Not only was he not panting heavily, but even the rise and fall of his chest was as steady as if he were standing still. The most absurd thing was his clothes. Under such a high-speed sprint of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour, an ordinary person's clothes would have been soaked with sweat, even wrinkled by the wind and sand. But what about Shen Tian? His breathing was calm, showing no signs of strain. What the hell? A sound of swallowing saliva came from behind. Afei finally caught up. He was panting heavily, hands on his knees, sweat dripping down his chin. He had tried his utmost to chase that azure blur. And what was the result? The other had already arrived long ago. Afei looked up, his eyes full of existential doubt. Shen Tian, are you a ghost? How did you do that? Did you fly? Though Lei Gui beside him said nothing, he was frantically tapping his tactical watch. Tap, tap, tap. He refused to believe it. He absolutely refused to believe that the 72 km/h data from before was real. Mortal body realm. Screw that mortal body realm. Even a second-tier awakened one specializing in speed would be exhausted, panting like a dog after running at that pace. How could anyone be like this, not even flushed or out of breath? This was unscientific. For the first time, a cracked expression appeared on Lei Gui's perpetually stoic face. Staring at the normal values still displayed on his watch, only one thought remained in his mind: this kid was definitely hiding his true strength. And he wasn't hiding just a little. Facing the three of them staring at him, as if he were an alien, Shen Tian just blinked calmly. Lin Qingyi took a deep breath. Her full chest heaved violently. She was the team leader after all, with a mental fortitude far beyond ordinary people. Though her inner shock was like a raging tempest, she forcibly suppressed the astonishment in her eyes, striving to make her voice sound calm. Your speed. Lin Qingyi paused, as if searching for the right words. Is very impressive. Even as she said those three words, she felt they sounded somewhat dry. It was far more than impressive. It was downright outrageous. She had been in the Pejuan division for years and had seen countless geniuses. But she had never seen an unranked newcomer who could outpace a second-tier martial artist in pure speed. Even she, a third-tier martial artist, couldn't catch up, especially in such a long-distance sprint. What did this mean? It meant that Shen Tian's physical fitness, or perhaps some talent of his, had completely shattered the conventional boundaries of rank. Lin Qingyi speculated inwardly. That instant when Shen Tian stopped beside her, she hadn't even felt the ground vibrate. It was like a feather drifting down. This level of control over his body was even stronger than hers. Lin Qingyi gave Shen Tian a deep look. This newcomer harbored far more secrets than she had imagined. Since you can keep up, then stop with the nonsense. Lin Qingyi turned around, no longer looking at Shen Tian's smug face. She feared that if she kept looking, she wouldn't be able to resist testing his limits. There are still 30 kilometers to the precipice pass. Since you have the stamina, we won't coddle you. Lin Qingyi's voice turned cold again. Full speed ahead. If you can keep up this time, I'll buy you a drink at the outpost. With that, Lin Qingyi stomped her foot. Boom. The ground instantly cracked into a small crater. This time she held nothing back. Her figure shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, tearing through the air, bursting forth with speed even greater than before. Since you want to play pretend, I'll see just where your limits are. Hey, Captain, wait for me. Afei wailed, quickly spat out his gum, and chased after her with a grimace. Lei Gui was not to be outdone, charging forward in silent determination. But this time as they ran, they both instinctively glanced to the side, afraid that the azure specter would silently appear beside them again. But as fate would have it, what they feared came to pass. less than 10 seconds after they had just picked up their pace. Whoosh, a gentle breeze swept by. That familiar figure once again effortlessly appeared at the very front of the group. Shen Tian still had his hands in his pockets. With a light tap of his toe on the wild grass, his entire body glided over a dozen meters. He even had the leisure to turn his head and smile at the gritting-teethed Fei. Keep it up, senior. If you don't hurry, you'll really be eating my dust. Fei. His mentality was shattered. Just who was the newcomer and who was the veteran here? Watching Shen Tian's effortless figure, Fei felt a tightness in his chest. He turned to look at Lei Gui beside him and roared in frustration, "Big guy, can't you run faster? Can't even outrun a newcomer, aren't you ashamed?" Lei Gui's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. "Shut up. If you're so good, you overtake him. If I could, would I be asking you?" Their roars echoed across the wilderness. Listening to the commotion behind him, the smile on Shen Tian's face, who was running in front, grew even wider. Awesome. So this was what it felt like to cheat. Watching these usually lofty experts being left behind by him was an absolutely delightful feeling. Ethereal body. This green talent was practically made for showing off. Shen Tian felt the currents of air flowing within him. That feeling of merging with the wind into one was intoxicating. Whenever he wished, he could activate wind riding again and completely leave these people in the dust. But that wouldn't be as fun. It was more amusing to keep them dangling, watching them struggle with all their might to catch up, yet always falling just a little short. That was the real way to mess with their heads. Looks like the days ahead won't be boring. Shen Tian squinted, looking towards the gradually sharpening black silhouette ahead. There. That was the boundary of human civilization. The precipice. And there even more killing points awaited him to harvest. Half an hour later, a majestic black giant wall appeared at the edge of sight. The 100-meter rampart was cast from some unknown black metal, gleaming with a cold luster under the setting sun. The wall was covered in various claw marks and impact crater scars left by alien beasts over countless ages. This was the precipice, the steel great wall that had protected humanity for a century. Before an inconspicuous side gate at the base of the wall, 4 figures slowly came to a halt. Pant, pant. A face slumped to the ground without any dignity, his tongue nearly hanging out. Lei Gui was also drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently like a broken bellows. Even Lin Qingyi, the strongest, now had a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead, and her breathing was slightly rapid. They had held absolutely nothing back during this mad dash. To shake off Shen Tian, Lin Qingyi had even burst her spiritual energy several times along the way. But the result? The 3 of them looked in unison at the figures standing by the gate. Shen Tian was idly kicking a pebble there. Seeing them finally arrive, he looked up with a brilliant smile. "Captain Seniors, you finally made it. I've been waiting for 5 minutes. Uffed. Fei nearly spat blood. A killing blow to the heart. This was absolutely a killing blow to the heart. Lin Qingyi stared fixedly at Shen Tian, her gaze incredibly complex. 5 minutes. Meaning in the final stage, this kid's speed had been far greater than theirs. Was he even human? All right. Lin Qingyi took a deep breath, calming her mind. She walked up to Shen Tian, looking this newcomer who was only at the mortal body realm in the eye for the first time. "The drink is on me." Inside a supply station by the side gate of the absolute wall pass, Lin Qingyi pulled a can of iced beer from an old refrigerator and tossed it directly to Shen Tian. Shen Tian caught it with one hand and popped the tab open. With a hiss, the cold liquid rushed down his throat, washing away the scorching heat and the scent of blood from the wilderness. "It bet's a bet this drink's on me." Lin Qingyi opened a can for herself as well, tilting her head back for a long gulp, her long hair slightly tousled by the wind. Fei and Lei Gui sat on a bench nearby, looking like 2 dehydrated salted fish, their eyes fixed on Shen Tian with nothing but resentment. "Captain, aren't we just inviting trouble?" Fei muttered gloomily. "This isn't a rookie, this is a beast in human skin. A mortal realm cultivator running at the peak speed of the Second Order. Who'd believe that?" Lin Qingyi ignored Fei's grumbling. She glanced at her watch and said in a firm tone, "Enough chit-chat. The troop transport is here. Shen Tian, get in the car with me. They'll take you to the Jiangxing headquarters." The troop transport was pitch black, covered in thick spirit energy armor, roaring across the wilderness like a steel behemoth. Inside the dimly lit cabin, Shen Tian sat across from Lin Qingyi, feeling the subtle vibrations from the seat. "Since you're in the Pejuan division, there are some basics you need to know." Lin Qingyi crossed her arms over her chest, her form-fitting combat suit accentuating her striking figure, yet her gaze was exceptionally serious. Within the Dragon Kingdom, all awakened and martial artists are managed by one organization, the Tianshu Bureau. Shen Tian set down his beer can, adopting an attentive posture. He had heard that name in the news, but it was only the tip of the iceberg. The Tianshu Bureau has 3 divisions that form our core combat power. Lin Qingyi raised 3 fingers. "First, the Pejuan division. That's us. We are the shield of the Tianshu Bureau, and also its sharpest spear. When large-scale beast tides erupt, we are on the front lines. When high-risk forbidden zones are explored, we are the main force. The Pajuan Division values teamwork and squad operations. Every member is a hardened veteran who crawled out of a pile of corpses. Shen Tian nodded, finding this very much in line with Lin Qingjia's style. Second, the Qixia Division. Lin Qingjia's tone turned colder. They are shadows, spies, assassins. They handle internal traitors and the demonic lurking in human cities. If you ever find someone disappearing out of the blue, it's probably the Qixia Division's doing. Don't provoke them if you can help it. Those people aren't exactly stable. And the third? Shen Tian asked curiously. The third is the Tanling Division. At those words, a complex flicker passed through Lin Qingjia's eyes, a mix of yearning and wariness. If the Pajuan Division is the army, then the Tanling Division is the special agents, the lone wolves. Entry requirements are extremely high. You need not only exceptional talent, but also a glorious record of solo kills on high-ranking beasts. They take orders, but not commands, enjoying immense freedom and privileges. In emergencies, Tanling Division members even have the authority to take over local forces and execute without prior approval. Lin Qingyi paused and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Within the Tianshu Bureau, the Tanling Division are the true aristocrats. They hunt high-ranking beasts and demons and claim the best resources. Of course, their mortality rate is also the highest. Shen Tian narrowed his eyes. The Tanling Division sounded intriguing. Besides these three combat divisions, there are three functional departments supporting operations. Lin Qingyi continued her briefing. The Tiangong Division handles weapon development and equipment upgrades. The alloy blade in your hand is their product. The Shinong Division manages cultivation resources, pills, and logistics medical care. That's the wealthiest branch in all of Dragon Kingdom. Finally, the Tianxian Division. They are the brains responsible for intelligence integration and tactical command. Every route we take on missions is calculated by them. These 6 divisions form the most colossal power machine of Dragon Kingdom. Shen Tian took a deep breath, the contours of this world gradually becoming clear in his mind. This was no longer the rigid text of textbooks, but a real society steeped in bloodshed and profit. We're here. Lin Qingyi stood up as the door let out a heavy rumble and slowly opened. Jiangxing Tianshu Bureau Branch. It was a skyscraper standing in the city center, unremarkable on the outside, but Shen Tian could sense the entire building shrouded in a thick layer of spirit energy fluctuations. The interior was starkly utilitarian, bustling with awakened, rushing about the air, thick with a killing intent. Lin Qingyi led Shen Tian to a counter. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man with graying hair, buried in recording something on a holographic screen. Old Shen helped this newcomer with his registration. Lin Qingyi tapped the counter, her voice crisp. The man called Old Shen looked up, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, and sized up Shen Tian. Oh, Captain Lin herself, escorting someone. What's this kid's story? Old Shen said, while deftly pulling up the registration interface. Name: Shen Tian. Age: 17. Old Shen's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard as he asked casually. Martial realm. First order or second order? Our Pajuan Division's standards have gone up lately. We're barely taking even mid-stage first order anymore. Lin Qingyi paused briefly before speaking flatly. Mortal realm perfection. The air went dead silent. Old Shen's fingers froze midair, doubting his own ears. He slowly raised his head, looking from Lin Qingyi to the calm-faced Shen Tian. Lin Qingyi, are you kidding me? Mortal realm. You're bringing a student who hasn't even entered the ranks to register with the Pajuan Division. Do you know how many second-order martial artists beg to get in every day? Bringing a mortal realm. I can't process this in the system. If the higher-ups check, I'll lose my job. Old Shen's voice rose a few notches, drawing stares from passers-by. A barrage of curious, mocking, and disdainful gazes fell upon Shen Tian. Mortal realm. Is nepotism this blatant these days? Has Captain Lin been out in the wilderness too long and lost her mind? The kid's good-looking, maybe he's. Murmurs buzzed around, but Shen Tian remained unfazed, almost amused. Lin Qingyi didn't waste words. She stepped forward, planting her hands on the counter, and the oppressive aura of a third-order martial artist erupted instantly. Mortal realm, joining the Pajuan Division. Did I hear that right? A burly man carrying a greatsword sneered. Captain Lin, even if your squad is short-handed, you don't have to drag a kid from high school to fill the numbers, do you? A specimen like that wouldn't even be enough to fill a beast's teeth in the wild, and he'd just get his teammates killed saving him. A low ripple of laughter spread through the hall. To these battle-hardened martial artists, rank was an iron law. Between mortal realm and ranked martial artists lay a chasm, a difference in quality. Shen Tian stood still. He didn't speak, merely studying the old man behind the counter with interest. Old Shen sighed, his tone softening. Qingyi, it's not that I don't want to give you face. You know the Pajuan Division's rules better than I do. Without strength above second order, or an extremely rare special talent, you can't pass the higher-ups review. Bringing him here, I can't even input it into the system. Lin Qingyi snorted coldly. She offered no explanation or argument. Instead, she raised her left hand and rapidly tapped on her tactical watch. Take a look at this. With a hum of battle footage was uploaded to Old Chin's computer, a recording automatically saved by Lin Qingyi's tactical watch. It captured the entire process of Shen Tian killing a third-order wind demon wolf. The backdrop of the scene was a desolate ruin with swirling yellow sand blotting out the sky and sun. At the center of the frame, a colossal cyan wolf massive as a small hill let out a deafening roar. A third-tier mutated beast, the wind demon wolf. Old Chin's expression shifted. Though he had stepped back from the front lines, his discerning eye remained. A beast of this caliber was undoubtedly a sovereign presence in the wilderness around Jiangxing. The surrounding jeers abruptly ceased. Everyone's gaze was transfixed by the footage. In the projection, a lean figure dodged and weaved frantically around the wind demon wolf's razor-sharp claws. Fast, unbelievably fast, as if not human. Each evasion seemed the result of meticulous calculation, a hair's breadth away, yet steady as a mountain. This footwork. The burly man carrying the greatsword narrowed his eyes sharply. Is this kid really at the mortal body realm? The subsequent images shattered everyone's understanding entirely. In the footage, the youth suddenly stomped forward. The moment his boning knife pierced the wolf's flesh, it exploded violently, unable to withstand some high-frequency vibration. Old Chin shot to his feet. His hands pressed against the counter, his body leaning forward involuntarily, his eyes wide as saucers. Is that blade intent? No, it's high-frequency vibration. In the image, dozens of tiny blade fragments did not scatter in all directions. They seemed to come alive, tracing eerie arcs through the air, burrowing into the wind demon wolf's throat and wounds. A piercing, agonized howl erupted from the holographic projection, rattling the eardrums of everyone in the hall. The wind demon wolf's massive body stiffened for an instant, then crashed to the ground. The frame froze. It froze on the moment when the youth, gripping the bare handle of his knife in one hand, stood atop the wolf's corpse, letting its blood stain his white t-shirt. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the entire branch hall. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Old Chin's fingers were trembling. Pointing at the blood-soaked youth in the holographic projection, his voice twisted with shock. A psychic. Is he a psychic? The moment those four words left his mouth, the hall erupted into chaos. Martial artists were common, and awakened ones were not scarce. But a psychic, that was a 1 in 10,000 anomaly among the awakened. Even more so, they were a strategic resource that every faction scrambled to seize. A mortal body realm martial artist might be worthless, but a first-rank psychic capable of independently hunting a third-tier mutated beast was enough to shake the entire Jiangxing Tianshu Bureau. Old Chen whirled around, fixing his gaze on Shen Tian. His look was that of beholding a priceless treasure. Shen Tian, young Master Shen. Old Chen's tone instantly became exceedingly polite, even tinged with fawning. I've long heard of you. My old eyes failed to recognize you as a psychic earlier. He operated the light screen at lightning speed, his fingers moving so fast they left trails. Registering. Identity confirmed, Shen Tian. Combat record verified, solo kill of third-tier wind demon wolf confirmed. Talent assessment psychic. Entry rank full member of Pajuan Division. With Old Chen's final keystroke, a black metal card emerged from the printer slot below the counter. Engraved on the card was a broken sword, the emblem of the Pajuan Division. Old Chen held the card with both hands and respectfully presented it to Shen Tian. Mr. Shen, this is your ID card. From now on, you are a member of the Jiangxing Pajuan Division. Shen Tian took the card, casually toying with it. The touch was cold, the weight substantial. That's it. He raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say the procedure couldn't go through just now, eh? Old Chen gave an awkward chuckle, raising a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Rules are dead, but people are flexible. For a genius of your caliber, rules are only meant for ordinary folks. He turned to Lin Qingyi, his voice thick with emotion. Qingyi, you've picked up a real treasure for the Jiangxing branch this time. Lin Qingyi took Shen Tian's ID card and gave him a cool glance. Whether he's a treasure or not will be proven on the battlefield. Shen Tian, take your card. Follow me to the armory for your gear. Shen Tian shrugged and followed her. As he walked through the hall, the mocking gazes from earlier had vanished, replaced by deep-seated wariness and awe. Especially the burly man with the greatsword who wished the ground would swallow him whole. Just as Shen Tian was about to step out of the hall, Old Chen's voice came from behind again. Adjusting his glasses, Old Chen let out a complex sigh. Kids these days are getting more and more monstrous. Passing through the oppressive alloy door, the air temperature dropped several degrees. This was the third underground level of the Jiangxing branch. the exclusive arsenal of the Pajuan division. The view was dominated by a cold silver-gray hue. The vast space was divided into countless honeycomb-like compartments. Overhead, several mechanical arms glided silently along tracks, precisely grabbing sealed metal boxes. The air carried the cold, hard scent of gun, oil, and metal. To a man, this aroma was more intoxicating than any perfume. Stop gawking, or your eyes will fall out. Lin Qingyi swiped open a restricted door and glanced back at Shen Tian, who was surveying his surroundings. Most of the stuff here you're not qualified to use yet. Shen Tian withdrew his gaze, and instead of taking offense smiled. Not qualified now doesn't mean I won't be later. Lin Qingyi raised an eyebrow, but didn't argue. This kid's mindset was indeed terrifyingly steady. They arrived at a counter numbered 099. Lin Qingyi's slender fingers tapped rapidly on the console. With a soft whir of interlocking gears, a black elongated metal case slowly rose and stopped before them. With a hiss, the pressure valve released, and the lid sprang open automatically. Inside lay 2 neatly folded sets of clothing and a rugged black watch. You already have the black gold blade, so I won't apply for another melee weapon for you. Lin Qingyi gestured at the items in the case. This is the standard issue for new recruits and your foundation for survival in the Pajuan division. She picked up a seemingly ordinary black casual suit on the left. The fabric felt smooth to the touch like some high-grade silk, yet it had a matte sheen under the light. On the left chest, a broken sword was embroidered with dark red thread. That's the Pajuan division insignia. This is the duty uniform, what we wear on missions. Lin Qingyi explained. Don't let its lightness fool you. It's woven from the silk of a third-tier mutated beast, the shadow spider, blended with high molecular bulletproof material by the Tiangong division. Breathable, moisture-wicking, and extremely tough. Ordinary blades won't even leave a scratch. Even a close-range shot from a small-caliber pistol can't penetrate this fabric. Shen Tian reached out and touched it. It was cool and weightless. This thing, if sold on the market, could probably fetch the price of a downtown apartment. And this, Shen Tian's gaze fell on the gear on the right. It was a sci-fi-inspired black combat suit. Sharp lines, light composite armor at the joints, and obvious mechanical exoskeleton ports on the back and legs. It was enough to get the blood pumping. This is the highlight. Lin Qingyi's voice carried a hint of pride. The Black-Scale Type 3 personal combat suit, a mass-produced masterpiece from the Tiangong division. It has 3 times the physical defense of the duty uniform, capable of withstanding direct bites from second-tier mutated beasts. More importantly, it's modular. Lin Qingyi pointed to several metal slots on the suit's back and waist. See these interfaces? Right now it's just a blank slate. But with enough military merits, you can exchange for various functional modules from the Tiangong division to install. Shen Tian grew intrigued. Like the kinetic assist module, which can instantly boost your explosive power by 30, letting you jump higher and run faster. Lin Qingyi listed them off like a pro. Or the chameleon camouflage module, which automatically adjusts the suit's color to the environment and blocks infrared thermal imaging, a perfect tool for ambushes. There's also the life support module. If it detects cardiac arrest or severe blood loss, it automatically injects adrenaline and hemostatic gel, dragging you back from the brink of death. Antitoxin modules and more. If you can imagine it, they can build it. Besides that, its defense can be upgraded, but that requires military credits. Shen Tian's eyes lit up. This wasn't just clothing. It was an Iron Man suit you could wear. Though it was a low-end version, now its growth potential was immense. Of course, every module costs a fortune. Lin Qingyi poured cold water on his excitement. The most basic kinetic module costs 500 military merits. Converted to cash, that's about 5 million. Shen Tian's mouth twitched. Don't complain about the price. Lin Qingyi seemed to read his mind and sneered. Those Tiangong division folks may be greedy, but their gear works. Out in the wilderness, this stuff can save your life. Shen Tian nodded and reached out to lift the heavy combat suit. It felt substantial in his hands, giving an inexplicable sense of security. All right, try the clothes on at home. Lin Qingyi picked up the last item in the case, the rugged black watch, and tossed it to Shen Tian. Put this on. Shen Tian caught the watch. It was larger than an ordinary watch, with a pitch-black screen, a few metal buttons on the side, and a strap made of some special rubber material. With a click, the watch face lit up the moment he fastened it on his wrist. A pale blue light screen projected into the air. Identity verified, Pajuan Division Private, Shen Tian ID, J9527, current status healthy. This is a tactical terminal. We usually call it a dog tag. Lin Qingyi joked half seriously. It has many functions. The basics are communication and positioning. In the wilderness where there's no signal, it's your only way to contact teammates. Secondly, it has a built-in vital signs monitoring system. If you die, this watch will immediately send your death coordinates and the last recording to headquarters. Shen Tian toyed with the watch, swiping his finger across the virtual screen. The interface was simple with only a few options: missions, map, communication shop. Most importantly, it's your credential for earning military merits. Lin Qingyi pointed at Shen Tian's wrist. From now on, every time you kill a mutated beast or complete a mission, this watch automatically records the entire process. Its built-in chip can accurately determine the target's rank through spiritual energy fluctuations and biological traits. No need to cut off ears or dig out cores to prove your kills. Everything is automated. That's how old Shen pulled up my watch records to verify you earlier. Shen Tian suddenly understood. This feature was incredibly convenient. No need to rummage through mountains of corpses for loot. Kill and leave vanishing without a trace. It suited his current style perfectly. Anything else you don't understand? Lin Qingyi crossed her arms, leaning against the counter as she watched him. Shen Tian shook his head, stuffed the combat suit back into the case, and lifted it with one hand. All clear. The gear is great. I'm satisfied. Lin Qingyi nodded and turned to leave. Glad you're satisfied. Come on. The real highlight is next. Hearing this, Shen Tian instantly realized what she meant by the highlight. The cultivation method to break through to the martial artist realm, the great sun body forging art. Navigating through the elongated alloy corridor, Lin Qingyi led Shen Tian to the 4th basement level. As the elevator doors slid open, a wave of heat mingled with the scent of sweat and hormones rushed toward them. The vast space was partitioned into dozens of individual transparent chambers. In some chambers, gravity was distorted, within them figures strained with bulging veins laboriously performing push-ups. In others, laser beams crisscrossed and a silhouette dodged frantically among the dense red lines, risking burns to the skin with every misstep. Elsewhere, massive hydraulic presses were positioned where martial artists fought barehanded against multi-ton mechanical arms. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of impact echoed incessantly, accompanied by the roars of warriors pushed to exhaustion. This is the daily grind of the Pujuan division, Lin Qingyi remarked, gesturing at the sweat-drenched figures. Here sweat is shed to spill less blood in the wilderness. Shen Tian swept his gaze across the surroundings, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Training facilities of this caliber were unattainable even for money on the outside. Especially the gravity chamber. For body-tempering realm martial artists, it was practically a cheat. The two entered a vacant advanced training room. This training room was twice as large as the others. At its center sat an exquisitely precise testing instrument, while the walls forged from special alloy were covered in deep and shallow blade marks. Wait here. Lin Qingyi tossed out the words, then turned and leaned against the doorway. Within 2 minutes, hurried footsteps approached. Coming. A Fei's voice preceded his arrival. He and Lei Gue rushed in. Lei Gue carried a sealed metal box, his expression as solemn as if he were holding a bomb. A Fei, meanwhile, clutched a thick thread-bound book, its cover still bearing a faint scent of ink. Captain Shen Tian. Lei Gue approached Shen Tian, carefully opening the metal box. With a hiss, white cold air dispersed. Inside the box lay a yellowed ancient tome, its material neither leather nor paper, exuding an aura of antiquity. On the cover were 5 wild cursive characters, their strokes like blades piercing through the page. The great sun body tempering art. This is what you asked for. Lin Qingyi stepped forward, her fingertip lightly tracing the pages. The most revered foundation building technique in all of Dragon Country. Ordinary body tempering methods only unlock 30 of human potential, but this one can push it to the absolute limit of 100. Only by mastering the great sun body tempering art can one forge the great sun furnace within, using lifeblood as fuel to refine the flesh. Shen Tian took a deep breath, reaching out to accept the weighty manual. The moment it touched his palm, a strange sensation spread through his hand and throughout his entire body. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded without warning. Ding. Detected a recordable technique, the great sun body tempering art. Do you wish to record it? Record. Shen Tian closed the book with a calm expression. Thanks. He spoke flatly. A Fei pursed his lips. Lin Qingyi snatched the threadbound book from a Fei and tossed it to Shen Tian. Besides internal cultivation, you need external martial arts. The great sun body tempering art is for breaking through realms. This one is for killing. Shen Tian caught the book. On the cover were 4 characters, Pujuan blade art. The name was crude, but it exuded a fierce, murderous aura. This is the standard blade art of the Pujuan division, Lin Qingyi explained. It has no flashy moves, only 9 strikes in total. Each strike is a killing technique distilled by countless predecessors from heaps of corpses. It's all about speed, precision, and ruthlessness. This set of techniques should yield good results in your hands. Ding. Detected martial art Pujuan blade art. Do you wish to record it? Record. Shen Tian did not hesitate. The data on his panel instantly refreshed. Host Shen Tian, spirit power 101st rank, psychic martial realm, mortal body 2020 kill value, 160 martial arts, Great Sun body tempering art 0, 100 Pujuan blade art 0, 80. The original basic body tempering method and basic blade art had been replaced on the panel. Got what you need. Lin Qingyi checked the time and turned decisively. Come, I'll take you to meet someone. Who? Shen Tian put away the two manuals. Your combat instructor. A flicker of complexity crossed Lin Qingyi's eyes. Old monster with a bad temper. The fifth basement level was quieter than the floors above, even somewhat eerie. The vast training ground was empty, with only a dim spotlight shining at its center. Beneath the light sat a man. He wore a faded gray vest and loose training pants. What drew the eye was his empty left sleeve swaying gently in the breeze. In his hand, he held a wine flask, tilting his head back to pour strong liquor down his throat. Even from dozens of meters away, Shen Tian could feel the aura of decay radiating from the man. He resembled a rusted, broken blade. Though covered in rust, it still emanated a chilling sharpness. Old Wang. Lin Qingyi approached with Shen Tian, her voice unusually gentle. The man paused, slowly lowering the flask. He turned his head. His face was a map of scars, with a vicious claw mark stretching from the left eye corner to his chin, twisting his smile into something grotesque. Well, if it isn't our Captain Lin. The man belched, his drunken eyes scanning Shen Tian. So this is the newbie you're dumping on me. Soft-skinned and tender. Doesn't look like he's cut out for the blade. Shen Tian remained silent, merely watching him quietly. In this man, Shen Tian sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It was the murderous intent of someone who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Heavier even than Lin Qingyi's. His name is Wang Meng, codename Iron-Handed Mad Blade. Lin Qingyi introduced him to Shen Tian, former captain of the Pujuan Division's first squad, a peak, third-rank martial artist. 5 years ago, during its rank Beast Tide, he lost an arm covering his teammates' retreat, and his realm fell. Now he's the head instructor here. Wang Meng snorted, waving a dismissive hand. Head instructor? I'm just a waste waiting to die. He staggered to his feet, and in that instant his decayed demeanor vanished. Replacing it was a crushing pressure as heavy as a mountain. Even with one arm lost, even with his realm diminished, this wounded tiger still bore deadly fangs. Shen Tian's spiritual senses detected that Wang Meng's realm was comparable to Lei Gui and a Fei, but weaker than Lin Qingyi's. He was roughly at the second-rank level. However, the aura he emitted was even more ferocious than Lin Qingyi's. He was like a caged beast. Though missing a claw, he could still lash out and injure at any moment. Boom. An intangible killing intent erupted from Wang Meng, sweeping through the entire fifth basement level. The air seemed to solidify. Shen Tian felt a stabbing sensation on his skin, as if countless needles were pressing against him. Bearing the pressure, Shen Tian stood straight, his back rigid, meeting Wang Meng's gaze with calm eyes. Wang Meng froze. He squinted, his murky eyes sizing up Shen Tian, a wide grin spreading across his face. Interesting. Youngsters these days have stiffer spines than before. The terrifying pressure vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Wang Meng slumped back into his chair, took a swig from the flask, and reverted to his decadent demeanor. He pointed at Shen Tian, his tone lazy. Good material, but his realm is too low. Lin Qingyi did not argue. That's why I'm handing him over to you. She looked at Wang Meng, speaking seriously. She turned to Shen Tian, her eyes sharp. The Pujuan Division requires all new members to pass a basic assessment before undertaking field missions. Shen Tian, he is your examiner. Only when Instructor Wang gives the nod can you go out on operations with me. Shen Tian glanced at Wang Meng, who was now picking at his toes. What's the standard? Wang Meng chuckled, raising 2 fingers. Simple. Survive 10 moves under me. With that, he waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. All right, the no. Free training chamber over there is yours. Go do whatever you want. Don't bother me while I'm drinking. As the elevator doors slowly closed, sealing off the suffocating reek of alcohol and murderous aura on the 5th underground floor, A Fei let out a long, heavy sigh. He patted his chest with exaggerated relief, his palpable fear seeming genuine. Damn, every time I see that old monster, I feel like I've been stripped naked and thrown into an ice cellar. A Fei wiped the fine sweat from his brow and turned to Shen Tian. Brother, you actually dared to hold his gaze for that long. You're a beast. Shen Tian remained calm, adjusting his cuffs. He's strong. Strong. The usually taciturn Lei Gui suddenly spoke, his voice low and raspy like sandpaper. It's not about being strong or not. He's a freak. Lei Gui pressed the button for the first underground floor, and the elevator began its smooth ascent. Shen Tian, sure, you're a psychic with terrifying talent, and even old Chun bows and scrapes to you. But in front of that old freak Wang Meng, talent doesn't mean a damn thing. Lei Gui turned around, his usually half-lidded eyes fixed on Shen Tian with rare seriousness. Take your big brother's advice, don't rush that assessment. Shen Tian raised an eyebrow. That tough. Tough. Fei let out a strange yelp as if Head heard a joke. It's a goddamn nightmare mode. The elevator doors slid open with a ding. The three stepped out of Building 1 into the dead of night. The sky over Jiangsheng was stained an eerie purplish red by neon lights with occasional police sirens wailing in the distance. The air here was much fresher than underground, carrying a faint scent of grass. The residential area of the Pujuan Division was located right behind the branch building. In such a prime location, having this kind of living environment spoke volumes about the status of Pujuan Division members. Walking along a cobblestone path, Fei pointed at his own decent-looking face. See this handsome mug of your big bros? Shen Tian glanced at him without a word. 2 years ago, when I first joined Pujuan, I was even better looking. Fei sank into some unbearable memory, the muscles in his face twitching. Back then I was full of swagger, thinking I was a genius at the mid-first order. Proud and arrogant, I went to challenge Wang Meng's assessment the very next day after getting my gear. He stopped walking, instinctively touching his ribs. And then, oi? Shen Tian asked. And then, oi? Lei Gui let out a cold laugh, cutting in for Fei. And then he was bettered in for a full half-month. 3 broken ribs, a shattered left leg, and his face was swollen into a pig's head. His own mother wouldn't have recognized him. Fei scratched his head awkwardly, but didn't argue. That old monster really fights dirty. He said he'd only use one hand, and suppressed his cultivation to match me. And the very first move, I was sent flying. Fei made an exaggerated gesture. I mean, flying like a torn sack slamming into the wall. Couldn't even peel myself off. I only lasted 1 move. And that's because he went easy on me as a rookie, or I'd have been done for right there. Shen Tian nodded thoughtfully. Fei was at the late first order, not as talented as Shen Tian now, but far from weak. Couldn't even withstand 1 move. What about me? Lei Gui pointed at his own bear-like frame. You know, I focus on hard body techniques, thick skin, and tough flesh. When I went for the assessment, I was already a late first order martial artist. I figured since I couldn't beat him, I could at least defend right. I just had to last 10 moves to win. Lei Gui took a deep breath, a flicker of fear in his eyes. But on the 4th move, my defense was shattered. It felt like being hit head-on by a speeding armored vehicle. My organs were all displaced. It took a month, soaking in a medical pod, to recover. The two of them spilled their bitter experiences one after another. They had only one goal: to scare Shen Tian. Or rather, to protect him. They didn't want this newly recruited prodigy to be crushed by a moment of rashness. After all, Wang Meng didn't just destroy bodies. He was a master at breaking wills. Before they knew it, the 3 had arrived in front of a building. The building was perfectly situated, backed by an artificial lake with a wide view. Here we are, the residential area. Lei Gui stopped and pulled out an electronic key, tossing it to Shen Tian. Captain Lin specially reserved this for you. It's one of the best apartments in this area. Shen Tian caught the key. Thanks. Don't just thank us with words. Fei leaned in, patting Shen Tian's shoulder earnestly. Seriously, bro, take our advice. Now that you've got the great solar body forging art, just practice it steadily. It's hard to master, but the results are top-notch. When you break through to the peak of the first order with your talent, you can challenge Wang Meng then. The Pujuan Division doesn't set a deadline for the assessment anyway. We've got plenty of time. Even if you take half a year or a year, no one will say a thing. Lei Gui nodded in agreement. That's right. Lie low for now and solidify your foundation. Wait until you've mastered the Pujuan blade art before you go. Seeing their concerned looks, Shen Tian felt a slight stir in his heart. These two might seem unreliable, but they genuinely treated him as a comrade. This feeling of being cared for wasn't bad. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Shen Tian gave a faint smile, offering no further explanation. All right, as long as you know. Here we are, our little doghouse. Fei grinned. Calling it a doghouse was an insult to the word. Shen Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. This place was more luxurious than the finest 5-star hotel in Jiangxing. Stop gawking, this is where you'll live from now on. Lei Gui patted Shen Tian's shoulder and led him into the lobby. The hall wasn't noisy as expected, with expensive sound-absorbing carpets on the floor and a faint scent of pine in the air. A few round cleaning robots glided silently in the corners. Block B, room 1606, that's yours. Lei Gui pointed toward the elevator. Fei and I are right next door. Knock if you need anything. After saying goodbye, Shen Tian took the elevator up alone, swiped his card, and opened the door. Despite being mentally prepared, Shen Tian couldn't help but let out a silent whistle when he saw the full view of the room. It was a single-person apartment over 100 square meters. A massive panoramic floor-to-ceiling window took up an entire wall, offering a complete view of Jiangxing's nightscape. The central air conditioning circulated a constant fresh breeze, and a soft voice from the smart home system chimed as he entered. Welcome home, Mr. Shen Tian. The indoor temperature has been adjusted to a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius, and hot water is ready. Shen Tian walked to the window, looking down at the traffic flowing like ants below. Just a few days ago, he had been huddled in a cramped, dilapidated rental of barely a dozen square meters with peeling walls and a leaky roof. Now it was so quiet he could only hear his own heartbeat. So this is the world of martial artists. Shen Tian murmured to himself. In this world, power was the only ticket to transcend class. As long as you were strong enough, wealth, status, and pleasure would all be laid at your feet. He shed his sweat and dust-stained clothes and strode straight into the bathroom. The massive bathtub was already filled with hot water, and special herbal packs designed to soothe muscle fatigue floated on the surface. Shen Tian submerged himself completely in the hot water. The warm currents enveloped every inch of his skin like countless gentle hands, softly smoothing away the soreness from his meridians. 10 minutes later, Shen Tian emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, feeling refreshed. He grabbed a can of iced energy drink from the fridge and plopped down onto the large bed, soft as a cloud. Raising his left hand, he tapped lightly on the black tactical watch. A pale blue holographic screen projected into the air, hovering before him. The interface was clean and straightforward, exuding a rugged military style. Shen Tian tapped on the Personal Profile tab. Name: Shen Tian, ID J9527, Affiliation Jiangxing Pujuan Division, 3rd Special Action Team, Rank Private, Formal Member, Merit Points 600, Clearance Level F 600 points. Shen Tian's gaze fixed on the merit points column. He tapped to view the details. Kill record: 3rd tier, Wind Demon Wolf. Base reward 500 points, enlistment bonus 100 points. Note: data indicates the beast was previously injured by others. Reward reflects post-split value. A faint smile curled at the corner of Shen Tian's mouth. Lin Xingyi hadn't lied to him. This Wind Demon Wolf was indeed valuable. According to her earlier statement, a kinetic assist module cost only 500 merit points, equivalent to 5 million in currency. These 600 merit points were worth 6 million dragon coins. A windfall overnight. However, Shen Tian was well aware that the purchasing power of merit points within the Pujuan division far surpassed that of external money. Some things you simply couldn't buy with cash. He closed the profile tab, swiped his finger, and entered the internal shop. A dazzling array of products instantly filled the screen. From gene serums to firearms, from cold weapons to exoskeleton armor, everything was available. Shen Tian didn't browse aimlessly. He directly typed a keyword into the search bar: telekinetic weapon. As a psychic mind master, ordinary blades, though usable, couldn't leverage the unpredictable advantage of his mental power. The screen flickered, filtering out dozens of entries. S1 Stinger telekinetic needles, set of 9, 100 merit points. S3 Boomerang telekinetic shuriken, 200 merit points. Shen Tian's eyes swept quickly, finally settling on a uniquely designed flying knife. S2 telekinetic flying knife, shadow material, crafted from the spine bone of a 3rd-tier exotic beast, black gold python, fused with memory metal. Feature: extremely high mental energy conductivity, equipped with silent echo effect, flies without a sound. Specifications: set of 6 blades, includes magnetic leg holster. Price: 500 merit points. This is the one. Shen Tian took an instant liking to it. It was pricey, but the silent echo feature was tailor-made for ambushes. Combined with a mind master's ability to manipulate objects from a distance, it would be a devastating weapon. Without a second thought, Shen Tian clicked to purchase. Payment successful. Merit points balance 100. This item is in stock at the Jiangxing branch. Your order has been shipped and is expected to arrive at your room via internal pipeline within 10 minutes. Watching his balance shrink instantly, Shen Tian felt no regret. Money could be earned again. Life, however, was a one-time deal. Boosting his strength was the only truth. After handling the equipment, Shen Tian took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the bed. The crucial moment had arrived. System, he murmured in his mind. A translucent panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Host: Shen Tian, mental power 100, 1st rank, mind master, martial realm, mortal body, 2020, kill value 160, martial arts, solar body tempering art, Euro 100, Pujuan blade technique 080, talents, innate blade, bone green, agile body green, 160 kill points. Just enough. Allocate. With a thought, Shen Tian distributed the kill value evenly. Consume 80 kill points to upgrade the solar body tempering art. Consume 80 kill points to upgrade the Pujuan blade technique. A violent surge of heat detonated without warning in Shen Tian's lower abdomen. It felt as if he had swallowed a miniature sun. The profound mysteries of the solar body tempering art flooded his mind, as though he had cultivated it for decades. His blood and chi began to boil wildly, like a surging river roaring as it scoured every inch of his flesh. Pain, yet interwoven with this agony, was an exquisite pleasure. Shen Tian could clearly hear the cracking sounds from within his body. It was his bones undergoing a qualitative transformation under the intense tempering of blood and chi. His once white bones grew dense and hard, taking on a faint metallic sheen. Iron bones. Next came his skin. The scorching blood and qi penetrated his dermis. His fair skin flushed crimson, and every pore expelled gray-black impurities. As the heat subsided, his skin returned to normal, but upon closer inspection, a faint bronze glow shimmered beneath the surface. Bronze skin. It wasn't over yet. After tempering flesh, skin, and bones, the violent torrent of blood and qi surged toward the blocked meridians within his body. Pop, pop, pop. Sounds like bursting bubbles echoed in succession. Several main meridians suddenly cleared. Allocation complete. Current panel updated. Host Shen Tian, Martial Realm First Tier, Late Stage Martial Arts, Solar Body Tempering Art 8 Euro Grandmaster. Pajuan Blade Technique 8 Euro Perfection. Shen Tian's eyes snapped open. In that instant, a sharp glint seemed to flash in his pupils. He lowered his head and clenched his fist. The air compressed in his palm, emitting a crisp snap. The sheer feeling of power was intoxicating. First Tier Late Stage. For an ordinary martial artist to progress from the mortal body realm to this stage, even with decent talent, would take at least 3 to 5 years of painstaking effort. Tempering the skin bones and opening meridians. Each step was treacherous, yet he had achieved it in an instant. Such was the dominance of the system. Moreover, countless memories of blade techniques flooded his mind. They were the perfect insights of the Pajuan blade technique. At this moment, Shen Tian felt as if he had transformed into a veteran steeped in battle for half a lifetime. Every move, every stance, the brutal killing intent. It was etched into his very marrow. If I didn't use my mental power, just my physical strength alone could kill my former self with one punch. Shen Tian leaped off the bed and stretched his limbs. His joints crackled like popping beans. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Mr. Shen, your package has arrived. Shen Tian walked over and opened the door. A small silver drone hovered at the entrance, carrying a black metal case underneath. He took the case and opened it. 6 flying knives, thin as cicada wings and pitch black, lay nestled inside, radiating a cold, eerie gleam. With a mere thought from Shen Tian, the 6 knives instantly levitated, orbiting him slowly. True to the description, they made not a whisper of sound. Like phantoms in the dark, Shen Tian gazed out the window at the pitch-black night, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Equipment secured, strength skyrocketed. Tomorrow, that so-called demon instructor Wang Meng. He hoped it would be a pleasant surprise. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, yet failed to dissipate the faint sense of oppression lingering over Jiang City. Shen Tian stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, slowly retracting the hand gestures from completing a set of the breaking army sword technique. The air was still disturbed by the subtle currents sliced by the blade. However, the muscle memory brought about by that perfected realm imbued his every movement with a heart-stopping sharpness. Late stage of the first rank. Shen Tian clenched his fist, feeling the blood and qi surging within him like a raging river, coupled with the dual enhancements of innate blade bone and light and agile body. Now, even without using mental power, his combat strength was enough to crush martial artists of the same rank. If this speed of improvement were to spread, I bet they would dissect me for research, right? Shen Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly. In a single night, he had surged from the mortal realm straight to the late stage of the first rank, and even perfected a profound sword technique. This was no longer a tale of fantasy, it was a myth. Yet he did not care. In this era where monstrous beasts roamed freely and human lives were as insignificant as grass hiding one's talents, that was a survival rule meant for the weak. The strong should shine brilliantly, seize every resource, and ascend to the peak at the fastest pace. System. Shen Tian glanced at the enticing kill value feature on his panel. Only through killing could one grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could one live like a true human in this world. No more delays. A glint of determination flashed in Shen Tian's eyes. Originally, A Fei and Lei Gui had suggested he lay low for half a year before taking the assessment. But half a year? Too long. He couldn't wait a single day. As long as he passed Wang Meng's assessment, he could hunt monstrous beasts in the wilderness. That was his paradise, a treasure trove of experiences. Although Wang Meng is a weirdo, I'm not lacking now. When soldiers come, they will be met. When water comes, it will be damned. Shen Tian casually grabbed the casual uniform of the breaking army division from the table, concealing the 6 nightfall flying knives close to him. Just as he opened the door, preparing to go to the 5th floor to find that old monster for a meeting. Whoa! A chilling alarm sound, piercingly sharp, abruptly shattered the tranquility of the morning. The sound was shrill and jarring, as if it had drilled directly into one's brain, stirring chaos. Immediately after, the tactical watch on Shen Tian's wrist vibrated violently, the screen turning a blinding blood red. Level 1 Combat Readiness Alert. Level 1 Combat Readiness Alert. Northern defense line of Jiang City is under a massive beast-tide assault. All personnel of the Breaking Army Division immediately cancel leave and assemble. Repeat, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. Before Shen Tian could react, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. That was the sound of countless heavy armored vehicles' engines roaring simultaneously, as well as the reverberations from distant artillery fire. The corridor's broadcast echoed urgently, the mechanical female voice cold and hurried. All combat personnel, please immediately gather at Plaza 1 of Building 1. Depart immediately. Shen Tian's gaze sharpened. Beast-tied. Truly it was as if his thoughts had manifested. He hesitated not for a moment, turning and rushing towards the elevator. Plaza 1 of Building 1 had now transformed into a sea of steel torrents. Countless troop carriers and armored vehicles were quickly forming ranks, and members of the Breaking Army Division in black combat uniforms surged like a wave from various buildings, converging towards the plaza. There was no clamor, no panic. Only the synchronized sound of footsteps. That aura of impending doom made the air feel as if it had solidified. This was the Breaking Army Division, the sharpest blade of Long Country. As Shen Tian burst out of the building, he spotted a familiar figure beside a heavy off-road vehicle marked 03, already geared up and ready to go. Lin Xingyi was clad in the fitted uniform of the Breaking Army Division, outlining breathtaking curves, yet no one dared to glance at her for too long. She carried a long sword on her back, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, her delicate face as cold as ice. Lei Gui held a massive tower shield, his muscles taut, resembling a ferocious bear ready to pounce. Even a Fei, usually carefree, had put away his playful demeanor at this moment. He was silently polishing his longbow, his gaze sharp and intimidating. Captain. Shen Tian hurried over. Lin Xingyi glanced back at him, speaking rapidly. Shen Tian, you arrived just in time. This beast-tied is massive. According to frontline intelligence, there are at least 10 4th-rank Lord-level beasts leading the charge, dozens of 3rd-rank beasts, and countless 1st and 2nd-rank fodder. In the shadows, there may even be higher-tier beasts lurking. We need to head to the northern defense line for support. That's the hardest-hit area. With that, she opened the car door, preparing to get in. Just as Shen Tian was about to follow, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. It was Lei Gui. The burly man shook his head, his voice deep. You cannot go. Shen Tian was taken aback. But I am a member of the Breaking Army Division. You are a newbie. Lin Xingyi turned around, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Tian with an undeniable sternness in her tone. You have not yet passed the entry assessment. That kind of slaughterhouse is not a place for solitary combat. Even if you are a mental power user, even if you have exceptional talent, you will only be sending yourself to death. A Fei also chimed in, unusually serious, as he patted Shen Tian's shoulder. Brother, listen to the captain. This is not the same as the minor skirmish we had when we killed that wind demon wolf. This is true war. A flood of monstrous beasts, not even a place to land, and one misstep could turn you into mush. Stay obediently in the rear. While we are away these few days, focus on your training and solidify your foundation. When we return, you can take Wang Meng's assessment. Lin Xingyi took a deep breath, her tone slightly softening. Shen Tian, this is an order. Your talent is a valuable asset to the Breaking Army Division, and I do not wish for you to be lost to a moment of reckless enthusiasm before you have a chance to grow. Guard the home. With that, Lin Xingyi said no more, nimbly jumping into the off-road vehicle. Roar. The engine roared. The heavy off-road vehicle, like a steel beast, kicked up a cloud of dust, merging into the rolling convoy, speeding towards the smoke-filled north. Shen Tian stood in place, watching the convoy disappear into the distance, somewhat dazed. They just left. They left him behind. The surrounding clamor gradually faded. The main force had departed, and only a few logistics personnel remained busy transporting supplies in the plaza. Shen Tian slowly withdrew his gaze. Yet a strange arc crept up at the corners of his mouth. Sending me to death? No. That's sending me experience. Lin Xingyi's concerns were not unfounded. For an ordinary newbie, that kind of slaughterhouse was indeed hell. But for Shen Tian, who possessed a system, it was practically a grand feast. 3rd-rank lords. 2nd-rank beast hordes. How much kill value would that yield? Just thinking of those walking points being harvested by others made Shen Tian feel as if his heart were bleeding. Having him stay in the rear to train. What a joke. Training to enhance his strength was nowhere near as swift as leveling up by slaying monsters. If he could ride this wave of the beast tide smoothly, not to mention the 2nd rank, even the 3rd rank would not be impossible. At that point, what Wang Meng would assessment would be crushed in a single punch. Lin, I'm sorry. When one is outside, military orders are absolute. Shen Tian glanced around. The logistics personnel were busy moving boxes, completely oblivious to him. He lowered his hat's brim and turned towards another exit of the parking lot. There were a few spare single-soldier motorcycles parked there. As long as he slipped out with his mental power detection, he could easily avoid the main force and cut into the battlefield from the flank. Fire a shot and move to another location. Develop quietly and steal kills. This plan was practically perfect. The more Shen Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, and his pace quickened. Just as his hand was about to touch the handle of that black motorcycle, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Kid, where do you think you're going?" The voice was not loud, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. Shen Tian slowly turned around. In the shadows, a middle-aged man in a worn-out camouflage vest reeking of alcohol leaned against a pillar. He still held that iconic stainless steel flask in his hand. Beneath his disheveled hair, his murky eyes fixed on Shen Tian with a half-smile. Wang Meng, the old monster who made Ah Fei and Lei Gui tremble in fear. "What?" Wang Meng tilted his head back, gulping down a mouthful of strong liquor, the fiery liquid trickling down his stubble. He wiped his mouth and grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. "Ling girl barely left, and you're already thinking of playing the deserter. Or, do you want to offer yourself as a snack to the beasts on the front lines?" The air seemed to freeze. In the dim underground parking lot, only the dull hum of a distant exhaust fan broke the silence. Shen Tian turned around, his gaze calm as he looked at the alcohol-soaked middle-aged man. "Deserter?" A faint cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Instructor Wang, that's quite a heavy accusation. I just think that rather than playing these childish assessment games here, the beasts on the front lines excite me more." As he spoke, Shen Tian casually adjusted his cuffs. His tone was as flat as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. Yet it exuded a bone-deep confidence, or perhaps arrogance. Wang Meng narrowed his eyes. The drunken haze in his murky pupils rapidly faded, replaced by a dangerous glint like that of an old wolf. He tilted his head back, draining the last of the liquor from his flask into his mouth. He tossed the empty flask to the ground. Clang! The crisp metallic sound echoed through the empty space. "Childish games." Wang Meng chewed on the words. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? That girl Lin Xingyi spoils you, treats you like a treasure. But in my eyes, a greenhorn like you who's never seen blood isn't worth a damn." He took a step forward. Boom. An invisible killing intent erupted from his seemingly decadent body. It was the true murderous aura forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If it were an ordinary first-rank martial artist, just facing this aura would make their legs go weak. But Shen Tian stood motionless. He didn't even blink. With his mental strength enhanced by the system to the level of a first-rank spiritualist, this degree of pressure felt like a gentle breeze against his face. "Are you done?" Shen Tian glanced at his watch, frowning slightly. "If you're done, I'm leaving. If I'm late, all the meat will be eaten by others." With that, he truly didn't spare Wang Meng another glance, and turned to walk toward the black motorcycle. This disregard, this blatant contempt. It completely ignited the powder keg in Wang Meng's heart. "Fine. Very well." Wang Meng laughed in fury, his stubbled face twisting into a ferocious expression. "A bit of talent, and you think you're invincible. You think joining the Pejuan division at a young age makes you the best under heaven. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Ling girl. The lesson is called reverence." Before the words faded, Wang Meng's single arm trembled violently. Clang! A blinding blade of light suddenly flared in the dimness. In his hand, a thick-backed cleaver had appeared, its blade pitch black, but its edge dazzlingly white. Without any flashy starting moves, the concrete floor beneath Wang Meng's feet instantly cracked, spiderwebbing outward. He shot forward like an arrow from a bow, crossing dozens of meters with a piercing whoosh. Fast. Unbelievably fast. This was Wang Meng, the iron-handed mad blade who once terrorized beasts on the battlefield. Though injuries had forced him into retirement, and he drowned himself in drink, a lion, even asleep, was still a lion. "Get down." With a thunderous roar, Wang Meng swung his cleaver, not with the blade but with the flat of the back, slamming it fiercely towards Shen Tian's back. He meant to teach Shen Tian a lesson, not kill him. But this furious strike carried immense force. Even a second-rank martial artist hit by it would suffer broken bones and be bedridden for weeks. He intended to break a few of the kid's bones to make him feel pain, to teach him that there were always greater powers in the world. To make him understand that the battlefield was not a playground, not a place for the talented to run wild. The wind howled, pressing Shen Tian's clothes tightly against his back. The terrifying pressure bore down like a mountain. Yet just as the blade was about to touch Shen Tian's spine, Shen Tian, who had his back turned, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He shifted his footing, sliding half a step to the left like a phantom. Just that half step executed with perfect precision. Whoosh! The heavy blade grazed Shen Tian's clothes, striking empty air with a grating crack. Huh! Wang Meng's pupils contracted sharply. Dodged? How was that possible? That strike, though not at full power, was impossible for a rookie who had just awakened a few days ago. Coincidence? No. Wang Meng's veteran instincts told him it was no coincidence. It was an extreme perception of danger and an instinctive physical reaction. Interesting. The anger in Wang Meng's eyes subsided slightly, replaced by a spark of excitement. No wonder you're so cocky. Turns out you've got nimble feet. But just being able to run won't cut it. Boom. Wang Ming's aura surged again. This time he held nothing back. Peak second rank. The terrifying blood energy of a seasoned martial artist boiled within him like a furnace. The muscles in his single arm bulged, veins coiling like dragons, straining his camouflage vest to its limit. Take this. Shwa shwa shwa. Wang Ming flicked his wrist. The blade light split instantly, one blade into 3 shadows, sealing off all of Shen Tian's escape routes. This move, named Severing the Flow, was one of Wang Ming's signature techniques, known for its speed, precision, and ferocity, leaving no room to evade. Though still using the blade's back, both speed and power were double that of the previous strike. Even a second-rank martial artist would have to dodge this attack. This was the crushing force of strength. This was the chasm of realm. Wang Ming believed that with this strike the kid would be sprawled on the ground like a dead dog begging for mercy. Yet facing the overwhelming blade light, Shen Tian didn't retreat. Instead, he slowly turned around. On his face remained that infuriatingly calm expression. In his eyes there was even a hint of eagerness. Peak second rank, huh? Shen Tian mused to himself. Perfect timing. He had just mastered the Great Sun body tempering art and maxed out the Pajuan blade technique. He was itching to try them out. Since this old man was so enthusiastic, he'd serve as a whetstone. Well struck. A shrill tearing sound ripped through the air beside his eardrums. Wang Ming's slash was too swift, too heavy. Even delivered with the flat of the blade, the overwhelming surge of blood key pressure would have suffocated any novice who had just broken through. He meant to shatter Shen Tian's rhythm, to crush this young man's pride. Before the blade even reached him, the rushing wind scattered Shen Tian's bangs, revealing a pair of eyes black as ink. Those eyes held no fear, no panic. Only a chilling, exhilarating fervor. Boom. At the very instant the flat of the blade neared his body, a slumbering, ferocious beast deep within Shen Tian roared awake. No evasion. This time he would not evade. Shen Tian's spinal column, a great dragon coiled at the core of his being, shuddered violently. A faint jade-green luminescence flickered across his entire frame. Then from the joints and bones beneath his flesh came a rapid series of crisp metallic snaps, like iron striking iron. Clang, clang, clang. It was the roar of his innate blade bones. It was the voice of an unparalleled sword hidden beneath skin and sinew thirsting for blood. Shen Tian's right hand shot toward his waist, drawing the blade. Pajun. His low command detonated like thunder in the underground parking garage. The moment the black and gold longsword cleared its scabbard, the air itself seemed to echo with the galloping thunder of 10,000 armored cavalry. No flourishes, no intricate variations, just a single clean upward cut. Yet the instant that blade sliced forth, the surrounding airflow twisted violently under an indomitable will. Along its edge surged not only the terrifying torrent of latest-stage first-rank chi, roaring like a river, but also a high-frequency oscillating force that set one's scalp crawling. Oscillation cut. When the two blades collided, Hedon. Time itself froze, for a fraction of a second. Then, clang, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. A violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, blasting outward in all directions. The windows of several parked cars shattered instantly, alarm sirens shrieked in frantic chorus. Concrete cracked and splintered beneath their feet, sending plumes of dust billowing into the air. Within the haze, a massive, broad-shouldered figure staggered backward, as if struck by a colossal hammer. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. Each footfall carved a deep impression into the unyielding concrete, until he retreated a full 5 meters before barely regaining his balance. Wang Ming felt his entire right arm jolt with electric numbness and searing pain. His mountain-splitting saber trembled violently in his grip, emitting a pained, groaning whine. His cloudy eyes widened in disbelief, fixed unblinkingly upon the figure before him, his face frozen in utter incredulity. This is impossible. As the dust settled, Shen Tian stood motionless, single-handedly holding his blade aloft in the same upward cut stance, his feet rooted to the ground like ancient oaks. His breathing remained unervingly calm, as if that titanic clash had been no more than swatting away a passing fly. First rank, late stage. Wang Ming's voice cracked, thin and strangled like a rooster whose throat had been clamped shut. He had never dreamed that this youth, who'd awakened only yesterday and been classified as a mortal-born realm cultivator, could leap an entire major realm in a single night. From mortal-born to latest-stage, first rank, was he riding a rocket? Even if he'd gorged on forbidden elixirs, swallowing every restricted pill in Pajun Division's apothecary, he could never have forced his blood key to such heights overnight, nor forged such dense, unshakable foundations. Yet that was not what truly chilled Wang Ming to the bone. The real terror lay in that single slash, the sheer aura it carried. Its essence, unrelenting, resolute, burning with the resolve to break the cauldron and sink the boat. That was the Pajun saber art, perfection realm. Wang Ming sucked in a sharp breath. His wine flask tumbled unnoticed from his grasp, rolling far away. As chief instructor for new recruits in the Paijun division, he had devoted 20 years to mastering the Paijun saber art, yet had only just brushed the threshold of perfection. Though foundational, the art was easy to learn, but fiendishly difficult to master. To reach great accomplishment required years of battlefield refinement. To attain perfection demanded extraordinary insight and rare fortune. To truly embody that ruthless solitary valor, though 10,000 stand against me, I shall advance alone. But this youth before him, how long had he even practiced this art? One day? No, less than 12 hours. Overnight realm ascension, saber mastery perfected. This wasn't genius. This was a monster wearing human skin. Wang Ming stared at his own trembling tiger mouth, the spot where thumb met palm. In that fleeting contact, he distinctly felt a bizarre oscillating force surge up the blade, racing into his arm and nearly scattering his protective bloodkey barrier. Had he not possessed second-rank peak foundations, or lacked decades of combat instinct to dissipate force on reflex, that slash might well have shattered his old bones and sent his saber flying from his hands. Instructor Wang. A cold voice cut through Wang Ming's daze. Shen Tian slowly sheathed his blade. The motion flowed like water over stone, graceful, inevitable, imbued with an ineffable rhythm. The art etched so deeply into his bones, it had become pure instinctive reflex. He raised his head. His eyes were fathomless pools, devoid of reverence for any instructor, radiating instead a glacial, unnerving indifference. Now, do I have the qualification to enter that battlefield? Shen Tian took a single step forward. Boom. A savage, unfiltered aura of slaughter erupted from his body. That killing intent was purer, sharper, even more piercing than Wang Ming's own. It was the innate sharpness of his innate blade bones, and the heart of a sovereign warrior ravenous for battle. Wang Ming stiffened. A bead of cold sweat traced a slow path down his temple, falling silently onto the floor. He was afraid. The thought struck him as absurd. He, iron-handed savage blade, a man who'd charged 7 times into the heart of beast tides, frightened by the gaze of a raw recruit. Yet the razor-edged sense of peril was undeniably real. His instincts screamed if he refused now, this fledgling tiger would bare his fangs without hesitation and kick aside anyone standing between him and his path. Arrogance, immaturity, the need for tempering. Before absolute talent and power, such notions were utter nonsense. His earlier lecture, meant to teach humility, now echoed back as hollow mockery. This boy didn't lack reverence. He simply possessed the authority to trample every rule underfoot. You? Wang Ming opened his mouth, words of reprimand poised on his tongue, only to find them lodged mute and paralyzed. He gazed upon Shen Tian's youthful yet stern visage, and saw rising before him the silhouette of a future war god. This youth's stage was not here. That battlefield drenched in blood and death was the only soil rich enough to nourish such a monster. Caging him would only stunt a true dragon into mediocrity. Silence. A tomb-like stillness. For half a minute Wang Ming stood motionless, then let out a weary sigh, his imposing aura receding like a tide. Wordlessly he stepped aside, clearing the path to the black motorcycle. No words were needed. A faint, subtle curve lifted the corner of Shen Tian's lips, neither mocking nor triumphant, as if all of this were merely the natural order. Without glancing back at Wang Ming, he strode forward, swung a long leg over the heavy-duty solo motorcycle, and mounted it in one fluid motion. Roar. The engine's thunder reverberated through the underground garage. The black machine surged forward like a steel panther, blasting out of the exit and vanishing into the dawn's golden light and swirling smoke, leaving Wang Ming alone, staring blankly at the fading red glow of its taillights. Long moments passed. Then slowly he bent down and retrieved his wine flask, dust or no dust, and tilted it back for a drink, only to find it utterly empty. Lin Qingyi. Wang Ming shook his head with a wry smile, his eyes clouded with complex emotion. This time you've brought home quite the formidable ancestor. Perfection attained overnight. Realm breakthrough as effortless as sipping water. The heavens above Jiangxing are about to shift. North District Jiangxing, Outer Ring Highway. Gales howled thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder slamming into Shen Tian's face. He crouched low over the motorcycle, twisting the throttle to its limit. The speedometer needle leapt wildly, the scenery blurred into streaks of light. So, this is the scent of the battlefield. Shen Tian drew a deep breath of air laced with the metallic tang of iron. His blood began to boil. His vertebrae hummed softly, a resonant, hungry vibration. At the horizon's edge, the surging beast tide loomed like a black tsunami, crashing relentlessly against humanity's last line of defense. Flames soared skyward, artillery thundered. To others it was hell. To Shen Tian, It was an ocean of gleaming golden slaughter points. The slaughter feast has begun. North District Defense Line. This is no longer the realm of humans. Beyond the 50-meter-tall steel walls lies an endless black ocean. That is the beast tide. Countless exotic beasts roar, trampling on the corpses of their companions, madly crashing against the defenses. The deafening roar of artillery shakes the air, with tons of ammunition pouring out every second, exploding into bloody flowers within the beast horde. But there are too many exotic beasts. So many that it feels utterly hopeless. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the nauseating stench of blood. Even the sky is stained a dark red. Hold the line. We must hold the line. See District Breach. Quickly reinforce. Where's the support? Why hasn't it arrived yet? The commander's hoarse shouts on the wall are drowned out by the sounds of cannon fire. At this moment, a black lightning bolt tore through the smoke on the outer ring road. It was a heavy motorcycle. The engine's revs had been pushed to the red line, emitting a piercing wail on the brink of collapse. Who was that? An observer on the wall was stunned. In such a situation, someone actually rushed towards the beast tide alone. This is not the way to seek death. The motorcycle did not slow down. Instead, the rider abruptly pulled the handlebars when still 100 meters away from the beast tide. The motorcycle soared into the air. The figure in black released their grip midair, launching themselves like a hawk pouncing on its prey, ejecting from the motorcycle. The motorcycle crashed into the beast horde, the explosive fire flipping several first-tier exotic beasts. Meanwhile, the figure glided strangely through the air for a distance. Talent, agility, body active effect, activated ride the wind. Shen Tian adjusted his posture in midair, his toes tapping the void, as if stepping on an invisible airflow, completing a double jump. His gaze looked down. The densely packed heads of exotic beasts were not a source of fear to him. Instead, they appeared as a series of pulsating numbers. All money. Shen Tian licked his cracked lips. With a slight wave of his right hand, there were no earth-shattering roars or dazzling light effects. Only 6 almost invisible black lines drifted from the sheath at his waist. Psychic weapon, Dark Knight. Silent. Without a sound. The moment Shen Tian landed, the air within a 10-meter radius seemed to solidify. A dozen first-tier exotic beasts, the rock-armored pig lunging with their gaping maws, suddenly froze. In the next second, thud, thud, thud. A dozen fierce heads rolled down simultaneously. The cuts were as smooth as a mirror. Not even blood had a chance to spurt out. Killed a first-tier exotic beast, rock-armored pig, gained 10 points of slaughter value. Killed a first-tier exotic beast, rock-armored pig, gained 10 points of slaughter value. Killed a first-tier exotic beast. The pleasant system prompt echoed in his mind, and Shen Tian did not pause. Like a drop of ink in clear water, he rapidly infiltrated deeper into the beast tide. Wherever he passed, exotic beasts fell in droves. If an ordinary warrior, even at the peak of the second tier, faced such a dense beast tide, they would be torn apart by exhaustion. But Shen Tian was different. He was a psychic master. He did not need to wield a blade or engage in hand-to-hand combat. He only needed to stand there, and with a thought, 6 flying knives would slice through the air within a 50-meter radius like the Grim Reaper's scythe harvesting crazily. Too slow. Shen Tian frowned slightly. The slaughter value from these first-tier cannon fodder was too low. His gaze passed over layers of beasts, locking onto several large figures in the distance. Second-tier exotic beasts. Now that is the real feast. Rise. Shen Tian pushed off the ground, soaring like a ghost across the backs of the beasts. The agility body allowed him to traverse the beast horde with ease. A wind wolf attempting to jump and bite at him had not even touched the hem of his clothes before a spinning flying knife pierced through its brain. In one corner of the battlefield, a strange vacuum zone appeared. No matter how many exotic beasts surged from around, they would instantly become corpses. And that black-clad youth didn't even raise a hand, casually walking towards the depths of the battle zone with his hands in his pockets. If this scene were seen by those on the wall, they would surely drop their jaws. This was not a battle. It was clearly a stroll in his own backyard. But the garden was not filled with flowers. It was a mountain of corpses and seas of blood. Shen Tian glanced at his panel. In just 5 minutes, his slaughter value had skyrocketed by 300 points. System. Shen Tian silently thought. Allocate points. In this perilous battlefield, conserving points was not only foolish, but also deadly. Only by converting them into tangible power is the true path to success. His gaze locked onto the column for Great Sun Body Refinement Technique. Current progress, 80,100. Consume 20 points of slaughter value to enhance the Great Sun Body Refinement Technique. Boom. As the command was issued, a scorching flow of heat appeared within Shen Tian's body. This was not ordinary heat. It felt as if magma was flowing through his veins. Shen Tian's skin turned bright red, emitting wisps of white steam. Every cell within him cheered, greedily devouring this energy. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of his bones cracking echoed like popping beans. The muscle fibers, already incredibly resilient, frantically contracted and reorganized, becoming denser, glimmering with a faint metallic sheen. Great Sun body refinement technique perfected. Shen Tian suddenly clenched his fist. The air was crushed as he released a crisp sound. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment filled his chest. Peak of the first tier. Now with just his physical strength, he could tear apart tigers and leopards. But that was not enough. Far from enough. This level of power could only be considered slightly stronger than an ant in this crumbling world. Shen Tian raised his head, looking towards a massive second-tier exotic beast, the ironback bear. That beast was swinging its massive paw, turning a human soldier into mush. Would you like to consume 200 points of slaughter value to break through to the second tier? Killing intent surged in Shen Tian's eyes. Continue. Give me a breakthrough. His thoughts struck the system panel like a blade. Consume 200 points of slaughter value to break through the realm. Boom. If the process of enhancing the body refinement technique was like a babbling brook, then at this moment Shen Tian's body was a rushing river. His heart thumped violently, pumping blood as heavy and powerful as mercury. His spine trembled violently. It felt as if an invisible shackle had been violently shattered at that moment. Gene lock broken. A terrifying aura erupted from Shen Tian, spreading explosively in all directions. The fractured stones and blood on the ground were swept up by the shockwave, forming a small vacuum zone. Second-tier warrior. In just an instant, Shen Tian's strength, speed, and reflexes all doubled. The sensation was like shedding heavy burdens. His entire being felt light, as if he could fly. A massive black-armored canine leader sensed the threat and charged with a roar. Its speed was extreme, its claws carving a shrill sound through the air. If it were the Shen Tian of before, he might have raised his blade to block. But now, Shen Tian stood still, not moving an inch. He didn't even lift his knife. Just as the stinking beast's maw was half a meter from his throat, a sudden anomaly occurred. Whoosh! A dagger originally plunged into the ground and belonging to a fallen soldier rose abruptly and without warning. It transformed into a silver bolt of lightning. Splat! The dagger pierced the black-armored canine leader's eye socket, exiting through the back of its skull, trailing a spray of red and white. The massive beast's body hurtled forward by inertia, then collapsed limply before Shen Tian. From beginning to end, Shen Tian kept his hands in his pockets, not even blinking. Such was the terror of a psychic master, killing without a trace. In the distance, the observer on the defensive tower was utterly petrified. His telescope fell and shattered on the ground. His trembling finger pointed at the young figure, standing amidst a sea of corpses and blood. His lips quivered, unable to form a coherent sentence for a long time. What kind of monster is this? Killing by moving objects. A psychic master. And a psychic master charging with a war blade. You see, in this world, although psychic masters were revered, most had frail bodies and could only support from the rear. Someone like Shen Tian, who could withstand a beast tied with his physical body while also manipulating weapons to kill, was unheard of. Shen Tian paid no heed to the shocked gazes from afar. He cracked his neck with a crisp sound, feeling the surging power within his body and the exhilarating sense of control in his mind. He smiled, a somewhat ferocious smile. Warm-up's over. Shen Tian pulled the black gold war blade from the ground. The blade traced an arc in the air, nearly a full moon. Flash! A second-tier shadow leopard attempting a sneak attack was cleaved in half. Warm beast blood splattered on Shen Tian's face, carrying a nauseating sweetness, yet it ignited the dopamine within him to a fever pitch. A second-tier martial artist. This feeling was too wonderful. If his body at the first tier was an old, worn-out car, now he was a heavy tank equipped with an aircraft engine. Every inch of muscle brimmed with explosive power. With every breath, he could feel the free energy in the air vibrating. Too weak. Shen Tian swung a heavy backhand blow. The blade precisely smashed onto the skull of a second-tier aberrant beast. Crack! The sound of the skull shattering was crisp and pleasant. Killed second-tier aberrant beast shadow leopard gained 80 kill points. Killed second-tier aberrant beast iron-armored bull gained 120 kill points. The notification sounds in his mind were like dense drum beats. Shen Tian did not linger at the edge of the battlefield. Like a red-hot dagger, he forcibly plunged into the heart of the densest beast tide. There. That was the true harvesting ground. Who was that? On the city wall, a blood-soaked squad leader from the Pajuan division wiped his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. In the area known as the death zone, a figure in black was strolling leisurely, wielding a long blade. No flashy techniques. Only extreme speed and power. With each swing of his blade, a beast fell. And around that person, 6 streams of black light danced like fish, piercing all the minor beasts that tried to approach. Crazy. Did he charge in alone? Which battalion's elite is that? Don't recognize him, never seen this guy before. Shen Tian didn't hear those exclamations. His eyes were fixed only on the constantly rising kill points. 500 points. 800 points. 1,200 points. Not enough. His gaze locked onto a spot 100 meters away. 3 colossal beasts, each the size of a small hill, were rampaging there. Third-tier aberrant beasts, violent fire apes. Each of these brutes possessed the terrifying strength to overturn an armored vehicle, their bodies radiating scorching fire poison, a nightmare for the defensive line. You're the ones. Shen Tian stomped his foot. Boom. The ground instantly exploded into a deep crater. His body turned into an afterimage skimming over the heads of the beast horde. One fire ape discovered this provoking ant. It let out an earth-shaking roar, its millstone-sized fist descending towards Shen Tian with rolling waves of scorching heat. The air distorted in the high temperature. Shen Tian's expression was stern. The moment the fist descended, his body twisted at an impossible angle in midair. Ethereal body, full power. Ryup. The fire ape's fist grazed his afterimage and smashed into the ground, pulverizing several slow first-tier beasts into paste. And Shen Tian had already ridden its arm up to its shoulder. Die. The black gold warblade emitted a foot-long blade aura. Pujuan blade technique perfection, realm mountain breaker. Slash. The blade sank unhindered into the fire ape's thick neck. Then Shen Tian exerted force, spinning his entire body and the blade around the ape's neck. A colossal ape head shot into the air. A fountain of blood spouted several meters high. Killed third-tier aberrant beast, violent fire ape, gained 500 kill points. Shen Tian landed. He didn't look at the colossal corpse slowly falling. Instead, he immediately sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. System. Elevate spiritual realm. Consuming 1,000 kill points, spiritual realm elevating. Rumble. Shen Tian felt as if a nuclear bomb had detonated in his mind. His previously depleted spiritual energy expanded wildly in that instant. If his sea of spirit was once an ancient well, now that well was evolving into a lake. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the crystal representing his identity as a psychic master trembled violently, its surface manifesting a second mysterious rune. That sense of control multiplied instantly. His telekinetic power, once limited to a 50-meter range, now spread outward like liquid mercury. 60 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. Within a 100-meter radius, even the wing beat frequency of a flying insect was under his absolute control. Second-rank psychic master. Rised. Shen Tian muttered softly. The blade case at his waist vibrated violently again. The 6 dark night flying blades, now pulled by his immense spiritual power, began absorbing a large number of broken metal fragments from the battlefield's ruins. Those fragments, needed by his telekinesis, instantly deformed, transforming into countless fine silver needles. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was the whistle of the Reaper. With Shen Tian at the center, a 100-meter radius became an absolute vacuum zone. Any aberrant beast that entered this range, whether it was a thick-skinned first-tier rock armor boar or an agile second-tier wind wolf, was instantly riddled with holes like a sieve. Shen Tian stood in the center of a sea of corpses and blood. He didn't even need to lift a finger. This feeling, it was like being a god. At the northern defense line gap C3, with a thunderous boom, an alloy tower shield as large as a door panel slammed into the ground, crushing a second-tier saber-toothed tiger that lunged forward, its brain splattering. Lei Gue gasped for breath, his usually rock-hard face now covered in sweat and blood. The tower shield in his hands was deformed, its edges curled, and it was marred with horrifying claw marks. A fey. The left flank is exposed. Cover it. Lei Gue roared, his voice hoarse as if 2 rusty iron plates were grinding together. Cover my ass. I'm out of arrows. Not far away, a fey rolled awkwardly behind an abandoned bunker, dodging a lethal wind blade. His compound bow had snapped a string, and his quiver was empty. Now clutching a short dagger as a backup, he stared in despair at the beast tide surging like a flood. It was too brutal. This was no ordinary beast tide. It was a premeditated massacre. The intelligence had indicated 10 fourth-tier lords, but there were at least twice that many. And these beasts seemed to have grown smarter, mastering tactical coordination. The thick-skinned ones charged at the front as meat shields, the agile ones flanked, and ranged beasts spewing venom and fireballs held the rear. The human defense line had been torn open in several places within just half an hour. Lin Qingjia's squad was tasked with filling the most pressured C3 gap. With a sharp swish, a gleaming blade flashed. Lin Qingjia's figure appeared midair like a phantom, her long sword precisely slitting the throat of a third-tier iron-hide rhino. Hot blood sprayed, drenching her. But she had no time to wipe it off. Her cold, clear eyes were now filled with deep exhaustion and gravity. Captain, we can't hold. A fey shouted, his voice tinged with tears. Position 3 is lost. All our brothers there are dead. The beasts are encircling us. Lin Qingyi landed stumbling. Continuous high-intensity bursts had nearly drained her spiritual energy. She looked around. The originally full-strength defense squad now had only 3 of them left struggling. Surrounding them were the greedy, savage eyes of beasts, green and glowing like a sea of ghost fire. Retreat. Lin Qingyi gritted her teeth, forcing out the word. If they didn't pull back, they'd all die here. But just as she was about to give the order, a deafening roar suddenly exploded from the ruins on the flank. Then a black blur tore through the smoke like lightning. It was a sleek, leopard-like beast covered in black scales. Its speed was astonishing, leaving afterimages in the air. 3rd tier peak. Shadow Panther. This beast was a natural assassin adept at taking heads in chaotic battles. And its target was Lei Gui, exhausted and with his back turned. Lei Gui, watch your back. Lin Qingyi's pupils contracted, and she let out a piercing scream. She wanted to save him, but it was too far. Her blade had just killed the ironhide rhino, her old strength spent, and new not yet born. Lei Gui heard the warning. As a battle-hardened veteran, his reaction was swift. He instinctively turned to raise his shield. But the Shadow Panther had planned this, seizing the most vicious moment. Just as Lei Gui turned, the gleaming claw was less than half a meter from his throat. The breath of death washed over Lei Gui like ice water. It was over. In that moment, Lei Gui's mind went blank. A Fei closed his eyes in despair. Lin Qingyi's eyes nearly split, her long sword groaning from the strain. At this critical juncture, a faint yet piercing sound of something cutting through the air cut through the battlefield's din. Then with a soft thud like a hot knife through butter, the Shadow Panther mid-lunge with bloodshot eyes froze in midair. A blood hole had appeared in its forehead. It didn't even have time to scream. This infamous 3rd tier peak beast fell straight down like a bag of trash. Its corpse slammed at Lei Gui's feet, kicking up dust. The sharp claw was less than 10 centimeters from his neck. Silence. A deathly silence. Lei Gui remained frozen in his shield-raising posture like a statue. He stared blankly at the corpse, his mind short-circuited. Dead. This 3rd tier beast that nearly killed him had died, so inexplicably. Who? Lin Qingyi spun around, looking toward the direction of the attack. Above the smoke-filled ruins, a tall figure slowly emerged. He wore a thin black outfit, his hands casually in his pockets, no weapon in sight. The wind tousled his black hair, revealing a young, stern face. Around him, 6 black flying blades, thin as cicada wings, hovered and pulsed silently like obedient spirits. At that moment, Lin Qingyi was stunned. A Fei's jaw dropped, nearly dislocating. Even Lei Gui's eyes, large as brass bells, bulged wide. Shen Tian. A Fei's voice pitched sharply as if seeing a ghost. What are you doing here? Lin Qingyi's face darkened instantly, her shock turning to fury. Nonsense. Who told you to come in? This is the front line. A meat grinder. Not your training room for games. She strode over, grabbing Shen Tian by the collar, her tone severe. Do you know what that was? A Shadow Panther. 3rd tier peak. And you, a 1st tier martial artist who just broke through, come here to die. Even under these circumstances, Lin Qingyi subconsciously refused to believe that Shen Tian had killed that Shadow Panther. She thought someone else was responsible. Shen Tian might have high talent, but he had only just obtained the breakthrough method for 1st tier. Even if he improved at lightning speed, he'd be at best early 1st tier. In this battlefield where even 2nd tier warriors were cannon fodder, his strength was nothing. Get back now? While the gap hasn't collapsed completely, Lei Gui, take him away. Lin Qingyi pushed Shen Tian, trying to send him to the rear. But when her hand pressed against his chest, it felt like pushing against a towering mountain. He didn't budge. Shen Tian looked down at her face, flushed with anxiety and anger, and the corner of his mouth lifted in his signature faint smile. Captain, don't be so angry. He gently patted her hand on his collar, moving softly, but with an irresistible force, slowly removing it. Die here. Shen Tian turned to face the beast, tide surging like a flood. His gaze shifted, no longer the usual calm. Captain, do you have a misunderstanding about my strength? As he spoke, a terrifying mental wave erupted from him. 2nd tier mind spirit master. Full power output. The 6 dark night flying blades around him instantly turned into 6 streaks of light, too fast for the eye to catch. A continuous sharp whine filled the air. Within the 50-meter range ahead, over a dozen 2nd tier beasts charging with roars halted in unison. The next second, blood bloomed. A dozen ferocious beast heads rolled off cleanly, their cuts smooth as mirrors. And it didn't stop there. Shen Tian clenched one hand and raised it sharply. Scattered broken blades, swords, and even shrapnel on the battlefield. As if summoned by an invisible force, hundreds of metal fragments rose, forming a terrifying storm wall behind him. Go, Shen Tian whispered, and the metal storm howled forth like a giant meat grinder, crashing into the beast's tide. Where it passed, flesh and blood flew, limbs scattered. The precarious C3 gap was instantly cleared into a vacuum zone. Lin Qingyi stared blankly. Her worldview shattered. This was a first-tier warrior. This was the rookie she needed to protect. What the hell? A phase dagger clattered to the ground. He looked at the figure standing amidst the sea of corpses, hands in pockets, not a drop of blood on his clothes. He muttered to himself, is he here to stock up? The scent of blood hung so thick in the air it felt almost solid. Amid the ruins of breach, C3 Lin Qingji's hand, which had been tightly clutching Shen Tian's collar, now hung limply at her side. Her cold, clear eyes stared fixedly ahead, her mind a complete blank. Right before her, the tide of second-tier aberrant beasts that had surged in like a flood had now been reduced to a ground of shredded flesh. There was no violent clash, no brutal hand-to-hand combat. Only 6 streaks of black light tracing eerie arcs through the air and the sky-obscuring hail of metal fragments behind Shen Tian. The ability Shen Tian had just displayed far exceeded the scope of a first-tier psychic. Second-tier psychic. Lin Qingji's voice trembled, a physiological response to sheer shock. As the captain of the Pejuan division, she understood better than anyone what this meant. The hierarchy of psychics was brutally strict. A first-tier psychic could manipulate objects, but with limited range and power, mostly serving a support role. But the second tier was a qualitative leap. Within 100 meters, all is my domain. In that domain, a second-tier psychic was the sovereign of life and death. Captain, now's not the time to be stunned. Shen Tian's calm voice rang out. He hadn't even taken his hands out of his pockets. He merely tilted his head slightly to look at the aberrant beasts blocked 100 meters away by the metal storm. The breach isn't sealed yet, and there are plenty more beasts. As Shen Tian finished speaking, he flicked his right index finger. The metal storm that had been swirling behind him as if receiving a divine decree instantly coalesced into a colossal metal spear 10 meters long. This spear was composed of countless shards of shrapnel, snapped rebar, and twisted deck plates, its surface coated in a layer of dark bloodstains, exuding a chilling aura of violence. Go. Shen Tian's lips parted slightly. Boom. The metal spear tore through the air, unleashing a deafening sonic boom. Over a dozen second-tier wind wolves in the spear's path didn't even have time to scream before they were pulverized into a mist of blood by the immense kinetic force. The spear, its momentum undiminished, slammed into the chest of a third-tier ironhide rhino, pinning its massive body to a concrete wall in the distance. Gulp. A face swallowed hard. The compound bow with its snapped string fell from his hand, but he didn't even notice. Brole slapped me. I think him dreaming, a Fei muttered, staring blankly at the figure in black. This kid. When he joined yesterday, didn't old Chun say he was at the peak of the mortal body realm? A peak mortal body realm guy using second-tier psychic power like it's art. Lei Gue said nothing. He was looking down at his nearly wrecked tower shield. The shadow panther that had nearly killed him moments ago lay dead at his feet. He reached out and touched the beast's forehead. The wound was tiny, no bigger than a fingernail, but the brain matter inside had been instantly liquefied by psychic force. Such control, such lethal efficiency, sent a chill through this veteran who had fought on battlefields for over a decade. He's not in the mortal body realm, Lei Gue said hoarsely, a trace of bitterness in his voice. His aura now. It's at the peak of the first tier. No, it's even touching the threshold of the second tier. Lei Gue looked at Shen Tian, his eyes filled not just with shock, but with a reverent fear of a monster. Overnight had gone from the mortal body realm to what seemed like the second tier and boosted his psychic power to the second rank as well. Was this even human? It was as if the heavens themselves had come down to power level him. Shen Tian, watch out! Lin Qingyi suddenly screamed. In the distance, within the dark surging tide of beasts, an incredibly terrifying aura was approaching at a shocking speed. The ground trembled. The low-tier aberrant beasts that had been attacking wildly, as if sensing the pressure of a superior, being scattered in panic to both sides. The dust cleared. A colossal creature the size of a 2-story building slowly came into view. Its body was covered in dark golden scales, each one like a small shield. On its head, a horn a full meter long pointed diagonally at the sky with arcs of lightning flickering at its tip. A 4th-tier Lord-class aberrant beast, the golden armored rhinoceros king. This monster was the nightmare of the defense lines. Ordinary armor-piercing rounds just sparked off its hide. Each charge could easily demolish a fortified bunker. 4th-tier. Lin Qingji's face went deathly pale. Her chi and blood were depleted. Lei Gue and a Fei were at their last gasp. Facing a 4th-tier lord at its peak, the three of them together wouldn't even be a mouthful. Shen Tian, go. Get them out of here. Lin Qingyi yanked the long blade from her back, her eyes filled with grim determination. They'll hold it off. You get back to base and call for reinforcements. She was the captain. In the Pejuan division's code, the captain was always the last to retreat, even if it meant death. However, the expected retreat didn't happen. Instead of backing away, Shen Tian took a step forward. A series of sharp cracks erupted from his bones like a slumbering dragon stretching its limbs. Captain, don't be so quick to throw your life away. Shen Tian turned back and flashed Lin Qingyi a brilliant smile. That smile on the smoke-choked battlefield was jarringly out of place, yet it carried a strangely reassuring strength. This beast looks like it's worth a pretty penny. Leave it to me. Lin Qingyi was stunned. Leave it. To you? That's a 4th-tier lord. Even if you're a 2nd-tier psychic, killing a 3rd tier across a tier is the limit. Between 4th and 3rd tier, there's a real chasm. Shen Tian, don't be reckless. You'll die. Lin Qingyi tried to rush forward and grab him, but found an invisible wall of psychic force blocking her path, gentle, yet firm, pushing her backward. Bro, keep an eye on the captain. Shen Tian's voice dropped, filled with an unyielding authority. He turned to face the golden-armored rhinoceros king, which was letting out a sky-shaking roar. In his eyes a flash of crimson light flickered. Kill points, here I come. Roar. The golden-armored rhinoceros king was clearly enraged by this insignificant human's provocation. It lowered its body, its thick limbs slamming into the ground. Rumble. The earth exploded and the behemoth transformed into a streak of dark golden light charging at Shen Tian with overwhelming momentum. The air was violently compressed, letting out a shrill shriek. 100 meters crossed in an instant. Die. A fierce light exploded in Shen Tian's eyes. He finally pulled his hands out of his pockets. His right hand gripped the black gold warblade. His left hand clawed at the air. The 6th Dark Knight, throwing knives that had been orbiting him, vanished into thin air. The stealth sound trait fully activated. In Lin Qingyi's view, Shen Tian didn't dodge. He charged heat in at the mountain-like golden-armored rhinoceros king. Talent, nimble body, active effect, wind riding. Shen Tian's speed skyrocketed to its peak, leaving a trail of blurry afterimages in the air. Just as the two were about to collide, Shen Tian's body bent backward in an eerie motion, sliding almost flush against the ground. The rhinoceros king's massive horn grazed his scalp, the wind tearing his clothes. Now, Shen Tian's gaze was as sharp as a blade. The explosive power of a 2nd-tier martial artist combined with the killing intent of the perfected Pujuan blade, art was unleashed completely. Mountain Cleaver. Shen Tian gripped the blade with both hands, the great solar body forging art, within him spinning wildly, his chi and blood boiling like a furnace. The black gold warblade was covered not only in a tangible blade aura, but also in a high-frequency vibration empowered by his 2nd-tier psychic force. Schluck. The warblade precisely struck the gap between the scales on the rhinoceros king's belly, the weakest point of its entire defense. The supposedly indestructible scales were as fragile as paper before that strike. Using the momentum of his slide, Shen Tian pulled the blade along. Ryup. A massive gash several meters long bloomed across the golden-armored rhinoceros king's belly. Steaming entrails and blood gushed out, staining half the ruins red. Groan. The golden-armored rhinoceros king let out a blood-curdling shriek, its massive body contorting violently in agony as its momentum carried it crashing into a broken building behind it. Crash. The entire building collapsed, burying it under the rubble. The battlefield fell into silence once more. Lin Qingyi lay Guia Fei. The three of them wore the same expression, dumbstruck. One strike. Just one strike. Had the nightmare of the defense lines, the 4th-tier Lord Golden-Armored Rhinoceros King, been gutted. In the midst of the ruins, a deathly silence persisted for a full 3 seconds. Lei Gui's mouth hung open. A Fei was so weak he couldn't even muster the strength to pick up the dagger on the ground, his legs trembling as if he had just been pulled from water. 1. The 4th-tier lord who had turned the northern defense line upside down was defeated by a newcomer in an instant. Is this still a human? A Fei muttered to himself, his gaze toward Shen Tian filled with awe, as if looking at a deity draped in human skin. Shen Tian stood his ground, the black gold war knife in his hand, angled to the ground, the blade still dripping with hot beast blood. But he did not smile. On the contrary, his originally indifferent eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. Something was amiss. The system notification did not sound. There was no pleasant chime of killed a 4th-tier alien beast, gained slaughter value. This indicated that the creature was still alive. At that moment, a dull thud echoed as if the heartbeat of some giant creature resonated from the depths of the collapsed ruins. The ground trembled in response. What? What is happening? Lei Gui's face changed, instinctively tightening his grip on the broken tower shield. Thud, thud. The heartbeat grew louder and more frantic, like the beating of war drums. Following that, a nauseating stench of blood mixed with wildly chaotic energy fluctuations erupted from beneath the ruins. Roar. A roar filled with pain and fury instantaneously shattered the surrounding dust that had yet to settle. Boom. Tons of concrete debris were violently hurled, crashing like cannonballs in all directions. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive figure slowly rose. The golden armored rhinoceros king. It was not dead. Not only was it not dead, but its current state was utterly chilling. Countless dark red flesh buds were wildly writhing and intertwining at the site of its previously fatal wound. It was as if thousands of red earthworms were burrowing in and out of the wound. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the terrifying gash began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, scabbing over, and eventually even the layer of dark golden scales regrew. Good as new. It was even more fearsome than before. How? How is this possible? A face screamed, his eyes nearly popping out. That was a gaping wound. Intestines were hanging out. How could it still be alive? And instantly fully recovered. This was cheating. As expected, Shen Tian furrowed his brow. The reason 4th-tier alien beasts were called lords was not merely due to their size and strength, but also because of their monstrous vitality. It's a talent. A bloodline talent. Lin Qingji's voice suddenly rang out in despair. She stared fixedly at the layer of scales on the golden armored rhinoceros king that began to emit an eerie red light, her face as pale as paper. 4th-tier lord-level alien beasts have awakened their ancient bloodlines, possessing their own unique, innate talents. This golden armored rhinoceros king's talent is the undying body. No matter how severe the injury, it can consume vitality to restore itself instantly. And her words were left unfinished. A new change occurred. The golden armored rhinoceros king let out a long howl, its entire body suddenly illuminated by a blinding glow. The originally dull shell had transformed to shine, as if forged from gold, radiating an indestructible metallic quality. Its size expanded once again. The sense of oppression it exuded was at least double what it had been before. In a rampaging state. It's over. The tower shield in Lei Gui's hand clattered to the ground. The ordinary state of the rhinoceros had already left them in despair, and now this rampaging, fully revived monster, who could possibly stop it? Shen Tian. Retreat quickly. Lin Qingyi rushed forward, trying to pull Shen Tian back. Its defense has doubled. Right now it is a living alloy fortress. Your knife won't even be able to scratch it. Withdraw? That's an order. As long as we fall back to the second line of defense and utilize the heavy laser cannons, there might still be a chance. Lin Qingji's words were hurried and chaotic. She was truly panicking. This was not cowardice, it was rationality. Facing a monster that was nearly impossible to kill, fighting it head-on was a path to certain death. However, Shen Tian did not move. He stood like a nail, firmly rooted in place. Watching the golden armored rhinoceros king charging up for a second assault, the killing intent in Shen Tian's eyes did not wane, instead it grew even more intense. Ding. Target with special talent detected. Target 4th-tier golden armored rhinoceros king, plunderable talent, undying body, blue acquisition condition, kill the target and consume 1,000 slaughter value. Blue talent. Shen Tian could not retreat at any cost now. This blue talent was something he must obtain. Can't cut it. Shen Tian muttered to himself. He raised his hand and 6 dark night, flying knives materialized again, transforming into a black spear that shot towards the eyes of the golden armored rhinoceros king with a piercing shriek. Clang. Sparks flew. This time that invincible telekinetic flying knife couldn't even pierce the rhinoceros eyelid. It only left a few shallow white marks on the surface. Roar. The golden armored rhinoceros king let out a mocking low growl. It seemed to be laughing at this human's powerlessness. Entering a rampaging state, its defensive power had reached an astonishing level. Forget about flying knives. Even if an anti-tank missile hit it directly, it would probably only tickle it. Shen Tian, did you see that? It's useless. Lin Qingji's eyes brimmed with tears and desperation. Run. Behind her, A Fei and Lei Gui had also begun to retreat, their gazes towards Shen Tian, filled with complexity. No one thought Shen Tian could win. This was not a matter of underestimating him. It was simply that this monster was far beyond expectations. For Shen Tian to achieve what he just did was already a miracle. But miracles do not happen twice. Faced with Lin Qingji screams the despair of his teammates and the giant beast about to crush everything. Shen Tian slowly closed his eyes. Indeed, his current attack power was insufficient. The physical strength of a second-tier beginner coupled with the penetration power of a second-tier psychic master indeed seemed somewhat inadequate against the 4th-tier lord that had gone berserk. To break through its defenses, to kill it, he needed more power. System. Shen Tian silently thought. A cerulean virtual panel instantly unfolded on his retina. Host Shen Tian, realm 2nd tier, early warrior 2nd tier, psychic master, slaughter value 1280 points. That previous wave of clearing the minions combined with killing a few 3rd tier alien beasts had caused his slaughter value to surge again, breaking through the 1,000-point barrier. Talent, innate blade, bone green, upgradable. Shen Tian focused his thoughts. Do you wish to consume 1,000 slaughter value to upgrade the green talent, innate blade bone, to the blue talent 7 aperture blade heart? Yes. Shen Tian did not hesitate at all. All in. Boom. As that 1,000 slaughter value was instantly cleared, an indescribable strange wave appeared from the depths of Shen Tian's soul. This sensation was unlike the burning he felt when enhancing his physical body, nor was it like the aching he felt when enhancing his mental power. It was a refreshing feeling. A refreshing sensation that penetrated his heart. It felt as if an invisible carving knife was slowly removing the impurities from his soul. The black gold war knife, which he had previously seen as an inanimate object, now transmitted a faint yet clear pulse. It was as if it had come to life. Talent upgrade successful. Gained blue talent 7 aperture blade heart. Entry description: you no longer need to memorize tedious knife techniques, because they are born for you. Every flaw of the enemy will be revealed before you. Effect: knife technique power increased by 100, comprehension increased by 200, can continuously elevate one's own knife technique through constant battle. Insight: 30, chance to trigger flaw lock during battle, causing the next attack to deal double critical damage. Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his pupils a glint of blade light seemed to flicker. That aura, sharp to the extreme, made him appear like an unparalleled divine weapon drawn from its sheath. Even the surrounding air was shredded into fragments by this invisible blade intent. Shen Tian. Lin Qingyi, who was about to forcibly drag Shen Tian away, suddenly froze. She was horrified to find that she actually dared not approach Shen Tian. It felt as if taking one more step forward would result in being sliced to pieces by the invisible blade energy. Captain. Shen Tian turned his head to look at Lin Qingyi. The familiar curve returned to his lips, but this time his smile carried a disquieting calm. You just said its talent is the undying body. Shen Tian lightly flicked the war knife in his hand. The blade emitted a soft hum like the roar of a dragon and tiger. Perfect. I want to see if it truly can die. Perfect. I want to see if it truly can die. The wind suddenly ceased. In the ruins, a man and a beast faced each other. Compared to the colossal Fourth Order Lord, the golden armored rhinoceros king, whose body glowed like a mountain, Shen Tian seemed as small as a speck of dust. Yet this speck of dust emitted a radiance so sharp that it was blinding. Roar. The golden armored rhinoceros king lacked the patience to play house with this insignificant creature. It stomped its 4 hooves, its massive body transforming into a golden bulldozer, charging forward with a violent force that crushed everything in its path. This time it moved even faster. The air was squeezed into visible ripples, producing a piercing sonic boom. Shen Tian. Dodge. Lin Qingyi shouted hoarsely. Shen Tian did not move. Deep within his pupils a brilliant blue aura was swirling wildly. Just as the horn capable of piercing tanks was about to touch the tip of his nose, he moved. Lightness of body, wind manipulation. Shen Tian's body seemed weightless, gliding to the left like a fallen leaf propelled by the fierce wind stirred up by the rhinoceros king. By a hair's breadth, the horn brushed past his ear. At the same time, the black gold battle knife in Shen Tian's hand moved. There was no flashy build-up. It was merely a simple upward slash. Plop. The blade precisely sliced into the joint gap beneath the rhinoceros king's foreleg. There lay a vulnerable spot covered in scales. Blood spurted forth. Roar. The golden armored rhinoceros king howled in pain, its massive body jolting momentarily before it swung its claws violently in retaliation. With the tip of his toe, Shen Tian performed an unbelievable 2 somersaults in midair, dodging the claws, while simultaneously striking back with another slash. Slash. This slash landed on the soft flesh of the rhinoceros king's neck, deep enough to see bone. Useless. In the distance, Lei Gui shook his head in despair. Such injuries are nothing to it. Sure enough, just as Shen Tian landed, the wounds on the golden armored rhinoceros king began to writhe with a sinister vigor. In a mere blink, the wounds healed, leaving no scars behind. Human, die. The golden armored rhinoceros king was infuriated, its 4th order beastly intelligence allowing it to articulate human language. It roared, its golden light exploding, unleashing countless waves of golden energy that spread indiscriminately in all directions. This was a full-screen attack. There was no escaping. Is this the power of a 4th order lord? Off-Fei's face turned ashen. In such an overwhelming assault of energy, even a fly would be obliterated. However, amidst the barrage of golden light, a black silhouette darted through like a ghost. Shen Tian's agility was extraordinarily uncanny. He always managed to find that fleeting gap within the dense waves of energy. Not a single leaf touched him. Moreover, he was still striking. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 10 slashes, 100 slashes. Shen Tian's speed increased, the black gold battle knife transforming into a vortex of black wind, mercilessly raining down upon the golden armored rhinoceros king. Plop, 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 plop. The sound of blades piercing flesh melded into a chorus. The golden armored rhinoceros king roared in frustration, but could never catch this slippery flea. Wounds appeared on its body only to heal repeatedly. Blood stained the ground, then evaporated instantly due to the intense heat. This was an exceedingly tedious war of attrition. What is he doing? Lin Qingyi stared intently at the battlefield, her brow furrowed. At this rate his stamina will run out first. He's wasting his efforts. Yes. To outsiders, Shen Tian resembled a fool using a pedicure knife to give a rhinoceros a massage. Though each slash drew blood, it posed no threat to the rhinoceros king, which possessed an undying body. Yet Shen Tian did not share this sentiment. His gaze grew increasingly bright. The knife in his hand became more fluid. The originally rigid breaking army blade technique was undergoing a marvelous chemical reaction with the enhancement of 7 apertures blade heart. Mountain breaking is too slow. Sweeping is too scattered. Thrusting is too direct. Countless insights about sword techniques burst forth in his mind like a fountain. Those once obscure principles of swordplay became as clear and simple as eating and drinking. This is the terrifying aspect of the blue talent. He was using this fourth-order lord to practice his sword. Roar! The golden-armored rhinoceros king seemed to sense something amiss. The aura emanating from this human was becoming increasingly perilous. That sense of sharpness was no longer solely derived from the weapon, but emanated from the person himself. It was frightened. As a fourth-order lord, it actually felt a flicker of fear towards a second-order human. It must kill him immediately. The golden-armored rhinoceros king abruptly halted its movements, its energy and blood surging chaotically. A dark golden thunderball the size of a basketball condensed atop its horn. A destructive aura began to warp the surrounding space. This was its ultimate move. Earth-splitting thunderlight. Die. Boom. The thunderball, carrying the might to devastate the heavens and the earth, came crashing down upon Shen Tian. This strike sealed off all avenues of escape. There was no way to dodge. Lin Qingyi despairingly closed her eyes. It was over. Yet at that moment the knife in Shen Tian's hand stopped. He stood still facing the oncoming destructive thunderlight, not only refusing to evade, but slowly closing his eyes. The wind stopped once more. The entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. In Shen Tian's mind, all techniques shattered and then reassembled. In the end, only one slash remained. A pure slash. An extreme slash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the true essence of swordsmanship in the life and death struggle. The breaking army blade technique has undergone a transformation. Congratulations to the host for comprehending a new sword technique. Absolute breath slash. Shen Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide. At that moment his eyes seemed to lack pupils, revealing 2 chillingly sharp sword lights. Insight triggered. Weakness locked. The next attack will deal 200 critical damage. That red dot lay 3 inches beneath the golden-armored rhinoceros king's throat behind its reverse scale. That was its heart. Also the core hub of its life energy. Absolute breath. Shen Tian's lips moved slightly softly, uttering 2 words. Then with a clear and resonant knife sound it rang through the clouds, even overshadowing the thunderball's roar. No one could see how Shen Tian made his move. Lin Qingyi only felt a flash before her eyes as a beautiful black line, like moonlight, pierced through the heavens and the earth. The thunderball. In the face of that black line, it was like a bubble silently vanishing. The indestructible golden scales. They were sliced apart as neatly as tofu. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Shen Tian's figure, unbeknownst to Wen, had already appeared behind the golden-armored rhinoceros king. He stood with his back to the massive beast, slowly sheathing his knife. Clack! The crisp sound of the knife guard striking the sheath resonated melodiously. Impossible! The golden-armored rhinoceros king's enormous eyes, once filled with brutality and madness, now froze in shock and confusion. It wanted to move, yet its body seemed to have lost control. It wished to circulate its energy to heal its wounds, but it found that the vitality within was rapidly draining away. That slash did not merely sever its flesh. It also cut off its vitality, severing its prideful, undying body. A thin line of blood slowly emerged from its throat. Then it rapidly expanded. Plop! It was as if a dam had burst. Scalding beast blood gushed forth like a high-pressure water gun, staining half the sky red. Boom! That colossal body, as massive as a mountain, crashed heavily to the ground. The raised dust reached several meters high. Fourth Order Lord, the golden-armored rhinoceros king. Dead. Kill the Fourth Order Lord level beast golden-armored rhinoceros king. Gain slaughter value 1,000 points. Would you like to spend 1,000 slaughter value to plunder the blue talent undying body? The pleasant system notification echoed in his mind. Shen Tian stood amidst the blood rain, allowing the warm liquid to drench his entire body. But he did not move. He was savoring the sensation of that slash just now. The thrill of grasping life and death, severing all with a single stroke. This is the essence of the blade. This is the true power of the Blue Talent 7 Apertures Blade Heart. Compared to the increase in damage and the critical effect of insight, the true value of this blue talent lies in understanding the way of the sword. In the distance, Lin Qingji's long knife clattered to the ground. She stared blankly at the figure standing by the corpse, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. That was a fourth-order lord. That was a monster that even heavy artillery could not kill. Just like that, gone with a single slash. Damn. Ah-Fei sat down heavily on the ground, his expression a masterpiece resembling both a cry and a laugh. Lei Gui, did you see that? See what? Lei Gui's voice was hoarse as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. I saw a deity, Ah-Fei murmured. Lei Gui took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves within. He gazed at the overly young figure, his eyes filled with reverence. He knew. From today onward, the heavens of the Breaking Army Division were about to change. A young man had arrived at the Breaking Army Division. Shen Tian slowly turned around. He flicked the blood droplets from his hair, revealing a face smeared with blood, yet still cold and stern. Looking at the three stunned individuals, he slightly curled his lips, revealing a set of snow-white teeth. That smile under the blood-red reflection appeared particularly eerie. Amidst the ruins, the smoke of battle had yet to dissipate. Shen Tian stood beside the colossal corpse of the golden-armored rhinoceros king, letting the scorching beast blood drip down the blood groove of his black-gold warblade. His consciousness was immersed in the Azure system panel within his mind. Do you wish to consume 1,000 kill points to plunder the blue talent immortal body? Yes. Shen Tian silently uttered in his mind. As the command was given, the 1,000 kill points he had just acquired were instantly cleared to zero. The next second, a peculiar warm current rose from the corpse of the golden-armored rhinoceros king, seeping into Shen Tian's body through his pores. It was itchy. An unbearable itch. This sensation was not on the skin's surface, but deep within the marrow, as if countless ants were gnawing at every cell of his being. It was the restructuring of genes. It was the leap of life's essence. Shen Tian clenched his teeth tightly, a fine sheen of cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. In just 3 seconds, the maddening itch receded like a tide. In its place was an unprecedented surge of vigorous vitality. Shen Tian glanced at his palm. The few small wounds cut by the fierce wind during the battle were now visibly scabbing, peeling off, revealing fresh pink skin. Not even a scar remained. Plunder successful. Obtained blue talent immortal body description. As long as your heart and brain are not destroyed simultaneously, you are an undying specter on the battlefield. Injury recovery speed increased by 500. Severed limbs can regenerate, consumes a large amount of blood and chi. Your cell activity is extremely high, granting great resistance to toxins and radiation. Effect organ redundancy removes the fatal weakness judgment from the heart, lungs, and throat. Attacks only deplete HP, not causing instant death. Injury recovery can consume blood and chi to recover from injuries. Powerful. Shen Tian took a deep breath, feeling the surging blood and chi within him flowing like a mighty river. This was a truly divine skill. With this talent, his margin for error on the battlefield would increase exponentially. Techniques he dared not attempt before he could now risk. Injuries he dared not endure before he could now withstand. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could wear down his opponent to death. Shen Tian. A trembling voice came from behind. Lin Qingji. Shen Tian turned around, retracting the sharp glint from his eyes, and put back on that harmless, innocent smile. Captain, this big fellow is dead. Shen Tian pointed at the corpse at his feet, his tone as casual as if he had just stepped on a cockroach. I know it's dead. Lin Qingji stared at the massive head nearly cleaved in two and swallowed hard. Her mind was still in a daze. The majesty of that blade strike, even in recollection, still sent a shiver down her spine. It was a strike that transcended technique, touching upon momentum. Just what? Lin Qingji wanted to ask something, but didn't know where to begin. How did you do it? Are you really a first-rank warrior? What was that blade technique? Too many questions lodged in her throat, finally condensed into a helpless exclamation. You're a real monster. Lei Gui and Ah-Fei nodded in profound agreement beside her. In their eyes, Shen Tian's current level of danger was an order of magnitude higher than that golden-armored rhinoceros king. Just lucky. Shen Tian shrugged, casually twirled his blade, and sheathed the black gold war saber. It just exposed a flaw, and I just stabbed into it. Simple as that. Simple. Lei Gui's mouth twitched. That was a fourth-order lord. That was the golden-armored rhinoceros king, which had activated its rage and doubled its defense. You call that simple? Just then, the piercing wail of air raid sirens suddenly rang out across the entire northern defense line. Whoa! This sound was different from any before. Mournful, sharp, carrying a spine-chilling urgency. It was the highest-level red alert. It was only sounded when the defense line was on the verge of total collapse or when facing a city-ending crisis. Lin Qingji's face changed dramatically. She pressed the communicator against her ear. "This is Lin Qingyi of Squad C3. What's happening?" From the communicator came a cacophony of static and terrified screams. "Retreat. Full retreat. Intelligence is wrong. Repeat. Intelligence is wrong. This isn't a normal beast tide. This is an all-out assault. They've gone mad." Jiangqing Northern Defense Line General Command. Before the massive holographic sand table, the atmosphere was so tense it could drip water. Dozens of staff officers were frantically typing a stream of bright red error messages scrolling across the screens. Standing at the forefront was a middle-aged man in a general's uniform. Qin Jinshan, the Grand Warden of the Jiangqing Defense Line, a peak 5th rank warrior. Now this iron-blooded man, usually unflappable even if Mount Tai crumbled before him, was staring fixedly at the dense cluster of red dots on the main screen, his hands gripping the edge of the command console so hard his knuckles were white. "Haven't you contacted the Tianxian division yet?" Qin Zinshan's voice was low, suppressing a fury about to erupt. "Report, Warden. The Tianxian division reports that the magnetic field around Jiangsheng is being jammed by some high-tier mutant beast. The satellite signal is intermittent. We can't get a clear picture," a communications officer reported shakily. "Useless." Qin Jinshan slammed his fist on the table. "Who made the previous reconnaissance report? Who told me there were only 10 Fourth-Order Lords?" Qin Jinshan pointed at the crimson area on the screen and roared, "Open your eyes and look. Does this look like 10? On the screen behind the tide of low-tier mutant beasts, nearly 20 massive red dots were moving rapidly like 20 heavy tanks rolling towards the northern defense line with unstoppable force. Each red dot represented a Fourth-Order mutant beast, and judging by the energy fluctuations, at least 3 of them had reached the peak of the Fourth Order. Even more, there were 3 Fifth-Order Beast Kings. What did this mean? This was no longer a beast tide. This was a premeditated, organized war of extermination aimed at Jiangqing. "Mad. These beasts have gone mad," a staff officer muttered, pale-faced. Previous beast tides were mostly instinctive charges by mutant beasts vying for territory or food. As long as humans showed enough firepower and hurt them badly, the tide would naturally recede. But this time was different. These mutant beasts were like suicide soldiers, controlled by some while disregarding casualties and consequences, willing to fill the human defense line with their corpses if necessary. Warden Sectors C, D, and E are requesting reinforcements. Heavy artillery positions are running low on ammunition. The second defense line is under too much pressure, estimated collapse in 20 minutes. Bad news came one after another. Qin Jinshan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Conventional forces couldn't hold. Even the Pejuan division, though elite, was but a drop in the bucket against this number of high-tier beasts. If no extraordinary measures were taken, the northern district of Jiangsheng would cease to exist by nightfall. No choice. A flash of resolve crossed Qin Zinshan's eyes. He turned to his adjutant and said solemnly, "Contact Greedy Wolf." At the mention of those 2 words, the noisy command hall fell silent for an instant. Greedy Wolf. Within the structure of the Tianshu Bureau, it was a special codename. If the Pejuan division were the regular army emphasizing discipline and coordination, then the Greedy Wolf division was a group of madman monsters and lone wolves operating outside the rules. They took no orders and followed no rules. They only killed the strongest mutant beasts and took the most expensive resources. The threshold for entering the Greedy Wolf division was extremely high, requiring not only a record of killing enemies above one's rank, but also the ability to survive independently in desperate situations. The entire Jiangqing branch of the Pejuan division had thousands of members, but the Greedy Wolf division had only 1 member. That was a true killing machine, the final trump card of the Jiangqing Tianshu Bureau. "Warden, do we really need to call upon that one?" The adjutant hesitated. "Members of the Greedy Wolf division don't have the best temper, and according to regulations, unless it's a city-level crisis, we have no authority to directly command them." "This is a city-level crisis," Qin Jinshan bellowed. "If those 24th-Order mutant beasts break through, how many of us do you think will survive? Go and ask. No matter the cost, even if you have to beg on your knees, get him to act. As long as he can hold off those Lord-level beasts, I'll give him all my military merit points for this life." Just then, a radar monitoring operator suddenly stood up, a hint of surprise in his voice. Report, Warden." "No need to contact." Qin Jinshan spun around. "What do you mean?" The operator pointed at the edge of the screen at a purple light, hurtling towards the core of the battle zone at an astonishing speed. "Lord Greedy Wolf's signal source has appeared on the northern district's outer ring. He is already on his way." Qin Jinshan was taken aback for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Thank goodness." That one, though usually elusive as a dragon, could still distinguish right from wrong when it truly mattered. Switch the feed, Qin Jinshan commanded. The screen flickered and a blurry drone aerial view appeared before them. Amidst the swirling sandstorm and surging beast, tied a solitary figure was forging upstream. He wore no standard battle armor, but a dark crimson trench coat with an exaggeratedly large greatsword strapped across his back. Wherever he passed, the aberrant beasts dared not approach, scattering in terror to both sides, as if parting the Red Sea. It's Lord Qishao. Someone recognized the figure and couldn't help but cry out in shock. The sole greedy wolf of Jiangqing. A pinnacle 5th-rank powerhouse Qishao. With him here the defense line might just hold. Qin Zinshan's taut nerves relaxed slightly. But as his gaze swept across a corner of the screen, it suddenly stopped. There was the surveillance feed of Sector C3. Though somewhat blurry due to signal interference, he could still clearly make out a massive corpse. That was. Zoom in on Sector C3. Qin Jinshan suddenly shouted. The image enlarged. Lying amidst the rubble, its belly ripped open, was the massive corpse of a 4th-rank lord, the golden-armored rhinoceros king. And beside the corpse stood several tiny human figures. The golden-armored rhinoceros king is dead. Qin Zinshan's pupils contracted sharply. Who did it? Lord Qishao hasn't reached that position yet. Could there be an expert in the Pujuan division we don't know about? Quick, check which squad is stationed in Sector C3 right now. Qin Zinshan's heart began to race again. On this night of despair, besides the renowned greedy wolf, it seemed, there was another unsheathed blade silently baring its fangs in the darkness. On the massive screen, the disemboweled corpse of the golden-armored rhinoceros king was like a heavy hammer smashing brutally against the hearts of everyone present. A 4th-rank lord. A defensive, aberrant beast with the immortal body talent. Dead just like that. Dying a miserable death, its proud horn severed, its body nearly cleaved in two. A collective hiss of succeeding breath echoed through the command hall. Qin Jinshan stared fixedly at the screen, a sharp light bursting from his tiger-like eyes that had seen countless men. Lin Qingyi. He muttered the name under his breath, then shook his head. No, impossible. As the overall commander of the Jiangxing defense line, he knew every combatant above the 3rd rank in the Pujuan division like the back of his hand. Lin Qingyi was indeed a genius, reaching the 3rd rank at a young age, and was even expected to challenge the 4th rank before 30. But even geniuses had to abide by the fundamental laws. A monster like the golden-armored rhinoceros king, let alone Lin Qingyi, even an ordinary 4th-rank martial artist, would be sent running with their tail between their legs. There was only one possibility for causing such devastating wounds: absolute, overwhelming force, or an extremely sharp weapon combined with explosive power beyond normal limits. Commander, could Captain Lin have broken through on the spot? The adjutant beside him wiped a cold sweat and asked cautiously. Qin Jinshan sneered. Break through on the spot? Even if she broke through to the 4th rank, she couldn't one-shot the golden-armored rhinoceros king. And look at her condition. Qin Jinshan pointed at a corner of the screen. Though the image was blurry, one could still clearly see Lin Qingyi's pale face and slightly trembling arm. Those were signs of exhaustion. Even her trusted longblade had fallen to the ground. Did this look like someone who had just performed a spectacular kill? Rather, she looked like a bystander scared out of her wits. Qin Zinshan's gaze moved past Lin Qingyi, past the dazed leg away, and the slumped Fei. Finally, it settled on the young man standing in the midst of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Black clothes, a single hand holding a blade, his posture straight as a pine. Even through the screen, Qin Jinshan could feel the calm and indifference emanating from that back, as if he had just finished an utterly trivial task. Who was this kid? Qin Jinshan suddenly asked, his voice steady and forceful. The adjutant was taken aback, then hurried over to the console. Facial recognition locking. Searching the Tianshu Bureau personnel database. A few seconds later, a brief personal file popped up. The adjutant stared at the information, his eyes nearly bulging out. He rubbed his eyes, read it again, and his expression became extremely strange. See, Commander. The adjutant swallowed hard, his voice a bit shaky. Found him. His name is Shen Tian. He belongs to the 3rd Special Action Squad of the Pujuan Division, which is Lin Qingyi's team. Qin Jinshan frowned slightly. Why haven't I heard of this person before? Is he an elite transferred from another city? The adjutant shook his head, his expression even more peculiar. Not transferred. He's a newcomer who just joined yesterday. A newcomer? Qin Jinshan was stunned. Several staff officers around him also stopped their work, looking over in disbelief. A newcomer who joined yesterday, showing up on a battlefield of this level, and standing coolly beside the corpse of a 4th-rank lord. The file shows. The adjutant looked at the line of text on the screen, feeling his career was being challenged, but he braced himself and read it out loud. Shen Tian, age 17. Martial realm, mortal realm perfection. No awakened talent recorded. Dead silence. The entire command hall was instantly plunged into an eerie silence. Even the distant sounds of gunfire seemed to fade away. Mortal realm perfection. What kind of international joke was this? Slap. Qin Jinshan slammed his palm on the table, rattling the teacups. Nonsense. How could someone at mortal realm perfection enter such a meat grinder? The mere pressure radiating from a fourth-rank aberrant beast would make his 7 orifices bleed. Not to mention the stray bullets and shockwaves everywhere. Are you telling me a kid at the mortal realm could survive the golden-armored rhinoceros king's frenzied attacks and come out unscathed? Qin Zinshan's roar echoed through the command hall. The adjutant shrank his neck, looking wronged. Commander, but this is indeed the system's data. Old Chun entered it shouldn't be wrong. Qin Jinshan took a deep breath, forcing down the rage in his heart. He knew Old Chun. That old hand who had sat in the service hall for decades, though usually lazy, never made mistakes on such critical data. So the data was real. But that only made it more absurd. Switch the feedback, Qin Jinshan said in a deep voice. I want the live feed. The screen flickered. The drone's camera refocused on Sector C3. In the image, Lin Xingyi had already picked up her long blade and was speaking with Lei Gui. Meanwhile, the young man named Shen Tian remained standing in place. He seemed to sense the drone's surveillance. He slightly raised his head. Those jet-black eyes across kilometers of distance and through the cold screen seemed to be calmly observing everyone in the command hall. Qin Zinshan's heart skipped a beat. That look was definitely not the look of a newcomer. No fear, no panic, not even the relief of surviving a disaster. Only calm. A calm that came from controlling everything. Something's wrong. Qin Jinshan squinted. His instincts as a fifth-rank powerhouse told him this young man had a massive sense of dissonance. Pause the feed. Qin Jinshan pointed at the screen. Enlarge their formation. The image froze. Enlarged. Several staff officers gathered around, initially seeing nothing special. But as Qin Zinshan's finger traced across the screen, their expressions gradually changed. Look here. Qin Jinshan pointed at Lin Xingyi. On a battlefield, the body is the most honest. This kind of formation, with everyone centered around someone, only has one explanation. This so-called mortal realm perfection newcomer is the true core of this squad. He is the monster who killed the golden-armored rhinoceros king with a single strike. Shen Tian stood beside the colossal corpse of the golden-armored rhinoceros king, his gaze not fixed on his teammates' horrified faces, but slightly lowered, focused on the pale blue light screen only he could see. Host Shen Tian. Realm 2nd stage, early martial artist, 2nd rank psychic mind master. Kill value 280 points. Martial arts, Great Sun body tempering art, perfected breath, severing, /02000. Talents, 7 orifice blade, heart blue, ethereal body green, immortal body blue. The maneuver he just pulled off was nothing short of a high-stakes gamble. First, he went Allen on his kill value to upgrade his talents, then risked everything to slay the 4th-rank lord, and finally plundered the immortal body. Now all he had left was this pitiful 280 points. So poor, Shen Tian sighed inwardly. Though he now possessed 2 blue talents on this battlefield on the brink of collapse, true strength was the only thing that mattered. The breath-severing slash he had just executed was dazzling, but it was built on a moment of epiphany and favorable conditions. To turn this move into a regular technique, he had to keep up his proficiency. System allocate points. With a thought from Shen Tian, consume 280 kill points to enhance breath-severing / proficiency. Whoosh. The remaining kill points instantly dropped to 0. At the same time, a vast and exquisite insight into the blade's way flooded Shen Tian's mind like a sudden enlightenment. The once awkward pathways of energy flow became crystal clear. His muscle memory was forcibly rewritten. Shen Tian's fingers tightened slightly around the hilt of his blade. If that earlier slash was a work of art born from a flash of inspiration, then now this blade art had become a part of his body, something he could summon at will. Breath-severing slash 280-2000. Though not yet at minor mastery, its power had increased by at least 30%. That was enough. Woo! The piercing red alarm continued to tear at everyone's eardrums. Lin Xingyi finally snapped out of her shock. She glanced at the dense red dots on her communicator, her face pale as paper. Shen Tian, stop spacing out. Lin Xingyi rushed over, grabbing Shen Tian's arm, her voice urgent. General Command has issued a full retreat order. This isn't an ordinary beast tide. There are at least 20 more 4th-rank lords behind. 20. Shen Tian raised an eyebrow, not out of fear, but with the delight of seeing a buffet being served. Yes, 20. And a suspected 5th-rank beast king. Thunder Ghost also ran over, dragging his battered tower shield, his face full of anxiety. We can't hold this position. We need to fall back to the 2nd defense line. There's a heavy laser cannon position there that can hold for a while. Afei had already righted his motorcycle engine, roaring, Brother Tian, get on. He'll race you back. The three looked at Shen Tian with eyes full of anxiety and concern. In their view, Shen Tian was a prodigy, and he had just created a miracle. But miracles were called miracles because they couldn't be replicated. No matter how strong one person was, they couldn't fight an entire beast-tied army. Staying here meant certain death. However, Shen Tian gently freed himself from Lin Qingji's grip. The movement was light, yet carried an unyielding resolve. You go. Shen Tian turned around his back to the three, facing the dust-filled sky and the approaching black tide. What? Lin Qingji froze, thinking she had misheard. I said you go. Shen Tian pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and shoved it into his mouth, speaking indistinctly. That battle just now drained you, as staying would only make you a burden. The words were harsh and painfully true. Thunder Ghost and A-Fei's faces stiffened, but they couldn't argue. In their current state, even a few third-rank beasts could tear them apart, let alone a fourth-rank lord. And you, Lin Qingji stared at Shen Tian's back, her eyes reddening. What are you staying for? To die? Die. Shen Tian chewed the chocolate, feeling the sugar transform into energy within him. He raised a hand, pointing at the pitch-black horde ahead. Captain, didn't you hear just now? There are 24th-rank lords there. That's how much of a how great a threat that is. Shen Tian almost slipped, nearly saying how many kill points that was. He turned to look at Lin Qingji, a faint curve forming at the corner of his mouth. If no one holds the rear, can you escape? Lin Qingji was stunned. Thunder Ghost and A-Fei were also stunned. Hold the rear. This rookie, who had only been on the job for 2 days, was going to face the apocalyptic beast tied alone for their sake. An indescribable mix of bitterness and gratitude surged through the three. No, I'm the captain. If anyone's holding the rear, it should be me. Lin Qingji's words were cut off by Shen Tian. Enough, no more drama. Shen Tian waved his hand, his tone growing impatient. I just killed that rhino, and do you really think I'm that easy to kill? Now get lost, don't hold me back. From Shining. With that, Shen Tian ignored them. Boom. A wild aura erupted from him. Second-rank psychic mind power fully unleashed. 6 Nightblade, throwing knives, howled out, circling him, humming with a thirst for blood. Go! Shen Tian roared. Lin Qingji shuddered, tears finally streaming down her face. She took one last deep look at that solitary back, as if to etch the scene forever in her mind. Shen Tian, you must survive. Thunder Ghost. A-Fei, get the wounded. Fall back. Lin Qingji gritted her teeth and gave the final order. The roar of the motorcycle faded into the distance. Only when their figures had completely vanished at the end of the ruins did Shen Tian slowly withdraw his gaze. That look of righteous sacrifice instantly vanished, replaced by the greed of a wolf spotting a flock of sheep. Finally gone. Shen Tian cracked his neck, producing crisp sounds. Having people around makes it inconvenient to activate cheats. Though he had won that battle, he had been restrained. Many powerful psychic mind techniques that didn't discriminate between friend and foe had been left unused. And the act of plundering talents was too shocking, or it might have gotten him dissected for research. Now the coast was clear. Shen Tian turned to face the vanguard of the beast, tied now only 500 meters away. The earth trembled. Dust blotted out the sky. Within the rolling dust, 20 terrifying auras like 20 volcanoes about to erupt bore down upon him. To others this was hell. But in the eyes of Shen Tian, who possessed 7 orifice blade heart and immortal body, this was a field of gold. 24th rank. That's 20,000 kill points. Shen Tian licked his dry lips, the red light in his eyes growing ever brighter. If he could slaughter them all, 3rd rank, 4th rank, even a 5th rank grandmaster was just a point allocation away. Come on. Shen Tian held his blade in his right hand, his left hand in his pocket. He stomped the ground with his military boot. Boom. The concrete shattered into a 3-meter-wide crater. Harnessing the terrifying recoil, Shen Tian shot forward like a black cruise missile, charging into the sea of death instead of retreating. Feast of slaughter. Time to eat. Northern defense line, outer ring. Countless beasts howled madly. Their orders were to tear apart every human and raze the city. But just then a black lightning bolt slammed into their formation. No fancy probing. An instant kill from the start. Breath-severing slash. Shen Tian midair drew his black gold battle blade. The technique, now boosted to 280 proficiency, revealed its ferocious side. No longer a single fine line, but a black fan-shaped arc. Where the blade light past space itself seemed to warp. The dozen or so second-rank beasts at the front didn't even have time to react. Their bodies were bizarrely split in 2 mid-stride. Blood hadn't even time to spray before it was vaporized into mist by the blade's aura. Killed second-rank beast Windwolf, gained 80 kill points. Killed second-rank beast Ironback Bear, gained 100 kill points. Killed. The delightful prompts exploded like popping beans in his mind. Shen Tian landed. But he didn't pause. Immortal body, redundant organs. He completely abandoned defense, letting a third-rank shadow leopard's claws tear into his back. Rip. Clothes, shredded flesh, turned open. For an ordinary person, this blow would have injured their organs and left them combat ineffective. But Shen Tian just frowned slightly. The next second he spun and slashed, decapitating the shadow leopard. Meanwhile, the wound on his back writhed with new flesh clotting and scabbing over in just 2 breaths. Awesome. This style of trading wounds for kills was utterly addictive. Shen Tian laughed wildly, charging like a tireless meat grinder toward the most terrifying Lord-level beasts deep within the tide. Behind him lay a path of Shura, paved with corpses and blood. High in the sky, a high-altitude reconnaissance plane from the Tianshu Bureau happened to pass over the area. The pilot, staring at the hair-raising scene below, tremblingly pressed the communication button. Command. I think. I just saw the Grim Reaper. The moment Shen Tian unleashed that soul-severing strike, the beast-tide assault across the entire C3 sector experienced a momentary fracture. It was like a surging flood abruptly halted by a sluice gate. Seizing the brief respite before the 24th Order Lords could fully overwhelm him, Shen Tian flickered his form and ducked behind a half-collapsed air raid shelter. This position was ideal. With his back against a cliff and a wide field of view, he could both evade stray shots from the main battlefield and keep a constant watch on the movements of the aberrant beasts. Letting out a sigh, Shen Tian leaned against the cold, damp concrete wall, casually wiping a smear of blood and grime from his face. Though his immortal body granted him rapid stamina recovery, the intense burst of power from moments ago still left his body feeling heated. It was a sign of overloaded blood and chi circulation. Yet this sensation was exhilarating. Shen Tian raised his left hand and lit up the screen of his tactical watch. He had been so engrossed in the slaughter that the device had been vibrating incessantly, numbing his wrist. As the screen illuminated, a cascade of red notification messages popped up. Slain 4th Order Aberrant Beast Golden Armored Rhinoceros King. Contribution assessed at 100. Military merit points awarded 2,000. Slain 3rd Order Aberrant Beast Shadow Leopard. Contribution assessed at 100. Military merit points awarded 500. Slain 2nd Order Aberrant Beast. A dense list of kill records scrolled rapidly across the screen like a ledger. Each record was accompanied by a short video clip captured automatically by the tactical watch's high-speed camera at the moment of the kill. The footage was clear, the angles precise, even capturing the minute details of the blades slicing through flesh. This feature is quite thoughtful, he mused. A faint smile touched Shen Tian's lips. He had worried that the system might not tally his kills fast enough, or that someone might claim credit for his deeds. Now it seemed the Pajuan Division's merit system was tailor-made for a lone wolf like him. Kill and settle the account immediately, no debts outstanding. Shen Tian glanced at the balance in the upper right corner. Current military merit points, 5,200, and overnight fortune. According to Lin Qingji's earlier explanation, 1 merit point was roughly equivalent to 10,000 dragon coins in purchasing power. Over 5,000 points meant over 50 million. In his past life, that sum would have been enough to buy a luxurious penthouse in the most prosperous district of Jiang City and live out his days in comfort. But now, money was merely fuel for Shen Tian's growth. 5,000 points should be enough to purchase that item. He swiped his finger, navigating deftly into the internal marketplace. The light screen flickered. His gaze swept downward, bypassing restrictions to lock onto the high-tier section, accessible only to official members of the Pajuan Division. Soon a virtual book emitting a faint golden aura came into view. The Sun Furnace Sutra. Shen Tian tapped to open its details page. Named the Sun Furnace Sutra, 2nd Order Top Grade Art Description, the advanced volume of the Sun Body Forging Art. Where the First Order uses the body as a furnace to temper flesh and bone, the Second Order ignites the furnace fire to channel surging blood and chi. Cultivating this method causes the blood and chi within to surge like flowing mercury, ceaselessly regenerating. Price, 3,500 military merit points. This is the one. A glint of sharp light flashed in Shen Tian's eyes. His current The Sun Body Forging Art had reached perfection, his physical foundation as solid as a rock. It was like a top-tier sports car, still running on ordinary 92-octane fuel. It could run, but it always felt lacking. This, the Sun Furnace Sutra, was the aviation fuel he needed. Purchase. Shen Tian tapped his finger. Payment successful. 3,500 military merit points deducted. Detected, you are within the Warzone network coverage. Encrypted data package is transmitting. Transmission complete. The next moment, Shen Tian examined the art. Countless golden figures devoid of written descriptions demonstrated bizarre and profound postures through holographic projections. It was a unique breathing technique coordinated with specific pathways for blood and chi circulation. Obscure. Difficult to grasp. For an ordinary martial artist, merely entering the threshold of the Sun Furnace Sutra might require months of secluded meditation and a vast quantity of expensive medicinal baths. But for Shen Tian, that was out of the question. System he intoned silently in his mind. A cerulean panel instantly overlay his vision. Host Shen Tian Realm Second Order Early Stage Martial Artist Second Rank Psychic Mind Master Kill Value 1350. The recent charge, though it hadn't slain another Fourth Order Lord, had yielded over 1,000 kill points from the reckless Second and Third Order minions. Such was the boon of the battlefield. Even scraps when gathered together made a hearty meal. At that moment the martial arts section on the panel had changed. Martial Arts, the Sun Body Forging Art Perfected Soul Severing Strike Minor Mastery, the Sun Furnace Sutra 0.2000 add points. Consume 1350 kill value to upgrade the Sun Furnace Sutra. Boom. The instant the command was issued, Shen Tian felt as though a miniature nuclear bomb had been swallowed within him. The blood and qi that had been flowing calmly suddenly turned violent. It was like warm water in his veins, instantly transforming into scorching magma. Thump, thump. His heart pounded violently, its sound as heavy as thunder, causing even the walls several meters away to tremble in resonance. Shen Tian's skin flushed crimson, and visible white steam rose from the top of his head. Pain. The excruciating agony of his meridians being forcibly expanded. Yet under the monstrous regenerative power of his immortal body, the tearing sensation that would have knocked an ordinary person unconscious was soothed in an instant. Replacing it was an unprecedented feeling of overwhelming power. In his mind, the golden figure's movements accelerated until it dissolved into a beam of golden light, merging completely into the depths of Shen Tian's soul. Ding. Points added successfully. Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, the dim shelter seemed to brighten as if a lamp had been lit. Deep within his pupils, two faint flames of golden fire flickered. Whoosh! Shen Tian exhaled a stream of turbid breath. This breath arrow condensed instead of dispersing, leaving a white streak a meter long in the air before striking the concrete wall with a sharp crack. Exhaling breath like an arrow. It was an external manifestation of immensely powerful blood and qi. Shen Tian lowered his head, clenching his fist. A rumbling sound like a surging river echoed from within his body. That was the sound of blood coursing through his veins at high speed. Now he felt as though a true furnace had been installed inside him. Whenever he wished, he could detonate this furnace, unleashing a terrifying power far beyond any martial artist of the same rank. So this is the might of a second-order art. Shen Tian savored the ceaseless cycle of energy within him. The fatigue from his earlier continuous bursts of power had vanished without a trace. Even his spiritual energy had become more refined, nourished by the surging blood and qi. Current panel updated host Shen Tian Realm Second Order Mid-Stage Martial Artist Blood and Qi in Transit Martial Arts The Sun Furnace Sutra 1350200 Soul Severing Strike 2802000 Second Order Mid-Stage. With a single point allocation, he had bypassed years of arduous cultivation that would take an ordinary person leaping directly across a minor realm. And his foundation was terrifyingly solid. Roar! Just then a world-shaking bellow erupted from outside the shelter. The ground trembled violently and dust showered down from above. The oppressive pressure was several times stronger than that of the golden-armored rhinoceros king from before. Shen Tian slowly rose to his feet. He straightened his slightly disheveled collar and reattached the black gold war blade to his waist. He could sense it. Those 20 moving gift packages had arrived. Perfect timing. Shen Tian stepped out of the shelter facing the swirling sandstorm and gazed toward the edge of the oppressive beast tide. The furnace has just been stoked. I need some kindling to test the heat. Boom. A blood-soaked figure like a broken kite crashed heavily into the rubble less than 10 meters before Shen Tian. It was a middle-aged man clad in the standard battle armor of the Pujuan division, his chest plate completely dented, revealing stark, white bones beneath. He struggled to rise only to vomit a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his organs. Cough. Run. Run. His eyes glazed over, fingers digging into the dirt as he let out a final hoarse cry toward Shen Tian. Thump. Thump. Heavy footsteps as if stomping on one's heart. The dust cleared. A monstrous beast as tall as a 3-story building slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a 4th-tier commander-level aberrant beast, the Blood Rampage Tyrannosaur. Its body was covered in dark red bone armor, its thick tail bristling with spikes that whistled sharply through the air with every swing. What drew the most attention were its eyes. Crimson savage, gleaming with a mocking human-like intelligence. Beneath its feet lay the mangled remains of another corpse. It was another member of the squad from before. Roar! The Blood Rampage Tyrannosaur lowered its head, blasting a scorching breath onto the dying middle-aged man. It wasn't in a hurry to kill. It was savoring its prey's fear. The intelligence of a fourth-tier aberrant beast rivaled that of humans, even more cruel and insidious. It had just effortlessly crushed a fully manned elite squad of the Pajuan division like swatting a fly. Now it had found a new toy. Shen Tian, this frail-looking human cub devoid of any powerful aura. The blood rampage Tyrannosaur grinned, revealing rows of jagged fangs, and let out a mocking growl. Shen Tian did not look at the dying man, nor did he tremble under the tyrant's pressure. His gaze was locked firmly on the top of the beast's head. There a line of azure text visible only to him flickered wildly. Ding. Target detected with a rare talent. Target 4th tier Commander Blood Rampage Tyrannosaur Plunderable Talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy Blue Acquisition Condition. Kill the target and consume 1,000 slaughter points. Shen Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Who the hell came up with these 4th tier aberrant beasts? Kill one, get slaughter points, and it even gives a blue talent. And just by the name he knew it was a divine skill tailor-made for the battlefield. I was planning to save some strength. Shen Tian licked his lips, his right hand slowly gripping the hilt of the black gold warblade. But since you're delivering yourself to my door, I won't be polite. Boom. His second stage mid-phase blood energy erupted without reserve, shattering the concrete floor beneath him. Instead of retreating, he advanced, turning into a black streak of lightning as he charged straight at the colossal beast. Roar, eh? The blood rampage Tyrannosaur clearly hadn't expected this toy to dare provoke it. It swung its massive claw in fury, tearing the air with a piercing sonic boom. Shen Tian did not dodge. Or rather, he had no intention of dodging. 7 orifice blade hard in sight. Sword of annihilation. Shen Tian let out a low shout. The black gold war blade hummed as it struck fiercely at the descending claw. Clang. Sparks flew. A tremendous shockwave traveled up the blade's hilt, instantly splitting Shen Tian's tiger's mouth, blood streaming down. A second stage mid-phase against a 4th tier commander. The gap in strength was still a chasm. Shen Tian was blasted back over 10 meters, crashing violently into a broken load-bearing pillar. He spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood, but a grin spread across his face. Though sent flying, his strike had left a deep, white mark on the tyrant's hard bone armor. It had even cut a thin slit. Tough enough. Shen Tian wiped the blood from his lips, the crimson light in his eyes burning brighter. This was battle. This was the whetstone he craved. Roar. The blood rampage Tyrannosaur was enraged. It hadn't expected this ant to withstand its blow and survive. It charged forward with a roar, its massive body like an out-of-control train smashing everything in its path to pieces. Excellent. Shen Tian pushed off the ground, his form shooting up like a phantom. Light body wind riding. He twisted midair, evading the tyrant's lethal tail whip. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 Dark Knight, throwing knives empowered by his second-grade psionic power, turned into 6 streaks of light, targeting the tyrant's eyes, ears, and other vulnerable spots. Clang, clang. The tyrant was forced to close its eyes in defense. Seizing the opening, Shen Tian charged beneath its feet. It felt as if a furnace had ignited within him. Scorching blood energy surged into his limbs. Gripping the blade with both hands, Shen Tian madly hacked at the thick ankle joint of the tyrant. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 10 slashes. Each strike landed on the same spot. Even the tyrant's monstrous defense couldn't withstand this relentless assault, its flesh splitting open, blood pouring. Ow! The tyrant howled in pain, lifting its massive foot to stomp down. Shen Tian rolled aside, barely escaping, but was still thrown off balance by the shockwave. Before he could get up, the tail, bristling with spikes, came whistling toward him. There was no dodging. Shen Tian's eyes hardened. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would trade. He twisted his body, using his left arm to take the tail whip hidden, while his right hand, fueled by the terrifying impact, drove the blade deep into the tyrant's abdomen. Crack! Shen Tian's left arm snapped, instantly bending at a grotesque angle. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the distant ruins. But at the same time, thud! The black gold war blade sank deep into the tyrant's soft belly, buried to the hilt. Roar! The tyrant let out a pained roar, thrashing wildly to shake the foreign object from its wound. In the rubble, Shen Tian staggered to his feet. His left arm hung limp at his side, half his body drenched in blood. He looked utterly battered, but the expression on his face was eerily calm. Undying body injury recovery. Blood energy burned furiously within him. Crack! Shen Tian grabbed his left arm with his right hand and wrenched it back into place. Bones realigned. Flesh knitted. In just a few breaths, the crippled arm regained sensation, though the heavy consumption of blood energy left his face pale. But this unkillable, relentless tactic clearly instilled a sliver of fear in the distant tyrant. This human, why wouldn't he die? Shen Tian flexed his fully recovered left hand. After those rounds of heat and clashes, he had figured out the beast's attack rhythm. Strong power, high defense, but slow to turn and easily provoked. Most importantly, Shen Tian's gaze fell on the bleeding wound on the tyrant's abdomen. That was its weak point, the opportunity he had bought with a broken arm. Again, Shen Tian took a deep breath, pushing the great sun furnace scripture to its limit. His skin turned red, faint golden light seeping through. This time he didn't circle. He charged heat in. Roar. The tyrant went berserk. It opened its maw wide, a basketball-sized orb of blood-red energy condensing deep in its throat. That was its innate skill, bloody roar. Once unleashed, it could shatter every living thing within 100 meters. Now, Shen Tian's eyes flashed with brilliance. Just as the energy orb was about to erupt, an unprecedented, terrifying wave of spiritual power exploded from Shen Tian's brow. Second-grade psionic power full output, not attacking the tyrant's body, instead directly assaulting its throat as it condensed the energy. Explode. Shen Tian roared. 6 throwing knives linked end-to-end, forming a black drill that slammed into the tyrant's open maw. Boom. The energy orb detonated prematurely inside the tyrant's mouth. Half its lower jaw was blown off, flesh and blood flying. The tyrant let out a muffled whimper, its massive body swaying, exposing the fatal gap between its chest and abdomen. Insight triggered. Weak point locked. The red critical point blazed blindingly. Shen Tian stamped his foot and leaped high into the air. Midair, he gripped the blade with both hands, his body arching like a full moon. All his spirit, all his killing intent converged onto the edge of the blade. Sword of annihilation. The black blade light descended like a pitch-black lightning bolt, without any resistance. The blade followed the wound he had inflicted earlier, slicing through the tyrant's hard muscles, severing its breastbone, and finally, plunging into the violently beating heart. Thud! The massive heart was shredded in one strike. The tyrant's crimson eyes lost their light instantly. Its colossal body stiffened for a moment, then crashed to the ground like a collapsing mountain. Dust billowed. Shen Tian knelt on the tyrant's corpse, gasping for air. Sweat mingled with blood dripped from his chin. This battle was not easy. Without the undying bonus margin for error, the shockwaves from those heating clashes alone would have shattered his organs. But a win was a win. Ding. Killed 4th Tier Commander Blood Rampage Tyrannosaur. Gained slaughter points 1000. Plunderable talent detected. Plunder. Shen Tian roared in his heart without a moment's hesitation. The previous battle had taught him the crucial importance of endurance. Although the undying body could restore health, it came at the cost of consuming vital energy. By the end of the fight, he was nearly drained. This new talent perfectly filled the last gap in his abilities. With the deduction of 1000 kill points. A violent and scorching torrent of energy surged from the corpse of the Tyrannosaurus, madly pouring into Shen Tian's body. Unlike the gentle flows he had experienced before, this energy carried an intense, exhilarating sensation. It was like injecting a high-purity stimulant into a weary engine. Plunder successful. Acquired blue talent, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Description: the battlefield is your gas station, blood is your stimulant. Born for battle, fight until death. Effect: for each enemy slain, your strength and speed temporarily increase by 1, stacking up to 500. Additionally, slaying an enemy instantly restores a large amount of stamina and a small amount of mental energy. Shen Tian let out a long, deep breath of turbid air. His once depleted vital energy was now mostly restored under the nourishment of this new power. Even the mental fatigue was swept away. What replaced it was an indescribable frenzy, a desire to kill, a craving for blood. This was the side effect, or rather the positive gain, of Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Shen Tian slowly rose to his feet. He pulled out the black gold battle blade embedded in the corpse and casually flicked off the bloodstains. Not far away, the dying middle-aged man stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing a miracle. He opened his mouth to speak, but found he had lost the power of speech. Shen Tian paid him no heed. He turned and looked toward the rolling dust cloud in the distance. There more than a dozen Fourth-Order lords were approaching, along with countless lower-tier beasts. If this had been before facing such a formation, Shen Tian might have chosen to avoid a direct confrontation and fight a guerrilla war. But now, Shen Tian tightened his grip on the blade, feeling the restless urge for slaughter surging within him. A cruel and fanatical smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. Time to stack the buffs. I hope you are enough to kill. Shen Tian stood beside the massive corpse of the blood Tyrannosaurus and made a grasping motion with one hand. Several faint sounds of tearing air rang out. 6 twisted and deformed scraps of metal flew crookedly before him, clattering to the ground. Those were the night throwing blades, or rather what used to be the night throwing blades. The internal explosion technique he had used to maximize destructive power had successfully blown apart the Tyrannosaurus' jaw and throat, but this set of telekinetic weapons worth 500 military merit points was completely ruined. The blades were severely warped, their once sharp edges gnawed as if by a dog, and the memory metal structure within had been thoroughly destroyed by the intense heat and impact. Even with his second-rank psychic force attempting to manipulate them, they could no longer achieve that fluid, instinctive grace. What a pity. Shen Tian bent down and picked up a fragment still radiating residual heat. Though this set of blades was only intra-level, it had accompanied him in claiming his first blood, and the feel of them was still fresh in his hands before they were reduced to scrap. Still out with the old, in with the new. Shen Tian casually tossed the fragment back to the ground. 500 military merit points for the life of a 4th-order commander-level beast, plus a blue talent and 1,000 kill points. This deal was an absolute steal. Time to save up some military merit and get a better set of gear. Shen Tian tapped his tactical watch and glanced at the shop. His eyes swept over the exorbitantly priced high-tier telekinetic weapons. S5 Skyrend, shuttle priced at 5,000 military merit points. S-rank, Heaven's Net, telekinetic disc priced at 3,000 military merit points. There was even the legendary liquid metal series with prices trailing a string of zeros. Once these items seemed beyond reach. But now, Shen Tian raised his head, gazing at the dust clouds billowing in the distance. At the edge of his vision, the 24th Order lords were advancing, with an endless black ocean of lower-tier beasts surging behind them. In his eyes, they were no longer a catastrophe threatening to destroy Jiangqing. They were walking military merit points. They were mountains of kill points. They were ATMs for him to cash in on legendary gear. Without the blades, things might be a bit slower. Shen Tian reversed his grip on the black gold battle blade at his back and flexed his wrist. His joints cracked with a sharp pop. But this is a good chance to test the quality of my new talent. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. This blue talent, freshly plundered, had a simple and brutal description for each enemy slain: strength and speed temporarily increase by 1, stacking up to 500. It was a classic snowball skill. Kill enough, and even an ant could grow into a monster capable of devouring a dragon. And now before Shen Tian lay the perfect grinding ground. Those 24th Order lords were tempting, but if he charged in Hedon, now even with the undying body as a safety net, he would be severely battered. Too many ants could kill an elephant, especially when those ants were lord-level monsters with innate talents. So he couldn't rush. He needed to warm up first. He had to stack the buffs first. Come on. Shen Tian took a deep breath, and the great sun furnace scripture within him began to circulate slowly. His mid-second order vital energy was as heavy and potent as mercury roaring through his veins. A strange crimson hue gradually emerged in his pupils. That was the precursor to bloodthirsty frenzy being activated. Boom. The ground beneath Shen Tian's feet instantly cracked. He did not charge directly at the terrifying 4th Order lords. Instead, he veered like a wolf plunging into a flock of sheep, diving into the dense mass of lower-tier beasts on the flank. There a mixed army of 2nd Order and 3rd Order beasts waited. In other words, the cannon fodder. Roar. A 2nd Order iron-armored boar charging at the front had no time to react before a black blur loomed before its eyes. Splat. The black gold battle blade, accompanied by a shrill wind, effortlessly sliced through the boar's thick, prideful armor. The massive boar's head flew into the air. Blood gushed. Killed 2nd Order beast, iron-armored boar, gained 20 kill points. Bloodthirsty frenzy triggered. Current stacks, 1,500. All stats increased by 1. A faint but distinct warmth surged through the blade's hilt into Shen Tian's body. It felt like a parched throat being moistened by a single drop of nectar. Strength increased by an imperceptible margin. Fatigue receded slightly. Too little. Shen Tian's lips curled into a cold smirk. This boost was barely enough to whet his appetite. He didn't stop moving. Using the recoil from killing the boar, he spun like a top. Hum. A black fan-shaped blade aura swept outward. Over a dozen 2nd Order wind wolves trying to surround him were instantly cleaved in half. Limbs flew and entrails spilled across the ground. Killed 2nd Order beast wind wolf, gained 20 kill points. Killed 2nd Order beast wind wolf, gained 20 kill points. Bloodthirsty frenzy triggered. Current stacks, 15,500. All stats increased by 15. This time the warmth flowing into his body became noticeably stronger. Shen Tian felt his body lighten. The black gold battle blade in his hand seemed a bit lighter too. The muscle soreness from continuous battle was rapidly fading, replaced by an inexplicable frenzy. It was like downing a can of high-concentration energy drink. Heart racing, blood boiling. A craving to kill. A desire to destroy. An urge to tear every living thing in sight into shreds. So this is frenzy. Shen Tian licked the beast, blood splattered at the corner of his mouth, the red gleam in his eyes growing stronger. This feeling was far too addictive. Kill. Shen Tian let out a low roar, completely unleashing his full strength. Without the long-range support of his throwing blades, he transformed into the purest close combat Azura. and the blade in his hand became the scythe of death. One step, 10 beasts slain. 1,000 miles, no trace left behind. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of blades piercing flesh was dense like rain falling. Shen Tian's figure crazily weaved through the tide of beasts, leaving behind only a ground littered with corpses and rivers of pooled blood. Current level 50,500. Current level 100,500. As the kill count surpassed 100, Shen Tian's aura underwent a qualitative change. All attributes increased by 100. What does this mean? It means that although his realm is still in the mid-second stage, his strength and speed have already doubled. Boom. Shen Tian kicked out. A huge third-stage black bear was directly sent flying, its chest crushed in like a broken sack, soaring dozens of meters and knocking down a group of lower-tier beasts. Pure physical strength. Awesome. Shen Tian laughed madly. The sensation of this explosive power was intoxicating. He could feel every cell in his body cheering, yearning for more blood. Continue. Not enough. There is still a long way to go to reach the limit of 500 levels. The beast horde in the distance began to stir. These originally bloodthirsty and brutal beasts now looked at the blood-soaked, seemingly mad human with eyes filled with fear. They are wild beasts, not fools. They can sense that the aura emanating from that bipedal creature is rising at a terrifying speed. Just a moment ago, it was a somewhat troublesome prey. Now it has transformed into an ancient, ferocious beast wearing human skin. Roar! A few peak third-stage beasts attempted to organize a counterattack. They roared and pounced on Shen Tian from all directions, trying to overwhelm this human with their numerical advantage. Come on! Shen Tian surged forward instead of retreating. At this moment, his speed had reached a point where it was impossible to catch with the naked eye. The dual enhancements of lightness, body, and bloodthirsty frenzy left a series of afterimages in the air. Clang! A flash of blades. For third-stage beasts were still mid-pounce, yet their bodies had already been neatly sliced in half. They didn't even have time to scream. Instant kill. A complete instant kill. Kill third-stage beast, slaughter value 100. Kill third-stage beast, slaughter value 100. Current level 200,500. A twofold increase. Shen Tian landed, and the cement ground beneath him instantly turned to dust. His clothes were soaked with blood, clinging tightly to his body, outlining muscles as hard as steel. The black gold war knife at this moment could no longer be recognized in its original color, completely enveloped in dark red blood. But he did not stop. He couldn't stop. The buff from bloodthirsty frenzy has a duration, once the killing stops, that power will quickly fade. He must strike while the iron is hot. Shen Tian raised his head and looked toward the 24th stage lords in the distance. The distance that was once several kilometers had now closed to less than 500 meters due to his frenzied charge. Those massive figures halted, watching him with uncertain gazes. Clearly, they were also bewildered by this human. Who is this? What is he doing? Why does his aura seem more monstrous than ours? Don't rush. Shen Tian grinned at the group of lord-level beasts, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. That smile under the blood-red backdrop appeared particularly sinister. Let me finish this appetizer first. Then it will be your turn. With that, he turned again and charged into the already beginning to scatter lower-tier beast horde. This time he would no longer use his knife to slash, but directly use his body to crash in. Boom. It was like a runaway high-speed train crashing into a pile of tofu. Where Shen Tian passed, blood and flesh flew and severed limbs soared through the sky. He was using this most primitive and violent method to frantically reap lives, stacking that terrifying number. 300 levels. 400 levels. 450 levels. The entire C3 battlefield became a slaughterhouse solely for Shen Tian. Originally intended to drown the human defense line, the beast tide was now cut through by him alone. It was a complete rout. They were crying out for help. Finally, when Shen Tian shattered the skull of the last third-stage beast in his path with a punch, a crisp, prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding! The level of bloodthirsty frenzy has reached its limit, 500,500. All attributes increased by 500. Boom! A terrifying aura more powerful than ever erupted from Shen Tian. Red shockwaves surged upwards, instantly blowing away the surrounding smoke and blood mist. Fivefold increase. What does this mean? It means that with one punch, Shen Tian can unleash nearly 100 tons of force. This was already beyond the realm of humanity. Shen Tian slowly raised his hand, clenched his fist. The air was crushed in his palm, producing a deafening, thunderous sound. That sense of power capable of dominating everything and even tearing the heavens made him unable to resist the urge to howl at the sky. Is this the power of a full buff? Shen Tian turned around. His blood-red eyes locked onto the 24th stage lords not far away, crossing over the ground littered with corpses. Those previously arrogant, exuding terrifying pressure lord-level beasts now took a step back in unison under Shen Tian's gaze. They felt it. That seemingly insignificant human was hiding a demon within him capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Sorry to keep you waiting. All attributes increased by 500. What does this mean? An ordinary second-stage warrior's punch power is around 2,000 kilograms. With the enhancement of a top-tier technique like the Great Sun Forging Scripture, Shen Tian's base punch power far exceeded that of the same tier, reaching a terrifying 5,000 kilograms. And now multiplied by 5. 25 tons. This is just the basic strength without any techniques applied. If you consider the refined control from a second-grade spiritual master and the force multiplier from absolute breath slash. At this moment, Shen Tian was like a humanoid nuclear warhead. He stood there, the ground beneath him, unable to withstand the overflowing, terrifying aura, cracking inch by inch, spreading like a spider web. Who? Shen Tian exhaled a puff of white breath. The white breath shot out 3 meters, producing a sharp whistle in the air. The frenzied slaughter not only filled Shen Tian's buff to the maximum, but more importantly accumulated a vast amount of slaughter value. Slaughter value 18340. 1280 slaughter value consumed to fully enhance absolute breath slash. 650 slaughter value consumed to fully enhance Great Sun Forging Scripture. Great Sun Forging Scripture 2000 2000. Absolute breath slash 2000 2000. Slaughter value 16140. Across from him, the 4th stage Lord level beasts halted. Beasts have a keener instinct than humans. Roar. Finally, one of the lords couldn't hold back. It was a purple lightning mad lion over 8 meters long. Mid-4th stage strength, surrounded by purple arcs of lightning, renowned among this group for its speed and explosive power. It couldn't tolerate a tiny bipedal beast releasing such a challenging aura in front of it. Boom. The purple lightning mad lion moved. Its limbs pushed off the ground violently, and its massive body transformed into a purple lightning bolt, instantly crossing several hundred meters. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing explosion. Fast. So fast that even the afterimages were unclear. By common logic, a second-stage warrior's retina wouldn't even be able to capture its movement trajectory, and they'd be bitten to death. Shen Tian slightly tilted his head. That purple lightning bolt, fast as lightning, appeared to him, as if it was being played back in slow motion at half speed. The purple lightning mad lion opened its massive mouth, reeking of blood and lightning, and bit down fiercely toward Shen Tian's neck. Just as its fangs were about to touch Shen Tian's skin, Shen Tian delivered a simple yet brutal slap. Clap. A crisp sound that drowned out all the chaos on the battlefield. Shen Tian's right hand struck hard against the enormous head of the purple lightning mad lion. Boom. That beast, weighing several tons, and in a high-speed charge, felt as if it were struck by a high-speed train. Its head instantly deformed, half its facial bones shattered. The massive body traced a strange right angle in midair, like a purple meteor crashing into a nearby ruined building. Dust soared into the sky. The entire building collapsed, instantly burying it. Silence. An eerie stillness. The remaining 19 4th-stage lords who were previously eager to attack froze in place. In their brutal, beastly eyes, a human-like stupor appeared for the first time. One slap. Just one slap. It sent a 4th-stage lord known for its defense and power flying dozens of meters. Is this really a second-stage warrior? Roar. From the ruins, the purple lightning mad lion staggered out. It was not dead yet. The vitality of 4th-stage beasts is terrifyingly resilient. Even with half its head caved in, it could still stand. But the ferocity in its remaining eye was now replaced with deep fear. It wanted to run, but Shen Tian gave it no chance. Since you made the first move, let me try my knife on you. Shen Tian grasped the black gold war knife behind him. At this moment, the blood and energy within him erupted like a tsunami. The 5-fold increase from bloodthirsty frenzy frantically flowed into the blade. But this did not affect its sharpness. Shen Tian stepped down. Boom. A 5-meter-wide pit appeared where he stood. His figure vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already above the purple lightning mad lion's head. Shen Tian held the knife with both hands raised high above his head. His blood-red eyes reflected the desperate gaze of the purple lightning mad lion. Absolute breath slash. This time it was not the previous black fan-shaped slash. Instead, it was a jet-black beam of light. It seemed as if even space was cleaved by this strike, and the surrounding light was forcibly distorted, converging toward that extreme point of black. As the blade descended, the massive body of the purple lightning mad lion froze. The purple arcs of electricity on its surface instantly extinguished. A thin line of blood appeared from its forehead, traveling down through its nose, jaw, abdomen, and all the way to its tailbone. The next second, blood gushed like a pillar soaring 10 meters high. The The purple lightning mad lion's mountain-like body was cleanly split in two, in the middle collapsing to either side. Instant kill. If killing the golden armored rhinoceros relied on skills and weak point attacks, killing the blood fury tyrannosaurus relied on a life-for-life struggle. Then now, this is pure numerical crushing. It is the absolute violence brought about by a 5-fold attribute increase. Ding. Kill 4th stage Lord level beast purple lightning mad lion. Gain slaughter value 1000 points. The two halves of the purple lightning savage lion's corpse were still twitching, with black smoke billowing from the severed edges. Shen Tian stood in the center of the blood pool, hearing the system's prompt. Detected plunderable talent, Thunder Rush Blue. Would you like to consume 1000 points of kill value to plunder? Without any hesitation. Plunder. Shen Tian willed it. The 1000 points of kill value that had just arrived in his account instantly evaporated. This is easy. A violent current of electricity suddenly surged, piercing into Shen Tian's body through his pores. Pain. Tingling. As if countless ants were gnawing at his nerves. Shen Tian gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed, and purple arcs of electricity faintly appeared on the surface of his skin. This was not harm. This was evolution. In just 3 seconds, the tingling sensation faded, replaced by an extreme clarity. The world slowed down in his eyes. Everything became clear. Plunder successful. Obtained blue talent Thunder Rush. Talent description: it is as if an ancient thunder beast resides within you, the sound of your blood flowing transforming into the buzzing of high-voltage electricity. When you truly activate the talent, the air within a 20-meter radius will be enveloped by electric light. The moment you strike, it will be accompanied by a piercing scream akin to 1,000 birds in chorus. Talent effect: mastery over the power of thunder. Your attacks will carry high-voltage electric damage with significantly strong paralysis and penetration effects. At the same time, the lightning stimulates your nervous system, permanently increasing your nerve reaction speed by 100. Good stuff. Shen Tian clenched his fist. Crackle. A purple arc of electricity exploded between his fingers. The originally pitch-black black-gold battle knife was now enveloped in a faint purple lightning aura, as if it had transformed into a lightning blade. With this thing combined with the 5-fold speed boost brought by bloodthirst frenzy, he was now like a bolt of lightning on the battlefield. Roar! In the distance, the remaining dozen or so 4th-tier lords finally reacted. The fear of their companion being slain did not make them retreat. Instead, it ignited the ferocity within them. How could they be scared away by a mere human? Ow! One giant ape as massive as a mountain fiercely pounded its chest, producing a deafening drum-like sound. At the 4th-tier level, the savagery in their beastly nature far outweighed their reason. The death of a kindred spirit only drove them more mad, eager to tear apart the provocateur before them. Roar! The leading diamond demon ape smashed its fists violently into the ground. Boom! The earth rippled like waves, and the concrete surface instantly shattered into countless stones, shooting towards Shen Tian like cannonballs. This was a signal to attack. The next second, several massive figures sprang into motion simultaneously. Some burrowed into the shadows, some belched toxic mist, and some soared through the air, diving down. This was a siege with no blind spots. Shen Tian laughed, his smile twisted and greedy under the influence of bloodthirst frenzy. He did not retreat a step, but instead extended his tongue to lick his dry, cracked lips. Now this is more like it. This is easy. Blue-purple currents surged across his body. The new talent Thunder Rush activated. Accompanied by the piercing cry of 1,000 birds, Shen Tian's figure vanished into thin air. This was not teleportation. It was speed to the extreme. With a 5-fold enhancement to all attributes combined with the reaction speed boost from Thunder Rush's speed, at that moment broke the sound barrier. Boom. The spot where he had been standing was shattered by a massive stone hand. But Shen Tian had already appeared above the head of the stone giant. Shen Tian snorted coldly, the black-gold battle knife enveloped in violent thunder viciously stabbed into the eye socket of the stone giant. Pooh! The hard granite eyelid was as fragile as tofu before the blade edge that carried high-voltage electricity. The high-voltage current instantly penetrated the brain. The stone giant couldn't even let out a scream. Its massive body went stiff and motionless. But at that moment, a hissing sound came from the side. It was a 4th-tier venomous spider king. Just as Shen Tian pulled out his blade, there was no way to dodge. Zzz. The venom splashed onto his left shoulder, instantly corroding his specially made combat suit, and even the flesh beneath let out a nauseating sound, revealing the bone. Excruciating pain surged. If it had been someone else, they would have probably panicked at this moment. But Shen Tian did not even furrow his brow. Undying body. Although it hurt a little, the deadly toxin was immediately dispelled by his overwhelming vital energy the moment it entered his bloodstream. The flesh at the wound was crazily writhing, scabbing at a visible speed. Spit. Shen Tian turned his head, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the giant spider. How disgusting. Bang. The head of the stone giant beneath him exploded. Using the recoil, Shen Tian transformed into a purple bolt of lightning, ignoring air resistance, and charged straight at the Spider King. In midair, two Windhawks, adept at aerial combat, attempted to intercept. Get lost. Shen Tian didn't even look, swinging his blade backhandedly. Zzz, boom. It was fast. It was heavy. It was electrifying. The moment the claws of the two Windhawks touched the blade edge, they were instantly paralyzed by the terrifying high-voltage electricity and then brutally severed by the violent blade aura. Blood rain poured down. Shen Tian, drenched in beast blood, showed no signs of slowing down as he crashed into the Spider King's embrace. Pooh, pooh, pooh. 1 second. 18 strikes. Each one precisely landed at the joint connections of the Spider King's limbs. This was the terrifying insight of the 7 orifices blade heart. In the end, Shen Tian kicked the Spider King's multifaceted head. Boom. The massive spider flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the beast horde behind, never to move again. But this was merely the beginning. Roar. The diamond demon ape finally charged forward. It stood 10 meters tall, muscles coiled like a dragon, and each hair stood erect like steel needles. It had no flashy abilities, just pure strength. Strength capable of shattering mountains. Who? A fist the size of a grinding wheel smashed down with suffocating wind pressure. Just as Shen Tian landed, the old strength was exhausted and new strength had yet to arise. There was no escaping it. Since there was no escape, then fight back. A hint of madness flashed in Shen Tian's eyes. He did not retreat, but pressed forward, his left hand clenched into a fist. The mid-phase second-tier vital energy, combined with the 5-fold enhancement, was unleashed without reservation. A fist against a fist. Open for me. Boom. The large and small fists collided in midair. The air was compressed to the extreme, then burst violently. A visible wave of white energy swept across the field, causing several third-tier beasts attempting to sneak attack to bleed from their orifices and be sent flying. Crack. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Shen Tian's left arm twisted and deformed instantly, the arm bone breaking into 3 segments, and his whole body was smashed into the ground by the tremendous force, his legs deeply embedded in the earth up to his knees. The gap in strength was ultimately too great. Even with the 5-fold enhancement, a second-tier martial artist was still at a disadvantage compared to a 4th-tier peak demon ape specialized in strength. Roar. The demon ape let out a triumphant roar. It raised another foot, about to stomp this oblivious human into meat paste. However, it saw the half-buried human laughing recklessly. You've got quite a bit of strength. Shen Tian tilted his head. The severed left arm was rapidly resetting, reconnecting, and healing at a terrifying speed. Crack. The bone was reattached. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to throw a second punch. At the moment the demon ape lifted its foot, its chest was wide open. This was the opportunity Shen Tian was waiting for. Trading an arm for a guaranteed lethal opening. Worth it. Thunder rush. The vital energy within Shen Tian burned wildly, nearly bursting his veins. The black gold battle knife in his hand emitted a helpless hum. The purple lightning on the blade thickened to the point of almost turning liquid. This was the strongest strike he could unleash at the moment. It even exceeded the limits of his body. Absolute severing slash. Shen Tian sprang up from the ground. This strike was an upward slash. The blade light resembled a purple crescent moon, beautiful, yet deadly. There was no sound. Because the speed of the blade was too fast, the sound had already lagged behind. The diamond ape's indestructible hide, confronted with the blade edge that carried high-frequency electric vibrations, felt as smooth as hot knife through butter. Pooh! The blade entered the lower abdomen of the demon ape, sliced through its chest, severed the collarbone, and finally exited through its chin. Evisceration. The enormous wound was smooth as a mirror. Even the blood had not yet had time to gush out before being instantly cauterized shut by the heat. The giant foot it had lifted froze in midair. The fierce glint in its eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by overwhelming disbelief. It looked down at its neatly split chest, seemingly unable to comprehend why such a small piece of iron could breach its defenses. Boom. The towering 10-meter beast collapsed to the ground like a fallen tower. Dust flew up. Shen Tian stood beside the demon ape's corpse, gasping for breath. His face was somewhat pale. The previous super-frequency explosion, combined with taking the demon ape's punch heat-in, had consumed nearly half of his vital energy reserves. But looking at the massive corpse before him, it was all worth it. Ding. Killed 4th-tier peak diamond demon ape. Obtained kill value 1,500 points. Detected plunderable talent. Here it comes. Shen Tian's spirit lifted. This demon ape was the strongest among the group of lords. Its talent would definitely be top-notch. A blue holographic screen flickered on his retina. Plunderable talent, primal power blue. Talent description: you possess the strength to move mountains and fill seas. Every attack you make will carry high-frequency shockwaves. This shockwave power can ignore most physical defenses, directly affecting the enemy's internal structure. Effect: power increase of 500. Attacks inflict 30 true damage, ignoring armor, and have a chance to trigger the crush effect, shattering the bones or weapons of the target on contact. True damage. Shen Tian's pupils constricted sharply. In this world where exotic beasts had tough hides and scales, what could be more enticing than ignoring defenses? This was the ultimate solution against all sorts of flashy defenses. Plunder. Boom. The ground beneath Shen Tian's feet suddenly collapsed. A savage force rampaged within his body like an untamed draconic beast, forcibly widening his meridians. Crack, crack. A series of strained snaps echoed from Shen Tian's bones. His muscles writhed, compressed, and reorganized. His originally slender frame now exuded a texture akin to marble sculpture, every inch of skin brimming with immense power. Whoosh. Shen Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. This arrow of breath stirred the air, faintly carrying a muffled sound of thunder. It was a manifestation of his blood and qi reaching an extreme, resonating with the atmosphere. Host: Shen Tian. Realm Peak, Second Order Warrior, Second Rank Spiritualist. Kill value 16,640. Talents: 7 Orifice Blade, Heart Blue, Ethereal Body Green, Undying Body Blue, Bloodthirsty, Frenzy Blue, Lightning, Strike Blue, Savage Force Blue. 6 talents now adorned him. 5 of them were of blue quality. At this moment, standing atop the colossal corpse of the golden ape, Shen Tian resembled a war god descended from ancient times. The air around him twisted and grew scorching due to the terrifying blood qi he radiated. The remaining dozen or so fourth-order lord-level beasts were frozen in place. Their originally ferocious eyes were now filled with an emotion called fear. This feeling should never have appeared in these apex predators at the top of the food chain. But this human before them was too unreasonable. He couldn't be killed. He grew stronger with each fight. Every time they slew one of their own kind, this human's aura underwent a qualitative leap. "You're the real beast." Roar. A fourth-order frost giant wolf let out a low growl, its voice trembling slightly. Its proud, icy intellect told it that if they continued, every lord here would become this human's stepping stone. Retreat. Must retreat. The frost giant wolf was the first to turn, its limbs digging into the ground as it transformed into a white blur, fleeing madly into the depths of the beast tide. Its movement was like the first domino falling. The remaining lord-level beasts instantly collapsed into panic. Howl. Hiss. These terrifying monsters, once rulers of their domains who saw humans as prey, now scattered like startled sparrows. They didn't even bother to avoid trampling the lower-tier beasts beneath them, cursing that they hadn't been born with more legs. An extremely bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. At the rear of the dark surging beast tied a dozen lord-level beasts, each as large as a hill, fled in terror. And behind them, a tiny human figure slowly raised his head. Shen Tian watched their retreating backs, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Thinking of running now, isn't it a bit too late? Boom. Shen Tian moved. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, 500 all-attribute boost. Lightning Strike, double nerve reaction speed. Savage Force strength enhancement. The ground beneath Shen Tian's feet exploded instantly as he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, carving a vacuum tunnel 100 meters long. Too fast. Even the air let out a strange shriek. A distance of 100 meters was crossed in an instant. Shen Tian appeared directly behind the slowest fleeing beast, a burrow spider queen. This spider queen was the size of a truck, its 8 spear-like legs thrashing wildly as it tried to burrow into the ground. "Get down," Shen Tian bellowed. He didn't use his blade. Instead, he reached out his right hand, fingers hooked like claws, and firmly gripped one of the spider's hind legs. Then, his arm muscles bulged violently. Up. Under the stunned gaze of countless beasts, Shen Tian actually swung the multi-ton giant spider into the air, as if he were tossing a tattered straw mat. Crash! The burrow spider queen was slammed heavily into the ground, its hard carapace shattering instantly, green ichor splattering everywhere. Shen Tian stepped onto the spider's abdomen. Crack! Savage Force oscillation. An invisible high-frequency shockwave surged through Shen Tian's foot, instantly penetrating the spider's entire body. The spider queen let out a piercing shriek. Its outer carapace appeared intact, but its internal organs, nerves, and everything inside had been turned to paste in that instant. Eliminated 4th-order beast burrow spider queen. Gained 1,000 kill value. Detected plunderable talent spider sense blue. Consume 1,000 kill value to plunder. Plunder. Shen Tian murmured in his mind. He felt a sudden snap in his mind, like a taut string being plucked. Then, the world changed. His vision, which had only faced forward, now eerily extended in all directions. It was a strange sensation, as if he had grown eyes in the back of his head, or as if he had become a hunter perched at the center of a web. Within 100 meters, every stir of the wind, every tremor of a mosquito's wings was transformed into clear vibrational signals directly fed back to his neural center. Plunder successful. Gained blue talent spider sense. Talent description: your nervous system perfectly merges with your sixth sense, weaving an invisible web of perception. Any malice directed at you will be as clear as a vibration on a spider web. You are the prophet of the battlefield. A death will always be half a step behind you. Effect: gain 360-degree panoramic perception, no blind spots. Able to predict incoming danger 5 seconds in advance and precisely lock onto the source of malice. Absolute counter to invisible and camouflaged units. Predict 5 seconds in advance. Shen Tian slowly closed his eyes. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. For an ordinary person 5 seconds might be just a blink. But in the high-stakes game of life and death combat 5 seconds is the chasm between life and death. What's more, he now had the double nerve reaction speed from lightning strike. This meant that before an enemy even pulled the trigger, he had already seen the bullet's trajectory. It was like having an official wallhack and aimbot. Hiss. Just as Shen Tian closed his eyes to comprehend his new talent, a shadow on his left suddenly erupted with an extremely subtle killing intent. It was a fourth-order initial stage, Phantom Mantis. It had been lurking there, using its chameleon-like carapace to blend into the environment. It was waiting for this terrifying human to show a flaw. And now, with this human closing his eyes, it was the perfect opportunity. The Phantom Mantis' sickle-like forelimbs, sharp as blades, silently sliced through the air, aiming for Shen Tian's nape. Fast, precise, ruthless. Just as the deadly scythes were less than 10 centimeters from Shen Tian's neck, Shen Tian still had his eyes closed. He didn't even turn his head. He simply reached back with his right hand casually. Slap. With the precision of 1,000 rehearsals, Shen Tian's lightning-wreathed palm firmly caught the mantis' high-speed descending forelimb joint. The air froze instantly. The Phantom Mantis' compound eyes showed a human-like shock. How is this possible? It was a Phantom Mantis renowned for assassination. Even a spiritualist of the same rank would struggle to detect its presence. How could this human catch its blade with his eyes closed? Got you. Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes. Those scarlet pupils held no surprise, only the playful mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. In the vision of spider sense, this mantis malice was brighter than a searchlight. From the moment it conceived the killing intent, its movement trajectory had already been rehearsed in Shen Tian's mind. Since you're here, don't leave. Shen Tian's hand suddenly tightened. Crack. The iron-hard scythe joint was crushed directly. Scream. The mantis let out a miserable shriek, trying to escape by sacrificing its limb and retreating. Too late. Shen Tian clenched his left fist, and savage force erupted instantly. Boom. A punch was thrown. The air was dented visibly. This punch didn't directly hit the mantis, instead it struck the air in front of it from a distance. A terrifying shockwave instantly penetrated the mantis' fragile body structure. A cloud of blood mist exploded from the Phantom Mantis' back. Its internal organs had been turned to paste. Its corpse collapsed limply to the ground, gradually revealing its original dark green color. Eliminated fourth-order beast Phantom Mantis. Gained 1,000 kill value. Too weak. With spiders, since the battles had become simpler and more tedious. One could even say somewhat boring. These fourth-order lords, which had once troubled him, now seemed like clumsy puppets with slow movements and flaws everywhere. Detected plunderable talent: Phantom Assassin Strike Blue. Consume 1,000 kill value to plunder. Shen Tian's gaze swept over the slowly manifesting corpse of the mantis. Its stealth ability is indeed nauseating. If it weren't for the unreasonable perspective of the spider, since even he would have suffered a great loss just now. Plunder. Buzz. As 1,000 points of kill value were deducted, a chilling stream of air instantly penetrated Shen Tian's spine. Different from the ferocity of the barbaric power and distinct from the tingling sensation of thunder urgency, a strange distortion of light began to appear on the surface of Shen Tian's body. His figure became blurry, like a wisp of fog that could dissipate into the air at any moment. Plunder successful. Acquired blue talent: Shadowy Phantom Strike. Talent description: you are a dancer in the shadows, and light will become your accomplice. When enemies see your residual shadow, the Grim Reaper has already seized their throat. Effect: gain the active skill Light and Shadow Refraction, which puts the body into an optical invisibility state for 5 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The first attack initiated from the invisibility state will definitely deal 200 critical damage. Passive: automatically generate residual shadows while moving, confusing the enemy's vision. Invisibility combined with critical strikes. Focus on a backstab. Shen Tian clenched his fist, feeling the new power within him. Now, with power, speed, defense, and perception all in place, he even possessed the ability for stealthy assassination. A perfect hexagonal warrior. Shen Tian slowly raised his head. In the distance, the dozen or so fourth-tier lords that were frantically fleeing had already run hundreds of meters away. They were scared out of their wits. Even the Phantom Mantis, known for its assassination skills, was crushed like a mere bug. For them, relying on brute force meant certain death. Especially that massive flame barbarian bull relying on its tough hide and flesh charged forward at the fastest pace. It didn't even dare to look back, fearing that the demon crackling with purple lightning would catch up. Jiang City, Northern District Defense Command. Alarm. A 2-region shield energy is below 15. Heavy artillery positions request support. They are surrounded by flying beasts. The ammunition stock is only enough for 3 minutes. What about the medical team? There are too many casualties, we can't transport them. The echoing shouts in the massive command hall sounded like heavy hammers striking Qin Zinshan's heart. This peak 5th-tier, iron-blooded tough man had bloodshot eyes at this moment. On the big screen, red dots representing the beast tide surged like a scarlet ocean, frantically engulfing the blue blocks representing the human defense. Collapse. The entire line is collapsing. This is not an equal war, but a one-sided massacre. Those 24th-tier lords were like 20 sharp knives, easily tearing apart the defense painstakingly established by humans, spreading despair to every corner. How long until Lord Greedy Wolf arrives? Qin Zinshan's voice was hoarse, as if he had swallowed a handful of sand. Lord Greedy Wolf is still on the way. A 5th-tier Beast King aura has been detected. The deputy's voice carried a hint of sobbing. Qin Zinshan's heart sank to the bottom. What was meant to come has arrived. He had always been stationed here waiting for the Beast King to draw him away, the Beast King to launch a sneak attack. It's over. Once Zone C is breached, the Beast Tide will charge straight into the heart of Jiang City. At that time, the millions of civilians behind him would be utterly doomed. But there was no time to worry about that now. Relay my orders. Qin Zinshan slowly straightened his back, tidying up his slightly disheveled collar, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Gather the suicide squad. All administrative personnel evacuate immediately. I will personally lead the charge, even if it buys us just 1 minute, it's worth it. In the command hall, a sudden silence fell. Everyone stopped their actions, staring blankly at the graying commander. This was a decision to fight to the death. Just as Qin Zinshan was about to draw his battle blade and head to the battlefield, a female officer responsible for monitoring the radar suddenly let out a surprised gasp. Huh. At this moment, the sound of a pin dropping would be audible, and this soft exclamation felt particularly jarring. Qin Zinshan paused, brow furrowing. What happened? If it's bad news, there's no need to report it. No, it's not. The female officer's fingers danced quickly over the keyboard, her expression shifting from terror to confusion and finally to bewilderment. Commander, look at the data for Zone C3. What's going on? Has the entire army been wiped out? Qin Zinshan instinctively asked. Zone C3 was the main attack direction of the Beast Tide, where the 24th-tier lords had gathered, and it was also the weakest point of the defense. Logically, that place should have long turned into ruins. No. The advanced speed of the Beast Tide has stopped. The female officer swallowed hard, pointing at the screen. Moreover, the 4th-tier leaders are moving rapidly. The direction of movement is... She paused, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Away from the defense line. Qin Zinshan was stunned. Away from the defense line. That group of crazed beasts is retreating. This is impossible. The deputy immediately retorted, this Beast Tide is a premeditated total assault. How could they retreat at the moment of maximum advantage? This is definitely a trap. They want to lure the enemy deeper. Qin Zinshan remained silent. He fixed his gaze on that strange area. Something was indeed amiss. The massive red dots representing the dozen or so 4th-tier lords were moving toward the depths of the wilderness at an astonishing speed. That speed even exceeded their charge speed during the attack. It was as if they were fleeing. This absurd thought just popped up and was ruthlessly extinguished by Qin Zinshan. What a joke. Those are 4th-tier lords. On this battlefield, unless a 5th-tier powerhouse is present, who could make them flee? Redirect the drones over there. Qin Zinshan waved his hand urgently. I want real-time footage. No matter what they are up to, we must get to the bottom of it. Yes. The operator quickly input the commands. The images on the big screen began to switch. The snowy static flickered a few times before becoming clear. In the command hall, dozens of pairs of eyes were fixed on the screen. Everyone held their breath, mentally preparing for the horrific scene of carnage they expected to see. However, when the image finally stabilized, it was as if the entire world had been paused. There was no mountain of corpses or sea of blood as anticipated. There were no terrifying scenes of beasts rampaging. In the image, the once invincible beast-tide army was now in complete disarray. Countless low-tier beasts were trampled into a pulp, screaming madly as they fled in all directions, as if something more terrifying than hell was chasing them. And at the forefront of the beast-tide, those dozen or so massive fourth-tier lords were now running frantically like startled rabbits. That bull, known for its defense, desperately wished it had 2 more legs, careening down the path without even bothering to dodge the stones. The ferocious frost giant wolf was tucking its tail, its tongue lolling out, eyes filled with terror. They were running. They were truly fleeing for their lives. This? Qin Zinshan's mouth fell open, his eyes, seasoned from judging countless men, now wide as saucers. He had imagined 1,000 possibilities. Luring the enemy, deep tactical flanking, even the descent of an even higher-tier beast king. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect to witness such a farcical, yet awe-inspiring animal planet. Who was that? Suddenly a shriek shattered the silence. The adjutant pointed at the edge of the screen, his finger trembling violently. Everyone followed his gaze. There, behind the fleeing horde of lower-tier aberrant beasts, amidst the billowing dust, a tiny human figure was closing in at breakneck speed. His standard-issue Pujuan battle armor was tattered and torn, stained a dark crimson with blood. In his hand, he clutched a black warblade. Violet lightning coiled around his body. "Where do you think you're going?" Through the drone's audio receiver, a slightly arrogant roar echoed clearly through the entire command hall. Gulp. In the command hall, someone swallowed hard. Is he hunting down a commander-tier beast? The voice rang out starkly in the dead silence. Qin Zinshan felt his mind struggling to keep up. He rubbed his eyes, then pinched his thigh. It hurt. This was no dream. That's Shen Tian. Qin Zinshan's voice was ethereal, laced with a profound sense of unreality. Though the image was blurry, he recognized the blade, recognized the silhouette. It was the newcomer the files listed as being at Mortal Realm perfection. Mortal Realm. The adjutant beside him twitched his mouth, his expression more bitter than a cry. "Lord Warden, you call this Mortal Realm? If this is Mortal Realm, then what am I? A fertilized egg?" On the main screen, the image shook violently. The drone struggled to maintain balance in the gale, its lens zoomed to the limit. Inside the command hall, the once chaotic alarms seemed to fade, leaving only the heavy breathing of dozens. At the center of the frame, a blood-soaked figure was dragging a massive, severed leg with one hand. It was a remnant of the Cave Spider King. That multiton Fourth-Order Lord, capable of flipping a main battle tank with ease, was now being hauled across the ground by Shen Tian like a dead pig carving a bottomless trench. Qin Zinshan stared fixedly at the screen. What was he seeing? Shen Tian suddenly exerted force, the muscles in his arms coiling like steel cables. Heave. A furious shout. He actually swung the enormous Cave Spider King into the air. Then the ground beneath Shen Tian's feet instantly exploded. He transformed into a bolt of violet lightning, overtaking the Spider King and appearing above its abdomen. His right hand clenched into a fist, fingers wreathed in bone-chilling arcs of purple electricity. Boom. The dull impact reverberated through the speakers, rattling the glass in the command hall. It was a collision of pure, unadulterated force. Everyone saw clearly that the Cave Spider King's iron-hard carapace was as fragile as paper beneath Shen Tian's fist. The fist sank deep into the flesh. The Spider King's colossal body stiffened for an instant in midair, then a series of dense cracking sounds erupted. Splat! Green ichor mixed with visceral debris burst forth like a grand firework exploding in the sky. The entire Spider King had been punched clean through by Shen Tian. Silence. The command hall fell into a deathly hush. A technician responsible for combat assessment dropped his coffee cup. Clatter. Coffee splashed everywhere, but he didn't notice, staring blankly at the wildly fluctuating data on the screen. Reporting. His voice trembled, filled with a near-frenzied bewilderment. The peak force of acting Lieutenant Shen Tian's punch, just now, exceeded 50 tons. 50 tons. This wasn't data a second-tier warrior could produce. Even an ordinary fourth-tier strength-type warrior, without using secret arts, might not reach this level. Qin Zinshan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. As a fifth-tier peak expert, he understood better than anyone what this meant. This kid's physical capabilities were terrifying beyond imagination. It's not over. Look to the side. The adjutant suddenly pointed at a corner of the screen, his voice shrill. In the frame, as Shen Tian landed, a slit suddenly tore open in the shadow behind him. Phantom Mantis. It was the top-tier assassin among fourth-tier aberrant beasts, possessing perfect invisibility and scythe-like forelimbs capable of cutting through diamond. From the drone's perspective, only a slight distortion in the air was visible. An ambush pushed to the absolute limit. Watch your back. Several young staff officers in the hall couldn't help but scream, their hearts leaping into their throats. Yet Shen Tian on the screen didn't even turn his head. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, he casually reached back with his right hand. Slap. The image froze. Shen Tian's right hand had firmly clamped onto a sharp emerald green scythe. The phantom mantis materialized from the void, its massive compound eyes filled with sheer terror. Its vaunted assassination was like a slow-motion replay before Shen Tian. Shen Tian tilted his head slightly, a ferocious grin spreading across his bloodstained face. Crack. The scythe capable of cleaving an armored vehicle was crushed to pieces in his grip. Then Shen Tian grasped the dark gold warblade with his left hand, lightning and blade light merging in an instant. A violet crescent-shaped blade aura swept outward. The phantom mantis didn't even have time to attempt an escape before it was neatly cleaved in two. The two halves of its corpse sprayed blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Shen Tian casually flicked the green blood from his blade, tip his movements indescribably wild and cold. He's hunting lower-tier, aberrant beasts. A female staff officer murmured, her eyes filled with disbelief. One man hunting down an entire squad of lords. This scene completely overturned their understanding. In the history of human warfare, facing a lord cluster of this scale often required battle formations of equally powerful experts supported by heavy firepower just to barely hold the line. But now that young man wielding a single warblade had single-handedly carved his way through the entire battle zone. Lord Warden, should we request backup to extract him? Notify all frontline units. Don't go to Zone C3 to assist. Going there would just be a hindrance. Divert all long-range firepower over there to help that kid seal off the escape routes. Don't let those beasts get away. Today I want to watch him slaughter every last one of those Lord-tier aberrants. On the main screen, Shen Tian seemed to sense something, lifting his head slightly to glance at the drone in the sky. That look, even through the screen, sent a chill through everyone in the command hall. It was the gaze of a hunter. And ahead of him, the remaining few fourth-tier lords were letting out desperate wails. The roles of attacker and defender had been reversed. Above the desolate wilderness, a dark crimson streak of light tore across the sky at a breathtaking speed. Qi Shao stepped upon the void, and with each footfall a low air burst echoed in the atmosphere. The heavy sword strapped to his back remained sheathed, yet the fierce sword intent it exuded had already shredded the clouds spanning several kilometers around. As the sole greedy wolf of Jiang City, Qi Shao had long grown accustomed to solitude. This loneliness stemmed not only from the chasm in power, but also from the deepening despair he felt toward this world. He lifted his head and gazed at the overcast sky. According to the top-secret intelligence from the Tianxian Bureau, it wasn't just Jiang City. At this very moment, multiple border defenses of the Dragon Kingdom were sounding alarms. A royal-rank aberrant beast had emerged, and the sea demon apes were massacring cities on the polar ice plains, and even in the capital and the metropolis dark fiends were ceaselessly infiltrating. In a word, this world was utterly ruined. The Dragon Kingdom, ostensibly one of the 5 great powers, was nearly depleted in its reserve of high-tier martial artists. The wind was rising, foretelling a storm. Beneath the facade of prosperity lay a scene of devastation. The human race was like a dancer on the edge of a cliff. One misstep, and it would be an abyss. Is Jiang City about to fall as well? Qi Shao murmured to himself, a weariness seeping into his gaze. Qin Zinshan's distress signal had been urgent, reporting a city-destroying beast tide, and even 20 lord-rank aberrant beasts. 20. Even for Qi Shao, facing a siege of such magnitude demanded his utmost concentration. He had expected to arrive at a scene of ruined walls, the dismembered remains of Pujuan Division soldiers, and Qin Zinshan's face etched with despair. He had even prepared for the worst. If Jiang City couldn't be defended, he would fight desperately to ensure the evacuation of those prodigious seeds. As long as the green hills remain. Yet just as he neared the northern defense line and habitually extended his spiritual sense forward, his brows furrowed tightly. That is, Qi Shao's figure paused abruptly in midair for a second. He sensed an extremely chaotic aura thick with terror surging toward him from ahead. It wasn't human fear. It was from the aberrant beasts. In his perception network, the violent aura representing the beasts now seemed to be experiencing a tsunami, wildly ebbing back into the depths of the wilderness. That uniform sense of retreat was as if they had encountered their natural predator. Did Qin Zinshan deploy an orbital weapon? Qi Shao wondered, yet his pace quickened. No. A second-tier city like Jiang City had no authority to mobilize such a high-level weapon. Could reinforcements from other cities have arrived? No, within a radius of 500 kilometers there were no signs of a powerhouse of the same rank moving. With this inexplicable feeling, Qi Shao crossed the final 2-kilometer buffer zone in a single step and landed on the cliff of Sector C3. He had intended to descend like a savior to intimidate the beast horde. But his first action upon landing was not to draw his sword, but to stand in stunned silence. He witnessed a massacre. No, to be precise, it was a hunt of extreme brutality and aesthetic beauty. At the center of the scene, a young man in tattered battle armor was single-handedly holding down a blazing flame bowl. That was a fourth-tier lord, a beast renowned for its brute strength capable of toppling a building. Yet now it was like a calf awaiting slaughter, frantically pawing the ground, but unable to budge an inch. Qi Shao narrowed his eyes, his previously casual demeanor vanishing completely. He was a discerning man. He clearly saw the radial cracks spreading across the ground beneath the young man's feet. That was absolute power suppression. Second-tier peak. Qi Shao finally sensed Shen Tian's blood energy fluctuations, a flicker of absurdity in his eyes. In his 5 years in Jiang City, he had never heard of a second-tier martial artist pinning a fourth-tier lord to the ground. Then, the young man moved. Qi Shao only saw a blinding flash of purple lightning. The intensity of this lightning even caused a stinging pain in his retinas. Boom. The massive head of the blazing flame bull under the bombardment of the purple thunder exploded like a rotten watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer. Qi Shao's heart involuntarily trembled. That speed of the blade, that ultimate control over blood energy, and even that lightning talent that carried a hint of heavenly might. Who is this kid? As the ceiling of Jiang City's combat power, Qi Shao thought there was little left in this world that could stir his heart. But now he felt his perceptions being violently torn asunder. Shock, confusion, and then a deep sense of disbelief. Before he could recover, the young man who had stood on the corpse twisted his form bizarrely and vanished into thin air before his very eyes. Space ability. Qi Shao's pupils contracted. No, not space. It was optical camouflage. Behind a fourth-tier frost giant wolf that was attempting to flee, a vacuum channel formed due to the eruption of extreme force. Shen Tian appeared. Like a ghostly assassin from the abyss, his black gold long blade traced a sorrowful crescent precisely cleaving into the giant wolf's neck. Thud. The massive wolf head soared into the air. Shen Tian's face was expressionless. Without a glance at the spurting fountain of blood, he lightly tapped the wolf corpse with his toe and transformed back into lightning, charging toward his next target. The entire process was fluid, breathtakingly fast. Where do you think you're running? Shen Tian's somewhat arrogant, yet fervent laughter echoed across the wilderness. Standing by the cliff, Qi Shao watched Shen Tian alone chasing down a group of lords amidst a myriad of foes, his mind briefly going blank. He had intended to go down and assist. But seeing the current situation, if he went down, he'd probably only be fit to help pick up the beast cores. What kind of monster is this? Qi Shao's originally serene meditative state of mind now split open with a massive crack. He saw every move Shen Tian made, seemingly wild yet precise to the utmost. Every blade stroke struck the weakest joints of the aberrant beasts. Every punch unleashed a terrifying brute force several times greater than his cultivation level. Moreover, amidst that high-intensity combat, the kid's wounds were healing at an inhuman speed. Is this talent? Qi Shao muttered to himself. Even at the headquarters of the Tianshu Bureau, in that greedy wolf department teeming with prodigies, such geniuses were extremely rare. How could a young man like this appear in a backwater place like Jiang City? Qi Shao rubbed his brow, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. This unflappable master felt an information overload today he had never seen. The Dragon Kingdom situation was precarious. But now, watching that figure swinging his blade in the rain, hunting down Lord aberrant beasts until they howled in misery, a bizarre yet blood-stirring thought suddenly arose within him. Perhaps this crumbling era needed a prodigy to rise and change it. The moment Qi Shao appeared on the battlefield, Shen Tian had locked onto him through his spider sense. Shen Tian sensed that this powerful fifth-tier peak martial artist bore him no ill will. Thus, he didn't become wary. Holding his blood-dripping warblade, he stood on the remains of the frost giant wolf. He tilted his head slightly, his scarlet eyes piercing through the dust, and smoke directly locking onto Qi Shao on the high cliff. Shen Tian grinned, a smile that seemed to Qi Shao to be brimming with provocation. Right in front of Qi Shao, he swung his blade in a backhanded strike. Qi Shao took a deep breath, then burst into loud laughter. His heavy sword, which had never been drawn, now emitted a clear hum, as if craving battle. Interesting. Qi Shao leaped down from the high cliff. Let's see just how many more surprises you can give me, kid. The frost giant wolf beneath Shen Tian's feet had fallen silent. The massive wolf head rolled aside, and blood spurting from the severed neck under the influence of the extreme cold froze into tiny beads before hitting the ground, pattering down in a cascade. Plunder. Shen Tian's voice was hoarse, the crimson in his eyes yet to fade. Ding. Consumed 1,000 kill points, successfully plundered blue talent frost burial path. A hum. An intensely frigid energy surged from the soles of his feet, rushing straight up his spine to his mind. Shen Tian shuddered violently. His blood, which had been burning from the continuous high-intensity bursts, instantly turned cold and deep under this cold current's baptism, carrying a chilling aura of death. Talent name Frost Burial Path Blue talent description as you tread the earth, all things freeze in your wake. When you step into battle, death spreads like frost, and the cold end is your only companion. Talent effect extreme affinity with ice elements. A frost burial domain automatically forms within 50 meters of you, reducing enemy movement speed by 40 and stacking a frostbite status each second. Attacks gain a 30 armor penetration bonus with a chance to trigger frostburst, dealing 500 shattering damage to the target. Shen Tian looked down at his feet. A thin layer of white frost was rapidly spreading from his foothold outward. The originally muddy and bloody ground now emitted crisp cracking sounds, instantly becoming as hard as iron and crystal clear. Speed, strength, perception, stealth, and now crowd control and armor penetration, all covered. Shen Tian gripped the black gold war blade in his hand. On the blade's edge, the purple arcs of lightning now merged with streaks of white. The fury of thunder coexisted with the stillness of frost. In the distant beast horde, the remaining fourth-tier lords had yet to flee far. But as the frost burial path took shape, those colossal beasts in full sprint all shuddered. They realized in terror that their movements had slowed. The ground beneath their feet was now covered in a slick, icy sheet, each step bringing a piercing pain deep in their marrow. Continue. Shen Tian's form flickered. His movements no longer left mere afterimages, but dozens of frost-condensed ice statues. This made him visually elusive. Just as Shen Tian prepared to finish off the remaining fleeing beasts, a sudden change occurred. The sky, once overcast with torrential rain, fell into an eerie silence for a second. That silence felt as if death had seized the world by the throat. Even the falling raindrops paused midair. On the cliff, Qi Xiao's smile instantly froze. He gripped the hilt of his heavy sword behind his back, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Shen Tian, come back. Qi Xiao roared, his voice like thunder. But he was too late. Boom. The western clouds were torn apart as if by an invisible giant hand, and a dark golden pillar of light pierced the mist, crashing into the center of the battlefield with devastating pressure. It was the Golden Light Falcon, peak 5th tier. Its size was not immense. Its wingspan about 30 meters, but each feather was like a heavy sword forged from pure gold, gleaming in the dim light. But this was only the beginning. The ground's vibration turned eerie, not a side-to-side shake, but a pulse like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. With each pulse, debris on the surface leaped over 3 meters high. Then an abandoned office building directly in front of Shen Tian collapsed with a roar. It wasn't knocked down, but pulverized from within by an overwhelming force. Amidst the rolling dust, a massive jet-black python, head over 5 meters in diameter, slowly emerged. Peak 5th tier, hell-black scale python. Its pupils were pure purple, and as its forked tongue flicked, emerald poison mist corroded the air with a sizzling sound. Another one. Shen Tian's spider sense screamed warnings. He felt his own shadow coming to life behind him. A silhouette less than 2 meters tall, yet warping the air, slowly materialized 100 meters behind him. It was a shadow fiend. With ape-like limbs, a single horn on its head, and its body wrapped in viscous, ink-like aura. 3 peak, 5th tier beasts. In other words, the 3 most terrifying overlords around Jiangcheng had all gathered. At the command center, Qin Zenshin's communicator emitted only piercing electronic noise. All electronic reconnaissance devices had failed. Force field disturbance. Spatial signals jammed. The technician slumped in his chair, his face deathly pale. Those are Beast Kings. Qin Zenshin stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, staring towards Sector C3. Even from dozens of kilometers away, he could still feel the 3 abyss-like malevolent forces consuming the last hope of Jiangxing. Qi Xiao. Qin Zenshin gritted his teeth. This was no battle for 2nd or 3rd tiers. At the battlefield's center, the fleeing 4th-tier lords stopped, trembling as they prostrated themselves, as if greeting their kings. The 3 Beast Kings formed a triangle, trapping Shen Tian and the newly arrived Qi Xiao at the center. A pressure beyond anything before. Shen Tian felt his bones creaking. The frost from Frost Burial Path was shattering inch by inch under the oppressive sharpness of the Golden Light Falcon's aura. The air grew thick. With every breath, his lungs felt like swallowing red-hot blades. Roar! The hell-black scale python struck first. Its millstone-sized head lunged forward, and its purple pupils unleashed 2 beams of tangible mental attack. Shen Tian's mind buzzed. Even with his second-rank spiritualist cultivation under this brutal mental assault, his vision darkened and blood seeped from his ears. This was the power of the 5th tier. This was no gap that could be bridged by talents spanning 1 or 2 minor realms. This was a qualitative leap. Ding. Detected 5th tier exotic beast, discovered quality talent. Detected peak 5th tier Golden Light Falcon possessing purple talent soaring 10,000 li. Detected peak 5th tier Hell Black Scale Python possessing purple talent Calamity of the Netherworld. Detected peak 5th tier Shadow Fiend possessing purple talent Eternal Night Zone. Ding. To plunder a purple talent requires breakthrough to 3rd tier kill target consume 10,000 kill points. Shen Tian's pupils contracted. All this was still too early for Shen Tian. He couldn't help but lick his dry lips. His heart pounded as if it would leap from his chest, not from fear, but from greed. Purple. He stared at the 3 slowly approaching behemoths, his voice low enough for only himself to hear. One day they'll all be mine. Boom. The sky suddenly darkened. The golden light falcon let out a piercing cry from high above, piercing the clouds. It was the signal to attack. Thousands of dark golden feathers rained down like a storm of needles, each one locked onto Shen Tian. He gripped the black gold war blade, tightly, purple lightning and frost intertwining wildly on his body. He knew. He had only one chance. He had to activate Phantom Thorn Strike to dodge by force. But just as he prepared to fight for his life, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. That hand was slender, strong, carrying an inexplicable warmth. It was like a stabilizing pillar forcefully carving out a vacuum around Shen Tian amidst the pressure that could crush mountains. All the mental attacks, all the sharp metal feathers. Upon touching this zone, they vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. "Hey kid," a somewhat lazy voice sounded in Shen Tian's ear. He turned his head. Qi Xiao had somehow appeared beside him. This greedy wolf of Jiangqing casually pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket. Click. The lighter's flame stood still in the raging wind. Qi Xiao took a deep drag, exhaling a plume of smoke. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the 3 beast kings not far away, his tone calm. "Not bad. To fight like this at the 2nd tier, when I was your age I was still chasing girls at school," Qi Xiao said as he released his hand from Shen Tian's shoulder. Shen Tian felt the suffocating pressure vanish instantly, his body regaining mobility. He looked at Qi Xiao. This man facing 3 beast kings capable of destroying a city was still leisurely smoking. The 3 beast kings also halted. They let out low growls, their violent aura revealing a tense wariness in Qi Xiao's presence, as if facing a formidable foe. The ember died between his fingertips. Qi Xiao slowly exhaled the last wisp of smoke, his gaze turning icily sharp in an instant. The pitch-black great sword at his back, as if sensing its master's battle intent, let out a sky-rending clang that echoed through the void. Amid the sword's cry, the raging wind and rain seemed to be parted by an invisible giant hand. Qi Xiao moved. He gripped the hilt with a reverse hold and stepped forward. Boom. The cliff beneath his feet collapsed in that instant. Qi Xiao transformed into a shadow that could slice the heavens, charging straight at the 3-peak 5th tier beast kings. "Get back." Qi Xiao roared like a lion's bellow. A hint of oppressive aura laced his voice. The golden light condor in midair, sensing the provocation, flapped its dark golden wings fiercely. Tens of thousands of feathers turned into dark golden longswords, densely sealing all of Qi Xiao's evasive paths. At the same time, the colossal body of the hell-black scale python surged like a mountain range, its amethyst pupils emitting a viscous spiritual mist. The shadow fiend, like an elusive specter, leaped through the cracks between reality and void, its scythe-like claws aiming straight for Qi Xiao's nape. This was a killing blow. 3-peak 5th tier beasts acting in unison. Yet, Qi Xiao merely let out a cold snort. He lifted his great sword diagonally upward. There was only sheer weight, so immense that it caused visible ripples in the surrounding space. Clang! A crisp collision resounded through the skies. The greatsword clashed against the rain of dark golden feathers, erupting with a brilliance like a stellar explosion. The golden light condor let out a pained cry, its feathers capable of severing diamond shattered under Qi Xiao's strike. Qi Xiao's momentum did not wane. He twisted his body midair, his left hand clenching into a fist, and a blazing pillar of vital energy surged skyward. He struck again, the sword edge trailing visible shockwaves that slammed fiercely into the hell-black scale python's millstone-sized head. Rumble. The ground was gouged into a 10-meter-deep crater by the immense force. Scales from the black scale python flew in all directions. Though not fatally wounded, it was smashed deep into the earth. As for the ambushing shadow fiend, its claws had yet to reach Qi Xiao when it was repelled by a domineering aura field. 3 old beasts. Qi Xiao hovered in midair, sword in hand. His tattered robes fluttered noisily in the wind. "With such meager skills you dare to enter Jiang City." 1 against 3, evenly matched. He even held a slight upper hand. Qi Xiao's combat prowess instilled a hint of wariness in the 3 beast kings. They encircled him without attacking, their low growls echoing across the wilderness as they sought a flaw in Qi Xiao's defense. At the heart of the battlefield, energy ran rampant. Yet on the edge of this earth-shattering clash of powerhouses, Shen Tian did not retreat. The several peak 4th-tier overlords that had been besieging Shen Tian had by instinct sensed danger the moment the Beast Kings descended. They knew that when gods fight, mortals suffer. Thus, these highly intelligent lower-tier beasts had the instant Qi Shao landed used the cover of dust and smoke to flee at full speed. Shen Tian watched the 4th-tier lords vanish without a trace of flicker of mockery in his eyes. Clever bastards. He tightened his grip on the black gold saber and turned his gaze to the side. There a dark, boundless tide of low-tier beasts surged. Though the lords had fled and the Beast Kings were held off by Qi Shao, the beasts below the 4th tier had not yet escaped. Since I can't kill lords anymore. Shen Tian licked his lips, his eyes growing wild and greedy. Then he'll use you to make up the kill count. On the system panel, kill count 16,640. Shen Tian moved. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, full activation. Thunderstrike, full activation. Path of Frost Burial, full activation. He transformed into a streak of violet light, plunging instantly into the densest part of the beast horde. Schlick. The saber gleamed like a cold crescent moon, severing the throats of 3 3rd-tier ironback wild boars in an instant. Ding. Killed a 3rd-tier beast, gained 150 kill points. Ding. Killed a 3rd-tier beast, gained 160 kill points. The cold system notifications flooded Shen Tian's mind in an endless stream. Shen Tian's killing method was brutally efficient. He strode across the land, frost spreading like venom beneath his feet. Before the low-tier beasts could even reach him, their limbs were frozen to the ground, rendering them immobile. Then, Shen Tian's long blade swept with a curtain of violet lightning. With every swing, dozens of massive heads soared into the air. Thunder roared. Blood rained down. Shen Tian, like a tireless meat grinder, carved a deep crimson trench through the beast horde. He did not retreat. He felt no fear. Even his standard-issue battle armor, stained red by the blood of countless beasts, exuded a chilling, murderous intent. In midair, Qi Shao faced off against the 3 Beast Kings. His peripheral vision remained locked on Shen Tian. The Dragon Kingdom must ensure the temperament of every top genius. In the history of humanity's survival, there have been too many prodigies. Some geniuses, when facing beasts, lost their nerve, shattering their martial heart forever. Others were extreme egoists who, when danger struck, would not hesitate to use comrades as shields or even defect to the demonic forces to survive. Qi Shao had been observing all along. If Shen Tian had used his distraction of the Beast Kings to sneak back into the defensive line, he would not have blamed him, but he would have downgraded his opinion of him. But Shen Tian's actions completely shattered his preconceptions. Even facing 3 peak 5th-tier Beast Kings, there was not a trace of retreat in Shen Tian's eyes. Instead, he dared to slaughter their underlings right before them. What audacity! That kid's eyes burned with an extreme, almost perverse desire to kill beasts. Nearly pathological. In fact, Shen Tian's bloodlust was even stronger than his own. It wasn't faked. Though Qi Shao didn't know the source of Shen Tian's killing urge, it at least proved one thing. Shen Tian would never betray the kingdom. This kid. A hint of approving smile unconsciously tugged at Qi Shao's usually taut lips. He's a ruthless one. He had seen too many so-called geniuses. Those who practiced techniques at school sparred and looked impressive. But once on the battlefield facing the stench of blood, few could stand their ground. Shen Tian was different. He seemed born for the battlefield. As long as he doesn't stray from the path, he will be the Dragon Kingdom's sharpest blade in the future. The last shred of doubt in Qi Shao's heart vanished. A genius who loathed beasts to the core and acted with decisive violence. He was worthy of the Dragon Kingdom's full investment of resources. Roar. The hell black-scale python burst through the ground again, its serpent head opening wide to spew a concentrated jet of nether venom. Qi Shao let out a hearty laugh, his sword intent clear and unburdened. Old beast, where are you looking? Your opponent is me. He flicked his greatsword. Golden runes materialized on the pitch-black blade. 100-meter-long golden sword light, like a setting sun over a long river, cleaved the venom in two and struck the serpent's body without losing momentum. Sparks flew. The 3 Beast Kings beneath the earth roared in fury, yet they could not breach Qi Shao's Wenzhong defensive perimeter. Below, Shen Tian continued his slaughter. Every second, hundreds of kill points flowed in. The vital energy around Shen Tian grew denser, and behind him a faint, blurry furnace phantom began to take shape. That was the phenomenon of the Great Sun Furnace scripture in its state of extreme excitation. Qi Shao glanced down, his eyes filled with awe. What kind of monstrous talent is this? He took a deep breath, feeling a surge of long-lost passion in his heart. Even facing 3 Beast Kings, even though this chaotic world had crumbled, as long as such successors still lived, the Dragon Kingdom could still be saved. Courting death. This roar did not come from Qi Shao, but from high above. In the dark golden pupils of the golden light thunder falcon, the former indifference toward an ant was now utterly consumed by wrath. As the aerial overlord at the peak of Fifth Order, the battlefield in its eyes should have been a one-sided slaughter with humans only fit to wail and flee in terror. But now, what did it see? That despicable human, a mere second-order insect, was treating its beast tide like an Aleocaniate buffet. Though these low-tier mutated beasts were but insignificant cannon fodder in their eyes. Yet Shen Tian's brazen slaughter of their fodder right before them was a direct slap to their faces. It was an utter insult to their sovereignty. Chirp. A piercing cry sharp enough to shatter metal and stone exploded through the air. The golden light thunder falcon flapped its wings, even abandoning its suppression of Qi Xiao. It transformed into a pure golden streak of light carrying terrifying kinetic energy capable of tearing through the sound barrier, aimed directly at the figure on the ground, who was reveling in slaughter. The air was rent apart, leaving a vacuum tunnel stretching 1,000 meters. Such speed was so immense that even Shen Tian's spider sense could only emit a shrill, desperate shriek. Fast. Too fast. This was the ultimate speed of a peak Fifth Order. No sooner had Shen Tian cleaved off the head of an ironback mad boar than his scalp exploded with tension, a chill of death shooting from his tailbone to the crown of his skull. There was simply no time to dodge. Even activating Phantom Thorn Strike would be a joke against this sweeping supersonic collision. Think him dead. Just as the golden light was about to strike the ground, a burly figure abruptly interposed itself between the two. No flashy moves. Qi Xiao gripped his greatsword with both hands, the heavy blade held horizontally. Like an immovable divine mountain, he stubbornly shielded Shen Tian from above. Clang! A metallic clash loud enough to shatter eardrums pierced the skies. Then came the shockwave. A terrifying ring of air surged wildly outward from the two, and within 100 meters low-tier mutated beasts didn't even have time to cry out before being blasted into a mist of blood. Shen Tian felt a tightness in his chest as the shockwave hurled him dozens of meters away, slamming him hard into a boulder. But he stared fixedly ahead. The dust cleared. Qi Xiao's feet were buried deep into the rock layer up to his knees. The great sword in his hands trembled slightly, and a thread of crimson blood seeped from his split palm. Yet he still stood ramrod straight, and the diving golden light thunder falcon was rebounded by the force of this sword strike, flung back into the air, its golden feathers scattering in disarray. My man, who do you think you are to touch him? Qi Xiao raised his head, spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes as fierce as an old wolf protecting its cub. Roar! The hell black scale python and the shadow fiend had arrived as well. They saw through Qi Xiao's intent. This human powerhouse was determined to shield that brat at all costs. If so, then kill them all together. Boom. The hell black scale python's colossal body coiled up, abruptly forming a black scale cage that trapped Qi Xiao at its center. Poison domain. Torrents of emerald green toxic mist erupted from the gaps between its scales, corroding even the air with a sizzling hiss. This venom not only corroded flesh, but also savagely eroded Qi Xiao's protective qi and blood. At the same time, the shadow fiend moved. Its body dissolved entirely into the shadows as if vanishing from this dimension. But in Shen Tian's spider sense vision, it was a mass of extremely evil black substance, frantically darting through spatial folds, each flicker seeking a blind spot in Qi Xiao's defense. A killing trap. This old bastard. Shen Tian crawled out of the rubble, wiping the blood from his lips. He watched the figure enveloped by poison mist and shadows, his heart pounding wildly. Powerful. Too powerful. This was a battle far beyond his current reach. Even with his various blue-tier talents, he was still as fragile as an infant before the absolute chasm of realms. Such was the dominance of a fifth-order beast king. Even a mere touch would mean complete annihilation. Is this the path I must walk? The crimson in Shen Tian's eyes did not recede, instead it blazed even brighter. The stronger the fifth-order beast kings were, the more it proved the worth of a purple tire talent. In the future, he would definitely claim that purple talent. At the heart of the battlefield, Qi Xiao, shrouded in poison mist, suddenly closed his eyes. The great sword in his hand ceased trembling, instead emitting a low hum. The sound was peculiar. It didn't resemble a sword's ring, but rather a heartbeat. Thump, thump. The entire battlefield seemed to freeze for an instant with that heartbeat. You beasts, do you really think I've been idling in Jiang City all these years? Qi Xiao's eyes snapped open. In that moment, his once clear black and white pupils transformed into a chaotic silver gray. A terrifying aura never before felt erupted from his not-so-imposing frame. It was not the aura of a peak Fifth Order. It was, boom, a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, dispersing the poisonous mist entirely. Within the pillar of light, the air behind Qi Xiao twisted violently, coalescing into a 100-zhang-tall phantom of a blood sky wolf. The phantom howled at the heavens, its rolling sound waves carrying an ancient primal desolation and dominance. Slash. Qi Xiao wielded his greatsword with one hand, casually cleaving through the void. A seemingly effortless strike. Yet it caused the shadow fiend hidden in the darkness to let out a blood-curdling scream. A rift split open in the void. The shadow fiend was forced to materialize, one of its arms severed cleanly. This was momentum. This was the threshold of Sixth Order. Though lacking a true domain, Qi Xiao's strike already bore the flavor of heaven and earth's might. Hiss! The hell-black scale python thrashed wildly, sensing the danger. How is this possible? The golden light thunder falcon circled in the air, its voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. From Fifth to Sixth Order. It was a leap in life's hierarchy. The true dividing line between an ordinary martial artist and the transcendent. They never imagined that in this insignificant human border town there lurked an existence with one foot already in that realm. Scared, Qi Xiao was drenched in blood, his blood vessels ruptured from forcibly activating a secret art. But his laughter was utterly wild. The blood sky wolf phantom moved in perfect sync with him, glaring down at the three beast kings below. Since you've come today, none of you will leave intact. Boom. Qi Xiao charged forward. One man, one sword, one wolf phantom. Battling three Fifth Order beast kings hidden. This time it was no longer a defensive stand. As his great sword swung, Qi stretched 1,000 meters, carving bottomless chasms into the earth. The golden light thunder falcon dared not dive again, merely circling high above to harass. The hell-black scale python's supposedly indestructible scales were battered into a shower of sparks, its blood staining half the wilderness red. The shadow fiend fared even worse. Its prize stealth was rendered useless under Qi Xiao's monstrous perception, forcing it to rely on speed to dodge frantically. The battlefield's tide had reversed in an instant. Such was the deterrent power of a top-tier powerhouse. One man guards an entire city. The rain ceased. Or rather, it was vaporized by the crimson wolf smoke that surged into the sky. Qi Xiao stood in midair, the 100-zhang-tall celestial wolf phantom behind him slowly dissipating. Yet his aura did not wane with the end of the secret art. Instead, it sharpened like a newly honed divine weapon, its edge more fearsome than before. Half-step to the Sixth Order. This realm itself was a silent deterrent. The golden light dragon falcon, which had been circling high above, readying a second dive, abruptly halted its descent. Its dark golden wings carved a sharp arc through the air as it widened the distance from Qi Xiao. Below, the hell-black-scaled python coiled its massive serpentine body into a battle formation, its violet pupils fixed intently on Qi Xiao. As for the one-armed shadow fiend, it had long retreated into the shadows over a kilometer away, revealing only a pair of venomous eyes that dared not approach. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Only the sound of blood dripping from the black-gold longsword at Shen Tian's feet onto the earth broke the stillness. Drip. This faint sound seemed like a signal to shatter the deadlock. What? Not fighting anymore. Qi Xiao held his sword with one hand, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground, a smirk of scorn and arrogance curling at the corners of his mouth. Weren't you all so eager just now? Come on, keep going. He took a step forward. Boom. The air exploded with a thunderclap at that single stride. The three-peak Fifth Order beast kings collectively retreated half a step. This was momentum. Had he been merely at the peak of the Fifth Order, the three of them could have joined forces and, at the cost of severe injuries, left Qi Xiao forever in Jiangqing. But this half-step to the Sixth Order, that was a different matter. It was a leap in the hierarchy of life, the beginning of a qualitative transformation. To kill Qi Xiao in his current state, at least one of them would have to die, and the other two would be crippled. Moreover, dozens of kilometers away within the Jiangqing defense line, Qin Jinshan was watching like a hawk. Once they fought to a mutual ruin here, Qin Jinshan would undoubtedly charge out to strike while the iron was hot. This deal was a loss down to the core. Humph. The golden light dragon falcon uttered a harsh human tongue. Though its tone was strange, like nails scraping against glass, every word was crystal clear. Qi Xiao, there's no need for your provocations. It hovered in midair, looking down upon the ravaged battlefield with a hint of mockery in its eyes. We truly don't have to fight to the death with you now. Staking our lives for a mere second-tier city isn't worth it. Qi Xiao narrowed his eyes, his fingers tightening slightly around the sword's hilt. The beasts had awakened intelligence, not only learning tactics, but even weighing pros and cons. This made them far more terrifying than mere wild animals. Since you don't dare to fight, then get lost, Qi Xiao said coldly. Or do you need me to see you off? We will leave, of course. The golden light dragon falcon's massive beak opened and closed slightly, its voice carrying an unbearably smug superiority. But Qi Xiao, don't get too cocky. Do you really think that breaking through to half-step 6th order can hold this broken place? Chixio's brow furrowed slightly. He naturally understood what the creature meant. Look at the state of you humans now. The golden light dragon falcon let out a few grating, eerie laughs. Over in the east sea, the 7th defense line has been breached by the sea beasts. On the northern ice fields, your ice emperor is pinned down by 2 beast emperors, barely able to save himself. Even the capital circle is now engulfed in flames of war. Your dragon kingdom is like a leaky ship slowly sinking. Silence. Qi Xiao roared, his sword intent surging. Blasphemous lies. Whether it's lies you know in your heart. The golden light dragon falcon was not angered by the interruption. Instead, it grew even more smug. It glanced at Qi Xiao, then at the blood-soaked Shen Tian below, its eyes glinting with amusement. More importantly, Qi Xiao, you can't hide anymore. Half-step to the 6th order. What a rare combat power. In the current situation, do you think the higher-ups will let a top-tier fighter like you continue to play nanny in a small place like Jiangsheng? At those words, Chixio's gaze, once as steady as a rock, flickered almost imperceptibly. The golden light dragon falcon caught that momentary wavering and laughed even more wildly. The transfer order will come soon. Maybe 3 days, maybe a month. You'll be sent to more important battlefields to fill those bottomless pits. And then, the golden light dragon falcon's dark golden pupils turned toward Jiangxing, its tone icy. Only Qin Shan will remain here. Then well, come to take this city. The millions of blood and flesh in this city are merely snacks stored here. This was an open conspiracy. They were waiting for the tide to turn. Humanity, though still holding on, was stretched too thin with a severe shortage of high-level combat power. Once Qi Xiao was transferred, Jiangsheng would be a lamb for slaughter. On the ground, Shen Tian slowly raised his head. He listened. He heard every word clearly. Weakness was the original sin. In midair, Qi Xiao took a deep breath of the blood-tinged air, his silver-gray pupils returning to an unreadable calm. That's a matter for later. He slowly raised his heavy sword, its tip pointing straight at the golden light dragon falcon's brow. But before I leave, if any of you dares to cross the line by even a single step, I swear, even if it costs me this half-step to the 6th order, I'll chop off your heads and kick them around like soccer balls. Get lost. The final word exploded like a thunderclap. A terrifying wave of sound infused with tangible sword intent radiated outward through the air. A flicker of wariness passed through the golden light dragon falcon's eyes. It knew this madman meant what he said. Let's go. The golden light dragon falcon took one last deep look at Qi Xiao, then cast a meaningful glance at Shen Tian on the ground. I hope next time we meet, that little brat's meat has a bit more chew. With that, it flapped its wings, stirring up a gale, and flew off into the wilderness without looking back. The hell black-scaled python and the shadow fiend did not hesitate either. They came swiftly and departed just as fast as the signal for the Beast King's retreat was given. The endless tide of beasts in the distance, like receding seawater, frantically scattered into the depths of darkness. They didn't even bother to take their fallen comrades' bodies. All that was left was ruin and the pungent stench of blood. Only the post-rain wind blew through the debris, emitting a mournful wail. The crisis was over. Qi Xiao slowly descended from the sky. The domineering aura he had unleashed moments ago now receded like an ebbing tide. His face was pale, the aftermath of the secret arts backlash. It must be said the words of those 3 beast kings were indeed a form of killing the spirit. They spoke of the harsh reality Jiangxing now faced. That was precisely the brutal truth of the city's current predicament. The wind ceased, the rain subsided. Qi Xiao stood upon the desolate wasteland, scarred and ravaged, and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. His aura, hovering just shy of the 6th realm, gradually receded, and the spectral image of the celestial wolf dissolved into mist. He stretched his stiff, aching shoulders and curled a self-satisfied smile at the corner of his lips. This battle had been masterfully executed. Not only had he single-handedly forced 3 beast sovereigns into retreat, but he had also unveiled the terrifying deterrent power of a near 6th realm cultivator. Surely that young man named Shen Tian now regarded him with awe bordering on worship. After all, to a novice of merely the 2nd realm, what had just unfolded was nothing short of divine miracle. Qi Xiao adjusted his slightly rumpled collar and assumed the dignified bearing of an elder master before turning around. Young one, did I frighten you senseless? Just now. His voice cut off abruptly. His smile froze upon his face. He blinked once, then twice, gazing about in bewildered silence. An empty clearing. Only the frost-veiled corpses of aberrant beasts and shattered stones littered the ground. No trace remained of Shen Tian. Where had he gone? That youth who moments earlier had lain bleeding amid the rubble. How could he vanish without a whisper? Fled he? A faint furrow appeared between Qi Xiao's brows. No, that didn't fit. Such cowardice was utterly alien to the boy's nature. Could he have been stunned by the aftershocks of the battle and buried beneath some pile of rubble? A chill gripped Qi Zhao's heart. He instantly projected his perception outward. His near sixth realm spiritual sense surged forth like molten mercury blanketing a radius of 10 li in an instant. The next moment, his lips twitched violently. Even a cultivator of his composure could not suppress an uncharacteristic curse. Damn, he had sensed it, the familiar aura, 5 kilometers distant. And it was moving swiftly. Yet, was it not heading in precisely the wrong direction? That direction led straight into the beast's own retreat route. 5 kilometers away, the beast tide was enduring the darkest day of its existence. What had begun as a meticulously orchestrated siege had devolved into utter rout. Elders fled first. Even the beast sovereigns had lost their will to fight. Low-rank aberrant beasts stripped of all resolve now sought only escape. They longed only for home, for warm damp dens where they could tremble and lick their wounds in solitude. But behind them loomed a plague incarnate, who would not let them go. Shink! A ghastly blade light slashed through the air. 3 ironhide rhinos bringing up the rear were cleaved cleanly in two. No cry escaped their throats. Shen Tian stood drenched in blood, a blood-soaked Azura risen from the abyss. Yet his expression burned with a feverish, unsettling exhilaration. It was the look of a miser beholding a mountain of gold. Don't run. Let's talk some more. Beneath his feet bloomed the frost burial path. Wherever he stepped, rhymes spread like living frost. Those heavy-bodied beasts, already sluggish in motion, slowed further upon contact with the frost, reduced to helpless targets. Shen Tian did not even need to unleash Thunderscourge. With sheer physical might and blade mastery alone, he carved through them as effortlessly as slicing fruit. Ding! Defeated a third-realm aberrant beast. Gained 150 slaughter points. Ding! Defeated a second-realm aberrant beast. Gained 50 slaughter points. Ding! Defeated a third-realm aberrant beast. Listen, what a sweet resonant chime. These were no longer beasts. They were walking ATMs. Shen Tian's eyes burned crimson with slaughterlust. The pent-up humiliation of being suppressed by the beast sovereigns erupted now in full, unrestrained catharsis. A fifth-realm opponent, I cannot best. But you wretches, you're mine to command. Chase. He pursued them for kilometers, carving a crimson path through the very rear of the beast tide with his own hands. Corpses lay strewn across the land. The scene was surreal, tens of thousands of beasts stampeding forward in clouds of dust, while a lone diminutive human figure charged behind them, sword raised, roaring for blood. Those who knew understood this was a beast tide in full retreat. Those who did not might well believe this solitary man had encircled the entire horde himself. Just as Shen Tian prepared to press onward, to harvest the slow-moving bloodthirst boars ahead. VVVVRRR. An invisible barrier suddenly materialized before him. Shen Tian, unable to halt his momentum, slammed headlong into it. It felt like colliding with impossibly supple cotton. His body rebounded violently backward. Hua. His gaze turned ice gold. Instinctively, his black gold greatsword snapped up before his chest, murderous intent coalescing into palpable dread. Me. A shadow descended from above. Qi Zhao landed before Shen Tian, heavy sword slung across his back, face dark with displeasure. Gazing upon this blood-drenched, battle-mad youth, every inch of him stained and savage, Qi Zhao felt his temples throb uncontrollably. How much farther did you intend to chase? Qi Zhao gestured toward the distant fleeing beasts, his tone laced with profound resignation. 2 more kilometers, and you'll enter the deep mountains. That is the lair of those 3 ancient beasts. Do you crave death, or did you truly regret surviving just now and wish to deliver yourself as takeout? Shen Tian paused, startled. Only then did he notice the surroundings had grown unfamiliar. Not the barren Gobi wasteland, but dense primeval jungle closing in around him. Its oppressive, sinister aura weighed far heavier here than at the periphery. He blinked, then watched as the terrifying crimson haze in his eyes swiftly receded, leaving clarity in its wake. He glanced down at his blood-dripping blade, then up at Qi Zhao's thunderous, soot-darkened countenance. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head. Got carried away in the heat of battle. Didn't notice. Carried away. Qi Zhao inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to strike the boy senseless. He had watched the entire pursuit from behind. This youth wasn't fighting, he was stockpiling. That ravenous gaze, those greedy motions, so voracious even a near 6th realm cultivator felt his teeth ache. Enough is enough, Qi Zhao snapped, exasperated. Have you never heard the saying, do not pursue a routed enemy? If you truly provoke those 3 elders beyond endurance, they'll sacrifice their very foundations to turn and kill you, and even I won't be able to save you. Shen Tian clicked his tongue, watching the fading slaughter points vanish into the jungle's depths. Regret tinged his expression. A pity. That last group alone must have yielded several thousand points. Still, he knew Qi Xiao spoke truth. Knowing when to withdraw was wisdom. Today's haul had been nothing short of obscene wealth. Fine. Shen Tian sheathed his blade, his murderous aura vanishing as if snuffed out by a single breath. That uncanny speed of transformation left Qi Xiao speechless, once again. This youth was a natural-born actor and butcher. Let's go. Back to the city. Qi Xiao waved dismissively and turned to leave. Old Qin Jinshan is likely pacing impatiently waiting for you. You've made quite the spectacle today. Shen Tian followed silently behind Qi Xiao, nodding wordlessly. Yet his thoughts were not on fame or reputation. His focus had already sunk deep into the system interface glowing within his mind. This raid had indeed been immensely profitable. Those 4 rank leaders earlier, plus the frenzied sweeping slaughter just now. The numbers on his system panel now gleamed with irresistible charm. Cultivator Shen Tian. Spiritual Sense 1000 2nd rank Psionicist. Martial Dao Realm Peak 2nd Realm. Martial Art Solar Furnace Scripture Perfected 2000-2000. Martial Art Breath Cutting / Perfected 2000-2000. Slaughter Points 34070. Exhilarating. Shen Tian nearly whistled aloud. This was war's bounty. Without this beast tied, how long would he have wandered the wastelands like a lonely specter before amassing such fortune? Now both core cultivation arts stood perfected, and he held over 30,000 slaughter points in hand. This was true staggering affluence. What are you grinning about like an idiot? Qi Xiao suddenly turned, eyeing Shen Tian with suspicion. Shen Tian stood staring blankly at the ground, a faint, eerie smile still playing upon his lips. He looked distinctly unwise. Nothing. Shen Tian instantly smoothed his features, answering with solemn gravity. I'm reviewing the battle just now. Deeply aware of my many shortcomings. Before a 5th realm beast sovereign, I remained too weak. Qi Xiao's stride faltered. He turned, fully studying Shen Tian from head to toe with the gaze one reserves for anomalies. Peak 2nd realm. Capable of charging 7 times into and out of 10,000 enemies. Unfazed, even conversational, under the crushing pressure of 3 beast sovereigns. Yet lamenting he hadn't slain enough. And this he called weakness. Young one. His voice held quiet weight. Qi Xiao halted, turned fully, and his expression grew grave. Though you are monstrous, remember this one truth. Excessive rigidity invites fracture. His gaze drifted past Shen Tian, lifting toward the dim, overcast sky. Your brilliance, your sharpness, can no longer be concealed. You heard what the Golden Light Falcon Elder said just now. Those watching you are not beasts alone. Shen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He had heard every word, each phrase piercing his heart like a thorn. Yet no fear surfaced, instead a faint tranquil smile touched his lips. If it cannot be hidden, then let it shine. He lifted his gaze, meeting Qi Xiao's deep, fathomless eyes unflinchingly. So long as my blade is swift enough, I'll pluck out every eye that dares to watch me. Qi Xiao paused, then threw back his head and roared with laughter. Majestic, unbound, it scattered the gloom clinging to the land. Excellent. Spoken like a true master. I love that wild, untamable spirit of yours. He clapped Shen Tian hard on the shoulder, a blow so forceful it nearly shattered bones still knitting back together. Let's go, back to the city. Under the steel walls of the northern defense line. Although the beast tide has retreated, the entire northern area did not plunge into celebration. Countless soldiers, logistics personnel, and medical teams of the Broken Army Division were moving through the ravaged battlefield. Everyone was consciously lowering their voices, occasionally casting odd glances towards the end of the wilderness. That was the direction where the two had chased after. I wonder how it went. By an armored personnel carrier, a burly man with a heavy sword squatted on the ground, smoking, his hand trembling slightly. His name is Zhao Lei, a second-tier beginner martial artist who has mingled in the Broken Army Division for many years, a seasoned veteran. Earlier in the recruitment hall, he had been the first to mock Shen Tian as a newbie here for gilding. At this moment, Zhao Lei took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze somewhat vacant. I heard that kid single-handedly killed a 4th-tier lord. The teammate beside him, who was bandaging a wound, sighed with a bitter smile. Not just killed. Didn't you see the footage sent back by the drone? It was practically a slaughterhouse. Dozens of 4th-tier lords, and he took them down like pigs. Zhao Lei's cigarette but burned his fingers, but he was oblivious. He swallowed hard. I remember. I even said he was here to die, not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the monsters. His teammate glanced at him with pity. Don't take it too hard. That level of monster probably didn't even regard you as a threat. It's like you would remember a poodle barking at you by the roadside, right? Zhao Lei. This comfort was worse than no comfort at all. Just then a commotion suddenly arose in the crowd. They are back. They have returned. With a rush, the originally scattered crowd on the defense line surged toward the sides of the city gate like iron filings attracted to a magnet. No one organized it, but this unruly group of martial artists spontaneously cleared a wide path. At the end of the path, the setting sun was blood-red. Two figures, one in front of the other, stepped through the muddy ground mixed with shattered stones and beast blood, slowly walking toward them. The one in front was Qi Xiao. This guardian of Jiang City still bore that exaggerated heavy sword. Though his clothes were somewhat tattered, it did not diminish the overwhelming dominance he exuded. But he did not relish this glory alone. He deliberately slowed his pace. Beside him, slightly behind, was the young man with his hands in his pockets. The black gold long knife had been sheathed, but still emanated a chilling aura. He truly looked like an ordinary high school student, with a fair complexion and a tall stature. In fact, his eyes even appeared somewhat clear. Ignore Shen Tian's fierce performance on the battlefield before. Shen Tian. This name just an hour ago was still unfamiliar to 99 of those present. But now, everyone in Jiang City knew. As the two approached, the previously noisy crowd fell into an instant silence. Only the sound of military boots crunching on the ground could be heard. Zhao Lei shrank at the back of the crowd, keeping his head down, wishing he could bury his head in his pants. Yet he could sense a faint oppressive aura sweeping past him. This oppressive aura was not directed at him. Rather, it was involuntarily aimed at everyone present. It was a pure murderous aura that rolled out from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Only by killing enough beings can one carry such a presence. Old Qin. Qi Xiao's loud voice shattered the silence. The door to the command post of the defense line swung open. Qin Jinshan stepped out with a group of high-ranking officers. This commander, known for his strictness, now had a face full of wrinkles from smiling. But his first glance was not at Qi Xiao. It was at Shen Tian. That look was like a single man for 30 years suddenly seeing a stunning beauty. Eager, greedy, even tinged with a hint of flattery. It's good to have you back, it's good to have you back. Qin Jinshan stepped forward, directly bypassing Qi Xiao, and grabbed Shen Tian's hand, shaking it fiercely. You must be Shen Tian. I am Qin Jinshan, the commander of the Jiang City Defense Forces. This battle you fought has showcased the might of our human race. The eyes of those around nearly popped out. Who is Qin Jinshan? He is a big shot who even the mayor treats with courtesy, a peak fifth-tier powerhouse. He is notoriously a cold-faced king of hell to those beneath him. Now he is acting so humble towards a newcomer. Shen Tian calmly withdrew his hand, nodding with composure. You're overpraising me, Commander Qin. It was just good luck. Qin Zinshan's mouth twitched. Luck? Do you call chasing and slaying over 24th-tier lords for 5 kilometers luck? Enough of that, old Qin, stop with the fluff. Qi Xiao walked over and patted Shen Tian on the shoulder in a carefree manner. This kid is the real hero this time. Qin Jinshan nodded repeatedly. Of course, this battle, Shen Tian, is indispensable. Saying this, Qin Jinshan turned to face all the members of the Broken Army Division present. When we return to the Tianshu Bureau, Shen Tian will receive every bit of credit he deserves. No one rebutted. No one questioned. Not even anyone felt there was anything inappropriate about it. Everyone's gaze turned to the young man standing between the two big shots, their eyes filled only with fervor. In the martial arts world, strength is revered. When your achievements are so extraordinary that no one can comprehend them, all qualifications, age, and backgrounds are meaningless. Shen Tian single-handedly fought off the beast tide. Then he is the boss. In the crowd, Lin Qingyi leaned against the armored vehicle watching Shen Tian, who was being revered like a star. A complex smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, this is good. Lei Gui scratched his head beside him, his voice somewhat buzzing. Captain, our little temple might not be able to accommodate this big Buddha. What are you afraid of? That's our guy. A Fei's eyes sparkled, wearing a look of pride. In the future, when I brag, I'll say Shen Tian came from our squad. Lin Qingyi rolled his eyes at him, but his tense body relaxed a bit. Though somewhat disappointed, there was more relief. Relieved that he had brought this young man into the team. He had resolved the crisis of the beast tide in Jiang City. The wilderness was left behind. The black armored vehicle sped down the highway, its wheels crushing the gravel. Inside the vehicle, Qin Jinshan and Qi Xiao sat in the front row, seemingly low-key, conversing, occasionally glancing at the back seat through the rearview mirror. In the back row, Shen Tian leaned against his seat, eyes closed, breathing steadily. Opposite him, Lin Qingyi, A Fei, and Lei Gui were huddled together, sitting upright. No longer was there that relaxed feeling they had when facing Shen Tian. Everyone knew. After this battle, Shen Tian would surely soar to great heights. He would become a hotshot in Jiang City, probably the third most important figure after Qin Jinshan and Qi Xiao. In front of such characters, they naturally couldn't help but feel constrained. A Fei swallowed hard, feeling as if there were nails under his bottom. No matter how he sat, it felt uncomfortable. He sneaked a glance at Shen Tian. Although the bloody aura on this guy had dissipated somewhat, the image of him slaughtering the beast horde like a demon was still playing in a Fei's mind. So brutal. Especially with Shen Tian's current quiet and harmless appearance, the contrast was even stronger, making one feel a chill down their spine. Captain. A Fei gently nudged Lin Qingyi with his elbow, his voice lower than a mosquito's. Can we still call him by name in the future? Shouldn't we call him Master Shen? Lin Qingyi shot him an annoyed glance. He naturally knew a Fei was joking. However, it expressed the awkwardness they felt at the moment. Lin Qingyi sat across from Shen Tian, her gaze somewhat vacant. Her eyes fell on his side profile, which still bore a hint of youthful immaturity. A wry smile on her face. One man, one blade, carving through the beast tide. Chasing fourth-tier lords across the mountains, slaughtering those tyrannical lower-tier, mutated beasts like pigs and dogs. Lin Qingyi glanced at Ah Fei and Lei Gui, who had shrunk into quails beside her. Those two, usually defiant of anyone, were now as docile as elementary school freshmen, not daring to breathe loudly. Captain. Lin Qingyi sighed silently in her heart. This title from now on might truly be just a title. This small temple indeed could not house this true deity. Fortunately, she had been sharpied back then and pulled him into the team. Fortunately, this deity was on humanity's side. If he were an enemy. Lin Qingyi shuddered, not daring to think further. That kind of despair would likely be 10 times more terrifying than facing a beast tide. Shen Tian was unaware of the thoughts swirling in everyone's minds. All his attention was immersed in the system panel. Host Shen Tian, spiritual power 1000, second rank spiritual, mind master martial realm, second rank, peak martial art, great sun furnace, scripture perfected 2000, martial art life severing strike perfected 2000, kill value 34070, over 30,000 kill points. Staring at this string of numbers, a wave of reassurance washed over Shen Tian's heart. This was more than just numbers. It was his foundation for survival in this chaotic world. Earlier, when he pursued the fleeing low-tier mutated beasts, each one yielded little, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. That frenzied harvest had propelled his kill value to a new height. Shen Tian's gaze continued downward. There lay the greatest spoils of this battle, the talent column. The once empty column was now resplendent, even opulent to the extreme. 7 orifice blade, heart blue, undying body blue, bloodthirsty, frenzy blue, thunderous strike, blue, primordial strength, blue spider, sense blue, phantom thorn strike, blue, frost burial path, blue, ethereal body green, a full 8 blue talents. Each one, if taken alone, could forge a top-tier prodigy martial artist. And now they were all concentrated in Shen Tian alone. This was a cheat. A 6-sided warrior with no weaknesses. Able to endure, to strike, to flee, to control, to burst, to sustain, and even to ambush stealthily. Tisk. Shen Tian clicked his tongue, inwardly a hint of regret. What a pity. What a pity those 3 fifth-tier beast kings fled too fast. If he could slay a beast king, that would be a purple talent. Like the golden light falcons soaring myriad miles, or the shadow fiend's eternal night domain. Just thinking about it made Shen Tian's heart itch with longing. Of course, these were merely his fantasies. For now, his strength was still insufficient. Still too weak. Shen Tian silently reflected. If Qi Shao heard this, he would probably draw his sword and attack on the spot. But Shen Tian was serious. The helplessness he felt facing a 5th-tier beast king was real. Without Qi Shao holding the front, he could at most ensure his own survival. Killing a beast king was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Realm. It was still a matter of realm. No matter how formidable the talents, they needed foundational attributes to support them. A second-rank peak physique could barely sustain these blue talents. To bear purple talents, to truly possess the power to slay kings, he must break through to the 3rd rank. Shen Tian's gaze fell on the martial arts column. Martial art, great sun furnace, scripture perfected, martial art life, severing strike, perfected. These 2 techniques had reached their limits. After I return, I need to plan carefully. Shen Tian calculated in his mind. First, spend some military merits at the Heavenly Works Bureau to exchange for a suitable weapon. The dark gold long blade is decent, but it can no longer keep up with my bursts. I also need to replace the throwing knives. The Nightshade series, though stealthy, is too brittle. It couldn't even pierce the hide of a 4th-tier tyrant dragon. With that thought, Shen Tian opened his tactical watch again. Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes, ignoring the slightly tense atmosphere in the carriage. He raised his wrist, his fingertip lightly tapping the pitch-black screen of the tactical watch. This newly issued dog tag was indeed handy. No need to laboriously cut ears or dig out crystals. Even amidst a chaotic melee, as long as you dealt the fatal blow, the system would automatically judge. And its precision was terrifyingly high. The screen lit up. A line of pale blue numbers danced before Shen Tian's eyes like the most beautiful melody in the world. Current military merit balance 20350 points. Shen Tian's pupils contracted slightly, then the corner of his mouth curled into an irrepressible smile. 200,000. a full 200,000 military merit points. According to the exchange rate of the Tianshu Bureau's shady internal shop, 1 merit point equaled 10,000 dragon coins. That was equivalent to 20 billion. Even for Shen Tian, a seasoned veteran who had lived 2 lives with a heart as calm as an ancient well, his heart skipped a beat. What did this mean? Even the richest man in River City would have to sell properties and land to scrape together 20 billion in liquid assets. And this was merely the fruit of a few hours of frenzied restocking. Indeed, those who kill and burn gain riches, while those who mend bridges and pave roads die nameless. In any world war, profiteering was the most lucrative trade. Suddenly a sharp intake of breath came from beside him. Though the sound was low, it was piercingly loud in the quiet carriage. Shen Tian turned his head. There was Ah Fei shrinking his neck, his shifty eyes fixed on Shen Tian's watch screen. His eyes were wide as bells, gleaming with a greenish light, and a strand of crystalline drool unworthily trickled from the corner of his mouth. That was the drool of envy to the point of cellular collapse. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Ah Fei counted on his fingers, trembling all over. He abruptly looked up at Shen Tian, his gaze no longer that of a teammate or even a pillar of support. It was the look at a god of wealth. In his 3 years at the Pajuan Division, through life and death struggles and near-death experiences, he had barely scraped together a little over 10,000 merit points. He had thought himself in a comfortable middle class. But now looking at this, it was nothing. Gulp. Ah Fei swallowed hard, tremblingly reaching out a hand to touch Shen Tian's watch, then pulling it back. Shen Gu, can you take your little brother along in the future? I don't ask for meat, oh, just let me lick the bowl after you finish the soup. Watching Ah Fei's boot-licking demeanor, Lei Gui, beside him, twitched his mouth and turned his face away, sporting an "I don't know this guy" expression. But his heart was also in turmoil. 200,000 military merits. Was this the world of the strong? In Jiangxing, at the headquarters of the Tianshu Bureau, the massive alloy gate slowly rose, and the black troop carrier drove into the underground parking garage. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, the logistics personnel who had been waiting for a long time immediately swarmed around. Some were tasked with inspecting the vehicles, while others were responsible for moving the equipment. The entire branch was still brightly lit, but the tense, murderous atmosphere in the air had noticeably faded compared to before. News of the Beast Tide's retreat had evidently already arrived. Qin Jinshan walked at the forefront, his steps brisk and purposeful. He halted, turned around to face Shen Tian, and the kindly old father smile on his face had not yet faded. Little Shen. That little Shen was uttered with such familiarity and warmth. One had to know that just a few hours ago this very commander had been raging furiously over the collapsing defense line. You've worked hard on this journey. Qin Jinshan didn't put on airs. Instead, he reached out to help Shen Tian straighten his slightly crooked combat uniform collar. This gesture left several passing senior officers utterly dumbfounded. Go back tonight and get a good night's sleep. Shen Tian nodded, his expression calm. Understood, Commander Qin. Qin Jinshan looked at the unassuming and unflappable youth before him with satisfaction. The more he looked, the more pleasing he found him. A combatant of this caliber, if he were some other young man, would probably have his head swollen with arrogance by now, likely already making demands for resources and lavish mansions. But look at Shen Tian. Composed and unruffled. This was the bearing of a true powerhouse. By the way, Qin Jinshan, as if recalling something, deliberately raised his voice, which echoed through the vast empty parking lot. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning in Conference Hall 1, I will hold a commendation assembly for you. This is the glory you deserve. After saying this, Qin Jinshan heavily patted Shen Tian's shoulder twice before leaving in a grand procession with Qi Shao and the other high-ranking officials. Watching the departing figures of those big shots, Lei Gui let out a long sigh of relief, his spine, which had been ramrod straight, relaxing slightly. In the presence of 2 peak fifth-order powerhouses, the invisible pressure was immense. Phew. Ah Fei collapsed ungracefully against the car door, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That scared me to death. I didn't even dare breathe loudly, just now afraid that King Yanqin would glare at us. Lei Gui said in his deep, rumbling voice. That's Commander Qin valuing Shen Tian. What does that have to do with us? As he spoke, Lei Gui instinctively took a step to the side, deliberately putting some distance between himself and Shen Tian. Ah Fei did the same. Though still grumbling, his body was honest. He stood there at a loss, his gaze shifting, not daring to look Shen Tian in the eye. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Earlier on the battlefield, they had shared life and death, their eyes red from killing, with no time to think about much else. Now back in this base filled with a sense of order, the immense gap in their status instantly rose like a wall between the three of them. Who was Shen Tian? He was the monstrous prodigy who could chat and laugh with Qi Shao and was cherished by Qin Jinshan. A ruthless man who single-handedly hunted down 24th Order lords. And what were they? Ordinary soldiers of the Pajuan division still struggling to survive on the fringes of the beast tide. This was class. In this world where martial arts reigned supreme, strength was the ultimate class. Lin Qingyi watched this scene, her expression complex. She opened her mouth wanting to say something to ease the tension, but found herself unsure of what to say. Just then, Shen Tian turned around and looked at the two lively fellows who looked like they wanted to bury their heads in the ground, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Weren't you two quite talkative in the car? Keck out your tongue now. Shen Tian walked up to Lei Gui and raised his hand. Lei Gui tensed up instinctively. Slap. Shen Tian's hand lightly patted Lei Gui's thick arm, even giving it a squeeze. Hey, isn't the battle over? Doesn't our squad have a tradition of having a celebration feast? Lei Gui was stunned. A look of bewilderment appeared on his rock-hard face. Huh, what are you hawing about? Shen Tian then looked at Afei, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Afei blinked his mouth slightly. Agape. Brother Shun. You. Shen Tian put his hands in his pockets, his tone returning to its usual casualness. Alright, stop looking like you've seen a ghost. Am I not still the same Shen Tian? Did I grow an extra head just because I went out and killed some? Come on, I'll treat. I'm starving. With that, Shen Tian ignored the two who were still in a daze and strode directly toward the elevator. His silhouette was still lean, like an ordinary high school student just coming home from school. Back where they stood, Afei and Lei Gui exchanged a glance. Both saw the relief and faint excitement in each other's eyes. Damn. Afei slapped his thigh hard, and the previous restraint instantly vanished. I knew it. Would Brother Shen ever be that kind of person? I told you Brother Shen values loyalty and friendship. Lei Gui's dark face broke into a simple, honest smile as he scratched his head. Hee. Indeed, he hasn't changed. Shen Tian is still Shen Tian. In that moment just now, they were truly afraid that Shen Tian had changed. Changed to become aloof, arrogant, and disdainful of their former comrades like those prodigies from the great families. But Shen Tian hadn't. That casual tone, that playful teasing. There wasn't a trace of pretense. He truly still considered them friends and teammates. This feeling warmed the hearts of these two men who had weathered countless hardships in the wilderness. What are you standing around for? Go after him. Lin Qingyi, looking at these two grinning fools, kicked Afei in annoyance. Didn't you hear Shen Tian say he's hungry? Hurry to the canteen and see if there are any braised pork knuckles left. Get him a couple. Got it. Afei let out a strange yell and scurried after him. Brother Shun, wait for me. Tonight's late-night snack is on me. I know the head chef at the canteen. I'll get him to make you something special. In the corridor leading to the residential area, the lighting was somewhat dim. It was already late at night, but because the beast tide had just receded, there were still many members of the Pajuan division hurrying through the corridor. When Shen Tian and his group passed by, the previously noisy corridor seemed to have a mute button pressed. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks, pressed their bodies against the wall, and watched with a gaze almost like a pilgrimage. That's Shen Tian. Is that him? The ruthless one who single-handedly sliced through the beast tide. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Don't you see the two behind him? Those are from the third squad. So envious. To be in a team with a big shot like him. I heard he even one-shotted a fourth-order lord outside. Terrifying. Whispers reached their ears. Before, such gazes were reserved for Qixiao or for renowned experts like Lin Qingyi. But today, all these looks of awe, worship, and fervor converged solely on Shen Tian. Shen Tian's expression remained unchanged, his eyes fixed straight ahead. But Afei, following behind him, had his chest puffed out straighter than at any other time in his life. His head held high as if he were the one who had carved through the beast tide. This was prestige. This was when one man attains the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Afei had never felt so glorious in his life. Before, who would have known who he was when he walked down the street? And now, even the captain of that elite squad next door, who usually looked down on everyone, had just nodded at him. Awesome. Freaking awesome. Old Lei, look over there, isn't that sissy from the 5th squad? Usually so arrogant, but he actually lowered his head when he saw us just now. Afei leaned in close to Shen Tian's ear, excited as a magpie bringing good news. Shen Tian glanced at the long-haired man in the corner, who didn't dare look over, and gave a faint smile. This is the added value that strength brings, Lei Gui said in his deep voice. He remembered yesterday morning when this youth had just reported in and how the people in the hall had mocked him. Mortal realm. Pulled strings. A rookie here to gild his resume. How long had it been? Less than 24 hours. The very heavens of the Jiangxing Tianshu Bureau had changed. Those who had once mocked Shen Tian probably didn't even have the courage to speak loudly in his presence now. This is what a true powerhouse is. Lei Gui muttered silently to himself. Not only was his strength formidable enough to suppress an entire generation, what was even rarer was this temperament. Returning home in splendor is like walking in brocade at night, but maintaining one's original heart while in a high position was truly commendable. Captain, Lei Gui suddenly said in a low voice to Lin Qingyi beside him. We really struck gold this time. Not because he's strong. It's because he's truly a good person. Lin Qingyi watched the figure walking ahead, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. A good person, perhaps, but in her eyes Shen Tian was more like a peerless famous blade, not yet fully unsheathed. Its edge was sharp and fully revealed, yet it knew how to hide its sharpness within the scabbard. Towards enemies, he was a bloodthirsty Azura. Towards friends, he was a gentle youth. This extreme contrast was his most captivating quality. Lin Qingyi brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and quickened her pace. In the stillness of the night under the sparse starlight, the midnight snack mentioned by a fae indeed did not disappoint him. The head chef in the canteen clearly heard the news. Upon seeing Shen Tian arrive, he was so excited that his hands trembled, eager to bring out the finest exotic beast meat. The meal was a joyous occasion for both hosts and guests. After sending off the slightly tipsy A Fei and Lei Gui, Shen Tian returned alone to room 1606 in Building B. He swiped his card and entered. The smart sensing lights softly illuminated the neatly made bed, making it particularly inviting. Without any hesitation, Shen Tian headed straight for the bathroom. Even with the abnormal recovery talent of the immortal body, the mental fatigue was very real. The steam began to rise. In the enormous whirlpool bathtub, the water flowed against his tense back muscles. Shen Tian closed his eyes, submerging himself in the water, leaving only his mouth and nose above the surface. The tight string in his mind finally relaxed. This day had been too long. Half an hour later, Shen Tian emerged wrapped in a large white bathrobe, droplets still hanging from his hair. He took a can of chilled soda from the fridge. With a hiss, the pull tab popped open and bubbles surged. Shen Tian tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, sending a shiver through his body. Refreshing. He plopped down onto the expensive bed, the mattress perfectly contoured to his body. Is this the life of the wealthy? Simple and unadorned, yet monotonous. However, Shen Tian did not dwell on it for too long. Enjoyment was meant to facilitate growth, not to lead to decadence. He raised his left hand and activated his tactical watch. A light screen popped up. In the account balance section, the number 203500 still gleamed captivatingly. In the past, I didn't even have methods to break through to the first level. Now, Shen Tian's lips curled slightly upward as his fingers swiftly glided across the light screen, directly entering the martial arts manual section. The light screen flickered instantly, listing hundreds of pieces of information. In this world, martial arts training was intricately linked. First level, body tempering, refining muscles, bones, and skin. Second level, chi nurturing, transporting blood, and chi forging a furnace within the body, ensuring the continuous flow of vitality. The third level is the first major watershed on the path of martial arts, the Ganqi realm. Once the blood and chi are refined to the extreme, they can burst forth, transforming into tangible Ganqi. With it, one can strike from hundreds of steps away, unbreakable. In defense, Ganqi protects the body, impervious to blades and fire. If one does not reach the third level, encountering a sturdy exotic beast would mean relying solely on weapons. Once one enters the third level, a casual punch can unleash a wave of energy, striking from afar. Shen Tian's gaze quickly swept across the list. Rui Tianchan technique, third grade, upper tier, focused on movement and defense. Once mastered, one moves as lightly as a swallow, and Ganqi becomes as fine as silk, priced at 1500 military merits. Raging Fire Blaze technique, third grade, upper tier, fire attribute, explosive technique, with Ganqi carrying burning effects, priced at 1800 military merits. Xianming Water Fiend formula, third grade, supreme. If it were before, Shen Tian might have sighed at these prices. But now, he directly scrolled to the top of the list. Since he had the money, he would buy the best. This is the confidence of a nouveau riche. Suna technique with an extremely domineering name caught his eye. Tiangang dominant body technique, grade 3rd, description, a supreme skill from an ancient martial sect. It primarily cultivates the mixed primordial domineering energy, being extremely firm and yang, unparalleled in its dominance. Characteristic 1, the absolute defense. The refining degree of Ganqi is 3 times that of other techniques of the same grade, and when activated, it can withstand large caliber weapon attacks. Characteristic 2, Ganqi transformation. Ganqi can be concentrated on weapons, increasing attack distance and damage up to 50 meters. Price, 3000 military merits. 30,000. This price is enough to keep the vast majority of members of the Broken Army Division struggling for 10 years. Even for someone of Lin Qingyi's captain level, seeing this technique would make them gnash their teeth and hesitate for several months. But Shen Tian merely raised an eyebrow. This is it. Dominant body. Just the name sounds tough. Coupled with his immortal body and savage power, it was practically designed to create a human tank. If he encountered that King Kong demon ape again, Shen Tian was confident he could stand still and let it hit him even if his hands shook from the impact. Without any hesitation, he gently tapped his finger. Payment successful. You have purchased the complete Tiangang dominant body technique. Would you like to transmit it immediately? Transmit. Shen Tian murmured. Buzz. The tactical watch instantly emitted a blue light, weaving a holographic projection of a small figure in the air before Shen Tian. The small figure sat cross-legged, red light illuminating the meridians within, demonstrating the flow of blood and qi. This was the highest level method of imparting skills. Meanwhile, the watch began to play a deep narration. Tiangang practitioners possessed the utmost yang energy. Shen Tian slightly closed his eyes, focusing his mental power. Approximately 10 minutes later, the holographic projection dissipated. Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes, a vast and complex stream of memory already flowing in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is learning the Tiangang dominant body technique. The system has recorded it. Shen Tian willed it, summoning the system panel. Indeed, at the very bottom of the martial arts section, a new line of small text appeared. Martial arts Tiangang dominant body technique 0100 not yet initiated, 10,000 points. Shen Tian clicked his tongue. The second level Great Sun Furnace Sutra only required 200 points to perfect. This third grade supreme technique started at 10,000. It seems that as one's realm increases, the system's appetite as a gold-swallowing beast also grows larger. However, looking at the dazzling balance of 34,070, Shen Tian felt no pressure at all. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. System add points. Shen Tian took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged, his gaze sharpening. Max out the Tiangang dominant body technique directly. Ding. Consumed 1000 points of kill value. Tiangang dominant body technique upgraded to perfection. Boom. It felt as though a high explosive grenade had detonated within him. Shen Tian's previously calm blood and qi erupted in an instant. Yet he did not feel the slightest pain. The raging blood and qi did not run amok. Instead, they were forcefully tamed by an even more domineering power, spiraling along a certain mysterious trajectory. Crackling sounds echoed within Shen Tian's body like exploding beans. The torrent of blood and qi that had been surging within underwent a qualitative change at that moment. The liquid began to compress and condense. Ultimately, it transformed into a faint stream of golden qi. Gangqi. This golden gangqi flowed through his limbs and bones like mercury, expanding the meridians it passed through, making his bones more translucent. Even his organs were coated with a layer of faint golden sheen. Shen Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Two beams of tangible golden light shot from his pupils, illuminating two paths in the dim room. Is this the third level? Shen Tian raised his hand. A thought crossed his mind. Buzz. A layer of visibly faint golden shield instantly appeared on the surface of his skin, about half an inch thick. Though it looked thin, Shen Tian could distinctly sense the terrifying explosive power contained within this layer of gangqi. He casually picked up an empty soda can from the table. His fingers did not touch it. Just that layer of protective gangqi trembled lightly. Bang! The aluminum soda can was instantly shattered into powder, leaving not even a trace. Shen Tian's movements abruptly froze. His pupils contracted into pinpricks. Purple talent. For one must understand, blue talent was already a genius found once in 10,000. And purple. That was an ability possessed only by 5th-rank beast kings, such as the soaring 10,000 miles and eternal night forbidden zone that even Qi Shao found troublesome. Shen Tian's breathing grew rapid. Gazing at his lengthy list of blue talents, his eyes gradually blazed with fervor. This was the real cheat. System. Shen Tian swallowed hard, his voice somewhat hoarse. How many slaughter points does it take to upgrade a talent? Ding. Upgrading a single talent from blue to purple requires 1000 slaughter points. 10,000 points. For one purple talent. So this was the feeling of having power. Truly satisfying. Since I have the capital, there's no need to hoard it like a breeding sow. Shen Tian took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. In this perilous world, hoarding wealth was the height of folly. Only by converting it into tangible combat power could one tread the righteous path. The first to upgrade without a doubt had to be it. Shen Tian's gaze locked onto the first line of his talent list, 7 Orifice Blade Heart Blue. This was the foundation of his rise. From the initially unremarkable white talent blade proficiency, it had evolved step by step to this point. It was the cornerstone that allowed Shen Tian, a mere mortal, to rival the gods. In this world, no matter how many flashy abilities one possessed, none were as practical as cleaving a path through life and death with a single stroke. System. Invest points. Upgrade 7 Orifice Blade Heart. Ding. 1000 slaughter points consumed. Upgrading. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, as one might imagine. Shen Tian merely felt his heart clench sharply. Then an indescribable aura of keenness surged from his heart, instantly flowing through his veins to every part of his body. If before his understanding of the blade was like wielding his own arm, then now he felt as though he himself was a blade. Even without a blade in hand, the light in his eyes, the breath he exhaled, even the angle of his raised hairs, all carried a chilling sense of severance. The very air in the room seemed to be sliced by this intangible sharpness, emitting faint hissing sounds. A glass of water on the table split open with a clean, straight crack, without warning. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful talent advancement. Obtained purple talent, innate blade body. Shen Tian immediately opened the description. Talent, innate blade body, grade purple. Description: you stand in the rain. Raindrops automatically split in two as they fall within 3 feet of you. Every strand of your hair is as sharp as a steel needle. Your breath can sever falling leaves. Mortal iron weapons in your hand will shatter inch by inch, unable to withstand your keen aura. One of the supreme physiques of the blade path. Born for the blade, among all weapons the blade reigns supreme. Unity of man and blade. Blade affinity and comprehension of blade techniques increased by 1,000. Sever all things. Attack carries the severance trait. Hiss 1,000. So this was the aesthetic of a numerical monster. So this was the true worth of a purple talent. Absolutely adored. Shen Tian calmed his excitement and turned his gaze back to the system panel. 14070 points remaining. Enough for one more upgrade. Now choice paralysis set in. Chin resting on his hand, Shen Tian looked like a nouveau riche who had just won the lottery, browsing a luxury store, eyeing the remaining blue talents with blissful indecision. Upgrade Thunderous Strike. A vision flashed through Shen Tian's mind. Himself as the thunder god summoning a sky full of lightning with a gesture, zapping those beast kings to a crisp. Cool. And that feeling of wielding divine punishment was indeed intoxicating. Or primeval strength. If he upgraded this to purple, he estimated a single punch could truly shatter a mountain. From then on, no need to carry a blade. Just a single punch on sight. This simple, brutal aesthetic was thrilling. And Phantom Assassin. If it could evolve into permanent invisibility or the ability to phase through walls and burrow through the earth. Straight up pull off an assassin's creed. Too underhanded. But he liked it. Shen Tian smacked his lips, his eyes darting greedily between several talents. So his choice was Undying Body. One must be audacious yet cautious. Shen Tian was well aware that grasping too much led to indigestion. The key now was to shore up weaknesses. With innate blade body and the maxed out absolute severance strike, his offensive power was already overflowing. What was the weakness now? It was the margin for error. It was life itself. No matter how high one's attack, if they were swatted dead with a single blow, it was all for naught. Just like facing those 3 beast kings during the day. Qi Xiao could withstand that concentrated assault, relying on the terrifying foundation of a half-step 6th rank. And what about himself? Though he had Undying Body, it only provided faster healing. Regrowing a severed limb depended on luck and energy consumption. If he were truly blasted to pieces, he'd probably be done for. Only the living deal damage. Only an immortal who takes risks is truly reckless. System upgrade Undying Body. Ding. 1000 slaughter points consumed. Upgrading. Boom. This time the commotion was considerable. Shen Tian felt every cell in his body burning, then being reborn through destruction. The sensation was not painful, but rather a tingling, numbing itch. Like countless tiny ants crawling through his veins. Moments later, the strange sensation faded. Shen Tian did not feel a significant increase in strength or defense, but he could clearly sense his vitality had become extraordinarily tenacious. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful talent advancement. Obtained purple talent rebirth from a single drop of blood. Shen Tian eagerly opened the details. One glance was enough, and the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. Talent rebirth from a single drop of blood, grade purple. Description: you are a mass of flesh and blood with self-awareness. Even if blasted to pieces by a high explosive missile, as long as your core consciousness remains, every drop of blood and every piece of flesh scattered across the battlefield will automatically converge and reassemble as if alive. To your enemies, you are an inescapable nightmare. Killing you once is not difficult. The challenge is how to completely eradicate every single one of your cells. Indestructible cell: as long as a single drop of your vital essence blood remains, or residual flesh tissue exceeds one of total mass, you can reshape your body at the cost of a large amount of energy. Cellular evolution: extremely high resistance to all negative states, poison, curse, bleeding, etc. Solid. Shen Tian collapsed spread eagle onto the soft bed, staring at the ceiling, laughing like a 300-pound child. In his left hand, innate blade body. In his right, rebirth from a single drop of blood. What need was there for reasoning? Shen Tian was the ultimate reason. Next, Shen Tian glanced at the deep night outside the window. Though his body was exhilarated, his mind had reached its limit. Tomorrow he had to attend the so-called commendation ceremony. Since Qin Jinshan was making such a grand affair, it would be somewhat disrespectful for the main character to show up with dark circles under his eyes. Sleep. Shen Tian dismissed the system panel and pulled the covers over himself. This time in this dangerous world, he finally slept a truly peaceful sleep. The morning sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows into apartment 1606 of Building B. Shen Tian opened his eyes and sprang up from the large bed. There was no trace of drowsiness. With the physique of a third-tier martial artist amplified by last night's extravagant enhancement session, his spirit was exceptionally sharp. He washed up briefly and changed into his spotless Paijun Division uniform. Standing before the mirror, Shen Tian adjusted his collar. The youth in the reflection had delicate features, yet his eyes held a chilling depth. Time to head out and claim the reward. Shen Tian was in high spirits. After all, who would turn down money and military merits? On the main corridor leading to Conference Hall 1 at the Tianshu Bureau headquarters. The corridor buzzed with activity. Everyone wore the relaxed joy of a hard-won victory. But when Shen Tian appeared at the end of the hallway, the once chattering crowd fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. Everyone instinctively stopped, pressed against the walls, their gazes filled with reverence. Shen Tian walked steadily, his eyes fixed ahead. He had grown accustomed to this kind of attention since last night. Just as he was about to turn a corner, a flustered clatter of footsteps echoed from ahead. Moments later, a burly figure as massive as a black bear halted abruptly in the middle of the corridor. Their eyes met. The air grew awkwardly still. It was Wang Ming, the infamous demon instructor of the Paijun Division, the very man who had pinned Shen Tian against the wall yesterday and nearly come to blows over his insistence on fighting. Now this instructor, whose voice usually boomed louder than thunder, stood frozen, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. His charcoal-like face twitched uncontrollably. Wang Ming's heart was bitter. He had deliberately arrived early today, hoping to lurk in a corner and stay unnoticed. Who knew fate would be so cruel? Now he was trapped. What was Shen Tian now? He was the precious treasure that even Qin Jinshan cherished. And yesterday he had scolded him like a disobedient grandson, even called him reckless and brainless. If Shen Tian decided to make things difficult for him now, or humiliate him publicly, Wang Ming swallowed hard, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just then the youth across from him smiled. A clean, pure smile. Shen Tian stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Good morning, Instructor Wang." Wang Ming shuddered, instinctively straightening his back. "Good morning." His voice cracked. Shen Tian found the man's nervousness amusing yet moving. He knew exactly what Wang Ming feared. But Shen Tian wasn't that petty. "Yesterday I was impulsive," he said. Shen Tian's tone turned sincere. "The situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to explain properly. I know you stopped me for my own good, afraid I'd get myself killed out there. I won't forget this kindness." With that, Shen Tian extended his hand. Wang Ming was stunned. He looked at the hand before him, then at Shen Tian's earnest eyes. The taut string in his mind snapped. This was true magnanimity. This was the bearing of a prodigy. Not only did Shen Tian refrain from arrogance after gaining power, but he also understood the gruff man's good intentions. Wang Ming felt his eyes sting. He thrust out his only calloused hand and gripped Shen Tian's firmly. "Shen Tian." He opened his mouth, 1,000 words condensed into one. "Well done. Old Wang has never respected many in his life, but you're one of them." Shen Tian felt the strength in the handshake and smiled faintly. "You flatter me, Instructor. I should head off now, or it'll be late." Right. Go." Wang Ming quickly stepped aside, even instinctively blocking the crowd behind him. Watching Shen Tian's retreating figure, Wang Ming let out a long breath. It felt like finishing a 100-kilometer weighted march, exhausting yet exhilarating. That kid. Wang Ming rubbed his hands together, grinning from ear to ear. "From now on, anyone who badmouths Shen Tian will have me to answer to. If a man like him couldn't achieve greatness, who could?" Conference Hall 1. This was arguably the most prestigious venue in the entire Jiangxing Tianshu Bureau. Now the tiered hall capable of seating 3,000 was packed to capacity. Apart from field agents on perimeter duty and the severely wounded still in medical pods, almost the entire Paijun Division was present. Even representatives from the Shinong, Tianchuan, and Tiangong divisions had come. The scale was a blatant declaration of importance etched into the very ceiling. A low hum filled the hall as everyone excitedly discussed yesterday's great battle and the legendary youth. Just then the doors swung open. A beam of light streamed in from outside. The clamorous hall fell silent for a single second. Then whispers erupted like boiling water. "He's here. Is that Shen Tian?" He looks so young, just graduated high school. No kidding. The records are clear. At 18, he tore through a beast tide while you were still hogging computers at an internet cafe at that age. The moment Shen Tian stepped through the threshold, before he could even take in the layout, a hand shot out from the side and grabbed his arm. "Brother Shen, over here." That raspy voice could only belong to Fei. Shen Tian turned to see Fei standing in the most prominent spot of the third row, waving frantically, his face more ecstatic than if he had won the lottery. Beside Fei, Lei Gui smiled warmly, bulldozing back other squad members trying to crowd in. Even the usually aloof Lin Qingyi had put on light makeup today and was nodding at him with a smile. Shen Tian felt a warmth in his heart. It was always most comfortable with these old teammates. He hurried over and took the reserved center seat. Before he could even settle in, Fei leaned and, lowering his voice mysteriously, "Brother Shen, look at this setup." He gestured at the row of empty leather chairs on the podium and the sea of heads around them. Old Qin really went all out this time. A full division assembly. The last time it was this grand was 5 years ago when Jiangxing was under a special grade beast tide alert. Lei Gui chimed in with his deep voice. "I spotted some unfamiliar faces just now. Might be from the Qisha division. Damn, even those old schemers showed up. This can't be just for commendation." Shen Tian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what else could it be? Wasn't he just here to collect a certificate and some prize money?" Fei wore a "you're still too naive" expression, winking. "A promotion? It's a must. Think about it. Your achievement yesterday was on the level of saving the city. Just giving you money would make the Tianshu Bureau look too vulgar. They have to give you power." Shen Tian found the two gestures amusing. "So what position do you think Commander Qin will give me? Maybe put me in charge of logistics?" "No way." Fei shook his head vigorously. "That would be a waste of your talents." Fei suddenly turned serious, scanning the area to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then whispered in an exaggerated tone, "We've been speculating among ourselves. We think old Qin is almost certainly going to give you the position of Peijun Division Commander-in-Chief." Shen Tian was taken aback. "Commander-in-Chief?" Lin Qingyi, overhearing, narrowed her eyes, but didn't refute. Lei Gui added, "Brother Shen, you might not know this. Currently, our Peijun Division's highest authority is actually held concurrently by Commander Qin. But before he was promoted to Jiangxing Warden, he was the Commander-in-Chief. That position is a true seat of power, commanding a massive force, second only to the top." Fei grew more excited, as if he were the one about to become Commander-in-Chief. "Exactly. It's been vacant because no one could earn everyone's respect. The Peijun Division is full of troublemakers who refuse to bow to anyone. But not anymore. With your record from yesterday, who dares to object? Let them try taking on 20 lords alone. I think it's a done deal." Shen Tian stroked his chin. Peijun Division Commander-in-Chief. It did sound quite impressive. If he secured that position, wouldn't it be much easier to mobilize resources and acquire more kill points? In Conference Hall No. 1, the tiered venue capable of holding 3,000 people was eerily silent. The electronic clock on the wall ticked away. 0915. A full 15 minutes had passed since the scheduled start of the meeting. For ordinary administrative meetings, a leader arriving over 10 minutes late was the norm, even a display of power. But this was the Tianshu Bureau. Moreover, the meeting was presided over by Qin Jinshan, the man known as Qin the Merciless, strict in discipline and swift in action. He even ordered takeout, with punctuality guarantees. It was said that Qin Jinshan could control his bathroom breaks to within 3 minutes. In his decade-long reign over the Peijun Division, he had never been late once. Being late was a disgrace to him. Even arriving on the dot was shameful. Yet today, at this highly anticipated commendation ceremony, drawing the entire division's attention, he was late. Not only him, but Qisha was also missing. On the podium, the row of leather seats, symbolizing supreme power, sat empty, like a row of silent tombstones. The murmurs below began to spiral out of control. What's going on? Why hasn't Commander Qin arrived? Could there be an urgent military situation? Impossible. If it were urgent, the alarms would have sounded. Why would they leave us sitting here dumbfounded? Fei fidgeted in his seat as if nails were poking him. He craned his neck toward the door, then pulled back, whispering to Lin Qingyi, "Captain, something's off. Old Qin isn't constipated, is he?" Lin Qingyi kept his eyes closed, meditating. "A fifth-rank grandmaster's body is pure and flawless. Constipation is impossible. Then what's the reason?" Fei scratched his head. "We've set up this big stage, called everyone in, but the protagonist hasn't shown up and the director's gone missing." Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of doubt crossed his dark pupils. Not only Fei found it strange, he too sensed something amiss. From his understanding of Qin Jinshan, the old man had placed immense importance on this commendation ceremony. Last night in the parking lot, Qin Zenshin's beaming face, as if he couldn't wait to award Shen Tian on the spot, was unmistakably genuine. There was no reason to falter at this critical juncture. Unless something had occurred that even a fifth-rank peak powerhouse couldn't control. Just then a thunderous roar, boom, erupted without warning as if from the Earth's core. Immediately after the entire Tianshu Bureau building built to withstand magnitude 8 earthquakes began to shake violently. Not a mild tremor, but as if an invisible giant hand had seized its foundation, shaking it wildly. Crack! The massive crystal chandelier above swayed, emitting a jarring metallic screech. Water cups on the tables toppled in unison. Enemy attack! Someone shouted. That cry instantly ignited everyone's nerves. By instinct, 3,000 martial artists rose simultaneously, their chi bursting forth. Clang! The sound of blades being drawn filled the air. Multicolored protective chi interwove within the hall, and a terrifying killing intent saturated the space. Such was the caliber of the Pajuan division. Even if they were chatting moments before they could enter combat mode in an instant. Stay calm. Lin Qingyi stepped forward first, his short dagger reversed in his palm, his gaze sharp as he swept the surroundings. Everyone hold your positions. Don't panic. Yet the tremor came and went swiftly. After only about 5 or 6 seconds, the terrifying shaking ceased abruptly. No alarms sounded. No beastly roars echoed. Even the building's external defense systems hadn't activated. Everything returned to silence. Only a room full of tense martial artists remained, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions a riot of emotions. This isn't an enemy attack. A Fei held his bowstring, gazing dazedly out the window. Outside the sun shone brightly, and all was serene. Not even a bird flew by. If a beast had attacked headquarters, the alarms would have been deafening by now. In a corner, an elder with white hair and beard slowly retracted his aura. He was a veteran of the Shinnong division, well-traveled and knowledgeable. He frowned, his eyes fixed on the floor beneath him. And this vibration, it doesn't feel like an external impact. Rather, it seems like power erupted from within the building. Within. At those words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The Tianshu Bureau headquarters was built to Doomsday Fortress standards. For it to produce such tremors, what level of power would that require? Just as the crowd wavered in doubt, wildly speculating whether a legendary beast had dug through the foundation, the long-closed door creaked open. At that moment, all eyes, whether confused, wary, or terrified, converged on the entrance. 2 figures walked in, one after the other. Leading was Qin Jinshan. The usually dignified, meticulous commander now presented a shocking image. His crisp general's uniform was open at the collar, 2 buttons missing. His normally slick-back hair was a mess like a bird's nest, with one stubborn strand standing upright. Most notably, his breathing was heavy, a strained, suppressed panting. Behind him, Qi Xiao was no better. This iconic figure of Jiang City had lost his ever-present cigar. The heavy sword on his back hung askew. His face bore no bruises, but his treasured limited edition trench coat had a large tear on the sleeve, revealing sturdy bronze skin. They entered the hall without a word. Yet the terrifying pressure still clinging to them, not yet dissipated, swept through the venue like a tangible tsunami. It was the residual aura of a true clash between powerhouses, tinged with a hint of unspent gunpowder. The source of the earthquake was unmistakable. Gulp! Someone swallowed the sound, stark in the dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Had they fought? These 2 supreme combatants of Jiang City on this joyous day, at this critical moment before the commendation ceremony, had actually brawled backstage. What kind of move was this? What kind of plot twist? Even a Fei with his wild imagination felt his mind short-circuit, utterly unable to follow the logic of these 2 big shots. Qin Jinshan, his face dark as thunder, strode to the podium. Each step on the floor echoed with a dull thud. He walked straight to the center seat and plopped down the leather chair, groaning under the strain. Qi Xiao snorted coldly. Instead of taking his own seat, he pulled a chair aside, distancing himself from Qin Jinshan by a full body length. He even disdainfully brushed the armrest, though it bore no dust. His expression clearly said, "I'm ashamed to be associated with you." Qin Jinshan didn't indulge him. He grabbed the teacup on the table, took a large gulp, then slammed it down heavily. Bang! The solid wooden conference table cracked under the impact. "What are you staring at?" Qin Jinshan lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the dumbfounded subordinates below, barking crossly. "Never seen someone loosen up before. Sit down. Let's start the meeting." Everyone jolted, scrambling to their seats in a flurry. Loosen up. If they loosened up any longer, would the Tianshu Bureau need rebuilding? Below, Shen Tian narrowed his eyes. His gaze shifted between Qin Zinshan's missing button and the tear on Chixio's sleeve. As a martial artist with spider sense, he could tell they had indeed fought, but without real killing intent. What could have driven these 2 fifth-rank peak powerhouses, both over 100 years old, to brawl without dignity just before the meeting? A Fei nudged Shen Tian with his elbow, his voice trembling. "Brother Shen, I get the feeling those 2 big shots are looking at you in a creepy way." Shen Tian was taken aback. He looked up instinctively and met two burning gazes. Qin Jinshan looked at him like a beloved son full of affection and possessiveness. Qi Xiao looked at him like a legendary sword brimming with admiration and determination. When those two gazes collided, sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Shen Tian's scalp tingled. A deeply ominous premonition arose. These two old men, couldn't they have fought over him? The air in the meeting hall was so thick with tension it felt almost tangible, as if one could wring water from it. Qin Jinshan sat at the center of the main stage, his face etched with the ravages of time betrayed none of the dishevelment from the earlier scuffle, replaced, instead, by a solemn dignity. He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the 3,000 elites of the Pajuan division below. Ahem. A single soft cough amplified by the microphone instantly silenced every murmur in the hall. The reason I've gathered you all here today is likely clear to everyone. Qin Zinshan's voice was low and forceful, carrying an unquestionable penetrance. Last night the defense line of Jiangsheng was in critical danger. The beast tide descended like a plague of locusts, numbering in the tens of thousands. Leading them were 24th Order Lord-level beasts, with 3 5th Order Beast Kings commanding from the rear. He paused. The breath of everyone in the hall seemed to hold for an instant. Even those who had personally experienced yesterday's battle felt a chill of lingering fear upon hearing these figures. It was a force capable of annihilating an entire city. But in this desperate situation, someone stepped forward. Qin Zinshan's gaze precisely locked onto the young man in the third row. His eyes softened instantly, even carrying a hint of fervor. Shen Tian. Private Shen Tian single-handedly turned the tide. He alone charged through the beast tide, slaying 24th Order lords and forcing back tens of thousands of beasts. A roar erupted from the crowd. Though the feat was already known when the commander-in-chief officially affirmed this achievement in the full division assembly, an uncontrollable wave of exclamations burst forth. This was official recognition. It meant Shen Tian's merit would be recorded in the annals of Jiangxing and even reported to the capital, shaking the entire nation. Qin Jinshan raised his hand to quiet the crowd. For a hero like this, I will not be stingy with any reward. He picked up a red document from the table and read slowly. After deliberation by the highest command of the Tianshu Bureau, the following rewards are granted to Shen Tian. First, a reward of 100 million federal dollars. Second, access to the Tianshu Bureau's S-level resource vault with the freedom to choose 3 celestial treasures. Third, the Jiangxing Guardian Honorary Medal. A wave of gulps echoed from the audience. The 100 million was merely symbolic. For a martial artist, money held little importance. Free choice from the S-level vault. This generosity was practically force-feeding Shen Tian into a powerhouse. A Fei sitting nearby listened with eyes turning green with envy. If not for Lei Gui holding him back, he might have jumped up to cheer Shen Tian's name. But no one moved. Oh, everyone knew the real highlight was yet to come. Indeed. Qin Jinshan put down the red document, his sharp, eagle-like eyes once again fixing on Shen Tian. This time his tone became exceptionally solemn. Wealth is an external thing. To the strong, it's just numbers. Shen Tian. In light of the command, judgment, and the willingness to sacrifice everything for humanity you displayed in this battle, I have decided. Qin Jinshan took a deep breath and dropped the real bombshell. The position of Pajuan Division Commander was held by me concurrently. Starting today, I officially appoint you as the new commander of the Pajuan Division. You will command all 3,000 martial artists of the Pajuan Division, handling all external military affairs of Jiangxing. You report directly to me with no intermediary steps. Boom. If the previous rewards were a grenade, this statement was a nuclear bomb detonating the entire assembly hall. Commander, what did that mean? In the structure of the Jiangxing Tianshu Bureau, aside from Qin Jinshan, as the Guardian, the next most powerful were the division chiefs. And the Pajuan Division, as the core department with the strongest combat strength and largest numbers, its commander's status even subtly overshadowed the other divisions. That was true power. Commanding 3,000 fierce soldiers, his word was law. How old was Shen Tian? 17. A 17-year-old commander of the Pajuan Division. This was a rocket-like promotion, unprecedented and likely never to be repeated. Good heavens. Though A Fei had guessed this outcome, when Qin Jinshan said it aloud, he still couldn't help but gasp. A Fei's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly hitting his feet. He turned abruptly, staring at the still calm young man beside him. Commander Shen, do I have to salute you now? Countless gazes converged on them, admiring, envious, reverent, awestruck. A myriad of emotions intertwined, finally erupting into thunderous applause. No one objected. In this world where might makes right, battle achievements were the ultimate credential. Shen Tian had slaughtered through a beast tide. He was qualified for the position. Qin Jinshan watched the reaction below with satisfaction. He leaned forward, looking at Shen Tian with a paternal smile. Shen Tian, are you willing to take on this burden? Did he even need to ask? This was the pinnacle of power that countless dreamed of. Just as Shen Tian was about to stand up suddenly, slap. A crisp sound of a hand hitting the table broke the harmonious atmosphere. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, instinctively turning to the other side of the stage. Qi Xiao slowly withdrew his hand, nonchalantly picking his ear with a disdainful expression. "Old Qin," he said, "are you losing your mind?" Dead silence. Only this one man in all of Jiangsheng would dare call the commander-in-chief senile in such a setting. Qin Zenshin's smile froze instantly, veins bulging on his forehead. "Qi Xiao? What do you mean?" Qi Xiao completely ignored Qin Zenshin's fury. Instead, he turned his wild wolf-like eyes staring intently at Shen Tian. "Shen Tian, don't let that old fool trick you. What's a commander? Sounds grand, but it's just a babysitter." Qi Xiao stood up, casually adjusting his tattered trench coat, his tone dripping with contempt. "You'd have to manage these brats' daily needs, write all kinds of damn reports, and attend endless boring meetings. You'd need to report and beg for approval for every trivial matter. Can you stomach that kind of life?" A Fei and the other Pajuan division members below were covered in black lines. "Brats. Even if you're a big shot, is it okay to insult people like that?" Qin Zenshin's beard trembled with rage, but before he could explode, Qi Xiao didn't give him a chance. He walked down from the stage step by step until he stood before Shen Tian. His tall frame cast a shadow, exuding a suffocating pressure and a wild, untamed aura of freedom. "Shen Tian, a man like you is born for slaughter. The bureaucracy in those cubicles will slowly grind down your talent, turning you into a waste who only signs documents." Qi Xiao extended his hand, pointing to the wolf head emblem on his chest. "Become my successor. The new generation, greedy wolf." Greedy wolf. The mere mention of these two words was more shocking than the commander title. Everyone present felt their pupils contract violently. Greedy wolf wasn't a position. It was a codename, and a privilege that transcended all rules. Once you accept this codename. Qi Xiao grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, his smile wild and unrestrained. "In all of Jiangxing, no one can command you except old Qin. And even that's just out of courtesy. If you don't feel like listening, just ignore him. You won't have to lead troops, write reports, or attend meetings. You can go wherever you want, kill whoever you want. Only when those useless ones can't handle a beast, only when this city faces true annihilation. Only then do you draw your blade." Normally, Qi Xiao pulled a crumpled cigar from his pocket and clamped it between his teeth. "Normally, even if you sleep in the office, no one dares bother you. So, Qi Xiao blew out a smoke ring, his eyes burning. Will you be the commander, exhausted and bearing all the blame? Or the greedy wolf, a lone wolf, carefree and unfettered?" Now the assembly hall was in complete uproar. Everyone finally understood. No wonder. No wonder these two big shots had walked in disheveled with a whiff of gunpowder. They were fighting over a recruit. Qin Zenshin wanted to bind Shen Tian to the system as its anchor. Qi Xiao wanted to pull Shen Tian into the untamed wilds as the sharpest solitary blade. One was a high-ranking official with power over thousands. The other was a top-tier battle god beyond the law, who wouldn't be bewildered by this choice. Holy crap. A Fei was nearly suffocating, gripping Lei Gui's arm, so hard his nails dug into the flesh. Brother Shen's prestige is unmatched. These two big shots are almost beating each other's brains out over him. Lei Gui was equally stunned, muttering to himself, "So this is the trouble of the strong." On stage, Qin Zenshin could no longer sit still. He slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and pointed at Qi Xiao, cursing, "Qi Xiao, you're poaching my talent. Shen Tian is a man of our Pajuan division. What else can your greedy wolf do besides kill? What can you teach him? How to smoke, drink, and get perms? Bullshit." Qi Xiao shot back without flinching. "He learns my swordsmanship in one go. What can you teach him? How to write formulaic essays. How to suck up to your superiors. A genius like Shen Tian is wasted in your hands. Bullshit. Come on. If you've got the guts, let's settle this outside. Bring it on. We didn't finish earlier. This time he'll snap that broken sword of yours." As the two big shots rolled up their sleeves for another brawl, thousands of eyes in the hall turned in unison to the young man at the center of the storm. The situation was clear now. No one dared to intervene. The only one who could quell this war was Shen Tian himself. The vaulted ceiling of the conference hall seemed as if it might be torn asunder. On the podium, two terrifying auras like primeval beasts locked in a struggle clashed violently. Qin Zenshin, his face and neck flushed crimson, pointed at Chixio's nose, spittle flying. "Qi Xiao, you old bastard. The position of commander of the Pajuan division is a post of real power that countless people beg for in vain. It is a glory to guard a region, and you call it babysitting. You are insulting the entire organizational structure of the Tianshu Bureau." Qi Xiao, utterly unimpressed, placed one foot on the expensive solid wood conference table, his face full of ruffian arrogance. "What use is the organization? Can you eat it? Can it kill a 5th-tier beast king? This kid is born to be a sharp blade. If you bind him with all those rules and regulations, it's a waste of a divine gift. It's a crime. Come with me to the greedy wolf. Only absolute freedom can nurture an absolute powerhouse. Bullshit. Without discipline, where does combat strength come from? That's for mediocre talents. Is Shen Tian mediocre? As the two 5th-tier pinnacle powerhouses began to roll up their sleeves, even their protective chi began to crackle with sparks. Qin Jinshan, his face red with rage, pointed at Chixio's nose, spittle flying. Qi Xiao? This is an irresponsible act towards the organization. A commander like Shen Tian, you want him to be a mere brute who only knows how to kill. What's wrong with a brute? When I was killing 5th-tier beast kings, you were still sipping your goji berry tea in the office. Qi Xiao was no pushover either. 1 foot on the conference table, his posture was as thuggish as could be. Besides a commander, just look at the mess that is your Pujuan division. The daily signing and stamping alone would bore this kid to death. You're stifling a genius. Bullshit. That's tempering. That's nurturing. Nurturing my ass. That's making him a beast of burden. The two pinnacle 5th-tier powerhouses were now like elementary school kids fighting over a toy, neither willing to let go. In any other setting or with anyone else, they would have long been shaken into internal injuries by the overflowing blood and chi of these two. But at this very moment, the thousands of eyes in the audience were watching with great relish. What a thrill! To witness Qin the Grim and the great Qi Xiao publicly bickering over a person in their lifetime was a sight worth the price of admission. Tisk tisk tsk. If Afei had a handful of melon seeds, he would have already scattered the shells all over the floor. Exciting. Afei muttered to himself, his eyes glazed over. I never thought in my life I'd see the commander-in-chief and the #1 expert nearly come to blows on the podium over a mere private. Beside him, Lei Gui was watching dumbfounded and asked in a low rumbling voice, so this is the world of the strong. I wish I had such troubles. Lin Qingyi arms crossed, allowed a rare hint of helplessness to cross her cold, beautiful face. Don't dream. This kind of battlefield is only worthy of a freak like Shen Tian. If it were you, you'd have been shaken into internal injuries by their overflowing chi long ago. Indeed, the situation was delicate. Not choosing Qin Jinshan would be a public slap in the face of the leader. Not choosing Qi Xiao would mean disrespecting the top powerhouse and losing the protection of a supreme strongman. This wasn't a choice. This was a death sentence. Everyone's gaze focused on the young man who had been sitting calmly in his chair the whole time. Everyone wanted to know how this young hero who had just carved through a beast tide would resolve this crisis. Everyone was guessing. What would Shen Tian choose? Choosing Qin Jinshan meant a meteoric rise to power, real authority, and the potential to become the town guardian of Jiangxing, a regional governor. Choosing Qi Xiao meant unrestrained freedom, becoming a feared lone warrior. This was a single-choice question. At least everyone thought it was a single-choice question where one must be chosen. Only Shen Tian knew otherwise. Children make choices. An adult takes both. Shen Tian sat in his chair, appearing calm as a rock on the surface, but his heart was racing. Absolutely not. His mind was working at lightning speed, weighing the pros and cons of both sides. Commander of the Pujuan division. This position represented not only power, but also channels of information. Controlling the Pujuan division meant controlling the entire intelligence network of Jiangxing. Where were the most beasts? Where were the beast tides of lower levels? Where were high-tier beast kings active? This information, just by sitting in the office and giving orders, would be compiled and delivered by subordinates. For Shen Tian, who needed massive kill counts to level up his system, this was like a cheat code. Besides, once a large-scale beast tide occurred, as the commander leading the charge, wouldn't the kill points just pour in? But there was a downside. As Qi Xiao said, the constraints within the system were too many. If you were the commander, you had to be responsible for the soldiers. You couldn't just leave your post or rush off to solo a boss on a whim. You had to consider the bigger picture. For Shen Tian, who was used to operating alone and had many secrets, this was indeed a problem. On the other hand, the greedy wolf. This identity was too perfect for Shen Tian. Freedom. Absolute freedom. Kill whoever you want, go wherever you want. If he encountered a beast with a rare talent, Shen Tian could easily find an excuse to slip away, commit murder and robbery, destroy the evidence, and no one could interfere. But the drawbacks were also obvious. No power. Without official backing, mobilizing many resources would be inconvenient. So, a sharp glint flashed in Shen Tian's eyes. Since there was meat on both sides, why lose the watermelon for a sesame seed? Was there no such thing in the world as having your cake and eating it too? With the right approach, it was entirely possible. Meanwhile, the argument on the podium had reached a fever pitch. Qin Jinshan had even started unbuckling his belt, seemingly ready for a fight. Qi Xiao had slammed his great sword onto the table, rattling the teacups. Two seniors. A clear though not loud voice carrying a strange penetrating power cut through the chaotic noise. It wasn't loud, but it made the two about to explode old men stop simultaneously. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone held their breath. The main character was finally going to speak. Shen Tian slowly stood up. He straightened his collar, which had no wrinkles, and with a smile walked out from his seat with composure. His calm and unhurried demeanor was as if the two pinnacle fifth-tier powerhouses before him were just uncles buying vegetables at the market. Shen Tian first walked up to Qin Jinshan, bowed slightly, and performed a salute. His movements were standard flawless. "Commander Qin." Shen Tian's voice was warm. "I will keep your great kindness in my heart." Hearing this, the anger on Qin Zinshan's face dissipated significantly. He shot a triumphant glance at Qi Xiao, as if to say, "See, this kid knows what's good for him. Jiangcheng is where I grew up. Now with enemies on all sides, the people live in misery." Shen Tian's tone became impassioned. "As a martial artist, it is my duty to defend this land. If I can command the 3,000 brave soldiers of the Pujuan division, build an iron defense line, and protect the peace of Jiangcheng, it is my unshirkable responsibility." These words were impeccably spoken, righteous and full of integrity. It made Qin Zinshan's heart bloom with joy. He nodded repeatedly. Good child. I knew you were a responsible one." Below the stage, A Fei was also excited. "See, that's Brother Shen's awareness." However, before Qin Jinshan could be happy for 2 seconds, Shen Tian changed his tone. He turned around, faced Qi Xiao, and also performed a respectful bow. "Senior Qi Xiao, I dare not forget your teachings either." Qi Xiao snorted and turned his head away, but his ears perked up. "As you said, Senior, the beasts are ferocious, and extraordinary times call for extraordinary actions." Shen Tian's gaze was blazing, his voice carrying a metallic, battle-hardened, killing intent. "If we only know how to defend stubbornly, we will always be passively beaten. Humanity needs a shield, but it needs a spear even more. A blade that can pierce the darkness and behead the enemy chieftain. This thrill of facing life and death, this heroic spirit of going forward even against 1,000, is also what I yearn for." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiao turned his head sharply, his eyes blazing with light. "Well said." Qi Xiao laughed heartily. "I said you were one of my kind. How about it? Come with me." Qin Zinshan's face darkened. This kid, how was he praising both sides? What kind of trick was he playing? A Fei scratched his head. This doesn't sound like he's rejecting anyone either. It sounds more like he's giving out friend zone cards. The playbook of a two-timer. On stage, Qin Jinshan and Qi Xiao were also stunned. They looked at each other and asked in unison, "So who do you choose?" Everyone pricked up their ears. The critical moment was here. Shen Tian stood between them, smiling slightly. In that smile were 3 parts confidence, 3 parts humility, and 4 parts inscrutable cunning. "Commander Qin, Senior Qi Xiao, since humanity needs both a shield and a spear, then why?" Shen Tian spread his hands and said matter-of-factly, "Why can't I be both the shield and the spear?" The entire hall was baffled. What did he mean? "What I mean is," Shen Tian looked around, his voice clear, "I will take the position of commander of the Pujuan division. In peacetime, I will be stationed at the Tianshu Bureau, rectifying military affairs, coordinating defenses, and ensuring Jiangcheng is as solid as iron." A smile broke out on Qin Zinshan's face. But Shen Tian hadn't finished speaking. "I also hope to have the privileges of the greedy wolf." He looked at Qi Xiao. "When I am not in the command room, or when a high-tier beast appears requiring a decapitation strike, I hope I can shed the identity of commander and transform into that free sharp blade, unbound by military orders without needing to report for approval. Act at my discretion, make my own decisions. What do you two think?" Silence. A deathly silence. In the entire conference hall of over 3,000 people, even breathing could be heard. Everyone was stunned, stupid by Shen Tian's words. This was taking only the power, not the duty. He wanted the real authority of the commander and the freedom of the greedy wolf. Was he treating the 2 big shots like an ATM? If anyone else had made such a request, they would have been slapped into the wall by Qin Jinshan, impossible to peel off. Too arrogant, too greedy. But strangely, neither Qin Jinshan nor Qi Xiao got angry. They exchanged a glance. Qin Jinshan frowned, contemplating the feasibility of this dual identity. Qi Xiao, on the other hand, stroked the stubble on his chin, his eyes growing brighter. "Interesting." Qi Xiao grinned. "To be in the temple high above, yet also in the rivers and lakes far away. You want to be the one who makes the rules yet can break them at any time." Shen Tian replied with neither humility nor arrogance. "Only then can my value be maximized." "All right." Qi Xiao slapped his thigh hard. "I don't care what old man Qin thinks, the position of greedy wolf is yours. As long as you don't let the paperwork ruin you, do whatever you want, I've got your back." That was half the battle won. The pressure was now on Qin Jinshan. Qin Jinshan was a bit troubled. This was 2 against the rules. A commander who was always missing in action. How would that look? But on second thought, for a freak of Shen Tian's caliber to have him sit in an office all day drinking tea and reading newspapers would truly be a waste. Moreover, if he didn't agree, and this kid really ran off with Qi Xiao, wouldn't the Pajuan division suffer a huge loss? Better to settle for second best than to end up with nothing. As long as Shen Tian was willing to hold the title, he would be the golden signboard of the Pajuan division. It was like a nuclear weapon. You didn't necessarily have to use it, but you had to have it. As long as Shen Tian was the commander of the Pajuan division, the morale of Jiangqing's military would not collapse. Having figured this out, Qin Jinshan let out a long sigh. A look of helplessness, but more of relief, appeared on his face. "You little rascal." Qin Jinshan pointed at Shen Tian and said with a wry smile, "What a greedy little trickster." But he slammed the table hard, his aura surging. "In this chaotic world, if you're not greedy, how can you survive? If you're not greedy, how can you win? Since you have the appetite, I will grant your wish." Qin Jinshan stood up and announced to the public, "I agree. From this day forward, Shen Tian is the commander of the Pajuan division, concurrently serving as the greedy wolf of Jiangqing. Except for the command of major campaigns, he has full autonomy. All members of the division seeing the commander is the same as seeing me." Whoosh. This time applause thundered like an explosion, nearly lifting the roof of the hall. Afei was clapping frantically below, his palms red from the effort. "Awesome. So damn awesome. Brother Shen's move has really broadened his path. Being both a military big shot and a wildlands war god, who would dare mess with him now?" Shen Tian stood at the center of attention before the podium, listening to the thunderous applause, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This round, he had won completely. Fame, power, and freedom. He had them all. Next, it was time to use these resources to pluck those few unacquired purple talents one by one. Thinking of this, Shen Tian's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the window. There lay the direction of the wilds. Their 3 more 5th-tier beast kings were waiting for him to favor. "Wait for me," Shen Tian said silently in his heart. "I will grant you a dignified death." The top floor of the Broken Army headquarters, the general's office. This is a luxurious suite spanning 300 square meters. The massive one-way floor-to-ceiling window offers a panoramic view of the entire northern district of Jiang City. The floor is covered with a thick carpet made from the fur of mutated snow beasts, making it feel like walking on clouds. Shen Tian sank deep into the boss chair and spun around. Comfortable. Is this the taste of power's corruption? Truly delightful. General, here is the adjustment plan for this quarter's deployment map, as well as the logistics department's material request form. In front of the desk, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a crisp uniform was holding a stack of documents half a meter high. His name is Li Wan. He is the aide specially assigned by Qin Jinshan. It is said that before coming here, he was the top writer in the confidential department of the Tianshu Bureau. At this moment, Li Wan adjusted his glasses, glanced at Shen Tian's gradually furrowing brows, and immediately understood, pulling the stack of documents closer to himself. "Of course, these trivial matters do not require your personal review." Li Wan spoke steadily and efficiently. "Qin Jinshan specifically instructed me before sending me here. General Shen, your only task is to cultivate and grow stronger. As for the approval documents, coordinating departments, handling inspections from superiors, and other miscellaneous tasks." Li Wan gently placed the documents on a small table beside him and patted it. "Just leave it to me. You only need to show up at the monthly meetings or sign something when you're in a good mood. Listen, this is what professionalism looks like." Shen Tian looked at this shrewd and capable aide before him and felt like giving a thumbs up to Qin Jinshan. This old man, though seemingly rough and careless, is actually meticulous. He knows I detest paperwork the most, so he directly sent me a versatile steward. It's like having food delivered right to your mouth, and someone even helps you wipe it. "Very good." Shen Tian nodded in satisfaction, his fingers gently tapping on the mahogany desk. "Then I'll trouble you, Vice Aide Li. Feel free to use this office as you like. I will call for you when I need something." "Understood." Li Wan slightly inclined his body, not saying another word, and turned to exit the office, closing the heavy soundproof door behind him. As the door closed, the imposing demeanor on Shen Tian's face instantly vanished, replaced by an uncontainable excitement. He raised his wrist and activated his tactical watch. A holographic projection instantly popped up. The interface had undergone a tremendous transformation. Name: Shen Tian, rank General of the Broken Army, Glutton Wolf, permission level S class. Seeing those lines of gilded text, Shen Tian's lips curled into a wild grin. Just yesterday, he was a mere soldier numbered J9527. Today, he already grasps heavy troops and wields top-tier authority. Such a rocket-like speed of promotion in this era that values seniority is simply miraculous. Although this title is not particularly useful, this S-class authority is indeed substantial. Shen Tian's finger slid through the air, clicking on the icon that had been in a gray locked state. S-class Strategic Resource Library. This is the choose 3 from the heavenly materials and earthly treasures promised by Qin Jingshan. This resource library is usually only accessible to those of the Guardian level. What it holds are the most elite strategic materials of Jiang City and even the Eastern War Zone of the Dragon Kingdom. Identity verification complete. Welcome, General. You currently have an S-class material exchange quota 3 times. As the system's prompt sounded, a dense list of items cascaded down like a waterfall before his eyes. Shen Tian took a glance, and his breath quickened. The crystal core of a 6th-tier beast emperor. Ancient martial arts secrets excavated from prehistorical ruins. A life source liquid that can instantly regenerate severed limbs. Just taking one of these out would be enough to make martial artists outside fight over it. But Shen Tian was not dazzled by these flashy things. He was very clear about what he lacked right now. Having reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, his physical body was further enhanced by heavenly gang tyrant body and immortal body, making it difficult to achieve a qualitative leap in the short term. To enhance his combat power, the most direct method is change equipment. Right now, he feels like a max-level character still wielding a wooden sword from the novice village. Although the standard black gold longsword is of decent quality, it is already somewhat strenuous against a 4th-tier lord, let alone a 5th-tier beast king. Once he unleashed the full force of the innate sword body, ordinary iron would be unable to withstand such terrifying sharpness. Before even striking an opponent, the sword might explode. First, change the sword. Shen Tian entered the keywords in the filtering bar: battle, sword, heavy type S-class. Swish. The list instantly cleared, leaving only a few items. Shen Tian's gaze swept across a few uniquely styled battle swords and finally settled on a completely black archaic straight blade. Name: Tian Zui, S-class, material deep sea sunken silver iron, 5th-tier, pinnacle, earth-splitting demon bear spine, extraterrestrial meteorite, weight 1360 kilograms, characteristic 1, heavy pressure. The blade's density is extremely high, creating a gravitational field when swung, exerting pressure on enemies. Characteristic 2, indestructible, extremely hard, capable of withstanding the infusion of 6th-tier intensity without breaking. Characteristic 3, armor breaking. The blade is thick and designed to penetrate heavy armor. Description: this blade is as heavy as 1,000 June and can only be wielded by those with divine strength. It is a pure killing weapon lacking any fancy elemental enhancements, possessing only the utmost solidity and weight. 1 force overwhelms 10-1 / breaks myriad laws. This is it. Shen Tian snapped his fingers. This is simply tailor-made for his innate sword body and primitive strength. The previous black gold long sword was too light. It always felt airy when slashing, as if poking someone with a toothpick. Over 1,000 kilograms in weight. Adding his terrifying brute strength after unleashing it, this slash would be able to smash that fiery savage bull into a meat pie even without cutting. Confirm exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Shen Tian did not pause and immediately looked at the second item. Telekinetic weapon. The Dark Knight flying knife had already been destroyed, and Shen Tian urgently needed a new weapon. His gaze locked onto a set of weapons that looked like the wings of some insect. Name: floating tower, 1,000 blades, S-class, material void crystal, 4th tier, mutated ghost-faced cicada wings. Specification: a set of 36 blades. Characteristic 1, invisible, completely transparent, while flying, producing no air turbulence, a true invisible killer. Characteristic 2, combination: 36 flying blades can combine into a long sword or disperse into an array. Description: where the floating tower passes, all beings are slain. TSK, TSK, TSK. Shen Tian watched the demonstration video of the blades flying everywhere, killing invisibly, unable to suppress his amazement. 36 blades. If all of them are released combined with his mental power, it would create a localized rain of swords. In the future, when encountering a beast tide, he wouldn't even need to take action himself. He could just stand there, and the surrounding area would become a no-go zone. Exchange. There is still one last quota. The final slot. Shen Tian's gaze darted swiftly across the virtual light screen. Though he now possessed 2 divine abilities, the Heavenly Tyrant Physique and Blood Rebirth, granting him fleshly hardness rivaling same-tier aberrant beasts and a vitality more tenacious than a cockroach's. Yet no one would complain about having too long a life. Moreover, while the previous Black Scale Type 3 combat suit was decent, it was no better than paper before a 5th-tier Beast King. Most crucially, that thing was a hassle to put on and take off. I need something that can take a beating, preferably with flight capability, yet inconspicuous in daily use. Shen Tian entered an extremely exacting set of requirements into the search bar. Searching. Based on your criteria, the following 3 grade protective gears have been filtered for you. The light screen flickered as 3 holographic projections materialized before Shen Tian. The first was a bulky exoskeleton power armor resembling a humanoid tank with overwhelming firepower, but it was too cumbersome, directly passed over. The second was a radiant soft armor with formidable defensive capabilities, yet its design was excessively flamboyant, making it akin to a mobile neon sign, also unsuitable. Shen Tian's gaze settled on the third piece of equipment. It was a slowly writhing blob of black liquid. Name Black Dragon Nano Symbiote Scrate. Type Biological Exoskeleton Nano Armor. Material based on the symbiotic liquid metal of the 6th-tier Blackwater Serpent fused with Tiangong Bureau's nanotechnology. Trait 1 Mimicry can disguise itself as any clothing form e.g. trench coat suit in daily use. At a thought, it covers the entire body within 0.1 seconds, forming a fully enclosed combat armor. Trait 2 Self-Repair. When the armor is damaged, it can devour metal to repair itself. Trait 3 Resilience possesses extremely high physical defense and durability crafted specifically for the highest intensity of warfare. Description: it is not an inert object, it is your second skin, your most loyal symbiote. Upon seeing this luxurious data panel, Shen Tian's eyes lit up. Moreover, the mimicry function was practically tailor-made for his greedy wolf alias. One moment, he was the chief commander in a suit and tie. The next, he could transform into a black-armored, faceless reaper of death. Absolutely perfect. This is it. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Tian pressed the exchange button. Ding. Exchange successful. Scrade Strategic Resource Vault access exhausted. Beep. Scrade authorization verified. Respected Chief Commander, your strategic supplies have arrived. Please sign for them. Merely an hour later. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling window of the Chief Commander's office, a low engine roar echoed. It was no ordinary delivery drone. Instead, a heavy tactical transport aircraft painted jet black hovered over the landing pad outside the building. Such was the prestige of Scrade authority. Across all of Jiang City, even the entire Eastern Theater, any item in stock could be delivered to your doorstep within an hour, no matter how far. Shen Tian walked onto the terrace. 3 crates of varying sizes, all radiating a metallic sheen, had been carefully set down by several armed robots. The largest, an oblong crate, sat in the center. Just looking at its hefty alloy shell conveyed the weight of its contents. Move aside. Shen Tian waved away the robots that had come to assist with the carrying. He stepped forward and pressed his finger against the biometric lock. Click. The sound of a pneumatic valve releasing echoed, and white cold air burst forth. The lid slowly sprang open. An aura of savage ferocity, like a tiger just released from its cage, surged forth. It was a blade, without a scabbard, entirely pitch black, devoid of any ornate patterns or shimmering special effects. It lay quietly within the high-density shockproof foam like an unpolished bar of black iron, unadorned and unpretentious. Yet the moment Shen Tian laid eyes on it, his heart skipped a beat. This was heaven's sin. Shen Tian took a deep breath, extended his right hand, and grasped the heavy hilt. He exerted force. Rise. Shen Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Good heavens. Though the blade measured only 1.5 meters in length, holding it felt like dragging a truck. 1,360 kilograms. What kind of blade was this? It was essentially a solid-edged iron pillar. For an ordinary third-tier martial artist, merely lifting it would require great effort, let alone wielding it to slay enemies. But Shen Tian was no ordinary man. He possessed the blue talent, primeval strength. The black blade was lifted with one hand, its tip pointing to the ground. Shen Tian flicked his wrist, casually twirling the blade. Whoosh! The sheer physical inertia stirred up a raging gale on the terrace, causing the 2 metal crates beside him to clatter noisily. Impressive. A sharp light burst from Shen Tian's eyes. This heavy solid feel was immensely reassuring. If he struck an aberrant beast with this, even without an edge, the sheer weight alone would shatter bones and tendons of a 4th-tier lord. And if combined with the indestructible sharpness of innate blade physique, the golden chi within Shen Tian's body instantly infused the blade. On the originally pitch-black edge, a fleeting, deeply restrained, dark golden gleam flashed. Unlike the previous black-gold long blade, it did not emit a crisp ring. This blade seemed to absorb all energy, growing even more profound and terrifying. Shen Tian casually swung it through the air. SSSHH. Not a sound was heard. Yet the alloy railing 3 meters ahead of him was cleanly severed into 2 sections. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Only 2 seconds later did the upper half of the railing crash to the ground with a clang. Fine blade. Shen Tian caressed the blade with deep affection. This was an Scrade divine weapon. Heavy enough, hard enough, ruthless enough. Next came the second crate. This one was small, no bigger than a palm. When opened, it was empty inside. Had it not been for Shen Tian's formidable spiritual power, he might have thought the Tianshu Bureau had sent him an empty box. He squinted, sensing carefully. In the crate's special recess, 36 wafer-thin objects hovered. Invisible. Even when leaning in close, one could only barely detect a faint, subtle distortion in the air. This was floating Butcher Thousand Blades, forged from void crystal, optically invisible, controlled by spiritual power. Rise. With a mere thought, from Shen Tian. Swish, 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 swish. A dense series of faint, air-tearing sounds erupted. 36 streaks of transparent light shot out of the crate, in an instant swirling around him, like a host of invisible spectral guardians. Shen Tian could not even feel their weight. This material was astonishingly light, with a flight speed at least 3 times faster than the previous shadow blades. Merge. Shen Tian's gaze sharpened. The 36 flying blades instantly converged in midair, fitting together seamlessly. A transparent longsword about 3 feet in length hovered in the void. Insidious. Damn insidious. This kind of weapon was practically born for ambushes, if combined with Shen Tian's spiritual attacks. Before an enemy could even strike a pose, their head might already be severed. The last one. Shen Tian looked at the final silver-white briefcase. Inside it lay that invaluable Scrade nano-symbiote, Black Dragon. The lid opened. Inside was not clothing. Instead, a viscous black liquid like asphalt slowly writhed as if alive. It looked somewhat repulsive. Shen Tian tentatively extended a finger and touched the black mass. Instantly, the liquid, like a shark scenting blood, surged wildly up his finger. Had someone with trypophobia witnessed this scene, they might have fainted on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the black liquid had covered Shen Tian's entire body. Yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, it was as if he had immersed himself in warm water, experiencing a strange sense of ease. Then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Neural connection established. Host identity confirmed. Black Dragon system activated. Please select appearance mode. In the upper right corner of Shen Tian's field of vision, an interface reminiscent of a dress-up game appeared. From heavy armor to casual hoodies, everything was available. This thing can even be customized based on my thoughts. Shen Tian concentrated. The black fluid on his body rapidly solidified and contracted. In less than a second, a well-tailored, high-quality black stand-collar trench coat materialized on him. Even the intricate dark patterned buttons were simulated with lifelike precision. Shen Tian walked to a mirror. Within it stood a youth clad in a black trench coat, bearing a heavy sword on his back, surrounded by a faint translucent force field. Devastatingly handsome. Combat mode. Shen Tian uttered a low command. Instantly, the surface of the stylish trench coat rippled with a metallic luster. The black nano fluid converged over his face, forming a sci-fi full-face helmet. What had seemed like soft fabric was now as hard as tank armor. Shen Tian tested it by lightly striking his own arm with the spine of Heaven's Sin. Clang. Sparks flew. A faint vibration traveled through his arm, yet the pain was nearly non-existent. Scrade truly lives up to its name. Shen Tian retracted the helmet, revealing his youthful face once more. At this very moment, he felt his current state to be unparalleled. Offense with Heaven's Sin, group combat with floating butcher, defense with Black Dragon, coupled with the innate blade physique and blood rebirth. Flawless. The notion that once a person leaves, their influence fades does not apply to Shen Tian. On the contrary, he is the kind of man who repays a favor tenfold and will go to the ends of the earth to settle a grudge, no matter how small. Sitting in the spacious and bright office of the General, Shen Tian gazed at the bustling core area of Jiangxing through the window, yet his mind drifted back to the slaughterhouse in the western district, steeped in the mingled sense of blood and sweat. And the foreman, Brother Xiong, with his scarred face and fierce demeanor, but in truth a man of meticulous care. It was he who had offered Shen Tian a job when he was forced to drop out of school by Li Zihao and had nowhere to turn. Though the work involved cleaning pig intestines, to Shen Tian, who was penniless at the time, it was a lifeline. Later, it was also Brother Xiong who risked defending the Li family to provide him with opportunities to train against mutant beasts, and even connected him with Old Ghost, giving him the chance to venture into the wilderness. This had ultimately led to his current position as the general of the Pujuan division. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. Lieutenant Li. Shen Tian pressed the communicator on his desk. Moments later, the heavy mahogany door swung open, and Li Wen strode in, swiftly clutching a folder. General, what are your orders? Shen Tian tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering for a moment before asking. Which company is currently supplying the mutant beast meat for the Tianshu Bureau's cafeteria and the raw materials for the logistics department's jerky for frontline soldiers? Li Wen adjusted his glasses, and without even glancing at the documents in his hand, replied promptly, the supply is primarily handled by the Fuyuan meat processing plant in the southern district and a few large trading companies. They are all long-term audited suppliers. Shen Tian nodded. Starting next month, add a name to the supplier list. Old Xiong's slaughterhouse in the western district. As long as the quality is fine, set the monthly quota at 5 million for now. Li Wen was taken aback. 5 million. For the Tianshu Bureau's massive procurement volume, this was but a drop in the bucket. Yet for a private slaughterhouse, it was an unimaginable windfall. This was clearly the general using his power for personal gain, or rather supporting a small enterprise. As a competent adjutant, Li Wen's greatest virtue was knowing when not to pry. He immediately nodded and made a note. Understood. He'll arrange the contract and have the procurement team liaise with them directly. No need. Shen Tian rose to his feet. As he moved, his trench coat seemed to come alive, draping smoothly over his form with a faint metallic sheen flickering across its surface. That was the mimetic effect of the Black Dragon combat suit. I'm free now? I'd like to go there myself. Shen Tian walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing toward the western district, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Consider it a triumphant return. Jiangcheng's western district. It remained as dilapidated and chaotic as ever. Murky water flowed through the narrow streets, and the air was thick with the smell of cheap motor oil and low-grade cigarettes. A black off-road vehicle like a steel beast aggressively forced its way into the decrepit street, drawing the stares of thugs and vagrants loitering by the roadside. The scarlet emblem of the Pujuan division on the car instantly turned any malevolent glances into awe and fear. Shen Tian sat in the back seat, observing the familiar scenes outside the window. It had been less than half a month, yet it felt like an entire century. Back then, he was just a dropout fighting for a few $100s in wages. Now returning here, he was the third most powerful figure in Jiangcheng's Tianshu Bureau. General, the road ahead is too narrow. The car can't go any further, the driver said, turning back with a hint of difficulty. Stop here then. Shen Tian pushed open the door and stepped out. The familiar sense of blood and decay washed over him. It was the unique smell of a slaughterhouse. Shen Tian didn't find it unpleasant. Instead, he took a deep breath, feeling a sense of familiarity. This was the scent of slaughter. He straightened his collar and strode toward the direction of the slaughterhouse as he remembered it. It was 3 in the afternoon. Going by the usual routine, this was the busiest time at the slaughterhouse. Trucks transporting mutant beasts should have been lined up in a long queue, with the roar of machinery and the shouts of workers audible from 2 streets away. But as he walked, Shen Tian's brow furrowed deeper. It was too quiet. When he turned the corner and saw the familiar large iron gate, his footsteps halted abruptly. The gate was tightly shut. The sign that should have hung above the entrance reading Slaughterhouse lay askew on the ground, marred by several dirty footprints. There were no trucks waiting to unload, and even the watchdog, the big yellow dog, was nowhere to be seen. Only a few sheets of waste paper swirled in the wind. Closed down. A sense of foreboding surged in Shen Tian's heart. Brother Xiong valued money more than his own life. Unless the sky fell, his production line would never stop. Shen Tian approached the gate. The large lock on it was rusted solid, indicating this was no ordinary closure. He narrowed his eyes, a glint of gold flashing deep within his pupils. The spiritual power of a second-rank psychic surged out like a tide, instantly covering the entire factory compound. No one. It was completely empty inside, not a single soul. Something's wrong. Shen Tian's face darkened. Instead of knocking again, he lightly pushed off the ground, leaping into the air like a great bird, effortlessly clearing the 3-meter-high wall. He landed silently. Shen Tian headed straight for the slaughter workshop, where he had once sweated and toiled. The workshop's large door was wide open, its interior pitch black like the maw of a beast waiting to devour. As soon as he stepped inside, the intense smell of blood became even more pungent. But the scent was wrong. It wasn't the smell of fresh mutant beast blood, it was the odor of human blood. Shen Tian's spiritual power spread through the darkness, seeing the scene inside the workshop. It was a complete mess. The production line was smashed to pieces, the conveyor belt severed by a sharp blade, and the floor was littered with scattered parts and broken glass shards. Clearly, a fierce struggle had taken place here. Shen Tian crouched down, stopping beside a concrete pillar. There was a deep fist imprint sunk into the pillar, surrounded by cracks like a spider's web. External release of inner chi. At least a 3rd-rank martial artist. Shen Tian reached out a finger and touched the fist imprint. This wasn't just damage. This was meant to kill. He walked over to the workbench where he used to stand. On its surface was a shocking knife mark that had cleaved the thick steel plate in 2. At the edge of the knife mark was a pool of dried, blackened blood. Shen Tian pinched a bit of the blood scab and brought it to his nose. Though it had been a long time, he could still discern a familiar trace within the bloody scent. It was Brother Xiong's blood. Shen Tian's gaze instantly turned icy cold. An intangible killing intent emanated from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to seem to drop several degrees. Who did this? Although Brother Xiong had some influence in the Western District, he was tactful and never provoked those he couldn't afford to offend, merely making a modest living. Moreover, with Brother Xiong's mere mortal realm strength, he wasn't worth a 2nd or even 3rd-rank martial artist going to such lengths. Unless this was aimed at me. Shen Tian stood up and looked around. There was blood at the scene, but no bodies. No bodies meant there was still hope, or the bodies had been taken away. Oldly. And the workers all gone. Shen Tian walked out of the workshop, his face dark and grim. Dozens of people from the entire slaughterhouse had vanished without a trace. This kind of operation was beyond what ordinary gang conflicts could achieve. Shen Tian took out his phone, intending to have Li Wen check the recent security reports for the Western District. But he quickly put it down. Official records wouldn't yield much useful information on these kinds of underground messes. To find people, he had to use the methods of the underworld. A name instantly surfaced in Shen Tian's mind. Old Ghost, the black market broker who ran a repair shop in the Northern District. Brother Xiong had introduced Shen Tian to Old Ghost back then. The two must have had a deep connection. Moreover, as the biggest underground broker in Jiangxing, Old Ghost had the best information. If a firefight or kidnapping of this scale had occurred in the Western District, Old Ghost would certainly know. Looks like I need to go see an old acquaintance. North of the city, an abandoned auto repair shop. It still wore its half-dead appearance. A dim bulb buzzed overhead like the dying gasp of an old man. The air was thick with the stench of motor oil rust and cheap tobacco, making one want to cough. Shen Tian stood outside the rolling door, not rushing to enter. He merely watched the hunched figure bustling before the workbench. Half a month ago, he had stood here, a cleaver on his back, like a reckless greenhorn who knew no better. If you stand there like a damn pillar, it'll gouge your eyeballs out and use them for bulbs. Old Ghost didn't even turn around. The rusty wrench in his hand clanged against a discarded engine block. His voice was hoarse, carrying a nauseating chill. If you're not here to fix a car, get lost. This place doesn't serve tourists. Shen Tian didn't move. He stepped inside. His black combat boots trod on the oil-stained concrete floor without a sound. Only when he was 3 meters from the workbench did Old Ghost sense something amiss. It was too quiet. No footsteps, not even the sound of breathing. Old Ghost paused his work. The instinct honed from years of navigating the underworld made every hair on his back stand on end. He spun around, the wrench in his hand instantly replaced by a modified large-caliber revolver. The dark muzzle pointed directly at Shen Tian's brow. Looking for death. Old Ghost's words caught in his throat, as if strangled by an invisible giant hand. The word death stuck, refusing to come out. His murky single eye stared fixedly at the man before him. He wore a tailored black stand-collar trench coat, the material seeming high and flowing with a matte luster in the dim light. His features were delicate, yet exuded a chilling indifference. Somewhat familiar, but the aura was terrifyingly alien. You... Old Ghost was stunned for 3 seconds before dredging up that youthful face from the corners of his memory. That arrogant student kid. The live bait taken by the hyena squad as cannon fodder. 9,527. Old Ghost blurted out the code name, a hideous sneer twisting his lips. He thought some heavy hitter had come for revenge. Turns out it was just a lucky survivor. Hey, never thought you'd be so tough. The vigilance in Old Ghost's eyes vanished, replaced by his usual contempt and greed. He lowered the gun, but his fingers still rested on the trigger. Surviving that bastard One-Eye, who devours men without spitting out bones, you must be pretty lucky. What? Made a little cash and come to show off. Old Ghost snorted, pulling out a crumpled cigarette and sticking it in his mouth. We're looking to buy a new identity from me again. The price went up this time. Don't even think of getting a word out of me for less than 100,000 federal credits. Shen Tian watched Old Ghost's performance in silence. His gaze, like watching a fly gloating over a piece of rotten meat. Where is Brother Xiong? Shen Tian spoke. His voice was low, icy. The temperature of the entire repair shop seemed to plummet to freezing point in an instant. Old Ghost's hand lighting the cigarette trembled slightly. The lighter's flame flickered twice and died. He angrily slammed the lighter on the table. Fatty Xiong. How that fat pig is long done for. Old Ghost gave up on the cigarette, looking at Shen Tian with a sidelong glance, impatience written all over his face. I'm looking for him too. That deadbeat owes me 2 brokerage fees. If you know where he is, tell me, and he'll cut you in on some pocket money. As for anything else, Old Ghost extended his grimy hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. This is an intelligence exchange, not a charity. Want information? Bring money. For old-time sake, 100,000 per piece. No credit. Shen Tian let out a soft sigh. Seems I still need to communicate in a language you understand. Shen Tian took a step forward. Thud. The moment his foot landed, a terrifying, suffocating aura erupted. It wasn't ordinary killing intent. It was the baleful aura of one who had slaughtered countless high-ranked beasts, who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Boom. Old Ghost felt his vision go black. He seemed to see a ferocious beast slowly opening its eyes. Its golden vertical pupils reflected his figure as insignificant as an ant. The air in the entire repair shop seemed to solidify into concrete. The crushing pressure made him forget to breathe. You? Old Ghost's body went limp, the modified revolver clattering to the floor. He tried to step back, but his legs were like lead refusing to obey. More terrifyingly, his will shattered in that instant. Was this a martial artist? No. He had been in the underworld for years and seen many true martial artists. Even those second-rank experts didn't possess such a dreadful pressure that made one want to kneel and kowtow at a single glance. Was this still that student kid? Old Ghost couldn't believe it. It's only been a few days. His single eye was filled with terror, his eyeball trembling violently, the baleful aura emanating from his very bones. How many people had he killed? How many beasts had he slaughtered? Shen Tian walked slowly to the workbench. He extended a finger and pressed it lightly on the fallen revolver. With just a gentle press, crack, creak, the modified revolver like a lump of clay twisted and deformed rapidly under Shen Tian's finger. Finally, it was pressed into a thin iron pancake embedded into the hard workbench. Old Ghost's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He wet himself. If that finger had been pressed on his crown. Now can we talk properly? Old Ghost came to his senses. The student kid before him had become someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Yes. Yes. Old Ghost fell to his knees with a thud. Boss, I was blind. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. He was truly terrified. This level of strength could crush him like a bug, and such powerhouses usually had bad tempers. If he had dared to say another word, his brains would probably be splattered all over the floor by now. Where is Brother Xiong? Shen Tian repeated his question without any nonsense. In the sewers of the old city. Old Ghost dared not hide anything, not even daring to breathe loudly, spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Someone trashed the slaughterhouse last night. Fatty Xiong barely escaped. I didn't dare shelter him, so I let him hide in an abandoned sewer used for smuggling contraband. The entrance is under that dry well in the unfinished building. He'll draw you the exact location right now. The old district. This was the scar of Jiangxing. Unfinished buildings jutted up like rotting ribs thrusting straight into the gray overcast sky. An eerie silence surrounded the area, a place even stray cats and dogs avoided. Shen Tian stood beside an ancient weed-choked dry well. The well's opening was pitch black like a blind eye exuding a moldy damp stench. Hidden deep enough, Shen Tian muttered before leaping in. Whoosh, his trench coat rustled. There was no expected sound of a heavy fall. The black dragon battle suit instantly formed a cushioning air layer under his feet, and he landed silently on the silt at the bottom like a black feather. This was an underground drainage network abandoned for at least decades. The air was thick with a nauseating rotten stench, a foul blend of dead rats, fermented garbage, and years-old sewage. In the past, Shen Tian might have frowned, but now he didn't even twitch an eyebrow. His vast psychic power radiated outward from him like a radar wave, instantly expanding. 100 meters, 200 meters. Every subtle movement within a 500-meter radius, even a cockroach crawling, was vividly reflected in his mind. Found it. At a fork 300 meters ahead, there was a maintenance room that had been artificially sealed off. Inside, there was a faint life aura. It was chaotic, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Shen Tian tapped his toes, his form turning into a black streak of light darting through the intricate network of pipes at incredible speed. Inside the maintenance room, only a nearly dead emergency light cast a pale, sickly glow. Brother Xiong was curled up on a ragged mattress in the corner. His once bulging fat, which used to strain his clothes, had visibly shrunk. His face was covered in stubble, his eyes sunk in his clothes, stained with dried, blackened blood and mud. His left arm hung limply at his side, clearly broken. In his right hand, he clutched a sharpened boning knife. Even in sleep, the knife was pointed toward the door. Cough, cough. Brother Xiong suppressed his coughs, each one twisting his greasy face in pain. This damn place was too damp. His wounds had begun to fester. But he dared not go to a hospital, not even to a pharmacy for medicine. The moment he showed his face, that monster would surely sniff him out. Suddenly, thud, a very faint sound came from outside the door. It sounded like a soft-soled boot stepping in a puddle. Brother Xiong's entire body of fat jolted violently. In that instant, he sprang up from the mattress like a startled rat, pressing his back tightly against the wall. Who's there? His voice trembled, and the boning knife in his hand shook as well. Don't come in. I have a gun. I have explosives. He was bluffing. He had no gun or explosives, only the butcher's knife in his hand. There was no response from outside the door. A deathly silence. This silence was more despairing than the monster's roar. Could it really be that the monster had found him? Brother Xiong closed his eyes in despair, the knuckles on the hand gripping the knife, turning white. Creak. The rusted iron door was gently pushed open from the outside. A tall, straight figure stood at the doorway. Backlit. His face was unseeable. All that was visible was the pitch-black trench coat and the sharp, overwhelming aura that even the dark sewer couldn't conceal. Who are you? Brother Xiong's throat went dry as he pressed himself into the corner. Brother Xiong, it's me. The newcomer spoke. His voice was cool, yet carried a familiar tone. Brother Xiong was stunned. This voice. He snapped his eyes open, staring intently at the figure. The other stepped forward into the dim circle of the emergency light. A delicate, resolute face was revealed, though his temperament had changed, becoming colder and more unfathomable. But those features that outline. Shen Tian. The boning knife clattered to the floor. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, his lips trembling. Brother Shen, is it really you? Shen Tian nodded, his gaze falling on Brother Xiong's broken left arm, his eyes instantly turning icy. It's me. I came too late. Damn it. You scared the hell out of me. Brother Xiong collapsed to the floor, the relief of surviving by a hair's breadth, causing cold sweat to pour from his entire body. Then, as if remembering something, he scrambled up again, rushed to Shen Tian, grabbing his arm to look him over. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Brother Xiong's hands were filthy, leaving several black fingerprints on Shen Tian's expensive black dragon battlesuit. But he didn't care at all. He felt it. The aura emanating from Shen Tian was terrifyingly solid. This kid had really made it. A martial artist. You've really broken through to martial artist. Brother Xiong's weathered, aged face broke into a genuine smile. Happier than if he'd found money. I knew you were a dragon among men. I knew you'd make a name for yourself out there. Good. Excellent. He patted Shen Tian's shoulder hard, and his eyes even reddened a little. In that cannibalistic slaughterhouse, only Shen Tian treated him like a human being, and he had bet everything on Shen Tian. Now it seemed his bet had paid off. But this joy didn't last 3 seconds. Brother Xiong's expression suddenly changed, turning ashen white. Wait. How did you find this place? You're back in Jiangcheng. Shen Tian started to speak, but was roughly cut off by Brother Xiong. How foolish. Brother Xiong stamped his feet in panic, the fat on his face quivering. How could you come back? How dare you come back? Go. Leave now before anyone finds out. Saying this, he tried to push Shen Tian toward the door. Shen Tian stood unmoving. With his current strength, not even a tyrannosaur could budge him, let alone a severely wounded and weakened Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong, what exactly happened? Shen Tian steadied Brother Xiong, his voice deep and powerful. Was it Li Zihao who did this? Hearing those 3 words, Brother Xiong's body went rigid. A deep primal fear surfaced in his eyes. The look of someone who had seen hell. That's a monster. Brother Xiong fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a crushed cigarette, his hands trembling too much to light it. Shen Tian extended a finger, and the black dragon emitted a tiny flame, lighting the cigarette for him. Brother Xiong took a deep drag, then coughed violently, choked by the smoke. That night I was about to wrap things up. Suddenly a dark figure rushed in. I thought it was some mutated beast that had escaped from a farm, and I was about to call someone to catch it. But Brother Xiong's teeth began to chatter. It was Li Zihao, but he didn't look human anymore. His body was covered in scales, one hand had turned into something like a claw, and his eyes were green. As soon as he came in, he grabbed a worker by the neck, demanding to know where you were. Old Zhang and the others didn't know, so he. Brother Xiong swallowed hard, his voice choked with tears. He tore them apart alive. I mean, he literally tore them apart, like shredding roasted chicken. Then he started eating. That was a human. He just ate them raw right there. At this point, Brother Xiong could no longer control himself, covering his face and weeping bitterly. That scene was too brutal. The entire workshop had turned into a slaughterhouse. Shen Tian listened quietly. With each word, the air around him grew colder. By the end, the temperature in the maintenance room seemed to have dropped below freezing. He asked where I was. You didn't tell him. Shen Tian looked at Brother Xiong. If Brother Xiong had spoken in Li Zihao's frenzied state, he might have gone straight after Shen Tian and spared the others. Brother Xiong wiped the tears and snot from his face. Like hell I did. I may be a butcher, but I know what loyalty means. Besides, I really didn't know where you were. Old Ghost didn't even tell me if you were dead or alive. So I waited until he was feeding. Then I blew the fuse box and escaped in the chaos. This arm was snapped by that bastard's claw. Brother Xiong looked down at his broken arm, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Shen Tian took a deep breath. Loyalty. In this messed-up world, that word was rarer than diamonds. He would remember this debt. Where is he? Shen Tian asked calmly. But beneath that calm lay a volcano ready to erupt. Brother Xiong jerked his head up, grabbing Shen Tian by the collar. What are you planning? Are you going to find him? Brother Shen, are you insane? Brother Xiong was panicked, truly panicked. In his eyes, Li Zihao was no longer human, but a demon that only appeared in nightmares. That kind of power, that savagery, was not something human strength could contend with. I know you're strong now that you've become a martial artist, but that's not enough. Do you have any idea how terrifying that monster is? The power he showed that day was definitely beyond an ordinary martial artist. Even that thug who used to come collect protection money wouldn't be enough to fill his teeth. Brother Xiong knew nothing about demonic entities. In his limited understanding, Li Ziheo's current state was invincible. And what about Shen Tian? At most had been gone for half a month. Even with the best talent, had be at best a first-rank martial artist, right? Going after Li Ziheo with that kind of strength, wasn't that just walking to his death? That was delivering himself as a meal. Listen to your big brother. Brother Xiong clung to Shen Tian, terrified, head rush out on impulse. Where there's life, there's hope. You're young. You have talent. Give yourself time, 10, 20 years, and you're sure to achieve great things. It won't be too late to come back for revenge then. Going now is just suicide. You need to leave, go hide in another city, preferably a big one, where there are powerful experts stationed. That monster won't dare act recklessly there. Looking at the earnest Brother Xiong, a flicker of warmth touched Shen Tian's heart. This fat man, though he seemed worldly, truly cared for him. But, run. 10 years was too long. He fought for the present. And, Brother Xiong's understanding of strength seemed a bit off. Third rank. What trash was that? Shen Tian gently patted Brother Xiong's hand that was gripping his collar. Brother Xiong, thank you. But I didn't come back this time to hide. I came back to take out the trash. Shen Tian did not answer Brother Xiong's question about cultivation levels. He surveyed the dark, damp maintenance room, his brow furrowing slightly. The walls were covered in moss and the air was thick with the stench of mildew. In such an environment, even a healthy person would fall ill, let alone someone recovering from injuries. We can't stay here. Shen Tian reached out and tapped a few times on the tactical watch on his wrist. A holographic interface of deep blue light materialized. He swiftly input a complex series of commands, generated a temporary electronic pass, and finally appended a set of coordinates. Take this. Shen Tian turned the screen of his tactical watch toward Brother Xiong. Memorize this address or scan it into your phone. Brother Xiong, stunned, pulled out his phone with its cracked screen and shakily scanned the code. A beep sounded. An extremely simple navigation route appeared on the screen. The destination was a place he had never heard of. Where is this? Brother Xiong stared at the coordinates, utterly bewildered. He had roamed Jiang City for decades, from the slums of the West District to the red light district of the East District, able to map the city with his eyes closed. But the area indicated by these coordinates was a blank in his knowledge. It was the core district of Jiang City, also a restricted zone on the map. On ordinary digital maps, that place was only shown as a green belt or an unmarked area. A safe house? Brother Xiong asked tentatively. You could say that. It was indeed a safe house. The safest place in all of Jiang City. It was guarded by 2 peak 5th-stage powerhouses. It boasted the most advanced defense systems, housed thousands of elite martial artists, and was covered by countless heavy firepower. If even that place wasn't safe, then Jiang City was as good as doomed. Go there. Shen Tian's tone brooked no argument. When you get to the gate, the guards will stop you. Show them this electronic pass and tell them I sent you. I've already arranged for a doctor to reattach your arm. Brother Xiong looked at the red coordinate point on his phone, his throat going dry. This sounded like the kind of treatment reserved for big shots. Bro, that place. Is it expensive? Brother Xiong instinctively felt for his empty pockets. His slaughterhouse was destroyed and most of his money was spent on escaping. He was practically penniless now. It doesn't cost anything. Shen Tian patted his thick shoulder. Just get yourself there. I don't believe that monster would dare to follow you there. Seeing Shen Tian's confident gaze, Brother Xiong's doubts began to fade. It made sense. Martial artists always had connections that ordinary people didn't know about. Since Shen Tian had become a martial artist, even if only at the first stage, finding a safe house to help him get his arm fixed should be no problem. All right. Brother Xiong gritted his teeth and nodded, putting away his phone. I'm going. But he looked up, his gaze complex as he stared at Shen Tian. Where are you going? He didn't really need to ask. He could already guess. He knew Shen Tian's personality. The kid looked gentle and refined, but deep down he was tougher than anyone. He was going to fight to the death. Shen Tian turned around his back to Brother Xiong, his gaze piercing through the dark pipes, as if looking into the distance. Some debts must be settled. If some people have become ghosts, then I have to send them to hell. Brother Xiong opened his mouth, 1,000 words stuck in his throat. Finally, it turned into a heavy sigh. I know I can't talk you out of it. Brother Xiong used his good right hand to vigorously scratch his messy hair. Be careful. That thing is a real monster. If you can't win, run. It's not shameful. He'll be at that. Brother Xiong looked down at the coordinates on his phone. He'll be waiting for you at that Tianshu Road. When you get back, we'll have another drink. Shen Tian didn't turn around, just waved his hand dismissively behind him. His black trench coat billowed slightly in the air current. I'm off. Whoosh. The next second, his tall figure transformed into a black blur and vanished into the depths of the pipe. His speed was so fast that Brother Xiong couldn't even see how he moved. Holy cow. Brother Xiong rubbed his eyes, staring at the empty pipe, his mouth hanging wide open. Is that still the same kid? He stood there dumbfounded for a long while before snapping out of it. No use thinking about it. I need to survive first. Brother Xiong struggled to his feet, clutching his broken arm, and stumbled toward the exit. As he walked, he looked at the navigation on his phone. Number 1 Tianshu Road. Strange, isn't that area just a few office buildings? Oh well, if Brother Shen says it's safe, then it must be safe. What he didn't know was that the coordinates represented the pinnacle of power in all of Jiang City, the Tianshu Bureau headquarters. Jiang City No. 3 Martial Arts High School underground level 3 of the old teaching building. This place had once been a wartime air raid shelter, the air perpetually carrying a putrid moldy smell. But now that moldy smell had been replaced by a more intense sweet and fishy odor. It was the scent of a large amount of fresh blood fermenting in a confined space. Crack. The crisp sound of a bone snapping echoed from the darkness, piercingly loud in the silent basement. Then came the sound of viscous swallowing, as if some large beast was feeding. Principal Li Wanshan stood by the iron door. He was dressed in an elegant dark gray suit today, his shoes polished to a shine. He pulled a pristine white handkerchief from his pocket and gently covered his nose and mouth. Even so, the strong smell of rust still seeped through the gaps into his lungs, causing his stomach to churn slightly. Is it done? Li Wanshan asked in a low voice. In the corner, the massive dark figure slowly stopped its movements. It turned its head. A pair of vertical pupils gleaming with an eerie green light snapped open in the darkness. There was not a shred of human emotion in that gaze, only endless brutality and hunger. Li Zihao spat out a chewed piece of bone. It was the patella of Wang Liang, a top student from the senior year. 10 minutes ago, Wang Liang had followed Li Wanshan down into the basement full of excitement, believing he had truly secured a spot in a confidential training program. Now he was nothing but a scattered pile of drained, bloodless remains. Li Wanshan looked at the pile of bones, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. This was the 12th one in the past half-month. Each one was a prominent genius from the No. 3 Martial Arts High School. Li Wanshan had been meticulously scheming to pave the way for his own nephew. Using his position as principal, he forged official training documents from the Tianshu Bureau. He promised the students' parents that this was a life-changing opportunity, but it required absolute secrecy and no contact during the period. The parents were grateful. The students were full of anticipation. Then one by one they were sent into this living coffin. The blood and chi of these geniuses became the nourishment for Li Zihao's power. Li Zihao stood up. His body emitted a dense series of explosive cracks like countless metal parts grinding violently. His original height of 1.8 meters had now swelled to about 2.5 meters. Dark blue-black scales covered most of his skin, especially his mutated right arm. It could no longer be called a hand. It was a grotesque, giant claw covered in barbs. With each breath, the air around him vibrated faintly. That was a sign of released gang chi. 4th stage. Li Zihao's voice had become extremely hoarse. Breakthrough. 4th stage. He suddenly clenched his giant claw. Bang. The air exploded in his palm. A look of joy appeared on Li Wanshan's face. Good. Excellent. Zihao, you have not disappointed your uncle. A 4th stage commander-level martial artist, even by Jiang City's standards, is enough to rank among the top 100. Take one more step, break through to the 5th stage, and the Pejuan Division, the Tianshu Bureau, they'll all have to bow to the Li family. But Li Zihao showed no hint of a smile. He slowly lowered his head, looking at the still warm corpse, the green light in his eyes growing more intense. Not enough. Li Wanshan was taken aback. What's not enough? The blood of these trash is too impure. Li Zihao extended his long tongue, licking the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, his movements bizarre and eerie. I need purer power. He suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Li Wanshan. Shen Tian. Where is he? Hearing that name, Li Wanshan's eyelid twitched. He hasn't come back yet. He might be dead. Li Zihao let out an enraged roar, causing the dust in the basement to shower down. I can feel it. That bastard isn't dead. I was the one who swallowed this forbidden flesh, the one who endured this living hell. Why should he get to die peacefully? I want to tear open his throat with my own hands. I want him to watch in terror as I dig out his heart and lungs and eat them. Malice twisted the scale-covered face of Li Zihao. If it hadn't been for Shen Tian, he would still be the pampered young master of the No. 3 Martial Arts High School. He would have used that resource exemption privilege to smoothly enter a top-tier martial arts university, not become a monster hiding in a ditch eating raw flesh and blood. All of this was Shen Tian's fault. This hatred was etched into every cell of his body. Just then Li Wanshan received a phone call. Shen Tian is back. Brother Xiong dragged his severed arm, walking unevenly along Tianshu Road. The ground was so clean that he dared not step on it. The surface was paved with some kind of black synthetic material. On both sides of the road were not ordinary ornamental trees, but a type of mutated plant that emitted a faint glow. The air carried a subtle, refreshing fragrance. Brother Xiong looked down at himself. His work pants were stained with grease, his tattered shoes smeared with blood and mud, and there was an empty left sleeve. He felt out of place. The coordinates that kid gave me can't be wrong, right? Brother Xiong's heart raced, and he took out his phone to check again. Indeed, the navigation indicated that the destination was just ahead beneath that towering building. The further he walked, the more anxious Brother Xiong became. Because he saw people. Those walking on the road were all dressed in sharp uniforms, striding with an air of authority. Even from a distance, Brother Xiong could sense the oppressive aura radiating from them. They were warriors, and definitely not the kind of low-level thugs from the West District who only collected protection fees. Any one of them could probably dominate the West District. Goodness, what kind of place is this? Brother Xiong swallowed hard, instinctively wanting to turn and run. A place like this was beyond his means, even if he sold his land. But thinking of the possible presence of the man-eating Li Zihao behind him, he forced himself to stop. I'll treat this like a last-ditch effort. Since Brother Shen said I could come, then I surely can. Finally, he arrived at the entrance. It was a 10-meter-tall alloy door flanked by fully armed guards. The guns held by the guards had barrels thicker than Brother Xiong's arms. The dark muzzles emitted a chilling gleam. Brother Xiong's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed. What do you want? One of the guards strode forward, his gaze slicing through Brother Xiong like a knife. The intensity of his presence nearly suffocated Brother Xiong. I. Brother Xiong's lips trembled as he fumbled to raise his tattered phone. I have a pass. A brother named Shen Tian sent me. Upon hearing the name Shen Tian, the guard, who had been all stern and threatening, visibly stiffened for a moment and quickly checked Brother Xiong's electronic pass. Then, to Brother Xiong's shock, the guard swiftly lowered his gun, stood at attention, and sharply saluted. Bang! It was a standard military salute. Let him through. The heavy alloy door slowly slid open. Brother Xiong was stunned. He stared blankly at the guard who had saluted him, then at the open door. His mind was a muddled mess. So, he just walked in. When he did business in the West District, even meeting a local police officer required bowing and scraping, offering cigarettes, and smiling. Here, in a place that clearly belonged to important figures, he was allowed entry after merely giving a name. Brother Shen, you've really made it big. Brother Xiong felt a surge of excitement, as if the pain from his severed arm had lessened. He took a deep breath, straightened his slightly hunched back, and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the gate, his vision opened up. But what followed was an even stronger shock. The massive square was filled with various armored vehicles. Among the bustling crowd, many people carried swords and knives, each exuding an aura more fearsome than the last. Brother Xiong even recognized several prominent figures he had seen on the news. At that moment, he spotted a black stone monument standing in the center of the square. It was inscribed with 3 blood-red characters, the strokes fierce and menacing. Breaking Army. Buzz. Brother Xiong felt a buzzing in his head, nearly collapsing on the spot. The Breaking Army Division. This place was actually the Breaking Army Division. As a local of Jiang City, how could he not know what those 3 words represented? They were the guardian deities of Jiang City and the pinnacle of power in the entire city. My dear mother. Brother Xiong leaned against a lamp post, gasping for breath. No wonder the guards here were so intimidating. That kid Shen Tian had actually latched onto the Breaking Army Division's leg. That's too impressive. After the shock came overwhelming joy. The Breaking Army Division. This was a place guarded by countless elite warriors. Even if Li Zihao were a monster, he wouldn't dare to run wild here, even if he had 100 lives. He was safe. His life was saved. But immediately after, a strong wave of inferiority washed over him. Brother Xiong shrank his neck. This was the Breaking Army Division. What kind of people frequented here? They were either generals who fought on the battlefield or heroes who slayed beasts. He was just a pig butcher, filthy all over, with a severed arm, standing in a place like this, practically tarnishing its reputation. The guard at the entrance might have just been doing his job. If he really went inside, who would pay any attention to a mere ant like him? He might even be tossed out like garbage. As Brother Xiong felt anxious and unsure of where to go, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the hall, not far away. The one on the left was playing with a dagger, swaying as he walked, looking quite intimidating. The one on the right was even scarier, his muscles bulging like a giant tower, with a fierce gaze that seemed ready to devour. Upon seeing this, Brother Xiong's legs turned to jelly. It was over. These high-level figures looked like they were the kind who would kill without blinking. Am I blocking their way? Brother Xiong instinctively wanted to sidestep. But the 2 had already spotted him. The blonde one's eyes lit up, and he pointed in this direction, shouting something. Then the 2 of them charged directly at him. They moved so fast that they stirred up a gust of wind. It's over, it's over. Brother Xiong shut his eyes in fear, lamenting inwardly. This time I'm done for. Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. Just as he thought he was going to be kicked away by these 2 fierce characters, 2 hands steadied him firmly. Are you Brother Xiong? Brother Xiong cautiously opened his eyes. The one playing with the dagger was grinning at him, the smile as bright as if he were looking at a beloved relative. I'm A Fei, and this is Lei Gui. A Fei introduced himself while casting a sideways glance at the stoic Lei Gui. Lei Gui's mouth twitched twice, struggling to form a smile that looked more like a frown. Brother Xiong, hello. Brother Xiong was completely bewildered. This script was all wrong. How could these two elite warriors treat him, a mere pig butcher, so politely? Were they even trying to curry favor? Why, you must be mistaken, gentlemen. Brother Xiong stammered. I'm not really Brother Xiong, I'm just a pig butcher. A Fei waved his hand. Our boss specifically instructed us to treat you well. Boss. Brother Xiong keenly caught onto that term. His not-so-bright brain began to work rapidly. Shen Tian had instructed them. These two referred to Shen Tian as their boss. Being able to recruit underlings in the Breaking Army Division, and such capable-looking ones at that. Shen Tian's current status. Brother Xiong's mind raced. Could it be that Shen Tian had struck it lucky, becoming a direct disciple of some high-ranking figure? Or perhaps he joined some elite special team as a squad leader? Impressive. This was like the ancestral grave, smoking with good fortune. Brother Xiong, your arm. A Fei looked at Brother Xiong's bleeding, severed arm, and his expression turned serious. How did you get hurt like this? We'll take you for treatment. Get the best medical chamber. Also notify the cafeteria to prepare some blood-replenishing beast meat porridge. No. Brother Xiong was frightened and waved his hands repeatedly. There's no need for such extravagance. Brother Xiong, you're being too polite. A Fei insisted, supporting Brother Xiong as they walked inside, his tone filled with certainty. This is all our boss' special allocation, charged directly to his account. Besides, you are our boss benefactor. In this Breaking Army Division, anyone who dares to slight you is going against our boss. Brother Xiong was dazed as a Fei led him into the grand building. Along the way, every staff member they encountered, regardless of their rank, greeted a Fei politely. A Fei merely nodded at them, then turned to Brother Xiong, showering him with warmth and concern. This kind of power dynamic. This feeling of being cherished made Brother Xiong feel as if he were floating in the clouds. It was too unreal. Was this what it meant when one person rises, all their associates benefit? 10 minutes later, Brother Xiong lay inside a transparent chamber filled with light blue restorative liquid. The agonizing pain quickly vanished, replaced by a warm and comforting sensation. The area where his arm had been severed felt itchy and tingly, as if countless tiny ants were crawling on it. The doctor said that such an injury was nothing to the technology of the Breaking Army Division. It would heal in 2 days. Through the glass cover, Brother Xiong watched a Fei outside who was nodding and bowing to him, and glanced at Lei Gui beside him, who despite his fierce appearance was holding a bowl of hot porridge obediently. He let out a long breath. Shen Tian, oh Shen Tian. Just what kind of situation have you gotten yourself into? It couldn't be. Brother Xiong's mind conjured a bold thought that startled even himself. Could it be that he became a personal bodyguard for the commander-in-chief? Jiangxing, no. 3 Martial Arts High School. Night had not yet fallen, but the school was already shrouded in an invisible gloom. The barbed wire atop the walls was higher than before. Every 50 meters a surveillance probe flickered with a red light, glaring unblinkingly at every corner of the campus. Whoosh! A nearly transparent black ripple silently floated over the 3-meter-high wall. Shen Tian landed without a sound. The black dragon nanoarmor on his body rippled with a faint halo, perfectly mimicking the colors of the surrounding environment. If anyone stood opposite him, they would see nothing but a slight distortion in the air. Such was the terror of Scrade equipment. To Shen Tian, now this once heavily guarded school was like his own backyard. But he did not act immediately. His vast psychic energy spread out like a tide, instantly covering half the campus. The current 3 Martial Arts High was as silent as a tomb. No one was playing ball on the field, no sounds of scuffling came from the hallways. Shen Tian's psychic energy captured waves of unfamiliar vitality fluctuations. Those were martial artists who had truly seen blood. Patrols composed of such martial artists roamed near the cafeteria's back door, the corners of the playground, and every exit of the teaching building. Though they carried no firearms, their waists were bulging, their eyes were fierce, and they occasionally swept their gazes over passing students like livestock being inspected. Turned the school into a prison, did they? Shen Tian stood in the shadow of a tree. To provide food for that monster, Li Zihao, the Li family had certainly gone to great lengths. Only allowed and not out. Suppress the news, fabricate accidents. These students, full of hope for the future, were herded like pinned pigs and sheep, waiting to be devoured one by that monster. This method was crueler than that of any mutant beast. Shen Tian suppressed his aura and strode towards the senior high teaching building. He did not deliberately conceal himself. The black dragon armor transformed into an ordinary black hoodie. The hallway was empty. Only the heavy footsteps of occasionally passing patrolmen could be heard. Shen Tian avoided 2 patrols and skillfully arrived at the back door of Class 2, senior year. It was the class he had once been in. In front of the wash basin, a thin, weak-looking boy with black-rimmed glasses was frantically splashing cold water on his face. Droplets dripped from his chin, soaking a large patch of his school uniform. He looked up at his pale, haggard reflection in the mirror, his lips trembling uncontrollably. It's okay. It's okay. Just get through tonight. Just don't think about running," he muttered neurotically. Suddenly, an extra figure appeared in the mirror. The boy jerked around as if electrocuted, backing against the sink, a strangled scream escaping his throat. "Who?" When he saw the face of the newcomer, his pupils contracted sharply, and he froze completely. Shen Tian." The boy rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Suwen. Shen Tian looked at his former deskmate. In half a month, Suwen had become gaunt beyond recognition. "You. How did you get in?" Suwen asked, as if seeing a ghost, his voice barely a whisper as he nervously looked around. He dashed to the door, locked it, then rushed back to Shen Tian with a worried expression. "Are you crazy? Weren't you expelled? Why are you back?" Suwen grabbed Shen Tian's sleeve, his palms slick with cold sweat. "I came back to look around." Shen Tian calmly withdrew his arm. "Look around? You came back to look around at a time like this?" Suwen stamped his feet in anxiety, his eyes rimmed red. "Do you know what's going on in this school? This place? Something's wrong, Shen Tian." Suwen's voice trembled with tears as he spoke rapidly. 12 people have disappeared in the last half-month. 12 living, breathing people. All top students, all candidates for guaranteed admission to military universities. That Wang Liang yesterday, he was bragging to me that the principal chose him for special training, and this morning he was gone. The school said he transferred because of family issues. Transfer my ass. Suwen's eyes were full of terror. When I passed by the old teaching building last night, I heard screams from inside. That sound, it didn't even sound human. And those patrols that came out of nowhere, anyone who gets near the wall gets taken away by them, and they never come back. Saying this, Suwen was shaking all over. He was just a student from an ordinary family, barely meeting the vitality standard, not even close to the threshold of being a martial artist. This sinister atmosphere made him feel like he could become the next missing person at any moment. Shen Tian, listen to me. Suwen grabbed Shen Tian's shoulder, a glimmer of desperate hope in his eyes. Since you can get in, you must know how to get out right. In his eyes, although Shen Tian had been expelled, he was once an above-average student. Maybe Shen Tian knew a secret passage or had some special method. Take me with you. Please, Shen Tian, take me with you. I want to go home. I don't want to stay in this hellhole anymore. Once I'm out of school, I'll go to the police, report them to the Pacification Bureau. Suwen's voice trembled. Seeing his former deskmate like this, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Shen Tian's eyes. Not for Suwen, but for the one who had turned the school into a hell, treating students like pinned blood cattle. This kind of action had crossed the line of basic humanity. Relax. Shen Tian reached out and patted Suwen's trembling shoulder, channeling a gentle wave of psychic energy through his palm to soothe the other's frayed nerves. After today, there won't be any more special training here. Suwen was stunned. He felt a warm current surge through his body, and his fear-rigid muscles miraculously relaxed. What do you mean? Suwen stared blankly at Shen Tian. He didn't understand where Shen Tian's confidence came from. This was a dead zone sealed off by fully armed social martial artists. Just then, bang, the bathroom door was kicked open. The flimsy wooden door flew off its hinges, smashing heavily against the opposite wall, sending splinters flying. Suwen shuddered in fright and instinctively hid behind Shen Tian. At the doorway, a pot-bellied middle-aged man walked in. He wore an ill-fitting suit, his face covered in flabby flesh. It was the disciplinary director Zhang Guodong. Behind him followed 4 burly men. These 4 wore identical black tactical vests, their arm muscles bulging like rocks, their eyes dark and sinister, clearly the kind of ruthless individuals who had blood on their hands. I was wondering why I smelled a rat. Zhang Guodong sneered, his gaze shifting past Shen Tian to Suwen behind him. Suwen plotting something instead of being in class, trying to run, or planning a rebellion. Suwen's face turned pale with fear, his teeth chattering, unable to utter a complete sentence. Director Zhang. I have a stomachache. Stomachache. Zhang Guodong sneered, slapping his pointer against his palm with a sharp crack. If your stomach hurts, just rip out your intestines and wash them and you'll be fine. At these words, Suwen's legs went weak and he nearly collapsed to the floor. Then, Zhang Guodong finally turned his attention to the hooded youth blocking the way. The kid had been facing away from the door, and in plain clothes Zhang Guodong had mistaken him for some truant delinquent. Which class are you from? Don't you know to greet your teacher? Take off that hood. Zhang Guodong barked, pointing his pointer rudely at Shen Tian's nose. The 4 burly men behind him also stepped forward. The oppressive aura of first-rank martial artists was released without concealment. The air in the bathroom instantly became thick and oppressive. Shen Tian slowly raised his head. From the shadows under the hood, his pitch-black eyes were eerily calm. He said nothing. He just stared at Zhang Guodong with the look one gives the dead. Zhang Guodong faltered. This face looked familiar. After a few seconds, his memory finally matched the person before him. Oh ho! Zhang Guodong was startled at first, then let out a piercing laugh, as if he had discovered something new. And I thought it was someone important. Isn't this the expelled waste Shen Tian? What? Come back to steal from the school? The contempt in Zhang Guodong's eyes was almost palpable. In his view, a poor student stripped of resources and kicked out of school was destined for the bottom rung of society for life. Moreover, the current No. 3 Martial Arts High was not the same school from half a month ago. This was Li family territory. Since this brat had recklessly barged in, it was perfect to serve as an extra meal for that young master. After all, that young master had specifically asked for this person. Seize him. Zhang Guodong waved his hand with a vicious grin, as if he could already see himself being commended by the principal. Break his legs and drag him to the old teaching building. The 4 burly men behind him curled their lips into cruel smiles. Crushing a student was easier than crushing an ant. For massive hands whistling through the air reached for Shen Tian simultaneously. Su Wen closed his eyes in despair. It's over. All over. Not only could they not escape, but Shen Tian would be dragged down too. With a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, it was as if a clap of thunder had erupted from the ground itself. The entire wall was violently shattered in an instant. Su Wen squeezed his eyes shut, curling his body into a ball, bracing for the brutal beating that was about to descend upon him. But the anticipated searing pain never came. Instead, a fierce gust of wind howled past his ears, followed by that tremendous crash, which rattled his eardrums with pain. What was happening? Su Wen tremblingly cracked open an eye. In the next second, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. They were gone. The restroom entrance, which had been packed with ferocious thugs moments ago, was now utterly empty. The wall that had connected to the corridor now bore a gaping hole 2 meters in diameter. That overbearing discipline director Zhang Guodong and the 4 peak first-tier martial artists who looked like they could crush a person to death had all vanished. Shen Tian slowly withdrew his right leg, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. Not even the hem of his hoodie was disturbed. Let's go. Shen Tian turned his head to glance at the still-dazed Su Wen. To the playground. On the playground, many students were gathered in small groups, murmuring about the eerie atmosphere that had recently pervaded the school. Anxiety was etched on every face. I heard Delu from the class next door has gone missing too. Chill. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to die? But this is too terrifying. I have a feeling I might be next. Just then, with a boom, a cloud of smoke erupted from the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Immediately after, 5 dark figures, as if blasted out by a cannonball, traced an incredibly exaggerated parabola flying across dozens of meters to crash heavily onto the central lawn of the playground. Thump, 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 thump. 5 consecutive dull thuds. The very ground seemed to tremble twice. Dust flew everywhere. The students who had been whispering moments before were all stunned into silence. They stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the still twitching figures in the middle of the playground. Holy crap. Are those people? They flew out from the 3rd floor, right? Looks like Director Jean. Someone shouted. The bolder students immediately crowded around. There lay Zhang Guodong, the usually imposing discipline director, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, his face covered in blood, his ill-fitting suit reduced to tatters. And beside him, the 4 burly men who were usually like iron towers were in an even more miserable state. Their chests were caved and foam bubbled from their mouths, and they clearly had more breath leaving them than entering. A collective sharp intake of breath swept through the crowd. These 4 were the elite of the school's newly hired security team. Each was said to possess immense strength, peak first-tier experts who usually threw their weight around the school, feared by all. And now they were thrown down like trash. Who did this? Had the military arrived? Everyone instinctively looked up at the gaping hole on the 3rd floor. At that opening, a slender figure backlit walked step by step to the edge. The wind ruffled the hem of his clothes. His hood slowly fell back, revealing a delicate yet indifferent face. Moonlight spilled over him, but it couldn't penetrate his pitch-black eyes. Then an outburst of incredulous gasps erupted. Shen Tian. Oh my god. That's Shen Tian. Wasn't he expelled? How is it him? This is too insane. He kicked 5 people away with one blow. How did he do that? At the window of Class 2, Senior 3, the classmates who had been worried about Shen Tian now had their mouths hanging open wide enough to hold an egg. Was this still the timid, cowardly Shen Tian? Was this still the dropout? Shen Tian paid no attention to the shocked gazes. He lightly tapped his toes. Possessing the ethereal body, he floated down from the 3rd floor like a black feather, landing steadily in the center of the playground. Without stirring a single speck of dust, this display of lightness skill made the knowledgeable student's pupils contract. Effortless control of weight. This was a realm only true martial artists could achieve. Shen Tian walked over to the groaning Zhang Guodong. At that moment, Zhang Guodong's mind was buzzing. He felt as if he had been hit head-on by a runaway truck. Every bone in his body felt like it was coming apart. He didn't understand. Why? That was just a student with no background. Even if he had become a martial artist, how could he be this ridiculously strong? For peak first-tier fighters didn't even have a chance to retaliate, blasted away by that terrifying wave of energy. Even a second-tier. No, a third-tier martial artist couldn't do that, could they? A pair of black combat boots appeared before him. Zhang Guodong shuddered, struggling to lift his head. He met Shen Tian's eyes, which held no indifference, only emptiness. It was the look one gives the dead. Don't kill me. Zhang Guodong finally broke down. The terror from the depths of his soul made him ignore the searing pain in his body as he desperately tried to crawl backward. I'm a teacher. I'm the director. You can't. Slap. Shen Tian stomped on his chest. A seemingly light step, yet it felt to Zhang Guodong like a mountain pressing down on him. Lead the way. Shen Tian didn't want to hear nonsense. His voice was as cold as ice shards. Take me to your master. Take me to Li Zihao. Zhang Guodong's face turned pale, his lips trembling. I don't know. Crack. The sound of a sternum breaking was crisp and clear. Zhang Guodong let out a pig-like scream, tears and snot instantly smearing his face. They'll talk. They'll talk. In the old teaching building, the underground bomb shelter. He's there. Don't kill me. They'll take you there now. Zhang Guodong was utterly terrified. To hell with the Li family, to hell with his future. Nothing was more important than his own dog's life at this moment. This Shen Tian was a madman. The surrounding students were silent as cicadas in winter, none daring to step forward, not even daring to breathe loudly. It was too domineering, too brutal. But inexplicably, watching Zhang Guodong, who usually threw his weight around being trampled underfoot, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up in their hearts. Shen Tian withdrew his foot. Get up. Lead the way. Zhang Guodong dared not delay. Ignoring the intense pain, he scrambled to his feet with all four limbs like a mangy dog with a broken spine, limping towards the old teaching building. Shen Tian walked unhurriedly behind him, hands in his pockets. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically parted to make way. Those gazes of reverence, fear, and admiration surrounded him like a tide. However, just as Zhang Guodong reached the rust-encrusted iron gate of the old teaching building, a nauseating stench of blood suddenly wafted out with a gust of chilly wind. Shen Tian paused in his steps, his brow slightly furrowed. That smell. It was the stench of decay that only a monster that had devoured countless people could emit. I'm not going. I'm not going. Feeling this aura, Zhang Guodong suddenly started screaming like a madman. He's coming out. That monster is coming out. We're all going to die. You'll die too. Zhang Guodong turned to run. Even being beaten to death by Shen Tian was better than being eaten by that thing inside. But it was too late. Boom. The heavy iron gate, weighing several hundred jin, was violently torn apart like a piece of paper. A massive claw covered in blue-black scales shot out with a shrill whistle. Splat. There was no time to react. The screaming, fleeing Zhang Guodong had his entire head crushed like a watermelon in that giant claw. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The headless corpse twitched twice before collapsing limply. The students on the playground were instantly scared out of their wits, screaming and scattering in all directions. The dust cleared. A monster 2.5 meters tall, its body covered in scales, only half human in form, slowly emerged from the darkness. Its jade-green vertical pupils swept across the scene, finally locking onto Shen Tian. Its mouth split open, revealing bloodstained fangs. It was a grin of utmost ferocity. Shen Tian. The monster's throat emitted a hoarse, raspy voice like two rusty iron plates grinding together. You're finally back. I'm so hungry. Devouring you. They'll be perfect. Shen Tian stood his ground, facing this fourth-tier, aberrant demon enough to terrify ordinary martial artists. He just let out a soft sigh. Li Zihao turned into this hideous form, just waiting for me to come and kill you.